All right. Ooh. Hey. Are you ready to go? Let's do this. Oh, man. Okay, so this is going to be fun. Number one, I need to just say, I am sorry I'm late. Oh, voice cracked. Yeah, I'm a little later than I wanted to be. I forgot that I had a engagement today that I needed to take care of. It's almost like, my therapy sessions are the same time every week, Happy Thursday. Yes, happy Thursday. I'm glad that I could actually be here because, yeah. Intermittently throughout the month, I have D&D on Thursdays, so usually start a little bit later on those days, just so you guys know. Yeah. Welcome. All right. Definitely doing the LA fire coverage because, man, I feel like I hopped off a little too soon last night, and I also feel like that was kind of it wasn't on my radar until I hopped off and I just saw that Vosh was still live. I'm like, Vosh has been live for a while now, so let's check in and see what he was talking about. And I was like, oh, holy crap! Like that was way worse than I thought it, initially was. Because I heard about the wildfires right about the beginning of stream, and I just I didn't think that it was anywhere near LA proper like that. So that. If you guys don't know, I don't know how you guys don't. It's everywhere. I'm pretty sure that it's everywhere on social media and TikTok. So, but yeah, man. It's also it's going the exact way that we thought it would. Yeah, as far as the coverage of it and the reactions to it, because Donald Trump, go figure. It's not like he's our president or anything, and he needs to kind of bring us together in these times of need. No. That's ridiculous. Why would you even say such a thing? I wanted to take some bets, and I was just like, what are the odds that he calls him Gavin Newsom during this? And definitely should have done it. Yeah, that looks wicked. I hope people are getting out. I know that there's a few people that I know in my life that are unfortunately going through it. They are kind of on the lucky end, though, because I know that as it stands, they've just been evacuated for safety reasons. I know that their houses specifically have not been hit, but yeah. Whoa, what the hell is going on with chat on the screen? Why is it gray all of a sudden? What happened there? Here, give me 1 second. I gotta shift something. There we go. That was really weird. Here. Sorry, I gotta reset chat because that was not supposed to be like that. I have no idea what happened there. But yeah, like I was saying, have a friend that, well, actually, it's my ex-girlfriend from when I was like 16. But I still keep in contact. She's like one of the few. Actually, I think she's like the only ex that I keep in semi-contact with, where I'm just like, hey, how you doing? Which I always advocate for that. I'm not one of those guys that's like be friends with your exes, but at least if you can be friendly. I do know that that's a little harder in some cases. Hey, what's up, Undead? Undead Banana. Hope you're feeling good today. Definitely, given your long week here. But like I was saying about this, my ex, she lived right near where the fire was starting to come on, starting to hit. So luckily, they got out in time, and I do know that she has her camera on it right now. So as far as I know, it's all good. What's up, Smoke a Tide Pod? Glad to see you. I just saw you over on Twitch, my bad. I had to reset chat. I have no idea what the hell happened. It was... my words were gray all of a sudden. It was really weird. What's up, Weasel Lord? Oh, God. Hope you guys are ready for some good old coverage of the LA fires. Here, actually, I'm gonna just turn it on right now. We're gonna go right into it today. Just let me fuck with my screen capture here. Alright, so this is live right now. Hey all, it's super fun. Chillin', schmooking. Took a walk and had a panic attack with my littles, catching up on Pep News now. Ooh, nice. Had a little panic attack. Or had a panic today. Oh no, what happened? Is everything good? Like, hope everything's good, man. I mean, the fact that you're here, I'm gonna assume that it is better. Picnic. Oh, you said... I read panic. I was like, ah! No! I hope your kids are okay. Well, that's a totally different story. Okay, well, I'm glad that you had a picnic, man. That's cool. To the library. I need to do that. I haven't gone. Why is this video so dark? The sun is still up. Yeah, why is it? You know what? I'm gonna find a new one. Give me a second. Because this one's live. I mean, I only went to the live ones, so where's the Sky News one? Why is it not on here? Here. Aerial coverage. Here we go. Jesus. Okay, so I was kind of hoping that they'd be explaining a little bit where this area is, because, man, this is crazy.
Nice and slow.
Might be just how thick the smoke is. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think the other one was actually on the other side, so that would make sense. If that fire makes it into the city, it's going to be the end of LA. Yeah, that's what everybody's been saying. And it got close yesterday, man. I saw the footage from Hollywood Boulevard. That was nuts.
It's going to be like 30,000 acres. Look at the fire line over there.
Here we go.
Where it's all the way into Malibu.
Oh.
And all the way down over, well over 20.
Dude, it's almost the entire mountain line there.
That update's going to be a lot more than
I've got a firefighter friend out there. I think that if any of us know firefighters, they might end up going out there, because I know that they're pulling trucks from as far like inland from like Colorado. So that's got to be crazy to go on that long of a road trip, like with a fire, like a your whole all your gear, your whole crew.
Can we look down into Palisades right now, right around 9 o'clock. We'll see if we can see down in there. See if right in there. To the right there, can you see those homes? Are they?
I'm sorry, his voice is getting a little distracting to me.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if it's because of that, but Canada sent crews down. Yeah, I also saw that they are sending planes, which we're gonna get into the Donald Trump part of this, but I did want to definitely do some live coverage here, because this is...
Josh Haskell said 50 to 75% of it was lost. That's an awful lot.
My wife made she made a pretty good joke, even though, I mean, this is completely devastating. But it's in good taste, only because she was just like, yeah, you know what really sucks? all of this damage, and the Scientology building is still standing.
And it started on
I was
that
like,
canyon
all
just
right.
to the right side of that, to the west side, right by the reservoir.
Good point, though. Ugh. Anyone need babysitting over here? No, he's not here.
That one
and
fire that
honestly,
started, we battled in there
can I
due to
just
construction,
address
right?
it, Squish? I think
That little fire that burned up the hill?
if he starts spamming, just I've been too nice. I've come to realize that he's a detriment to my channel. I wanted to help him, but yeah, it actually took. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. It took a minor talk about that in therapy, which yeah, I had to talk about my stream in therapy. That was great. I haven't used him by name. I was just like, I got this guy Brian. Which, I mean, yeah, it's giving the troll like all the credit in the world, because I mean, if he's trolling, then that's masterful to troll on the the kindness of others. But I appreciate it, Squish. But also, yeah, once he started attacking you, that's not okay.
That's where they really got hit.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Sweet. So they're just cam to cam now.
That was what we gave you was the fire stagnant. Do you want something else?
Oh my God, he's fighting with some.
Okay.
They're like, we need this shot, dude. Dark. Get the shot. Get the shot. I appreciate that. That kind of chatter only detracts. Good for you for standing up for chat and your community. Thank you, man. Let's Don't Buy Stars. Good to see you. Glad you're here. This brings a smile to my face once I see you pop in. My pep talker cup. Yeah. This is live, guys. This is the 0% contained fire that's still raging on. I mean, it looks like the winds died down in LA proper. Yeah, no, they did. I know that they did. That's the only reason that we're even getting this good of aerial coverage from an actual helicopter this time. Because I'm pretty sure the ones from last night were drones.
Marcel, this is going to be like 30,000 acres. Look at the fire line over there, where it's all the way into Malibu, and all the way down over, well over 20.
Jeez.
What's
up, Kirk?
Going to be a lot more than 17.
We're looking at the live shots.
Well, there's a home there.
Hey, that looks like Tony Stark's home. I mean, it literally looks like the house that Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Tony Stark lived in. As a movie character, whatever. Oh man. All right, so have you guys been seeing the stuff online? Like, have you been seeing the people just saying that like somebody set these, and then you have Trump going out and being like, it wasn't Trump. Sorry, I don't want to misreport. It was Fox News. Fox News is going out and saying, look, it's these woke firefighters. It's totally their fault. I'm at work, so if you need me, alert me and just say my name. Will do. Scott Lacoste. Fire is terrifying. Dude. Yeah, no, I've dealt with it.
I don't know. It's 50 to 7.
My mom's house, she had it. It was technically a half of a structure fire because it didn't get down to our lower structure, and my room was the only one that didn't get hit because I was the only person that was smart enough to sleep with my door closed. So, Weasel Lord dog. I heard it from my mom when she called to check on me last night. Really?
And it started on that canyon just to the right side of that, to the west.
About 80 miles east, so I'm dealing with power shutoffs. Is your water running right now?
That one fire that started.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if you guys are in the thick of it, please chime in. Blaming everyone except for PG&E and Edison for neglecting the power grid for the last 30 years while the CEO is pulling 3 mil a year. That's it. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to sound callous, but if it's only 3 mil a year, I mean, I'm expecting them to pull in billions. Unless you mean 30 mil. Hey, Squish. Yeah, my water's fine. Cool. I know that a lot, people in the Bay Area are starting to deal with, reduced water pressure. Man, look at that smoke. Sorry. I'm not sure if you guys know this about me, but I laugh when I'm nervous. So, this is,
That's where they really got hit.
Okay, so we're gonna find a new coverage.
There are some already in place. So the evacuations near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road to Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks. This is all from the Watch Duty app, which is a very helpful resource as well. FYI, the Watch Duty app is extremely helpful. So evacuations reported there again.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, this is near Agora Road and east of Canaan Road. Canaan Road. To Oak Park High in Thousand Oaks.
Yeah. So this is my hometown.
I don't know where that's at.
That we're talking about right now.
Jeez, dude.
Where this evacuation stuff is underway.
Oh my God, dude. It's all the bougie houses worth over $1 million.
That we are now dealing with this.
For the cheap ones. Yeah, no. Actually, here, we're going to go through some of the clips that I saw last night, because I did watch some of the MSM, you know. Which I don't know why I have to say it like that. Yeah, I turned on CNN. And one of the funniest things, and I got to give him some credit for this, is Anderson Cooper, man. You know, for anybody where they're just like, CNN is that one place where they do the thing where it's like, do we send out the intern? No, we're gonna send out the guy, the superstar. But it was really funny because dude, my wife was on point last night. She's looking, she's like, why is Anderson there? Is he up for a new contract? I was like,
you know what?
oh. So that was pretty funny.
It would be great to get some win space.
No, it's individual $3 million per seat for the CEO. Oh, okay. That's his compensation for the position alone.
Ability to analyze this fire.
It's mostly an expense.
Oh, yes, of course. Adam Kruger.
Just don't see how $3 million in the infrastructure. I'm not even trying to stand up for it, man. I'm not. I'm just saying. I just want to say, like, practically, I don't think $3 million would have made that much of a hit. But $6 million. I mean, if there's how many CEOs? Like, that's another thing too. Oh wait, there can only be one CEO. What am I talking about? It's mostly the expensive areas right now, yeah. I'm not a prepper, but I always keep a gallon of fresh water around at least. Oh, nice. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not a prepper either, but I kind of, yeah, I do. I mean, I always, so like, here's the thing, man. I always have, so I get water delivery because our lines, we actually had like a lead problem. That they're slowly swapping them out, but I don't trust it. So I have to get water delivered, but because of that, I always keep a I always keep a 5-gallon handy. Actually, COVID kind of made me realize that was definitely kind of necessary. Most of them are insanely expensive. Yep, Thousand Oaks, that's where my buddy is stationed. Oh, geez. I mean, Hassan's house is only a few miles from the fire line. Is it? Yeah, because I know, like, it's funny, when I saw that he bought a $2 million house, I'm thinking, you know, some type of penthouse. Dude, his house looks like a Midwestern, you know, just a normal Midwestern house. Fend the Monster Floof, hey, what's up? Glad that you could join. By the way, guys, I got to be a little bit better about my swearing. I accidentally demonetized my stream yesterday, so got to get a little bit better about that. Yeah, the Sunset Fire is just up the hill. Oh, man. Does anybody know, like, any updates on Ethan Klein's situation?
be coming here later
Yeah, this is
today to
here.
see
I'll turn the
what
music off and
destruction
turn this
occurred
up.
here at Eaton. This is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor.
They feared your honesty.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the city of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers.
What, that he went full crazy mode again, or did I miss something?
The county of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades.
Oh wait, are you talking? Sorry, man.
Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the city of Pasadena. I'd like to
No,
thank
he.
all the first responders, with the
Yesterday,
county of
he
Los
put out a
Angeles,
tweet,
the state,
and here,
and
actually, you know what? I'll just
continue to
find it. Give me 1 second.
It's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians. We have Red Cross workers. Volunteers,
Oh, thank God! I am smart. Look at that.
In Pasadena,
I saved it. Here. Okay. So, yeah, here we go. Ethan Klein, while his family is under threat of evacuation or worse, can only think of Hassan and the impending video trashing Hassan that he's soon to release. I think we can all safely say Hassan is not thinking about Ethan right now. What an absolute ghoul. Here it is, outside our window. It's close, but we're safe for now. Wind is blowing away from us. Hassan, for sure, hoping the fire takes out my computer. So, yeah. Yeah, so if you didn't see that yesterday, that's the update there. And that's why I was asking him, like, does anybody know?
And we'll have more information.
Yeah, people are dying.
As it relates
like,
to curfew.
And he's like,
we certainly will welcome the
look out for my Hassan video.
Assistance of the National Guard.
No, for real, man. For real. Go see an effing therapist. So I barely go on X or social media at all. That one took me down the rabbit hole where I couldn't help it. I spent like 2 hours just reading the replies, and just everybody is pretty much unilaterally going, what is wrong with you? Not the time, brother.
And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna.
Don't give Ethan the keys to the space laser.
All chiefs for the work.
Oh yeah, I mean just
your department
by merit of his
we're asking if you are under a mandatory
oh my God, his
evacuation order.
Why do I always have a brain fart like that? It's always on the stupid words.
So we're starting to see people go back into those
lineage.
And our message
Don't tell Marjorie Taylor Greene; she'll just be like, "He's a what?"
Until you hear officially that the orders.
It's a bummer that Ethan went crazy. I like the show. Yeah, me too. I said it yesterday. I thought that he could be the new Howard Stern, but.
Thank you very much.
We're going back to...
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today.
Here, I'm going to turn the music back on.
State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John...
Turn that down a little bit. We're going to keep with the live coverage, though.
Pasadena Police Chief Gene...
Here.
Really detrimental. And finally, and most importantly, are you in a safe place? We need to know that you are safe, and if not, you need to get out.
I think she's getting blown by the wind.
Second delay.
I know there's a big delay in this, David, and as you were asking that question, we got hammered with another one of these winds. I feel pretty confident in saying yes, there have been gusts up to 80 miles.
I mean, dude, she could barely stand there. Did you see that?
We really had to brace ourselves.
Yeah, look.
Really detrimental. And finally, and most importantly, are you in a safe
Yeah, she's literally
place?
getting pushed by the wind.
We need to know that you
Jeez,
are safe,
dude.
and if not, you need to get out. 8-second delay.
Hey, inside baseball. Bro. It's a bummer that
David, and as you were asking that question,
yeah, no, I meant to say, like, yeah, I really did like his show, but not anymore. It's really hard. I can't even watch it. Next, he's going to use the fire as a backdrop for a merch purse. Oh my God.
them coming
Oh my
in.
God. Fen, I hope you're... Listen, I know you're joking, but the thing is, with enough time or like the right joke, he totally would.
These guys are the ones that are really going to help this fight because they're
Oh
going to be
God,
able
that's
to cut
kind of
some
like
the
saying
lines in
something
and
about
put a
Ethan's
stop to
decline.
some of the flames here. The crew's
Ethan
coming
Klein's
in
decline.
here, to do a really good job on this. So these are the Cal Fire crews.
I never liked him. I think he is really dumb.
This is exactly what we want to see as they come in here into Pasadena.
I think he's dumb, but he was funny. Because again, dude, he didn't comment all that often on news or anything like that. Nothing too serious. But now it's all he does, and now he's obsessed with his son and making points to the pro-Palestinian left.
To do it. So to answer those questions, yes, the gusts are absolutely that strong, and we definitely have felt some of them. You can see these guys just disappearing into the smoke. You can't even
Also, if you can do me a favor and leave a like on the stream, it'll help push it in the algorithm.
see because the smoke is so thick.
I appreciate it.
As for our safety, yes, we are dressed head to toe in safety gear. We have our goggles on, we have our masks on, and so we make sure that we stay out of the way, and we are protecting ourselves from those gusts when we see all of the embers. We have on full gear, tactical gear, so that nothing, can burn us per se. And we're keeping a very close eye on the situations. Yes, it looks very. Here comes one of those gusts again.
David, here.
It looks very dangerous. I know, and it is. I'm not saying it's not, but it looks very dangerous. Wow, these gusts are amazing. It looks really dangerous to those watching at home, but we make sure that we take our precautions. We keep a very close eye on our surroundings.
Weasel Lord, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I really appreciate that.
You can see why it's such
Thank you.
risk and such a danger.
Oh, tier 1. I mixed those up now. The mild subscription, my bad. I saw it in my notifications.
He's standing facing the wind in this.
Dude,
but you see why? It's all those embers. I mean, I'm feeling acorns that are flying, pieces of wood, and those embers as they kind of blow this way. So my photographer, Duncan Callis, is taking it head on. So great job to him.
He's just...
him facing these winds. But that's what the issue is that all of that gets thrown for miles, carried for miles with this wind, and that's what they're worried about.
At that point, you're kind of filming it, kind of like this, where you're just like...
we are making sure we are safe and keeping a very close eye.
Tilting your head around.
Here, but we want to make sure we stay here and can bring you guys
What's up, Ruben?
the very latest. I know residents in this area are very concerned about where this fire is going and what is happening, especially to the homes. I will say at this point here at Canyon Close and Altadena, we haven't seen any homes that have caught fire yet. Again, making a very strong stand for structural protection. I'm going to have Duncan move up just so we're out of the way of the fire department. So that is a good thing. But now we can see off on the distance a little bit there again. The fire keeps coming to the edge of the road here along Altadena Drive, and so far we have not seen any houses, and it hasn't completely jumped Altadena Drive yet, so that is great, and that is what these guys, all of these crews, these hand crews that have come in, that's what they're going to help with, is to put some of that out as the winds continue to blow. I'm going to look around the corner here just to see what we're seeing. Yeah, we have a lot of engines here. There are houses at the end of this street. Got a full engine there. We saw a bunch of crews. There counted at least 4 homes in this little cul-de-sac at the end of the street here. And again, wow, these winds. Can you hear it?
Yeah, you can.
It just sounds like a train roaring through every time these gusts.
That's a good microphone.
And earlier in the...
I'm just going to say it's a good microphone if it's picking that up.
Gosh, that's a steel barrel being blown all the way down the street. I assume that came from somebody's backyard or something, but there, if you can see it, Duncan, can you see that? That steel barrel just came rolling down and blown down the hillside here. That's dangerous, clearly. But again, it's the wind. I've covered, as I said, David, I've been in, I can't even count how many wildfires now in my career.
So the wind is dying down in LA proper, I'm assuming?
And I have been in some where I have just
where
been,
is this?
Dumbfounded by how it works with the wind and how
Eaton
quickly
Canyon?
it spreads those spot fires. But I have not been in one with this strong of gusts fueling the fire. And I am hats off to all the firefighters here and their amazing dedication, because I'm amazed that this entire area here in Altadena Altadena is not on fire. That just, I mean, shocks me, but I'm so glad that it is not and that they are doing such a great job of at least trying. I wish they could get the aircraft up, but certainly can't in the weather here.
She's in a smoker. I bet she's tasty AF.
So I'm going to send it back to you guys as we get, here it comes, if you can hear it.
Yeah,
Another one of the gusts coming in. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the station here as the firefight continues here.
My coworker lives in
Altadena. Is continuing there, and again, we were talking with the weather
I can't say that. Altadena
are up to 85 miles per hour. But on the right-hand side, Leanne Sitter was talking about the firefight on the right-hand side of your screen. That is
I still have to play the sound out game anytime I have that. I'm just like, okay, dyslexia, let's work.
Threatened, destroyed, on fire in the Eaton
that is a live
area.
This is the only house on the block that's not on its
area where a building is on
that's
fire.
not foundations.
It looks like a home.
Just curious, is his home is it salvageable? Like, is he going to be able to go back? I mean, it looks pretty okay, so
both of those images that you were seeing as Leanne was talking, both of those are coming from the Eaton Canyon.
Altadena. Oh, okay,
area,
cool.
And it shows you just how dangerous it is, and there is confirmation some buildings are on fire there in Altadena.
I appreciate that.
As they continue to deal with those unbelievable winds.
I can't get over the force. Just look at that fire just licking right up there. And you also saw that steel barrel just moving down the street. It is very dangerous.
Oh my God. Acorns are falling now. The overfunded cops will start shooting soon.
Was that people have evacuated. She said
they're going to start shooting the fire. Hey!
Firefighters there. We know that there is a recall going right now. We know a lot of firefighters are coming in, showing up to help fight these fires when they should be off, and we know firefighters work long hours as it is, so for them to
all right, let's get an updated live.
That there are at least 5 deaths between the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, saying that they're still working on the cause of deaths, and that is to be determined once homicide detectives are able to get in there and investigate. All right, we do want to take this time to head back into our coverage partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Let's listen.
I guess if there was ever a time to wow, that got dark.
Now, another thing to note here is the winds remain out of the north. So as we, and I don't know if we can punch me up in front of, okay, so I can't stand in front of it. If I can stand in front of our Skyfox shot here, I'd be happy to do that. But what we
he doesn't know everything is smoke damage.
So the vantage point,
smoke damage
when
is.
you see the smoke, it's pretty much going from north to south as the winds are blowing.
We lost a lot of stuff to smoke damage in our fire.
It looks to me like this fire is essentially on the western edge of this neighborhood here. And so
we also had mold after they did the rebuild, because they made a mistake, like was part of like the roofing, and there was a bunch of like seepage from the, such a weird word, it's gross, but there's a bunch of seepage that went into the padding, the insulation.
I mean, if
I'm having one of those days, guys.
It's hard to even say the word good news, but if there's
it created mold about maybe 2 years later.
Any good news here, it's the fact that the
man, you want to talk about an insurance fight? They fought us on that one too, trying to say like, that was on you guys, that was on the but we didn't even hire the contractors. The city did.
Winds, and when we back this out, this is going to help me out to explain what's happening here. But the winds are not.
The fire sale on real estate. All homes must go.
Of the West Hills neighborhood we're looking at right here. It's kind of riding the
western
edge, or if anything, blowing out into west.
I appreciate the comment, but damn, dark.
Of a, kind of like not as populated area. I was just looking at it on a map right now. It looks like we got a zoomed in spot right here. When it backs out, I can explain that a little bit better though. But
honestly, I think that's why I've been having these little slip ups, is because I broke a rule before I started stream.
Trucks moving in, which is
try not to do flower hit flower before I come on.
So. Yeah, so I think now we've switched over to the Cal Fire map, and this is going to give us an idea of the fire location. Notice how it's marked right there, Kenneth Fire, and then kind of on the western edge of the neighborhood.
Crap.
If we go left a little bit, that's part of the a little bit of the confusion. I think there was like a mislabeling perhaps when this all started. You see the Kenneth label right there, but this is the area we're talking about, and then you'll notice that we got again kind of the western edge of this neighborhood, all areas in white. These are all structures and homes, and so the fire is in this general area here. Keep in mind the winds are basically going like this. Like top to bottom on your screen right now. So that kind of keeps it confined to the western portion of this neighborhood. And then this is what I was talking about, more of a wilderness area out here to the west where there are obviously fewer homes. You can see a pretty sharp cutoff. I believe that's the county line right there, actually. Pretty sharp cutoff to where there's no structures out in this direction. So that's when we saw the Skyfox shot. I think a lot of the smoke from the fire was kind of just riding the western edge of this neighborhood, and the flames, for the most part, going this direction. And
I know why this cart was discounted.
Again, the winds are, looking at that weather station we have around West Hills, winds are fluctuating from straight north to south at times, or slightly north-northeast to south-southwest, and even at times, however, north-northwest to south-southeast. So generally top to bottom, north to south here, with slight fluctuations in either direction.
Oh, invisible friend. Actually, that's kind of funny. That's exactly what I smoked.
But again, this is,
wow,
it's fresh.
Cool.
It just blew up not long ago.
That's literally, I'm not even kidding.
Get more data
and yeah, that's why I feel like.
But this is kind of giving us an idea of what you were seeing from Skyfox.
It hit me a little bit harder than I thought it would.
Neighborhood. Obviously, you go like farther south, farther down here, like you were talking about. Calabasas is down in that direction, and so another.
One of the exciting things is about this new era that we're in is everything is wrong about what the old hippies used to tell me. They're like, oh, your tolerance is going to go up. You're not going to be able. You'll barely feel anything by the time you're near 40. I can say with certainty that is BS, and I am a regular.
Watch
so
closely here. Before I head back to you guys, I'll just say again, though, the wind speeds not extreme here for sure. The gusts are around 20 or so in this area, and will start to probably increase. And same can be said for a lot of the valley areas, the mountain areas north of LA. I think those winds will pick up in speed a little bit later on tonight, 9-10 o'clock tonight. Starting to see that increase, maybe more so to around 30-mile-per-hour gusts, which is around where they should stay through the night into tomorrow morning.
All right, Adam Kruger, thank you so much. So we.
Oh my God! It looks like the house from GTA 5.
Approaching the homes. This is in West Hills, and hopefully there's enough brush clearance there, and we don't start to see what we've seen in other communities. My colleague Bill Malusian just reminded me that what they're doing for water around here. They have the LA County Firehawks.
You know what? That old school Sour D, man, there's something about it. Like that too. Like I've gone back to two of the older ones, Jack Herrera and Sour D.
These pre-positioned pods of water that they've set up.
There's a reason they were always my favorite.
Our colleague Phil Schumann did a story on this a few years ago, which is kind of wild, where they're able to just fly in, basically have
White
these
Widow
tanks
is also
ready to go,
a
and it
favorite
gets
of mine
them
too.
water close because they know that an area like this, and look at that drop there.
No, it really isn't. No.
Like, look how effective that is. So that's the difference, right? They didn't have that a couple days ago.
Fire was
in the
always
Pacific
burning since the world's
Palisades.
been turning.
Hopefully that stops the fire in its tracks right there and protects that home.
Oh,
yeah, it's quickly moving up the hillside, and that's what it does. In the cul-de-sac of this beautiful neighborhood down below, there is that fire engine
And dark.
that we saw.
I appreciate it. Funny.
Now,
Damn.
official boots on the ground. We saw at least two different
Damn, dude, the fire's still burning.
Aircraft up. We've seen a couple of water drops in a short amount of time. So let's hope that they keep those going.
Is that
but
like
on
Jeff?
this flank of the hill, you can see those flames.
I'm still trying to think like
going,
what I can
closer
describe
to the
it
homes
as.
there on the other side. So that was a beautiful,
Sour D
beautiful
is Sour
water
D,
drop.
yeah.
The remnants of it. We'd love to see that white smoke. Let's keep that coming. The mandatory evacuation orders are in place. Let me just pull those up. We can't repeat all of that enough. So, mandatory evacuation order issued for Van Owen south of Burbank Boulevard and County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle. That was
Holy
the
crap.
latest from LAFD, who is on it. And again,
Yeah, see, these are the types of houses that I thought Hassan had.
From the Palisades fire.
Turns out it's not.
To help fight this fire in the West Hills area, burning toward Calabasas.
Adam, as we look at this picture, and we're just looking at the winds, it seems like, at least from this particular picture in this particular neighborhood, the winds are
Zing.
blowing away from the homes.
Yeah, so, and I'll say something, because I found the couple of homes on the map that they just did a water drop on. I mean, it's, their yards are quite distinguishable from satellite view, right? So this is actually now, let's see. this is we talked about Hidden Hills.
They're still there. You see this dip? You see that? You see that? They're still there. They're still there, and they got their little Tesla right there.
The fire kind of riding the western edge of Hidden Hills going southward, and now those flames
King
are
Alex, what's up?
reaching the next neighborhood down to the south and kind of southwest of there. I'll tell you, I mean, the street that we saw that nice water drop on was right behind the homes on Colette Way, Colette Way. And so those are some homes that are out now on like the northern edge of the next neighborhood down. And if we can at some point get back to the 3.
You know what's really messed up? I see a lot of people from my old church that I still kind of follow just, for curiosity's sake. Yeah, one of them was totally not praying for, like, they kind of threw it in at the very end where they're like, I pray for everybody that's been displaced, but they kind of deserved it. And God, we welcome your wrath. I was like,
the map from CAL FIRE, I can show it pretty nicely. They do have the, CAL FIRE does now have the fire perimeter or footprint marked on their map right now. And so you'll see that as these flames are now pushing kind of along that western edge of Hidden Hills and West Hills down to the next neighborhood over. And next neighborhood down.
I thought this was America. Come on, King Lex, this is America.
To the south. And so, sorry, Alex, your original question escaped me.
My question was,
I'm so kidding, guys.
We're all doing a lot of things at the same time. The winds seem to be moving away from that neighborhood. So instead of driving it right into that backyard, they seem to be lucky right now that the winds are going the other direction.
Why are they just focusing on that one backyard?
Yeah, exactly. So
is that one of their houses?
It's just the nature of where this fire began, just on that west edge of kind of like Hidden Hills or west.
Actually, yeah, they are here.
And
let me look
fire
up.
Is being pushed along, like almost
Rob
parallel
Schneider's
to the neighborhood through
tweet
this
about it,
less populated area.
Seems like they are. Although Rob Schneider, you could probably argue, is not exactly what we would call rich.
In the path, that right there. This is Colette Way.
Getting in the back, and okay, so now we're in the backyard. It looks like that's the first time we've seen that.
Look how close those flames are to the pool.
Yeah, and then we
wow, flameproof boots just popped up on Twitter as the first thing that is
right. So any of these embers could fly. A whole lot of wind right there. It makes it to the roof or something like that, and then it's off and running.
Right.
So you're saying that it looks like the winds are pushing it away from this neighborhood, but you're worried about Hidden Hills. Do you think that's where the winds are taking this?
Yeah, so this is, I'm looking at a map right now. This is this neighborhood where these drops are happening right now. This is just to the west of Hidden Hills. And I don't see, at least on the map, like a label of what this neighborhood is. Like I said, that street is Colette Way that we're looking at right now. It's again just west of Hidden Hills, and it's just north of the 101, just east of an area labeled as Malibu Canyon or Elysia Canyon, I believe.
Yeah, this is the West Hills. It's the other side of the 101 freeway, farther away from the ocean. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at here. Hidden Hills is a community in Calabasas that is one of the most affluent neighborhoods in all of Southern California. There's a whole lot of celebrities that live there for years. The Kardashians lived there, and it kind of became famous because of that. That is
that's where I recognize these from.
Really nice place
outside
to live.
of just GTA.
But they have dealt with fires before. This entire neighborhood and this area was right in the brunt of the Woolsey fire back in 2018. And the danger, I grew up in this neighborhood, and for 20 years, the fear was always, if the fire jumps the 101 freeway, it could be off all the way to Malibu. And that's what happened in the Woolsey fire in 2018, and it burned all the way to the beach.
Working hard to save those mega homes. Yep.
Yeah, we're not anywhere close to that.
Yeah, and on top of it, they were trying to pull that. Oh, we're not doing that game. Yeah, they totally are, because you can see where they're kind of directing it.
A thing or two about dealing with fires. It's part of the danger of living that close to the hills.
Well, there are reports that the flames are at this point less than 1 hour away from impacting the 101 in Ventura County.
Right.
That's how quickly this thing could get out of control. The diversion from the Palisades fire to this fire in West Hills is underway. Those aircraft, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we were supposed to have a press conference at 4 o'clock from Mayor Bass and other LA city officials talking about some of the other fires around the city. They've just moved that back to 5 o'clock, in part so some of those officials can deal with this immediate threat, in part so that they get some more information about what's exactly happening here in West Hills. So we were advertising earlier that there would be a press conference at 4.
I got to say, though, when it was starting to hit like the West Hollywood Hills, I was like, uh-oh, because a lot of the stuff that I was seeing online where people were kind of saying what you're saying, Dead Inside 6 something, which I'd prefer just to stay TOS on my side here, but I did see your comment. Yeah, unfortunately, I've also kind of seen it. There's a lot of lower income housing around there, so
really get water on that, knock it out. And look at this.
Especially like down by the Strip.
To watch.
I'm sure they will invite their neighbors to stay at their big property if firefighters save it. Oh, yeah, exactly. Joel Osteen style.
All of this happening as well. Don't know. Maybe it already did a drop, or maybe here comes the drop. It's getting pretty low right here. Oh, okay. They're doing the best that they can, and I think we may have multiple choppers
that was
up
fucking
now
funny.
To, one of the great things.
Maybe they're gonna do the drop. You can tell that guy was so excited. He was just like, yeah. Oh no, I don't think they did it yet.
Emergency situations like this.
Oh well,
we
gotcha.
all pool our resources, knowing that this is important. That we have eyes above this, so we share helicopters to make sure if somebody has a helicopter has to go down to refuel, everybody is able to see these life or death images. For a lot of people that live in this neighborhood, it's important that they see this, that they know how serious this is, and that they get out on time. So watch this as we watch the helicopter here, hopefully able to do its thing.
There
we go.
There it is.
They're like, yes, we get to see it. We get to see it. Look.
While this firefight
All right,
is
sorry.
underway,
I shouldn't be so jovial, like just making fun of these guys, because this is realistically
let's check in with her for the latest
beyond scary.
Can you hear me? What's going on? Okay.
That was no airdrop. I mean, that was.
Christy, can you hear me?
It was one house, at least. You think that they hired that helicopter privately to do that? Because I did see like tweets going on, like saying that they would pay any amount of money for private firefighters.
And Susan and Madeline here have been waiting here for about an hour, but you have been waiting a few days to find out what happened to your home.
Oh, we've been waiting since late Tuesday morning when we heard and we were evacuated. And we've just been watching the news 24 hours a day to find out if we could get any information on our street. We just were told that our street was down, and we didn't see pictures of it, so I'm hoping to get some pictures from my husband. And there's still that area between denial and maybe something survived, and total devastation, sadness, and loss. And then there's resilience. You got to keep going, so.
I hope you all got your pets out of
That
there.
you're going through this, and you said that you're here with knots in your stomach. You don't know.
That one definitely made me lose a little bit of sleep yesterday. I'm not even gonna. I mean, guys.
My yoga studio in my house, and my husband's garden. That was his love of his life, was his garden. So that's gone, we know.
And how long has that been your home?
It's been my home for 42 years, my husband's home for about 48 years.
And you were telling me that when you left, there was just long lines of
This
people.
is it. This is the shit that's killing me, man.
Trying to evacuate.
Well, we were told by the police to evacuate. We got in our cars.
Like
we got on Sunset Boulevard, and it was just one big parking lot. And then we saw people getting out of their cars because they were panicking, and then they left their cars. So it was very hard to get around. My husband luckily knew about Country Club Road, which was a turnoff, and if you knew how to get there, you could get to PCH, which we did with a few other cars that knew it.
Thank you so much for sharing.
This is why knowing your area is really good, because I don't think they also had the cell service that
that when you get up there, you find your home still there.
A lot of people are trying to get their GPSs on.
Find our home still there, from what I've heard. But if we even find a small.
Those aren't really. I mean, damn, dude.
A piece of silverware.
Cool it.
I just feel like I want to touch base with our home base. You know, our home, our memories. Just it's unbelievable to try and adjust to the fact that you.
Because these aren't the. I wouldn't. Dude, she had so she had a yoga studio, and they lived in their house for over 48 years. That could easily be any of us if we ever were actually able to, as a generation, to buy these houses. But I've actually been reading a lot about this because there's a really interesting piece in The Atlantic called The Boomer Die-Off and what's going to happen to the real estate market in the next 20 years. And they're anticipating that it's actually going to correct itself a little bit because it's already happening. Like, they're not just saying it's going to happen in the future. It is already happening, but it's going to happen on a large scale. So.
Nothing is there. I mean, I'm hoping something is there. Maybe the chimney. I don't know.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty and so much.
Man, if you really think that way, then you're
heartbreak. And I thank you for sharing your story. And Madeline, are you two neighbors?
It's my godmother, and I live like 2 doors down in a studio. And I was at work, so I had no chance to get back here to get anything. So, all my passports, computer, everything I own in the world, what I'm wearing and holding is what I have. Basically, that's it. So,
damn, I thought I was cynical. Yeah.
So I'm hoping I had some stuff in a metal box, some medication. There might be a passport in there. So
this is that online brain rot, guys.
That's what I'm going up to look for, basically.
And when you look around and you see so many people,
really knocks out the empathy.
Waiting on the same thing. Everyone's anxiously.
Also, yeah, this is really how you're gonna win anything politically by.
Anxiety and fear. Fear's a big one.
There's doing the eat the rich thing, and then there's literally celebrating death. There's two differences there.
In shock, basically. So it's
but I do have to say one thing that we found is the deep compassion.
Oh, yes.
The deep compassion and kindness and people trying to help you, people giving us clothes. We went to Trader Joe's. They paid our bill for us. The cashier paid
all right, well, she said Trader Joe's, maybe. All right, maybe dead inside. You have something, you might have a point.
Calling you from all over, asking, what can we do? Do you want to stay with us? Because
just about their income level. All the other shit, I still think you're way off.
They just got the call. It is now their turn, and they have graciously said that we can follow them up. So I'm going to sign off and send it back to you because we're going to go with them and really hope that I can bring you some good news on their situation when we come back.
All right, Christy, we will.
Oh God, this is like the Geraldo Rivera.
Keep an eye on that. Our main focus right now has moved, though, to this area. Adam was talking earlier about what's the name of this neighborhood. This is the Mountain View Estates, which
little on the nose.
Which are located sort of, I think it's the city of Calabasas.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, you were definitely right about the tax bracket, my friend. Well, not my friend.
Certainly near the border.
Yeah, okay.
If you're familiar with the area.
Sorry.
They're located right off the
I didn't know they were in Calabasas.
101 freeway. Up a hill, have these beautiful views there. Some rather large homes. It's an affluent neighborhood, pretty tight-knit community. I believe it's a gated community, and that's the Mountain View.
Yeah, okay, so maybe this is where we just collectively all go a little.
Which is close to where this firefight is happening right now. We are concerned as well about Hidden Hills, which is a neighborhood of Calabasas, and
as a former longtime resident of SoCal, these people are constantly told to cut back their brush and they don't. Yep. No, actually, James Woods, he was blaming that like for his whole thing with his neighbor, where he was just like, I kept telling him to clean up that brush. He never did.
Off, the next city.
And then he started crying.
Agora Hills and Westlake Village and all the rest.
Mountain View Estate sounds like an old hoax.
Right now, let's hope.
Gated communities are the worst. Yeah.
Work on this thing. We have seen some successful water drops that are doing really amazing work by firefighters right now. We have not seen any major structures lost so far.
So we've lost an entire town, businesses, and they literally said, no, nothing we can do. But this, they're like, oh, the winds died down.
Just keep this out in the brush, and the big plume is bad air quality, but nobody loses a home and nobody gets injured. That would be the best case scenario on what we're looking at now. This is near East Topanga Fire Road, one of the streets that we're looking at here. Sort of the intersection of the San Fernando Valley and the Conejo Valley. As we look at this different area, Topanga Canyon, not that far away as well.
This is called the Kenneth Fire. LAFD is the responding agency. It was reported at 3:15, so it's been going for just over 30 minutes. Initial
her Yeti piggy bank?
reports of 50 acres burning south.
She came to me with her Yeti piggy bank.
And mandatory evacuation.
She has to contribute to me rebuild my house.
The north border is Ingomar and Satakoy Street, south of
sorry. Yeah, you know what?
And County Lane.
I'm this cynical where it's like, no, James Woods, F that guy.
Road, city border, east to East Valley.
Rich people are more important than a town. Come on, be realistic. Does anyone mention the slave labor California uses for firefighting? Not yet.
North border, Ingomar, Satakoy Street.
Yeah, from the prison system.
And Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake Avenue. LAFD diverting resources, and we have two different looks at the plume here. Both look terrible and ominous. You see the water drop. We've seen a few water drops, which have been a godsend, so let's keep those coming. The resources that were at the Palisades fire.
Not slave labor. The inmates get paid doing it as long as it gets them out of prison. Are you fucking for real?
Palisades fire, they've been diverted, some of them anyway, to help battle this fire that started in the West Hills area right near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle.
Thank you for covering that one.
For LAFD at 3:15, and then it has grown.
Paid how much?
Last estimates 50 acres. I'm sure that number has grown since it was first reported, but a whole lot of white smoke, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, and a whole lot of smoke. I mean, you're looking at that top left corner of your screen. We may now have to take it full if we may have lost that other picture. I mean, look at how big the smoke plume is on this one. But yeah, that is the good news there. It's a lot of white smoke. So again, this is near the 101
Duke, we covered that in
the
East Fire Now stream earlier. I can't wait to cover it here.
Where we are focused right now. Shady Grove Place. These are some of the street names. Richmond
Burying the lead.
This is where this active
Come on now.
Maybe we get another.
I'm only in the first hour.
You know, this is part of the cost of living in this neighborhood.
15 cents per hour. I wouldn't doubt. That seems about right.
Neighborhood, you get safety.
Shouldn't be laughing because I'm pretty sure that's close.
Nice people, but you also get fires.
I can see conspiracies pulling up on this already. Oh, dude, oh my God, I'm literally seeing it here. So there was a really funny one. I got to read you guys this interaction that I had.
And you kind of have to have a plan for this if you live in this area. Adam Kruger, new information.
Yeah, so I just want to map out everything you guys have been talking about and the area that we're looking at from from Skyfox, and obviously it's compelling video, and we'll get right back to it. But I want to show you where, we had the fire initiate, Kenneth Fire, as it's being called, kind of on the western edge of the West Hills neighborhood right here, and then it made its way through this preserve area, and if we can kind of shift the map a little bit off towards the right, I can show you where we were seeing some of those water drops. So this is that Mountain View Estates area right here, Alex, that you were talking about. We saw literally the water drops happening on the backyards of some of these homes right here in Collette Way. And if we kind of zoom this out a little more and go down to the south, down to the bottom of the screen here, again, this is
imagine getting paid 13 cents under coercion and it's not slavery because they like it maybe sometimes.
To give you a little perspective. And so again, the fire kind of spreading right.
Yeah, Les seems to be very easy on that logic.
Here in the edge of the.
Yeah, this guy literally said something just as simple as, these fires were clearly set on purpose.
The fire is on the northern part.
And the guy has like a long beard and a guitar, actually. Oh, crap, I can't show it. I just realized I don't want to dox the poor guy. But I just such ZZ Bottom over here with his hot take that would make Alex Jones crap gay frogs.
For this neighborhood right here,
I was pretty proud of that one.
The winds are going down like this. The winds are going from the north to the south, or kind of from the north-northeast to the south-southwest. So that's where we had that initiation point. It made its way through this preserve area, and now threatening potentially.
He doubles down. He's just like, look at the way that it's targeted. Every single one seems like it was set on purpose, and it's too far. They're too far across.
Edges of these neighborhoods right here. We did see successful water drops, though, and that's worth mentioning because we are not seeing the same type of weather conditions we had when it was so extreme before, and it was like water drops were pointless and it was dangerous to fly aircraft. Not the case right now. I did look at a weather station that's right near this area, just kind of between here and where the fire started. There's a weather station measuring wind gusts around 20. It's kind of been bouncing around between 15 and 25 miles per hour for wind gusts in that area. And
Jesus, dude.
Again, the direct
guys, we deal with wind here, and it's not why we're called the Windy City, but we do get close to this. Like, actually, back in November, that's the storm that damaged my house, man. Like, we had about 100-mile-per-hour winds, and it just ripped the siding off my house.
Is going down to the bottom of your screen from north to south. So that means we are going to watch these areas very closely. If we can, possibly in the layers button, I think it's off to the right side of the screen we're looking at right here from CAL FIRE. There's a...
I didn't say that. Les said that.
Option to turn on the mandatory
I was just reading Les's comment. I should have made that clear.
And so these red areas are evacuation orders, which means it is mandatory. And so these neighborhoods here, just north of Moreau Drive, are now under, and you guys mentioned these, but we're just mapping out here, are under mandatory evacuations. And obviously you can hear all of our phones are going off some type of alert, an evacuation warning, it looks like.
Yeah, my alert.
Well, that just got real. Holy crap.
This is an emergency message from the...
Oh, Dead Inside, you're from Springfield, Illinois? I'm from Chicago.
LA County Fire Department, an evacuation warning has been issued in your area.
Yeah.
This
is what this looks like.
Remain vigilant.
I think you got that by the Windy City reference.
Of any threats and be ready to evacuate.
Sorry.
Your loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news and the webpage alertla.org for more information.
Yeah, so these alerts come, based on where you are.
It's like on my phone.
Yeah, and here we are in West LA, and we're getting an alert. We'll have to look into why.
Yeah.
It would not be from what we're talking about right here up to the...
Yeah, they're just sending it to you guys because you're on. You don't think... He's totally having that moment like, guys?
We don't know.
I'm about to go look.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did something else just happen? Because, yeah, we...
Dude, they're all doing it.
We're not close enough to that where that should be impacting this, but that is interesting to get that alert.
I got the message alert. I live nowhere near the fires. LA City Gov is a joke.
Well.
Oh, God.
Okay. And you know what? There could be another fire, but we don't have any indication of that. So we're looking at pictures now from Skyfox. We've got multiple choppers in the air right now, giving you multiple perspectives on that. The traffic right now still continuing throughout Calabasas. No doubt some of these people on the road right now are people that are evacuating and trying to get out of that neighborhood right now. But what they are asking you is that if you're not one of those and you're not in the evacuation zone and you don't really need to drive right now, please stay home, stay off the roads. If you can work remotely, work remotely. Don't do that extra unnecessary errand tonight because we want to allow people that really do need to get out and to not clog up the roads. It looks like right now the freeway, not all that bad. Sometimes that 101 freeway can really be a nightmare most nights at rush hour. Hopefully it stays fairly open and allows people to get out if they need to.
I just received word from a viewer in Long Beach. That viewer happens to be someone who's very familiar with Fox 11, and to our viewers, that's Hal Kempfert. We bring him on a lot to talk about global security issues. He's a retired Marine intelligence officer. He's in Long Beach, and he just got that alert, too.
Yeah, I just heard from my parents.
Okay, yeah. Steve.
So, I wonder if they sent it to the whole county.
Okay. Yeah, apparently it did.
Okay, Well, it is now the top of the hour, and our continuous coverage of these multiple fires burning throughout Southern California continues right now. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We thank you so much for being with us again. We're not just broadcast on television, of course. We want to remind you we're...
Okay, let's find new coverage. Let's see. We get aerial views. And brush. Here we go.
Just within an hour's time, we have what look to be now a couple hundred acres that have burned here. So you definitely want to stay home if possible. Keep your windows and doors closed, and let's just let these firefighters do their job and prevent.
Yeah, now they're creating panic.
Having to
I mean,
come out here and rescue you as well.
You know,
at that point, how does it not? Because everybody's already on edge, and they're trying to kind of play the hurricane game, but you can't do that.
Course,
I mean, did you guys see that that thing where they were talking about how it only takes up to 8 minutes to burn it was like a 3,000 or a 3,000 square foot house, like completely to nothing.
And of course, when we find out exactly what this all means,
that's crazy.
Of course, we'll pass it along to you at home.
We all got that. You heard the sound in the studio here. We want to let you know, too, our Jonathan Gonzalez. Jonathan, are you on the phone with us right now?
Yeah, Colleen, Michael, it's, I was just with you guys moments ago. And
now you're headed home?
Now I'm heading home because we got this evacuation warning alert that you guys got. But we live in West Hills in the community right around Pomelo Elementary School. And I'm heading home, and immediately I noticed the impacted traffic very close to the fire area, which is burning, up Victory Boulevard. And, the Valley Circle, where Victory and Valley.
Did these people just not just like the reporters? Were there people just going to work, just like, hope my house is there tomorrow?
One of the impacted areas. There's an evacuation in this area. And this is a residential area with a lot of streets and ways to get out, but I noticed how much traffic there was when normally there's almost none at all. And so it shows you a lot of people are trying to get out. They're hopping onto the freeway. They're hopping on any way they can, either west or east, really just trying to get out. As I'm now driving along Victory Boulevard, trying to get home, there's just so much traffic. That's the first thing I noticed. For our vantage point now, I see some of the choppers flying up above the hills. I do see the smoke here to the south of Victory now, and more of the Woodland Hills area creeping up to the Hidden Hills community there, where obviously we know there are a lot of celebrities who live there, a lot of sizable homes, and that's where a lot of the smoke and the fire seems to be growing into.
Jonathan, now that you are in the midst of all of this, what you're seeing out on the roads is similar to what you were watching on television before you got the alert.
Yes, absolutely. The traffic buildup, especially people, a lot of them didn't go to work. I noticed it took me about 25 to 30 minutes to get to work today. Normally it takes me close to an hour. So it tells me a lot of people have been staying home from work. But I think those people are the ones getting out now. And as I'm getting a better vantage point of the smoke, it's just that dark orange glow, and it's just so frightening to see. We see several firefighting aircraft up in the air. And, I'm assuming they're making water drops. I wasn't able to listen to Eliana much, but I am driving closer to Valley Circle and Victory so I can make my way home. But, yeah, definitely people are heeding the warnings, it looks like. They're getting in their cars, and they're driving away from the area as we speak.
Jonathan, what about your family, your wife, your
NC
children?
Page, hey, y'all. What's up?
Have they left the house yet? Are they at home? Do you have a meetup point?
Nice.
What's going on? What's
appreciate
your
the
So I
emotes.
called my wife immediately.
Welcome.
We have 3 young kids, and they were actually in a different part of Woodland Hills. There goes an LAPD cruiser speeding by me along Victory Boulevard towards Valley Circle.
Dead inside. Are you Sephiroth or something? Like, what the hell?
The plan, because we're just outside of the evacuation warning zone, is for us to go home, collect our most important items, just like we've been stressing. Our fire experts have been stressing all day. We're now going to have to practice what we preach and make sure that we're ready to go. I'm thankful to everyone who's reached out already. In fact, someone reached out before I realized there was a fire in West Hills. They were paying attention. I was taking a moment after our coverage of being on the anchor desk, and they texted me, if you need anywhere to go, let us know. And so I'm thankful to our friends and family who've reached out. There's a road closure.
That's got to be a bitch being a newscaster, and then one of your friends is just like, hey, by the way.
trying to direct traffic, and these people.
Freethinker, hey, what's up? How's it going?
There are
Welcome to the stream.
cars on the road right now.
Everybody, just to take a real quick moment. If you guys can like the stream, that really helps me out in the algorithm, and it makes you guys a better YouTuber or a better YouTube consumer. It just helps everybody out, helps me out. So let's do that. I just try to make that part of my diet. Every time that I watch a video that I like it.
The evacuation
and sub to the channel if you haven't already.
Just received on our phones was mistakenly issued countywide due to a technical error. She informs us that a correction will be issued shortly. So what we've received, obviously, Janice Hahn is telling us it was a mistake.
This is all live coverage, by the way.
And, of course, a correction will be issued here not too long from now.
We continue to look at these pictures from the Kenneth fire right now burning in West Hills. Jonathan, we watched your coverage. You were on for several hours this morning. And I looked at it, and you could almost get a false sense of security that the winds had died
Kenzie
down.
Page, what kind of content do you usually do? Usually, I'm a leftist YouTuber, but I would like this to be a more open space where we can have good faith debates. Also, just kind of talk out politics, but very, very 420 friendly.
Back up, and we've been talking about
literally the name of the show.
That we saw when these fires initially broke out Tuesday, and then overnight those horrific hurricanes.
Also, it's a safe space for trans viewers.
What our meteorologists keep pointing out is when we say the winds are diminishing,
it's like my number one hard line.
To typical red flag levels, which are already.
I think I put it in the mission statement. Trans rights are our bites.
With the Kenneth fire, this is not an area of any stranger to fire. Bell Canyon is just down that hillside. Bell Canyon has seen many fires in recent decades, and so unfortunately we're seeing this area flare up again. And it's the same thing. It's not just the wind here.
Anarcho-communist here.
The fire
Nice.
system create its own weather pattern, and then there's plenty of fresh fuel to burn. We had all that rain last year. We had those lush green hillsides for months on end. We enjoyed.
Everybody kind of says that I'm a sock dem, or not a sock dem, democratic socialist with anarchist view or with anarchist leanings.
Those that air attack happening. We see those strike teams already been deployed.
I'm about enacting practical socialism within my lifetime.
Absolutely, guys. When I left Universal City, where our station is, I could see the smoke from the 101 in Laurel Canyon, and it was dark, it was black, and it was billowing into the air. And that's a good 18 to 20 miles as the crow flies away. As I get closer, and I'm getting closer to home, so my vantage point it's actually behind me now. I'm seeing a lot of that white smoke that you're mentioning, Michael, and that is such a big relief. I'm seeing a lot of erratic driving. I'm sure people are nervous. They're panicking.
Super silver cookies.
Trying to get home, and then there are people who were home or were trying to get out. And so,
nope, haven't gotten to the Hulk Hogan thing yet. And I'm looking forward to it. Solar Punk, you're new here. I'm a huge Macho Man and just wrestling fan, so this is gonna be fun.
You to drive safely, heed the warnings, listen to officers. That is the critical thing right now.
We're watching LA County fire right now. Just a moment
Indeed,
ago,
comrade.
saw the,
as I said, sub to the channel if you haven't already. It's a good place.
Blades on top. That was a Sikorsky going in.
I appreciate all of you.
We want to stress to our viewers again, we all received that alarm just a few minutes ago.
We were watching a different station. We were watching a Fox station. So yeah, I think we know. Why does it keep? Yeah, because it's a live feed. Duh.
We've received information.
Why does it keep buffering?
From Janice Hahn, Supervisor Janice Hahn. She says the evacuation
I'm trying to link the Discord.
that we received was all because of a technical error, a glitch there. They do plan to issue some sort of a correction, and that should be coming to your phone shortly.
Of course, we have been getting calls from folks from Long Beach to Whittier, to the Stake area. Folks have gotten this. They're obviously scared, as my wife put it, freaked out.
I'm not going to lie. It was alarming when I got it. I was walking into the studio here, and my phone went off, and I thought,
I love when she's like, I'm not even going to lie, guys. I shit myself.
In Southern California now when it comes to fires. And I
did. I'll be here often now. Nice. Appreciate that.
What does this mean?
Got new stuff for me. Had to see what side of the Cenk and the left debate you're on. Not Cenk's.
This was a technical glitch, and of course, a correction will be issued here shortly. We want to bring in a...
Dude, I'm an OG. Like, I try not to, tout it, but, I'm an OG TYT member. Like, I had a membership back in, 2007, 8, I want to say. So it was, in the first few years that they started on YouTube.
It freaked a lot of people out.
It was the only channel I paid for, and, man, you want to talk about just
are no accidents. It is an alert.
No
And
more
really,
money
it
for
should
them.
be. I think everybody
They
in
get the
Southern
poly market money.
California should be on alert. Capture the attention, because even if you're not in the fire danger areas, the hillside areas, these winds are damaging winds that bring down trees, power lines, flying debris on the roads, power outages.
Gotta do this real quick.
So in some ways,
This is
this
for
alert, we should
Solar
all be on alert. And to
Punkate,
Colleen's
yeah.
point earlier, just when we
Trust
thought,
me,
okay,
you're
the
gonna
winds
want
are
to
gonna
stick
subside,
around. So
they're
when I
kicking
talk
back up.
about
It's
Hulk
gonna be
Hogan,
unpredictable.
We
it's
should be
gonna
more
get
specific about, yes, we should all be on
Yeah.
alert here, Chief Sam, but
Sorry.
this was an evacuation warning.
I'm in a goofy
and
mood.
that carries a completely different set of baggage. So, again, when you receive something like this, in fact, in all caps, you know, folks are going to...
I'm still part of the Dragon Squad, just not a paying member anymore.
Again, a technical glitch, as Supervisor Janice Hahn has said, and, of course, a correction is on the way.
Yeah, well, good. Glad it's not too severe.
Right.
I didn't know where I was going to go.
Well, I have to tell you, initially I thought it was an Amber Alert because we get the same sort of messaging with an Amber Alert. And when I pulled up my phone...
Well, that would be
I
a
noticed,
nightmare.
Wait a minute, it's an evacuation order.
Yeah, brother.
What could this one be? Perhaps it's the
Omega
Kenneth fire,
powers,
which is, what we're
yeah.
talking about
Still
right now.
salty.
Chief Sam, as you
Got a
look
chip
at
on
this
my
fire
shoulder.
here,
Uh-huh.
and you see they seem to be throwing so much aerial support on this fire. What goes through your mind?
Just, what's next, Colleen, and hopefully, and it looks like from when we first started this, and when I first started, when Eliana was over it, I thought, wow, this thing, it was kicking a big column of smoke. Now, the winds weren't so strong. The winds are pushing down, but it looks like they're getting a really good handle on this. So hopefully that will maintain, that they won't get more wind gusts to push this, but it looks like they're getting a good handle on this at this time.
You know, this is just our conversation with Jonathan Gonzalez not too long ago, who is in this very seat where I am right now, was giving our viewers the latest information on the fires burning in Southern California. He is affected by this. Colleen, not to put your business out there, but you have been affected by the
bingers
Eaton
here,
fires. So
yeah.
we're all in some way, whether we're in a direct evacuation or
Keeps it TOS and you get it. Bing bong.
fires, Chief Sam.
Yeah, we sure are. And if you're not, due to the fire threat itself, the air quality, there's so much smoke around. I mean, it looks terrible. It looks.
Sorry, guys. I got really excited for the upcoming Hulk Hogan segment.
Go outside, wear a mask. If you don't have to go outside, stay indoors, avoid strenuous activity or any jogging. Just hunker down until this, we'll call it a storm, because that's what it is.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Could you just imagine one of those guys he's still doing his routine because he cannot not do his routine. And they're just like, can you
West side of Los Angeles,
not, dude?
On the other side of the valley. The ash and the
I gotta get
particulate matter.
I gotta get my steps in.
Much more intense today than I've seen over the last couple of days. And I mentioned it to my wife, and our 15-year-old daughter, in fact, says she had a sore throat. She wasn't feeling well. So right away I said, okay, I'm going to change the HVAC filter in the house. That's step one. Go gargle some salt water. So again, we're all feeling the effects of this. Again, if not
drink some tea.
Direct impact of the fire, and indirect impact by the fire.
Whoa.
And as we,
sorry guys,
here is this.
We receive another emergency alert.
Jesus, guys.
Disregard the last evacuation warning. It was for the Kenneth fire only. So that was the technical glitch that Supervisor Janice Hahn spoke of. Again, the evacuation warning, which was in all caps initially, is for the Kenneth fire only. The one, in fact, we're dealing with right now, which we have an aerial shot of.
Oh, I just realized that's not the Discord.
Chief Sam, you go back out there and take a look at the smoke. You see a lot of smoke rising off the areas where they're doing the water drops right now. What does that say to you as somebody who's an expert on fires?
I totally used the wrong link.
People will think, it's turning white just because the smoke is white. But really, light grassy fuels actually create white smoke. Though part of it is from the extinguishment of the fire, there is a lot of the white smoke from the light grassy fuels. When you see the darker smoke, that's heavier brush and full of oils in it, and that's going to create darker smoke.
And what about
totally
problems?
My bad, guys.
You know, they've thrown a lot at this. This has been burning, what, for about an hour, hour and a half, Michael. What are the problems they're going to encounter as they head into nighttime here?
Well, the big thing is you know, the good thing is we have night vision capability with the helicopters, so that's going to be good.
But do the winds tend to pick up at night when we're talking about strong winds like this?
Sorry, clipboard betrayed me.
You know, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know what the winds are going to do tonight, but they can pick up. That is a concern. And the other thing is when power is out, if this was a plant, if they had a planned power outage, or if the power did go out, it's difficult maneuvering around in there. And even if you're asked to evacuate when it's completely dark, that's a big concern.
You know,
yes,
Chief Sam, if we can just put you on pause for here a second. We're going to bring into the conversation meteorologist Melissa McGee, because we do have the questions. What do the next couple of hours and into nightfall look like in terms of winds and weather?
So we were talking about the winds, and we've got more wind advisories. All of these were expiring yesterday at 6 p.m. When I got off the air late last night, they were done. So we've got wind advisories for areas in Calabasas. So we're still anticipating winds for this region, for Calabasas, for the West Hills area, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. And we also have a high wind warning. That's for areas in Ventura County, up through LA County Mountains, down across San Bernardino County, and the Inland Empire. Those spots, they can have winds gusting anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour with some higher gusts. But in relation to this fire specifically, there close to West Hills, we still have this wind advisory through Friday. So that's a big concern.
Oh, damn.
We've got those northeasterly winds. And
I thought it was over today.
Is that the winds are shifting and turning directions.
That's even
here.
worse. Okay.
So that's causing these hot spots and the flare-ups like we saw with this fire that popped up earlier today. Our First Alert Radar Network has the ability to show you the smoke in the atmosphere.
Does anybody know if it was getting worse?
Fire that's burning, and you can see the plume of smoke moving to the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So West Hills specifically is to the north and east of that fire. We were talking to Jonathan earlier today. He's actually driving away from that fire, and the winds are actually blowing away from Jonathan and away from West Hills, moving toward the north and west. So that's why the 101 is a concern. Las Virgenes Road is a concern, and just south of the 101 in Calabasas, that's a concern as well. But to answer your question, we're still not out of it in terms of the winds. They're not as strong, which is why we're starting to see that aerial assault as well. If this started out when we had those significant winds, it'd be different. But the winds are still there, 40 to 50 miles per hour for this area.
Oh, yeah. What I was asking, sorry, before that happened. Does anybody know if the winds were getting worse?
I think we'd be sitting here and thinking,
once the sun went down yesterday,
for wind gusts that are 50 to 65 miles an hour as opposed to 80 to 100 miles an hour?
Absolutely not. I mean, and you know, if you live in one of these communities, do you care how strong the winds are?
Yeah.
If the fires are coming toward you, it's a concern. So I never thought we'd be saying something like this, where we're thankful that we've got winds up to 50 miles per hour rather than 100 miles per hour.
You talk about that wind shift. Again, if you can just remind me, when do we expect that wind shift here?
Good one.
And the winds coming in from the coast, correct?
Well, they're coming in from the north and east right now.
Okay, right.
Yes, and so what we're starting to see with the fires, they create their own weather system, so it's causing these flare-ups. So anytime you have a fire, it's kind of circulating.
She just said create your own weather system. There it is, guys. There it is.
But to your point, Michael,
the globalists have been exposed by themselves. All you have to do is just listen to them.
Winds that come in at night, and typically at night we start to see some relief.
Okay, Squish, thank you. I didn't want to say it without getting confirmation from at least another person in chat. I heard earlier today that the winds were supposed to get worse tonight. Yes.
In terms of that sea breeze coming on in, and the fire
I heard the same thing.
Probably from a different direction because the flames are now heading inland.
We want to let people know we're waiting for a news conference from downtown LA with Mayor Bass and all the experts on this fire, fire officials, sheriff, police. They were going to schedule this a bit earlier, and then all of a sudden we got the Kenneth fire in West Hills, so they pushed it back to about 5 o'clock right now. But as you can see, the aerial assault is and has been tremendous on this almost from the get-go.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's because
holy
of
crap,
the
I didn't
down
know
of
it was
the
that big
winds.
of an area right
and
now.
that's great news in terms of the hot spots that they're getting ahead of. So you try to get containment, and then you try to flank the fire after you get a
So the
containment
winds,
around the
they
original
must have been
fire
shifting
source. But
around.
absolutely, in the sense that we can attack this from the air because the winds aren't as strong. They're not as dynamic as they were just a couple of days ago.
Were they almost
Okay,
pre-positioned
wait.
for this?
Here, I'm gonna
I mean,
look
is there
this
a way to
up. I
tell
want to know where the
strongest
winds are
winds
going.
will be in our area as you look at the forecasting on this?
This is what we do in terms of looking at the weather, and we've got the position of the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. When we talk about highs and lows, and they look really funny on the screen there, that's telling you that
North.
the tighter those two
My
weather
direction's
systems
north.
are together, that means the
Right
tighter
now,
the pressure
okay,
gradient,
so-
the stronger the winds. And because of the position of things happening well up above where we live, we can tell where those winds will be the strongest, which is why, as you can see on the other side of your screen, as we still continue to monitor conditions in the West Hills area, you could see in the yellow or the mustard shading color, we've got high wind warnings. That's for San Bernardino County, out across Orange County and the IE. And then the wind advisory there, that covers LA County. So that's from West Covina on west into Van Nuys. And we also have that covering
So it's technically
areas in
going
Calabasas and Agora
northeast
Hills
right now.
and West Hills, and that's where we've got those winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. So it's not just today, it's tomorrow still that we're tracking winds that will likely be this strong, gusting for this specific location anywhere from 40 to 50
Man, you're living up to
miles
that
per
name
hour.
because,
All right,
bro,
we want
like,
to remind our viewers,
we can.
Melissa, of the
You
evacuation
don't have to like
zones
feel bad
and
for the
warnings.
rich
Again,
people,
we
but
want to,
definitely, I don't know,
if we
have a
can
little
just
empathy for the people
lay it out
that
there
you
for
know
you. All right.
are lower
Evacuation orders and
to
warnings,
upper
the
middle
major
class even,
wildfires
because
burning
dude,
right
like
now. The fires, of
you are
course, nearly
kind of close to, you're
180,000
closer to that
people
than
from
you
their
know
homes.
you think.
Here's a look at the evacuation map for the New
And they're
Brush
closer to
area.
being
This is
homeless
in
than
the
they think,
West Hills
so-
area. The red area west
I don't know,
of
man.
Valley Circle Boulevard.
I have
under
empathy for
mandatory
enough people,
evacuation
but
orders right now.
That's right, the Palisades fire.
This is
Any area
crazy.
in
Like
red
that's who
here
I'm
on
saving
the
it
map
for
is
is the
under an
people that
evacuation
are
order,
losing
meaning
everything.
there is an immediate
Everything.
threat to
Not-
life, and
I
people
can understand
must get
not
out of
feeling
there.
bad for the
These
celebrities
are all
that
areas north
are,
of Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road,
you know,
and south
they got
of
their second
PCH.
home or they got
All the
to,
other
you know,
areas you
they
see
have the
in
money to
yellow
rebuild
under
and all that. But
evacuation
that's not.
warning, meaning there is a
Dude, I mean, it's
possible threat to
insane
life
how
and
many
people,
people this
but
is affecting.
You must be ready to leave if an order is in fact issued.
All right, let's take a
Oh,
look
shit, did
at a
Hassan
map of
actually get the
Eaton
order?
Fire right now. Once again,
I just
most
watched
of
the stream go,
Altadena is under mandatory evacuation.
Hold on.
Northern
Let me check
Pasadena's
Hassan's,
Hastings Ranch
Twitter.
neighborhood. Sierra Madre in the La Cañada Flint Ridge area as well. That's that wide swath as it just near the 210 freeway. You can see that there. That's under mandatory evacuation. Evacuation orders have been expanded to eastern Glendale at this point.
All right, here is a map for the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Mandatory evacuation orders remain in effect for those north of the 210 freeway from Roxford.
Just woke up to an evac notice on my phone, but nothing on watch duty.
Because the evacuation warnings are from the 5 freeway to
That was 28 minutes ago.
Balboa to Leahy Street and Zelza Avenue.
All right, once again, we are committed to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on this devastating story. All the
Yep, immigrant workers, prisoners, elderly, pets, wildlife, nature. I get sentiment for. I get the sentiment for the rich, though. No, again.
NBC and Telemundo stations across the country.
That's why, you know what? Right now,
in the West Hills area.
I'm just going to
Kevin gave
feel
us an
like
idea of exactly
I want them to
where
put the
you are and
fires
what you're
out.
seeing at this
I mean, let's be real. Like, because the more they burn, like if LA goes down, that's not good. That's just not good. Like, I'm not. There's no one should be cheering for this. Okay, like that's disgusting. I'm sorry. Like that's insanity.
Previously was just totally
somebody said it earlier in chat. I don't have that level of not being able to feel bad.
Just on the other side of some of these homes
not being able to feel empathy. Anyway,
So
what about Ethan's computer? Is it safe? Oh yeah, no. Apparently it is. Apparently. Oh wait, he's off Twitter though. So how the hell?
One of the
does anybody know?
Larger Chinooks making its way
I want to
over.
go on Reddit. Somebody go on Ethan's Reddit and find out for me.
Work their way through
I don't want to plague my computer with that.
To get a hold of any person that they can, let them know that they should be headed out of the area. They should be packing these cars. They should be on their way out. We connected with Michael, a homeowner here. Michael, thank you so much for taking.
See, these are the people that I've been waiting to hear.
Talk some of the prep that's gone in today.
Well, we're in fire area, so as soon as we knew that fires were happening, this is always going to be
a spot that we have to watch out for. So we came home and started slowly packing a bag just in case.
Put the mic up.
Kept watching the fires and
Put the mic up.
seeing where it went.
Absolutely. What was that moment where all of a sudden you determined, like, okay, we got to pack, we got to get ready to go? Was it when the
Let's keep our
fire
humanity.
sparked up?
Yeah, that.
No, because honestly, like, dude, going down to the MAGA level, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
On the bags, get into the car, get the car turned around, and send my.
Honestly, that's kind of the grossest. Maybe it's just me, and me being a older millennial, I guess. But I've noticed it just. There's like lulls and there's the there's going for the memes, but then there's just literally being a soulless sack of shit that's just like, I don't care. Why the hell should I care? Why should I care? Like, that's weird.
It's lovely trails to hike, but it comes with
Stop bootlicking. I'm not bootlicking. I'm literally saying that there's humanity to be felt.
So we've learned to make the house defensible. Any type of wood that could be dry.
Southwest right now? Okay, so they are shifting.
You try to at least
see?
Get it wet.
I just checked the tidal map from LA. So
can until it can't anymore. Plants that will not burn, so water retaining plants. So that is helpful too. And we also brought in all the cushions from all the furniture outside.
they show us zero empathy. Dude, you like have this. Are you online a lot? You seem like you're online a lot and like don't interact with a lot of people because that's a very online brain tank.
Away from the house. So if the house does catch fire, the propane.
These are like, dude.
And as you've watched that smoke line,
man, the Luigi stuff really did kind of break a lot of people where it's just like, okay, like there is good, like, because the Luigi thing, yeah, fine.
Today,
yeah. And I'll sit there and go, yeah.
Yeah, so
like, this kind of is like a, no. You got more done than in that moment than we've gotten done in how many years? So something to be said about that. And yes, the class consciousness, class war is without end. Yeah, okay. We don't win the class. We can't win the class war by literally ditching our humanity.
60-foot flames. And
this isn't traditional, and there are a ton of working people, class people impacted. Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, show some empathy, bro.
What do I do in this situation? And
like, you're literally saying I'm bootlicking when I'm just like, no, this is going to impact, poor people too.
Go inside,
so
air conditioner and have a glass of wine because the wind wasn't bad. If the wind's bad, that's enough.
You're acting like I'm literally like, oh, this poor guy, he needs to maintain his Cybertruck. This guy has a Cybertruck. All right, well, man, this is twice this has happened when I was trying to like make a point to you, and then all of a sudden I'm just like.
One of the things we've sort of been watching as we've been standing here, some of the good news is that the wind is blowing in the totally wrong direction, but the bad news is that the wind, even in the time that we've been here, has picked up pretty significantly. And from the vantage point we have here in the backyard, you can get a good look at not just the fire sort of in the headed over into Calabasas, but specifically over into the Palisade fire. Just an incredible shot here. So I wanted to sort of take you folks back here with us and just
I'll tell us about it some more while he takes you ever so slowly through his such expansive backyard.
Some of that darker smoke you've been hearing about from the helicopter. So walk me through a little bit of sort of what you're seeing here and what it's even looked like this afternoon, and sort of the concern
propane tanks did that guy have?
What's going on sort of in the distance over by the
his name
fire?
is dead inside.
So you can see the smoke back there from the Palisade.
You know what? Hey,
the smoke
I will give you that, Eric Anthony. How's it going?
Left and further back the other day, and at night you could see the orange glow, and you watched as it progressed and moved with the wind. It is now significantly further to the right, which means it's coming into the Topanga Canyon area and maybe beyond. You can see these little puffs of white smoke close on the ridge. So to me, that's more concerning because that means it's coming more into the Valley Calabasas area, or at least the wind is blowing it that way. And I've noticed these all the way to the far right, even more puffs of smoke as it travels closer in the Malibu direction. Our concern is when the wind changes and it blows here more into the valley, then again we have this Amundsen Ranch corridor, and nothing stops it once it gets in there.
Absolutely. Michael, thank you. We appreciate you coming in. Sort of, we'll let you get back to what you were doing, packing, doing whatever you need to do, but we really appreciate your time, letting us sort of see what's going on back there.
Save your Cybertruck. Make sure that
Absolutely. And again, we've sort of watched as, police officers were directing traffic. Unless you lived up in these hill sections, they were getting people headed in the opposite direction. And one of the things I kept watching as we were coming into this area on the 101, every single car we saw was trying to snap a photo, and all I could imagine in the back of my mind were people trying to make some of those split-second decisions. Do I keep going? Do I try to make it back to my house? They couldn't probably tell from the 101 exactly where it was unless they were following along with the news as we've sort of progressed through these newscasts. I could only imagine sort of the fear in those moments, and you could almost feel it coming from some of the other cars as we were headed in the same direction as them. So luckily, police, when we got here, have been around. We've seen some structure prevention fire trucks working their way through here. And again, you just continue to hear chopper after chopper making their way through this area. So we'll continue to sort of work our way through the hills here. But for now, we'll send it back to you folks in the studio.
Kevin, before you go, I know that Michael said he had a great relationship with firefighters there. He's learned how to fireproof his home to the best of his ability.
He's one of those guys.
Has he ever had to evacuate before? Did he talk to you about that at all?
He didn't mention any prior evacuations. Again, it was sort of that moment when it was close just on sort of the Ventura County line, just sort of on the other section of the Woodland Hills here.
Unknown variable. Do you think there could be a point MAGA reaches that would make you quit caring? I mean, what do you mean, just in general? Like where they just go so far off the rails where I just throw my hands up and go, whatever? I mean, I'm already kind of there, but at this point, I'm just kind of like, all right, like this is what you get. Like my favorite part is that no matter what they say about like the libs and all the shit that like the wokeness, and it's all bullshit. Like the thing is, it's all bullshit, and they're being, they are the sheep, and it's not just a bunch of liberals saying that. It's legit.
Michael, it is looking a lot better.
They're being like bilked by these billionaires, and they've like seriously bought into the myth that somehow, some way, they are going to be billionaires. They need to protect their future interests.
To grow, what would be in its path? And the good news is that as I widen out the shot, you're going to see that there really
I'm about eating the rich, but I want to take their money and power. They won't learn like this. This will make the rich buy their own firefighters. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, dude. That's already been happening. That's why the Calabasas area over there wasn't, hit as hard, because they had already had like private firefighters, and could have a little anger inside for rich people, but also exercise some normal behavior and logic here. Some of the prisoners having to fight this fire are literally children. Exactly. See, that's my point. Like, to just so easily let that go, that's where I say it's online brain and it's disgusting, where I'm just like, whoa, dude, like, I check anybody on that. I don't care what your political affiliation is. That's just messed up. Because there's also, like, at what point do you have any empathy? Like,
so these fires burn very quickly, but again,
this could be a way for celebrities to
that any structures are going to be immediately threatened. But we do have structure protection place. Structure protection in place, rather.
One of them.
The fire continue to progress to the west, although
the global cabal of celebrities, the celebrity globalists.
Where we are, you'll notice here we're
ideological fascists do believe that they are at war.
Chesborough Road
is part of the narrative.
I'll push in here on some of the Ventura County firefighters that are here.
Oh yeah, I do know that.
They are here to protect people's homes and to help with evacuations should it come to that. But at this point, you see that they're actually just standing around, just kind of waiting to see what happens with this fire, because again,
she's like, they're just kind of standing around. They're just waiting. I mean, we got to be better safe than sorry. It's better safe than sorry.
And based off of the way the winds are right now and how we project them to be, we don't anticipate that it's going to get to that level. But again,
although it is crazy how like quickly this spreads just from one little ember.
50 acres, so that's 50 acres. But at the end of it all, it likely will end up being more than that.
Air firefighters making big difference past couple days. Hell yeah! And most of them are Canadian. Weirdly enough,
for many of the neighborhoods out there, and we will bring those to you in just a moment. But we heard from our own Jonathan Gonzalez that traffic.
It's rather presumptuous of you. No, I can still maintain my humanity, even though I've had bad things happen to me. It's weird.
What are you seeing when it comes to traffic and people trying to leave the area?
I know when to keep things anecdotal and then also try to change systems. Like, again, I live, the moniker here I have taken, and I'm literally going to put it on my wall somewhere. But Michael Brooks said it, rest in peace, that you need to be ruthless with systems but kind to people. And that's exactly what I am, okay? So, and that kind of pissed me off just a little bit that you were just presuming that I've never dealt with an eviction. I've never, yeah, come on, man. Hello from the 52nd state of, wait. Oh, Canada. What's up, Pre-Cosmos? It's going. We're doing live coverage of the wildfires right now. We're going to move to some of the actual stuff that happened today around the wildfires, such as Trump's takes and a few little bit of that. And then,
Gora Hills area, and into the San Fernando Valley.
Which one are you from?
And you have no reason to be anywhere near these fires. The folks who are trying to evacuate could sure use your help if you could just stay off the road.
All right,
I think a lot of people are going to get smacked with the reality. With reality, come uncheck power held by a narcissist sociopath won't go well. Yeah.
LAUSD.
Yeah, and that's also why it's kind of like I'm trying to prepare for it as best I can, but also know that economically this is going to suck. So as I said, I'm trying to prepare the best I can. I have been saving money. I have not been spending stupidly. Like, yeah. Although spending stupidly is something I really need to check anyway. I mean, I do have a Warhammer habit, which
Boulevard, County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. And the area now, we've been talking about the 101, which is heavily impacted because of this. The area between the 101 and the Ventura County line from Chesborough Road.
My sympathies to people, but it's hard to have an emotional reaction after seeing so much death from wars. Then stop watching that stuff, but also, like, you need to recognize that that's happening to you, and that's not okay.
Eliana just filled us in that
you do realize that you're getting like the soldier syndrome.
Preliminarily
like,
now to 50
you're just
acres,
like, and you haven't even done it.
Aerial assault
So
made by firefighters out there. Let's bring in NBC.
Every once in a while, you got to check out, man.
More about the conditions out there, and of course,
our brains are only tuned to like process so much information.
Yeah,
I'm from Mars.
Incredibly dry still out there right now, and we do have some of that pretty gusty winds in a few spots. So here's a look at the areas around the Kenneth fire. It's burning through all of this open space here. Eliana was just showing you that neighborhood, one of her camera shots. I believe it's this one down here as you get a little bit closer to the 101, which is still pretty far to the south.
Trump, Trump probably wondering why we didn't sweep the forest. He already, we're getting to that, but yeah, he kind of said it.
It's a lot of 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts, so still pretty gusty.
That's why James Woods was out there saying, I told my neighbor he had to clean up the brush. He had to clean up the brush. And that's like literally what, again, had Trump said, they don't clean up the brush, we tell them to clean up the brush, he would actually have a minor point there, but he's literally, they don't rake the leaves. It's because they don't rake the leaves that it's all burning down. They don't do it properly. They don't do a good job. It's all Gavin Newsom's fault.
Chopper. And Jonathan also mentioned this a little bit. He was talking about some of the green hillsides we've had over the past couple of years. Well, we've had a lot of rainfall, and that rainfall has contributed to new growth.
Oh, Pre-Cosmos, really? You do realize you're just giving Piers Morgan a lot of ammunition right there, right? No, he's a fascist. There's a difference.
All this new growth, when we go through,
I wouldn't say he's part of the National Fascist Party.
We haven't essentially had any rainfall for a while. That all dries out very quickly. This is the kind of stuff that it rains, it immediately turns green. You go for a little bit without rain, and it's already back to being dead growth. And
that's understandable. I have been too, I'm sorry, viewing multiple genocides.
A lot of it's
live on our screens really does something to us.
Flashy fuels is because as soon as the fire
you guys act like I didn't live through the 9/11 era.
These fuels also go out pretty fast, but mixed in.
I'm just old enough for. Like, then I'm starting to realize that, like, a lot of my audience here is at least a little bit younger than me.
Can be smoldering or stay lit for a while. For an example, if you were to ignite let's just say a stump or a log out there, that may end up burning for hours. And that's always the concern for firefighters is you have the
It's too late for me. I must react.
But it's smoldering on the back
You
side
can
of it.
do
And
a
once
little
the winds come
meditation
through
on
and get
yourself
really
there
gusty, you
and
can
wonder
pick up a
why
bunch
you
of
feel
embers
like,
from some of that
again,
fuel. So again,
check out.
observation sites around the area right
I mean,
now.
I hate the
still
term
reporting we are
touch
seeing
grass,
gusts in
but
about the 20
damn,
to 30
you might
mile
want
per
to take a
hour range.
retreat or something.
As Melissa was showing you a bit earlier, most of that
You're losing
smoke
that
is
much
blowing
humanity and
off toward
connection.
the south and the southwest. One additional little note.
But I am just a
did get some
hippie,
reports
so
from a couple of viewers saying that they were seeing
whatever.
some smoke kind of
You do you.
to the south of the valley. That may actually be from the Palisades fire. We are seeing a little bit of a flare-up in some pockets there, and that smoke has been
Solarpunk,
able, because
exactly.
the winds are not like they
Well,
do tonight.
numb and
They were
angry.
the smoke's able to rise a little bit higher up, and so people might be seeing that.
Well, so you still have
Eliana's
passion,
shot
so you're not
actually showed
numb.
that as she was looking across
Being
the
numb
fire
would
here,
mean that you don't
because
feel
Eliana was
anything at
about
all.
in this position here. She was looking across the fire. You could see all the smoke
State
from this
the
one to
obvious.
south, and then
This-
you can
that's what
actually
this,
see the Palisades
segment is
fire
called.
smoke
It's
off in
called
the
State the
distance.
Obvious with
So
Pep
it's just
Talks.
a little additional note here as we continue to monitor fires around the area. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. Now, we are committed to staying on the air 24/7.
Solarpunk Kate, I find myself thinking of how this is nothing compared to the bombs we send to be dropped on
And here to
poor
help with
people.
that, we have brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations.
Caring
all
for your
across the
personal
country,
mental state
including
is really
you see them there.
important for
Nico
being able to
Clemens
come
live
back
at
and
the
process
Victory
more
Trailhead
emotions and
there in
shit.
West Hills.
You know?
Nico.
Yep. Otherwise, you can just go into a complete psychosis with all, like, because again, like, dude, the way that our media ecosystem has just become a 24-hour thing. This actually, they did a study on this, and it tracks back to the 24-hour news cycle. That, like, since the 90s, we've gotten progressively more unhappy, but we've also become like disconnected with the actual facts that things are actually getting better. Things are getting better year after year, but we just keep getting like more information about this kind of stuff. So it's like this stuff has always been happening because, like, again, with everything that was going on in Gaza, I was one of those guys where I'm like, how come we're not talking about Sudan, and like, how come we're not talking about Syria? Like, we just kind of stopped doing that.
Or tell you all rather, when we came up in here, which you all have heard already, we saw several fire trucks.
I hate Trump. Dems had 4 years, did nothing. What are options? Options are to build a better coalition and force so we have to force the Dems to actually embrace the left, but you can't do that by constantly going to war with them over stupid shit. Or not stupid shit, but stuff that we're not going to accomplish now. We need to actually like get some goals and then build on those. Like when I would like my Democratic Party was focused on legalizing weed and gay marriage. Guess what we got done? Guess what? Like seriously, guess what my generation got done? Guess what? Going to the Occupy Wall Street protests, and then from there getting connected with some more like-minded people. I got involved with what became a DSA chapter in Illinois here. But I can tell you right now, man, like that's the shit
Don't hold that.
that you can do to actually start making some differences and feeling a little bit better. But honestly, at some point, if this is the kind of mindset you're getting from this, then I'm not even going to say get therapy. I'm going to just say, like, this isn't healthy for you then to pay it to always be engaged with this then.
Yes, we will. These are the planes.
And it's not just bury your head kind of shit. I'm not saying to be an ostrich. Trust me, there's too many of those.
But as we've seen, the fire season really knows no end here in Southern California lately. But again, that was a super scooper.
We need to focus on
obviously a welcome sign for those who live in West Hills.
Pushing socialist programs and building on those.
You were on a mountain bike
because you also want to sell the idea of socialism, because you do realize, like, I know that a lot of you guys again weren't alive during the Red Scare. I was alive at the very back end of it. During school, like, trust me, the commies were always talked about in the early 90s, and just like how bad it was until the Berlin Wall, tear down Gorbachev, tear down that wall.
I decided to return to the trailhead, obviously, and by the time I got to the trailhead, I could see the start of the fire. If anybody's
we need to move past that. We need to resell socialism on people.
Pretty much right at the top of the trailhead. Very common
Take it back. That's what we need to do. Take it back.
The whole hilltop was just starting to engulf, and at the top, I've been watching the news.
Yeah, we can't help them if we're just numb. Yeah, we can't help our own movement if we're just numb.
Off to the left-hand side.
Michael Brooks is a legend. Comes from a time when extending kindness ends.
And at the top there,
No.
I witnessed
Actually,
it.
if you know anything about Michael, he had every reason not to be kind.
Very hard to stand
He came out of a Jehovah's Witness chapter that, no, trust me, man, he could have turned out very differently.
Shot of that area that you sent
I wasn't
into
politically
us.
aware for 9/11 and the war or the war on terror. It hits different when you understand. Yeah, I actually just saw this meme today, though, that is like, and I'm experiencing it, where it's wild that I have people that didn't live through it trying to explain it to me like I didn't live through it. It's super condescending, too. It's like, did you know that this happened and this happened? It's like, yeah, I lived through it.
The top of the trailhead.
It's like, oh, well, your generation just let it happen. It's just like, wow, you guys really are reductive.
Again, due to the fire, at least 40 miles
Without also looking at the fact that it's like, hey,
my main concern was actually
same
more
place,
so there was
same situation,
a family, a father, and his
same
two
results
kids with him that also had to come down the trail as quick as possible. And just before the fire started, as I started my ride, I noticed
could have solved homelessness 33 times over nationwide with the money sent to Ukraine. Stop it.
Started. I did not see them.
We could have ended homelessness with the funding of the Pentagon budget. I think that your focuses are wrong.
While I was standing there making sure everything was okay.
Because yes, there is geopolitical consequences to letting Ukraine fall.
We noticed the aerial assault, and we noticed it quickly.
And honestly, like, trust me, I'm not for imperialism. I'm for protecting allies.
How soon were they there with the
I'm for the national interest.
Aerial attack?
I'm not one of these people that's America bad. We need to dissolve America because of land back. I'm not one of those.
I'm a retired police officer from another state. And
I'm definitely not numb to in general, but it is my notable lack of
I made sure
reaction to
at least
this.
one or two people were on the phone with
information overload.
911. I'm very happy to report that
The Pentagon has never passed a budget audit. 60%. Yeah, exactly.
And we had LAPD.
That's what I mean, though. Like, focus on that. Because if you're going to go that way, then it's almost giving credence to the Republicans that do the micromanaging when the time comes where it's like, we need to cut the entitlement programs. It's like, that's literally using the same logic. So
there are at least 5.
I call it like I sees it. Of course, it's not healthy to engage with politics for any. No. It's up to a degree. You need to have it's setting boundaries within yourself. When you start to recognize that part of you is like you're losing it, that's when you need to step back, reassess. Then you can get back into it when your brain is reset. I mean, Duke, you should know that of all people, especially like with the meditation rituals. You should know that. Thank you for that. Yes, he is a cute pup. He is snoring up a storm right now. He's sawing them logs. Definitely testing the mic today.
Right above the residential area. That was basically impassable or started.
That's also why I don't think that you're too far gone, Duke, because I again know that you understand. Like I'm actually curious. Do you not get that after your meditations? Because like even like the little meditation that I've been doing, the Episana or whatever.
2+ hours here.
Hey, don't call it a ritual. It is a ritual. It's technically a ritual.
I just got back home maybe a half hour ago.
But sorry, wrong word. Routine.
At the trailhead, it seems like
my bad.
The fire is down.
No, anger is a natural response to what's happening. Yeah, exactly. We can be angry about it, but you have to be able to, like, once that anger gets past the hate and you get into the suffering,
and over the past couple of years,
it's almost like this little green, philosopher.
The lack of rain, unfortunately, everything
kind of said something like that.
It's very concerning for
it leads to anger. Anger leads to hate.
John, as
leads to
a lot of people awoke this morning here in Southern California, they looked at what was going on. They felt that the wind situation wasn't as dire as it was the past couple of days. They sort of had this false sense of security. Were you in that group as well?
How about this? Political campaign contributions must go to social programs.
As a rule of thumb,
in a perfect world, man. Again, practical solutions. I'm for practical solutions. Yes, you can like pontificate on that stuff, and you can literally try and make it a thing, but you're not going to get past like instituting it in a small community. What I am trying, like, what I would like to do, like, this is my goal, just as a YouTuber, like, and trying to build my audience and trying to get them to, have a similar take on things, is just pushing for making selling socialism, because again, I know that you guys are, I keep saying again, I'm getting used to that part. So for the new audience, I did some work in marketing, so I understand exactly where the left has gone wrong with their bad marketing, specifically with BLM and the defund the police matter. That was that literally comes down to bad marketing. Okay, what are yours? Vote harder? No, you get more people involved. You get more, like, again, you can have class consciousness. It's about selling people on the idea that they are being sold on social issues that have absolutely no merit to like their existence. Like this goes back to when they started really harping on the immigration issue when I was a kid. And then somebody had even said it. They're just like, oh, it's an election year. Yeah. All of a sudden we're going to hear about immigration. So it hasn't changed at all. No, what we need to do is we need to, again, start getting these people to be more involved. Ads come from marketing? Yeah, well, again, I'm a small YouTube. If you're getting ads, sorry, I'm a small YouTuber. I got to make something somehow, dude.
To get by because the
like I love people that are so super socialist that they're just like, well, if you're a leftist, how can you do ads on YouTube? It's just like, wow.
For drivers to navigate through this area.
I know you're not saying that, but I've had that said to me a few times where they're just like, oh really? Oh really? Capitalist.
The CHP, of course, has the option of shutting the area down.
People love to vote against themselves. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Especially the white poors love to vote against their self-interest.
They need the 101 to get away
Free
from
thinker, am I close to the fires?
Really
no.
Another freeway in this area. The nearest
no, I am in Chicago. I am on the largest freshwater source in America. Next to, I think, wait, am I? I think it's, it goes Michigan Superior. No, I think it's Superior. Oh, wait, but I think we split it. So that might be, I don't know. I gotta look into that.
If you were normally using the 101 to get home after leaving work, find your favorite alternate. Take that instead. I can guarantee you that whatever that is, it's going to be moving a lot better than either direction of the 101. Now, moving over to the fire, I'm just moving over to the north. So this is going to be, of course,
Superior.
north of the 101 or west of Valley Circle. These were those flames I was showing you before that I was saying we're going to advance to the west, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We continue to watch them advance to the west.
Superior.
We've got a lot of power lines, and that's never good. Hopefully those
all right, so I'm on second.
have been de-energized by now. But if that fire continues to push towards the west...
Also, shout out Kate and Bake. I'm sorry, I got kind of lost in my chat there. I really appreciate you shouting out the dog.
Ventura County Fire performing structure protection efforts, and I did see a lot of residents evacuating. These are all horse properties.
Again, Dad, like, I'm just saying, like, when you hear like the right wing complaining about extreme leftists with dangerous ideas, you're just giving them fuel. Like they literally will like clip your, or they'll print screen your comments and just be like, see, look what they're doing. See, you know, and there's tongue in cheek, but then there's also just the no. I'm literally like, I don't know, man. Please be careful with what you're saying. Where only because I care. Well, also, yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to ban you for breaking TOS, and I don't want you getting banned from YouTube directly, because, like, you do know that it's not even with me. Like, if you do, like, there's an auto moderator that if it flags you, you get screwed, and you can lose your account over that. So just be careful.
Due to the very effective aerial assault
just be careful.
That we have seen, both fixed wing and rotary wing, this fire has really had its growth slowed. There's a tanker coming in right now.
Here, we'll get this last tanker coming in. Then I want to go to what's been being said about the fire today.
As precise and effective as possible.
Someone used to liken that.
Also, if you guys haven't already, please like the stream. It's free and it really helps me out. So I appreciate it.
All the fixed wings there.
Also, you guys can get memberships, but don't want to go too capitalist here. No, for real. You guys can go donate to the stream. I'll leave a link, and you can get memberships through YouTube. Or I'm also on Twitch. So.
Definitely needed on a fire in this type
Dead
of
inside, you sound like an angry teen. He does. The thing is, Dead. Man, how old are you?
We are
like,
continuing our
if you don't mind,
Southern California's wildfire emergency.
Because like you kind of remind me of me. I'm doing that. Oh God! But legit, you remind me of me when I was about 19 years old. I was very, very into the 9/11 truth movement.
This one is burning.
And I had just gotten done, reading Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals.
Evacuation orders, mandatory evacuation.
Oh man, you want to talk like
Hidden Hills, parts of Calabasas, north of the 101.
Oh boy!
All right, this is the very latest here on the fires in Altadena.
If the Dems are good at it, at anything, it's self-sabotage. Well, that and sanctioned bribery and form of contributions. Absolutely.
People have died.
You're not wrong. No, and trust me, I don't like. I'm just playing devil's advocate when I'm even standing up for the Democrats in this regard. Like I'm not like I do not stand up like no. The modern Democratic Party
in that fire,
especially like I got to say, this election was really a eye opener with it, where it's like, oh, okay, they really would rather court that center right contingent.
The Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres and is 0% contained.
Now,
well, glad they got that one house. Wonder who that belonged to.
With city leaders from downtown LA, you can see they're moving into the room right now. That is supposed to begin at any moment, and we will take it live as soon as it does. Meantime, we're going to go back topside with Eliana Marina live in News Chopper 4.
We're going to go here.
Firefighters in California are working to stop the spread of multiple wildfires burning in Los Angeles.
Oh God, why does this keep
Those
happening?
flames
Sorry
have
about
caused
that.
the most destructive natural disasters in the city's history. At least 5 people have been confirmed to be dead. Thousands of people are under evacuation orders as a result of those blazes. At least 5 wildfires are burning across the county. This
as long as money is necessary, it's easy to defend having it, but at a point too much becomes obscene. Absolutely, absolutely. My whole thing is like, so like I actually have, and I kind of took a little bit of this from Hassan, where he said something like, I only want enough to live comfortably and just be able to kind of have like a retirement plan kind of thing. Not buy like, second, third houses, not have, the passive income, all of that shit. It's just, living comfortably and then being able to like help out your friends and your family. That is, kind of, that's okay. But it's, once you're like hoarding money, like once you're trying to do the keep up with the Joneses, where it's just like, well, Tony over there, he just told me that he makes over $600,000 a year. I got to grind to make $700,000 a year so I can get that extra boat. Maybe I can take out another loan so I got to just make sure that I'm better than Tony.
Of land,
like that's,
and it is still
no, we need to get that shit out of our fucking heads.
0% contained. As you can see, it is nearly right on top of the famed Santa Monica fishing pier. And the Sunset Fire.
And that's also where I was saying about practical solutions, because I recognize that within my lifetime, I don't think that we're going to be living in a communist system in America.
See it next to it. That's burning in the Hollywood Hills, right
I
between
hate
the
to break
Hollywood
that to
sign
you.
and the famed Getty Museum. Powerful winds have fanned those flames.
But then again, I never thought I'd have legal weed.
They cause them to spread.
I never thought I would have, gay marriage in my lifetime. So
houses in the area have been igniting like tinder, leading to this type of widespread destruction that you see on your screen. Officials say thousands of homes and businesses have been destroyed across the Los Angeles area.
We continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives.
Well, we want to show you a live image right now. This is Mount Wilson, and you can see how much smoke and damage is being done in the area. And as a note, actually, that is where our friends at KCAL, their transmitters are located. They have done tremendous
corporate Dems are controlled opposition. They are actually very competent.
We bring you back over to CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of that
self-sabotaging is intentional usually.
Fires.
useless.
And from the
It's
looks of your property,
it's capitulation. It's capitulation without saying that they're going to play the bipartisan game. I mean, look at the way that they're already saying that they're going to, like, I think there were like 2 Democrats that just came out and said, yeah, you know what, we'll vote for your picks. Why not?
I mean, it seems like you did everything right.
Oh yeah, one of them was Fetterman.
You had all the clearance.
That's right. Fetterman's he's doing the John Manchin thing.
The fire just swept through.
Joe Manchin.
Yeah, when we were leaving, we could see it surging on the ridge over there.
I tell people that the rich are like hoarders from the TV show, but the rich hoard what everybody wants.
Davis and the school.
At some point, it's going to break, though. Like, you do understand that Sam Cedar made a great point about this. Like, because they're hoarding this money, the thing is, it's not going into the economy. So once the economy crashes, they're going to do that. We need them to actually live a comfortable life. Well, I guess maybe we could give them a little bit. Because you can only hoard so much, and it's only like I think a couple thousand people. I think the last time they were talking about it was like maybe 3,000 people are even at that point to where they can be considered hoarding the money. So
where my dog.
I mean, Elon Musk alone, just him alone, he could fund this entire, like literally the entire planet.
Went to for elementary school, it got destroyed.
But instead, he acts like a petulant child who would rather just prove to us that he's just the biggest dork on the planet. Like, dude, can we admit how pathetic it is that he's got the daddy issues he has and it's just so public?
And when I came back,
love me.
The first time I actually saw what was basically like sheets of embers just flying everywhere across the street and in the driveway, and it looked impossible. And I think that there was just no way for
USA can go socialist in the aftermath of modern fascism if we survive. Yeah. We will.
We left Tuesday night when the fire broke out.
Yeah, that's correct, at about 8:15.
Can you?
You mean if America survives?
Share with us, what happened that night?
No, the thing is, I think. Listen, this is what I'm calling stupid socialism, or stupid fascism, because at this point, like, they're so open about it, but we are in the information age. Like, we're even here being able to do this, right? Until they pull the
decision process,
the good old switcheroo on us and go, no more free speech. We are coming for you. Sorry. Political dissension, not okay.
To tell us about the fire, which we'd already gotten alert to.
Then that gets scary. And trust me, I'm not trying to do what these guys do, where it's just like, it could never happen to me. Trust me.
Immediately thought about some friends of ours who live really close to that, so I jumped in the car to drive to their house.
White
to make
cis
sure
male, I can pivot like that,
and to see if they needed anything. They were already on their way out. They packed their car. They lost power.
Can you imagine?
And
welcome to Pep Talks. All of a sudden, I'm just like, well, you know all that stuff I said about Trump.
I actually thought, this will be okay, despite the wind that we were feeling. By the time I got back to the house,
I have a friend that's still
my wife and my
thinks that Elon is a genius. It's embarrassing.
They'd been getting the alerts, and
it is embarrassing, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, it's kind of like that that friend that you had growing up that believed in Santa Claus for just a little bit too long, and you didn't really want to break it to him because you were like, well, I don't want to be that person.
They were terrified.
That's what they are.
Understandably. And so...
Or people that really love Jesus.
We kind of loaded up quickly. I think our
Trump is a real-life Biff Tannen. There ain't no going back in time to stop him from getting the almanac.
For a night or two.
I mean,
we really didn't think that this evacuation was going to be this
great
profound.
reference. I love that reference.
And so then we spent that night at school. A friend of ours works at a
Meek AG, Misinformation Age. You didn't get the memo from our tech overlords? Oh yeah, I did. Oh, are you kidding me? The first thing I posted was that Mark Zuckerberg was he had passed at 46 or at 36 years old, and I was like, "Go ahead, fact check it."
Friend. And so we all took refuge at the school.
Sure, somebody else did it,
the
but
last couple nights.
I had an original, like it was literally the first thing I did.
He just got out with the clothes on his back, and so important documents, baby pictures, social security cards, all that stuff gone. What's the situation with your family? Were you at least able to get photo albums or baby pictures or birth certificates?
No, literally the same. It was just so immediate. It's kind of comical. The shoes I'm wearing are the worst shoes for something like this, and normally I'm a kind of person who's very prepared.
It's your slip-on Birks, dude. Trust me. That's probably what I'd end up wearing too, just because I'm like, those are my slip-ons.
He likes to go into situations.
Actually, I got some skater shoes I've been rocking for like the past 6 years.
And so I didn't even have the right shoes to leave because I just firmly believed we'd be back.
You just left with your clogs?
Yeah, that's it.
In terms of digging through your daughter's bedroom, was that a deliberate choice to start here and perhaps find something to help comfort your daughter? Is that why, or is that's just the closest spot that you can get to for the time being?
It's a bit of both. I think it's the safest spot. There's some little gas leaks down there, and I want to avoid those. And there's some embers underneath that I noticed. And I also was really hoping, I don't know how realistic it is, that I might just come across something shimmery. So my daughter had a little jewelry box that she got over Christmas that she really loved, and she filled it with all her jewelry. And so I thought maybe I could find some of that.
See, these again, man. These are the people that I do feel bad for.
I know where it would be. It would be underneath this ash. But
man,
so far, no luck. But yeah,
I can certainly empathize with you trying your best to find some sort of comfort for your daughter. Speaking of which, I mean, how is...
As I'm holding my cell phone and have absolutely no intention of picking up a shovel.
Your wife, or how are your wife and your kids, how are they holding up during this time?
I think we're all in shock. You know, kind of hits us in waves. This morning I woke up and the reality of it all just seemed to overwhelm me, and I just sat there in a stupor for a little while before I could really function. My daughter, I'm not going to let her see this, because I don't think it would help her. My wife, when she was in college, lived in a building that burnt, and she lost everything once before. And as we were leaving, she just turned to me and said, I can't have that happen again. And to see it happen again, it's just, yeah, it's kind of devastating. And over there's a whole wall where I used to collect books. Maybe I could say I still do, hopefully. And I had about 4,000 books in the house. And so they're all just completely gone.
Yeah, as a lover of books, I can completely empathize with what you're talking about. In terms of...
the second that camera goes off, he is probably going to be like, dude, I had a first edition of such and such book, and this guy's just going to be like, ooh.
You know, shielding your daughter or shielding your wife from all of this, I mean... What's your plan to kind of blunt some of the heartache for them?
Well,
can you please pan around a little bit? I want to see more.
So she doesn't have that community to lean into when things start to normalize, and so I don't know how that's going to play out.
Yeah, this is my worst nightmare.
I had one of my very, very good friends from college messaged me this morning and told me that his family house that he grew up in, nobody's living in it right now, and it's in Connecticut, and he offered it to us. And we're thinking that right now we could literally just get in that car and drive anywhere or go anywhere because we have nothing to take with us.
Just do it.
And so I think part of what we're thinking is where we could go just to get away from the trauma and rebuild a bit.
It looks like Fallout. It does.
And then come back and reconnect with everybody that we love out here.
Growing up, my neighbor had a tat he was forced to get as a kid. I've always hated fascists. Oh, dude, that just happened, actually, in my town. We had they were Turkish immigrants, which is crazy. Because I was reading the story. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, why would they? And then they were like, yeah, these are Turkish immigrants. I guess the dad loves Trump. And there's the tattoo shop was in the news for denying service to him. But I guess they found some shop that did it. And originally they were going to tattoo a portrait of Donald Trump's face on her arm. But even that tattoo shop was like, no, I'll give her an American flag. They're like, if you love America, then you love America. No, that's too much. It was on a 9-year-old little girl.
A strong community. We don't want to leave.
Look it up. But it's in the news. Like just Google that. Like it's there.
Reset ourselves somewhere.
You know, I think
I could, but I don't want to
cliched or
segue right now. So.
Depending upon how you look at it, but a home is the symbol of the American dream. And I don't know, was this the first home you owned, or for you, you know?
The symbol of the American dream is a home. It's not just really, we're going to appropriate that now just as an American thing. What's actual hell? What the actual hell, guys? Okay, yeah, the mainstream media, the corporate entities, that was it right there. Mask off right there.
The meaning behind this home for you?
This was the first home that my wife and I ever.
I think the tattoo artist was from my state of Arizona.
Just say we love it.
That makes sense.
Much. We love the community. We love the feeling of walking into the house. We love the light in the living room. We love the silence of the bedroom. So, in many ways, this was like a dream space to be in. And even just the location, for people who've never been here before, it's a spectacularly beautiful area. But it's so vulnerable, and I think now we're getting to experience just how vulnerable and brutal it can be too.
Well, I'm certainly sorry to hear that you're considering moving away, and I thank you for being so gracious to us. And after hearing that,
he just became a Connecticut resident.
I think the best thing for me to do is to just give you some space and give you a little bit of a break. So, thank you for sharing those thoughts and emotions, and I know they're very raw.
Trust me, like, again, where I live, I'm expecting to see some, like, we're already getting refugees from Florida, which I say refugees with quotes because it's literally just a bunch of old people moving back and just saying, the insurance was too much. I guess I'll deal with the Illinois taxes.
All right now, and it's so gracious of you, so thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Carlos. So if I may, why don't I just give Carlos some space, and if I may, I'll just send it right back to you on the anchor desk.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And, you know, we keep going back and forth, 2 huge fires, from the Eaton fire back to the Palisades fire.
Right now, let's go to our Michelle Geely, who is live on PCH at Will Rogers State Beach. Michelle.
There is a home burning on the hillside behind me here. You can see black smoke just within the last couple of minutes. It turned to this. We saw raging flames for the past, say, 10 minutes or so. And the super scoopers, it's an amazing shot to see the 2 of them in tandem flying over the Pacific Ocean, then dipping into the water, picking up that ocean water and flying back into the hillsides to put out fires there.
This dude on the motorcycle is just watching it happen
in the Pacific Palisades, and when you look out to the ocean, it is a beautiful sight. Really, such a contrast to what we see across the street here. Behind me is Tahitian Terrace.
Would want to show
and
that.
When you look up into the hill here, onto the hillside, you can see just how many homes
Come on,
are
guys.
lost.
What are you doing?
Now, we bumped into a gentleman by the name of Alex Cole, and Alex, I'm going to invite
that guy
you
just
in
wreck
here.
himself?
Alex has been walking this morning from Santa Monica.
I have to rewind. I just saw this kid. What's he doing?
Now, we bumped into a gentleman by the name of Alex Cole, and Alex, I'm going to invite
That's a
you
little
in
embarrassing.
here. Alex has been walking this morning from Santa Monica. He lives in Malibu, right next to Moon Shadows. He has not been home since the fire broke out here on Tuesday. And Alex, you tell me that you are headed on foot to your house. You think it may be there?
Yes. So we saw some video yesterday, potentially, that the house is still standing. There was a pocket of 6 homes that were standing, and we're thinking that ours is one of those homes.
What's up,
Everything
Lex?
to the left is burned. Everything to the right is burned. So I hope last night it didn't burn, but we're hoping that it's still there.
So tell me about Tuesday. You say that you have not been home since then. You were at work in Studio City when the fire broke out.
I wonder what the conspiracies are saying about this. My estimate is that the boomerang in the U.S. think that it was a Chinese attack of 10,000. No. Actually, there, a lot of them are saying that it's the Luigi coalition. See, guys, this is why I'm saying be careful, because you don't want to play into the whole thing where they're like, see.
I found out about the fire.
Because they're saying that. They're saying, oh, this is the anti-rich.
Like, try to come in today, couldn't get in. So I wound up parking my car.
That's the conspiracy of why it was over in Malibu. And that that's what I was saying earlier. Like, somebody was saying there's this conspiracy that because they were sporadic, but they just happened to be in those areas. Yeah.
With my brother trying to make it to the house, and maybe we're hoping for an escort, but so far no luck. We're just walking, and we got to see if it's still there.
Okay, here is one of the super scoopers. We'll see if Tim can grab a shot of it coming
please
over
do.
the ridge there. They're just back and forth.
He didn't
into the
get
ocean,
the shot
and
of it going in the water?
Some hope to know that there is
Oh,
an
come
active
on.
firefighting
Do
going on
better,
right now
bro.
today as we see even more homes burning.
Yes, we love this.
No, we had to get
wish we had more
freaking
of
Big
those,
Pun
but
over
we love
here,
what's
but
going
no,
on.
we couldn't
I
get
see a lot
the.
of,
We could not
we were
go and
walking-
get a
probably
shot of
walking for about
the
3
super
hours, and I see a
scoopers
lot
and
of fire
in
trucks
the
from all
Pacific
kind of
Ocean
counties,
because
different
it would look too
departments,
cool or nice, you
Northern
know. What the
California,
hell was that?
Phoenix, Vegas, everywhere, all over, and there's hundreds of people, hundreds of police, and I saw dozens of trucks. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing, and I have hope that the house is going to be in good shape and standing.
So we know that you're about 4 doors north of Moon Shadows, and as we reported yesterday, unfortunately, Moon Shadows is one of the many places that was lost. But you have hope to believe, based on
Doesn't
video
matter
that
what we
you've
do or
seen,
say, they'll blame the
that
left
there
anyway.
are a
Yeah, but you cannot just. Okay, so don't play into it though.
few
Like
houses.
you can. There is the whole thing of like just playing the villain because they already made you the villain.
There that are standing,
Like,
including
don't
yours
do that
and some
because
of your
then
neighbors. Have you
you're literally
spoken to
giving them the
anybody
reason to
who-
come and attack
who
you at
lives
that
near
point.
you?
So I spoke to both my neighbors.
Pilots are
one to
heroes,
the
super
left and one to the
dangerous.
right
Yeah,
of me.
dude. Yeah.
I shared the
And the
video that I
Canadians.
saw online yesterday, which looked like our homes are still standing, but nobody got confirmation that it is. So we said whoever knows first will let the other know. But we're all praying that our houses are still standing.
Living right there on the ocean, and you've
If their 6 houses are still standing out of like that whole neighborhood, you are looking at the most hated man in that neighborhood for at least the next 10
been
years.
there about 5 years. You said, did you ever dream that your house? I mean, so many people who are right there on the ocean never
That
thought
happens,
that
by the
theirs
way.
might be taken
That does
down
happen.
in a fire like this.
It's not
because
like
you don't
it's the
live
opposite of survivor's guilt. It's like when you see
in the hills
it's
with
like,
a lot of
"What?"
vegetation
Yeah.
and all that, but with winds like this.
Never would I thought that would be this type of situation. It's just horrible, especially we're oceanfront. I have no idea how the fire jumped and got into Moon Shadows and burned
Real
it down.
quick
It's
shout out to
horrible.
everybody
It's
watching on Twitch.
Been there for so
Appreciate
many
it.
years. I mean, I go there a couple of times a week. It's horrible to see it go, and I feel bad for all the people that lost their homes, and I'm hoping I'm not one of them, but I got to be prepared for the worst.
Well, Alex, I hope you get some good news, and I thank you so much for talking to us.
Appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, you guys, the fire continues to burn up there on the hillside behind me. We haven't seen the super scoopers dropping in that area. It seems like they're going deeper into the hills. And just to point out, the air quality, as you know, is so bad today. Most people are wearing masks, and the
Libs.
The other thing that we're noticing is more
Thought masks didn't work against stuff, guys.
and more people
You
coming
know that there's a bunch of MAGA like idiots still in this scenario where they're just like, I'm not wearing that.
in on bicycles, on Lime bikes, on Lime scooters.
Social Darwinism
They're
at its best.
trying
It's
to
working
make
its
their
way.
into the area to get answers. People are desperate to find out whether their homes are standing. So people know
I
that
gotta
they
let my dog
cannot,
out.
necessarily get their cars past these roadblocks. So they're trying to use other means
yeah, I
to
gotta
get
let my dog out.
inside here
just
to
realized
try
that,
and
'cause
find out whether they have
almost
anything
3
left.
hours.
That's the latest live in
right, just give
Pacific
me 1 sec.
Palisades. I'm Michelle Gili. Back to you.
We can certainly understand all of those folks' frustration out there. Michelle Gili, thank you so much.
All right, we want to get back to the Eaton fire now. Our Joy Benedict is live in Sierra Madre at, Star Touch and Carriage Drive. Joy, this is a residential street.
Yes, this is a neighborhood. We are very close to the hillside right now, where the Eaton fire continues to burn up in the hillside. But I want to show you this street. As we mentioned, this is Star Touch Street. We have several homes that are unfortunately gone here on this street, probably about 4 or 5 that I see on the south side of the roadway. If you want to take a look at all of these homes, as you go across the street here closer to Carriage Drive, we also have a home that is burned, and that seemed to be the the last one, as the rest of them here, as you're heading in the westbound direction, seem to be still standing. And that is really good news, especially for Bernard and Lucy, who live here right on the corner. They lost one home directly to the east of their home, but the one on the west, and their home is still standing. And hi, thank you so much for taking a second to chat with us. How are you guys doing?
We're incredibly lucky. We're incredibly grateful. We could tell when we got here yesterday morning that, in fact, firefighters really did an awesome job of fighting back flames from the east side, because we could see their hoses. They'd used our hoses, and that was the side that took out our fence, and unfortunately our neighbor lost their home. But we think that by mitigating, by the fact that we had luckily taken down big pines on that side, big hedge this last year, probably saved us from that side. And also the fact that, you know, we really try our best to have the right kind of plant material on our yards to be somewhat fire resistant. But boy, we're just by the grace of God. That's it.
I mean, really, that seems what it is for so many here in this community. By the grace of God, one stands and one does not.
I do think that, you know, if we, and also, you know, the possibility about this power transformer line up here, you know, it might have went off, probably flamed up our palm trees, and might have caused all the brush to burn on the back side of our hillside. We had a lot of shrub on that side that went all off, but we have a pool, so there was probably some fire break. So fortunately, our home is good.
Now, let me ask you this. You guys did evacuate on Tuesday night. What did it look like when you were leaving, and why did you make that choice?
Well, we'd heard the news that there was a fire in Eaton Canyon, and that was at about 7 o'clock, 7:15. Walked outside, and I could see from standing on the sidewalk fire going up the mountain ridge and red sky. And I've lived here long enough that when it looks that close, it's time to evacuate.
Meanwhile, Ethan's literally like, wind's not blowing my way. Time to tweet about his son.
Gusty winds.
That was so
true
whack.
Firestorm, debris flying every which way. People starting to exit. People coming to be looking up on, parking up on along here, just looking and, you know, trying to film with their cameras, just trying to look at the mountains and the fire. But
you didn't want to risk it.
No, and plus we had to go to evacuate and also try to come back, and we did come back to get another vehicle. This is my parents' home, so we had 3 vehicles to have to manage, and so we were fortunate to get back in and get back out again. And we're so lucky. We have family nearby in San Marino, so that's where we've been evacuated to, and we are here today, but we didn't learn about the condition of our home until early yesterday morning. And
I mean, looking around you, I mean, the ones across the street have burned, the ones to the
south.
Yeah.
Once we heard on the news that Valley Lights homes had been burning, we thought for sure our homes were lost, because we figured it had come through Star Touch and then on to Valley Lights
kind of
below.
effed up on the news said, by the grace of God, no one stands,
you know,
and one does not.
So lucky. We're so
Yeah,
heartbroken.
no, this is how people think. Yeah, no, this is why I cannot get behind religious thinking in the slightest, because of shit like that. Because again, this is like the cognitive dissonance that you have to like practice in order to even do the thing where it's like, oh, thank God that my child got over the flu because I prayed. Meanwhile, somebody else's kid just died of the flu. Say, what's your and then they're just like,
newlyweds. Just
well,
bought this home
he's
6
with
months
God
ago,
now.
And
it was his time.
Sorry that, you know, all of these
Disgusting.
neighbors on this eastern end of our street, homes are just destroyed.
Again, I get like that's burying your head in the sand of life in a way that I can't whatever, man. Like I can't get behind it. Like,
you know,
there's not thinking about what happens when you die and just not thinking practically at all.
Hard to say. We don't know, but
or just embers flying in the air, which is what we saw a lot of.
Right, and you know, we haven't even looked down Michelinda to see how far the loss is.
Just a random thing. Could you imagine if they're the assholes in their neighborhood?
It's just been overwhelming. Yeah.
I'm glad that you guys are both okay and glad that your house is okay.
We are so grateful. A shout out to the firemen who saved our home. And
You mean those wokies who started this? What? The woke fire department that was practicing its DEI? What?
Eternally grateful.
They're the ones.
So,
come on.
Thank you.
I'm glad to have a happy story.
I hope you guys
after
know
so
where I'm
much
going with this,
devastation these last few
'cause
days. I got to be honest
we're
with you.
moving on here.
It is nice to come up here and see homes still standing because a lot of folks, especially in Altadena, don't get that today.
Yeah,
right?
I grew up in this home since 1970 when my parents bought this home.
Their neighbors probably gay fornicators. That's why their house burnt down by the grace of God.
We've been here for close to 30 years now, so it's been a long time here in the ranch.
Now, you guys don't have power, do you? Or what do you? Yeah, no power, water, no water.
We have water.
Good
You're
on.
not supposed to drink it.
We're not supposed to drink it, but the water came on at about 11 yesterday morning, so we started wetting down everything as we could because we didn't know with this big gas leak, what could flare up and flame up if something happened.
Oh my God.
Well, take the little victory or the big victory, which is a big home. So
I am so much more comfortable today than I was yesterday.
Well,
so
that is
thank
good
you.
news. Thank you guys so much for sharing your story with us and hang in there.
Thank you.
Again, it's great to hear the heartwarming stories, as we have just heard so many that are not heartwarming, that are just devastating, and it's not hard to see the devastation right here across the street. But when you have one that is a good one, we're going to call that a win. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, so real quick, guys, here. I got the Rob Schneider tweet. Give me 1 second. Pull it up. Sorry. Something's going on with my mouse. Oh, that would explain it. Dude, did you trip on my mouse? I mean, God save them from the fire. F it, drink the water. Yeah, right? Go buy. Well, yeah, that's a lot. That's a go buy a lottery ticket day. Yeah, here we go. Rob Schneider, the MAGA comedian Rob Schneider. F you, State Farm. Screw you and all your phony commercials. You are a pile of crap for canceling insurance policies of Californians. I will never use @State Farm insurance ever again. California lawmakers have imposed price controls on insurance companies in the state. This makes it impossible for insurers to price coverage accurately. The results are in. The insurance companies are leaving the state. And I'm pretty sure that he was making copies with Jake from State Farm, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so let me...
We begin this hour with some breaking news. Nearly 180,000 residents in Los Angeles County are now under evacuation orders as 5 wildfires are still raging. Entire communities already in ruins. According to the latest update, the 2 most destructive fires, the Eaton and the Palisades fires, are 0% contained. Together, they have torched nearly 28,000 acres. They've destroyed thousands of structures. Look at these homes here. Aerial footage showing just an apocalyptic scene. Entire neighborhoods wiped out. Homes, schools, grocery stores, gas stations, all gone.
Yeah, man, that looks like
the LA fire chief calling the Palisades,
a bomb went off.
pardon me,
insane.
Fire, quote, one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. At least 5 people are dead, but the sheriff warns that number could grow.
At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. but this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet.
CNN's Julia Vargas is near the Eaton fire in Altadena, California, where officials say at least 5 people have died. Julia, how are things looking there
Hold
now?
on. We actually have more updated coverage here.
Out in Calabasas, so we're going to monitor that. We're going to try to get back to Morgan Chesky a little bit more on that water situation, which is such an important question in all of this. We're also hearing a lot about insurance
death toll rises
failing
to 6.
A lot of people around Los Angeles. So joining us now is industry expert Kaya Stanley. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's just get straight into these reports that insurance companies straight up dropped fire coverage for a bunch of people in California.
Perfect timing.
Last year.
Bring that
like
up.
a month
Canceling
ago, a few months ago.
policies.
How does something like that happen?
Yeah, it's this whole situation.
You know
is
what? What an
devastating
appropriate day for
the way
our
that
guy
the insurance
here.
companies dropped everybody from the fire
Dead inside
coverage
to
is
join
going to make it
because I'm
even
starting
more
to feel.
catastrophic. The reasons that they did it, there's a lot of reasons. One is that there was so much more
I am
risk
joking, guys,
because of the fires.
by the way.
And they, there's questions about whether the insurance commissioner was making it harder for them to adjust their rates to cover the raising costs of the risk and also the rising costs of the reinsurance. And so the reality was, and it's not just California. I mean, it's happened in other
Florida.
places like Florida, where
Florida.
where there's been hurricanes. So when there's high risk areas and the costs are just too high, the carriers are leaving because they can't make money in those areas on those risks.
And the timing on this in particular seems absolutely horrible. It's actually fueling like some conspiracy theories that are totally unfounded out there. But it does have people up in arms, and it is causing a lot of confusion. Is there any recourse for people that, got dropped, possibly in the last couple of months before this happens? Or is that just the nature of the insurance industry right now?
Well,
Somebody said it. Insurance company CEOs right now.
I'm
hiring extra security.
CEO of an insurance company, but when I put on my lawyer hat, we're going to see tons of lawsuits. And whether or not they're winnable lawsuits or not, that's what we're going to see. And one of the fallouts here that I don't hear a lot of people talking about is the underinsurance. So there's people that were dropped that didn't even get new insurance. That's a problem in and of itself. Then there's a lot of people that went into the state system or got other coverage, and they're underinsured, but they don't realize that they are. They think that they have replacement cost that is going to cover the cost of rebuilding their home, and it's just not true for a variety of reasons. Everything from they undervalued their house, or their insurance broker undervalued the house, or regulations changed. And so the valuation when the house was originally built are completely different, and the cost to rebuild it, while tens of thousands of other people are trying to rebuild at the same time, where you're not going to be able to find labor, you're not going to be able, the skyrocketing costs of materials. There's a ton of reasons why the underinsurance problem is going to happen also. But as it's not a conspiracy theory, we're going to see lawsuits galore. And just like what happened when the insurance companies walked away.
The point of insurance is literally defeated by the profit incentive. It's almost comical. Yep.
The consumers, because the lawyers are going to win because they're going to be paid for the lawsuits. The insurance companies are eventually going to settle, even if they are not liable. But the consumers are.
There's
the ones
always
that are
some
gonna be
effing
hardest
loophole.
hit
Always.
through this entire thing.
Always. So I had a flood in my basement when I first got this place. And I can't tell you how much, like, I almost had to sue my insurance company because they kept trying to say that somehow it was my fault that I had a faulty weld on one of the pipes. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, that's on me. I didn't have the house built.
And Kai, I'm not sure if you can help us with
Long
this
story
last
short,
question,
I ended up winning that one.
In this
So
area of Altadena, we've been talking to a lot of people, and one of the big concerns is that there are
they
a lot
tried.
of non-English speaking migrant renters that have been renting out here, and the fear is that they don't have insurance. Possibly the people that are renting to them don't have insurance. If you do find yourself in a situation where you have absolutely lost everything and there is no recourse when it comes to insurance, any advice?
I just listened to that last press conference you guys just played where FEMA was talking about what
we
they're
bought
going to
one
do.
of those home warranties when I was when we bought our house. I was what a moron I was. Yeah.
I
Don't do that.
wish I could be as hopeful.
I'm glad
that they're going
I
to
saw
be
through
able to
that
provide
crap.
as much as they're promising, but we're talking about billions, like 70 billion, and the fires aren't even contained yet. So I don't have a good silver lining here. This is going to get worse before it gets better. And I just hope that the community comes together and nonprofits come together. But from an insurance standpoint, there's not going to be, the insurance companies are not going to come in and save the day here. It's going to have to come from state, federal, private sector.
Yeah, everyone for themselves sometimes, and then step in the communities. Kaya, thanks for shooting.
Oh yeah, this isn't going to cause some problems.
Straight on all that. We really appreciate this.
Thank you.
And coming up, we've got some other headlines from today after the break. Then right back here for Southern California's coverage of the wildfires, including what's going on the ridge above us. So stay tuned.
Okay.
I want to check in with two folks, Tanner Charles and Orly Israel.
Okay, so this is the only one that I did pre-watch. This is from yesterday.
I believe it showed.
There is a part in this that,
Orly, just trying to do
while
what he
this is
can,
like insanely
to
like
save the
sad,
house, to water things down.
at
Let's
one
take a
point
look
this
and then
guy
we'll
does
talk.
something really funny.
Bro, I don't. Oh. All right, dude. Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry. We tried our best. Yeah, when this tree falls, it's over. I'm sorry, bro. Y'all get out of here. Did that tree fall with it? No. Just let it burn, and God protect this house in the name of Jesus. Protect this neighborhood, God. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
How'd that work out?
There's nothing we can do now, bro. Nothing we can do now.
Well, Orly and Tanner joining us now. How are you? How are you guys doing? I'm so sorry we're talking under these circumstances.
You know, every time I watch this video, I gotta watch myself running away from the battle of a lifetime. You know, the sound of these fire alarms going off everywhere in the house. Every time this video plays is just crazy. And then we fought the fire until we, my eyes are burnt, my face is burnt. We gave it our all, and also we stayed there way longer than anyone should have, and still lost. So, you know, I feel like we fought a losing battle, but we fought it, and I'm glad we made it out alive.
Were you able to get things out? I mean, things that were important to you?
Only the most important things. Yeah, this was a great experience, and going like, I guess I don't need those suit jackets. You know, those basketballs or signed shoes. We got what we needed, and I don't think we'll need the rest.
What was it like? I mean, running out like that, what was it like getting out? Because, I mean, some of the stories of people, you know, having to abandon their vehicles, and what was that like?
You know, we're running out with you can see the sparks in the air. It's like a snowstorm, but the snow hurts your skin and your eyes. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I'm running. Tanner, get in the car, because there's two trees on either side of the road that look like they're gonna crash into the road, and you know, we are just trying to get out of there as fast as we can by then, because that junk is bunk, dude.
That was it. When I heard that yesterday, I knew immediately. I was like, I gotta play this clip for you guys.
And Tanner, I understand you're. And Tanner, I understand you're a
bunk, dude.
He said that
we can by then, because that junk is bunk, dude.
That junk is bunk, dude.
And Tanner, I understand you're a storm chaser. Now you went over to help Orly. What was it like for you?
Yeah, for me, I was just
That
happy
junk
and
is
glad to be there
bunk,
just to
dude.
help him in a time of need.
I was watching that last night, trying to go to bed, and I just started cackling, and my wife was like, "What?" And I rewound it, and she was like, "Okay, that guy's." She's like, "I think he's in shock, but that it's even funnier just realizing he's just like, man."
I don't know. I haven't been friends with Orly too long, but I know him enough
Like,
to.
she even said, she was just like, "Do you think that they like smoked before they did this interview?" I'm like, they kind of look like they did.
To know that I just really appreciate who he is as a human and who he is in general. And so just being in the proper place at the proper time to help him was just, like this, like when natural disasters happen like this, just rallying around community, just like coming around people and just helping people out is just something that I think is kind of like the silver lining when it comes to disasters like this.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and we've seen that in this community as well. People calling up their neighbors, trying to help in any ways they can. Guys, I really appreciate talking to you. I'm glad you are safe, and Tanner, good on you to help your friend.
Hey, my pen.
I wish you the best in the days ahead. Obviously, they're going to be difficult. Thank you. And look at this. It is.
Yeah, here we go. This is also crazy.
It is block after block.
Modern day Spicoli. He really is.
You can see a fireplace in somebody's house.
You don't understand, like, these flames that were coming up, and I was just like, that's bonk, dude. No. Do you think he was like that when his friend's like, we gotta go, dude? He's like, no. Wait.
We're here. It's.
All right, I'm done.
As you can see, look, we talked about whether, this house soon probably is going to light. Look at this. Smoke is now pouring out of this house from the attic space. So it's only a matter of, it likely won't be long until this house goes up. The firefighters I was talking to earlier were saying that one of the things they look for is that smoke pouring out of the attic space, and when it's a sign to them that house is very likely going to go, and obviously in that case,
I can't say what you will, man.
As well,
they're not sending their interns. They're just wait, LA's on fire.
I want to talk to. I just want to.
Hey, when's Cooper's contract
I
off?
want you to hear from the woman who she and her husband own.
He's up
this
for an
house.
extension, really? All right, make him earn it.
When they were first married, they now use it as a B&B. They rent it out. I don't know if B&B, but they rent it out. I actually saw the renter earlier here today who came back to try to get some of her stuff. They just came back right before, literally 2 minutes or so before we went on air. Here's some of what she said. Brenda, so this is your house.
This is our house. Yeah, we bought it in 2013, and we lived here for 11 years. And we moved last year, but we rented it out as an investment property. And
this was your retirement.
This is our retirement. This is our nest egg.
He's like, wait a minute, I live here.
Where we moved in when we got married. This is where our son was born. This was our house, and this was what we worked for. This was what we were going to use to retire. That was our investment.
You just got here. Did you know that it had?
We knew that both ends of the street.
The fact that they made it so we had to fight each other because we have it like we saw it earlier in the other report where they're like the American dream. This is the symbol of the American dream. And then they're like, well, yeah, I bought this house to use as an investment. It's like, and then here we are, we're just like, oh, the investor class, the landlord class, like, and we're fighting against our own. We really are, because like, holy crap.
We're on fire, and
we should be able to have a house and consider it an investment. Like, that's a pretty middle class dream and it should be completely obtainable.
Our house was still standing as of this morning.
God, I hate the fact that we have a class system in general.
It was standing until about...
Especially when, like, I'm going to be completely real, we undervalue the crap out of just, like, fast food workers, grocery store workers, and pretty much anybody that we consider, low education job.
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
And we totally abuse that.
And yeah,
10 days into 2025 and America's on fire. Fun. Yeah.
We drove over and we heard that the firefighters were trying to put out the fire. And
appreciate
so we wanted
you
to
stopping
see
in.
for ourselves what the damage was, but it's gone. It's gone.
You guys like the stream over on Twitch? Please consider following.
Yeah, and there's a lot of homeowners who have not been able to get back yet to see the level of.
We're gonna get to some more lighthearted coverage here in a little bit.
Him, Bill.
When I say coverage, not of this.
It is unbelievable, Anderson. I know. I'm sorry. The superlatives have been flying through the air from all of you, but it looks like a war zone here in the central village of Pacific Palisades, one of the most picturesque neighborhoods in America. This whole block of small businesses, salons and restaurants, cafes, galleries, completely gutted, bombed out, turned to ash. Anything that isn't brick is ash right now. Across the street, behind the camera, another complex of doctors' offices, dentist offices, gone, bombed out. The glow of the flames in the distance is another art gallery. And we've seen these fire trucks just driving on by because they have other more pressing concerns. And I keep thinking, Anderson, about lessons learned.
Edgy bastard, cover whatever you want.
So much of covering the Paradise Fire up in California over 5 years ago, Lahaina and Maui over a year ago now. Those lessons, painful lessons in how to defend mountain communities in Paradise, alarm systems in Lahaina, and this is going to be lessons in urban wildfire right now. This state is already in the middle of an insurance crisis in which many major insurance stopped writing policies, homeowner policies. The price has gone through the roof for people who call this place home now, and this will only add to that. This is one of the most expensive pieces of real estate, this zip code, anywhere in the United States, and so many of those, over 1,000 different structures burned to the ground.
And here's where everybody just goes, oh.
Paradise, over 16,000, smaller, but the kinds of homes here are very different.
Getting burnt out on fire coverage? Go with State Farm.
This is a whole nother layer. And you have to also think about adaptation and infrastructure and how we live with fire.
See what I did there? Call back.
An overheating planet right now. And how to battle these. The big concern here as the hydrants went basically worthless in the middle of the night last night because this is the end of the water line here in the Palisades, and so the pipes get smaller as you get further away from the main lines. The pressure gets lower. They have 3 big 1 million gallon tanks that actually provide a lot of that water pressure, but they were tapping it with such speed that it couldn't fill up in time to keep the water pressure going. And so that's what we see. Lots of hands on deck. Mutual aid in this state. They've called in crews from 5 surrounding counties to help out, but there's only so much water in the grid.
You're suggesting to put this story in the back burner?
To go learning that when you have these big fires everywhere, it saps the entire system in ways.
You guys are on fire.
Is that you could knock these blazes down in simpler times. Climate change does not.
All right, I'm burnt out.
Bring these high winds. That's natural. But what we're seeing now is this overlap of Santa Anita wind season with this drought conditions, bone dry conditions in January. It's supposed to be the wet season right now, Anderson. And here's what we have. Right now, we've got a little break in the winds, giving our eyes and our lungs a little bit of a break right now. That could kick back up. But the big concern tonight is Santa Monica, more densely populated, just closer to LA from here. If these winds change, that's the big worry overnight.
Yep. All right. Now let's get into the news part of this one.
It's impossible for me to express.
We're gonna go with the mainstream take first, and then we're gonna get into the independent media take.
Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute
Low is that audio?
this incident.
That was California Governor Gavin Newsom with President Biden today. That was happening as wildfires continue to blaze through Southern California. But as the governor receives support
In the rich areas I work, they have fire sprinklers in their house because they don't live near a fire station.
from the outgoing
same kind of by us.
president, the incoming president is throwing barbs. Today, President
they do live kind of near a fire station, close enough for it to.
Trump attacked Governor Newsom, writing on Truth Social. Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have
called it. He said
allowed
Newsom
millions of gallons of water
before
from
the last fire was out. He said Newsom,
rain
give
and
me my
snow
money.
melt from the north to flow daily
I don't
into
know who I
many
bet.
parts of California. He is the blame for this. Governor Newsom's office responded in a statement. There is no such document as the Water Restoration Declaration. That is pure fiction. And earlier tonight, just a few moments ago, Governor Newsom himself responded.
People are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't.
You should. No, you should. You see right there? That's why he won. That's why he won. You guys need to start doing that. You guys need to start playing a little bit dirty. Show the fact that you have a little bit of, gumption. But nah, I got to be political about this. I'm not going to be political about this, but I'm going to totally play politics about it.
Stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
Joining me now is Charlie Sykes, an MSNBC contributor and a columnist at The Atlantic. I do think it bears some fact-checking here, right? Number one, part of the reason firefighters don't have water is because they're all tapping the same lines at the same time to fight monstrously large fires, and the water pressure goes down. And then number two, this is from the National Resources Defense Council.
Face on live
For
TV.
Donald Trump to tie water management from the Bay Delta,
or just call him an asshole. Like, you don't even have to go for the most shocking superlative. You got to literally just be like, this asshole's trying to divide us. Why? Come on, man. Like, seriously, at that point, why can't, this right here, what I'm showing you, this is what, people would respond to, and they'd be like, okay.
Area into devastating wildfires that have cost people's lives and homes is nothing short of irresponsible.
Yeah, authenticity doesn't sell at all. Yeah, that's why Donald Trump is our president again, because,
And it is
sell
happening
well at all.
Precisely at a time when the
At least, the only problem with Donald Trump is he's too dumb to not be.
Metropolitan Water District, the LA Metropolitan Water District, has the most water stored in its system in the history of
I love the fact that he's already going and he's doing these freaking, oh my God, the press conferences, and his own cabinet is just like, please don't.
Agency. It is not a matter of having enough water coming from Northern California.
It was a good 2 months where we just could keep him hidden, but he was just
devastating impacts of a changing climate. I mean, we just spoke with a meteorologist. We're talking about climate extremes, weather extremes, years of deluge, years of drought. Vegetation then grows and then gets bone dry, and then winds that are exacerbated and increased by climate change. All of those factors coming together, converging on the city of Los Angeles. That's what's happening now.
Give me Binky.
To ask for Donald Trump to lead, first of all, lead on this, but also to diagnose a problem that is here now on our doorstep, which is the climate problem we face as a country, as a globe.
Do you want your meatloaf?
Seems like an impossibility.
Yes. Daddy loves
and
meatloaf.
also, is it too much to ask that he not lie about this at this particular moment? You said that this kind of rhetoric phrase the ties. I guess one of the questions we have to ask is, how does it help? Is he contributing to the solution? Is his rhetoric going to make it more likely?
Hold on. This is important. Wait.
Los Angeles survives, that lives are saved.
Go back to his.
Make it more likely.
Wait. God damn it. Wait. No. Right here. Oh, there it is. Gotta move chat. Look at that awesome painting of his dog. I just got inspired. I need to do a stoic painting of my dog just like that. My dog crosses his paws, so perfect.
So is his rhetoric going to make it more likely
nice one, Sykes.
that Los Angeles survives, that lives are saved, that
as an outsider to the U.S., this is like watching a car crash. Oh man, this must be fun for you.
Are able to be shielded from this. I mean, what does he accomplish by his rhetoric?
What country do you live in that we don't even really know exists? Because most Americans think that
we've had reports from his first term that he considered not giving
Trump's
federal
too busy trying to
disaster aid
conquer
to certain states because he didn't like the politics of their governor. This is the real danger. Yeah. Will he, because we know how vindictive he is, and at this moment of maximum tragedy and danger, if he cannot restrain himself.
I mean, I wouldn't say fun, but let's say it's 4 a.m. where I am, so this is wild.
What can we expect when he gets back into office? Because there's going to be a massive rebuilding. There will be more disasters like this. How will Donald Trump respond? Will he try to take it out on his political opponents? Will he see everything through the lens of his own ego and his resentments? I mean, this becomes more than just simply, mean tweets. This raises questions about will he be the president of all Americans and a president who wants to solve problems and protect the American people as opposed to scoring these kinds of petty points?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where it tips from just rhetoric and nastiness and, Donald Trump's bad behavior into a real issue in terms of Americans getting the help they need, right? You mentioned what happened in his first term. I mean, he was actually going to withhold aid from California
like
after the 2018 wildfires until his aides showed him that there were parts of Orange County, California, that supported Trump. And because of that,
I'm sick of people acting like this is normal. It's over. I feel like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The media is allowing it to decline. What it is going to take before they start calling it like it is.
Relented.
Oh, yeah. What is it going to take? Sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I thought that after Trump won, but like that the media would just kind of go for it. But I think that they get more clicks by acting faux outrage, by doing the outrage stuff. But realistically, like, at least closer to 2026 and 2028, if they don't start being authentic and start pushing back and like saying, like, not being afraid to use the word bullshit on the campaign trail because, we have to use decorum. Like they're so stuck in 90s politics. It's disgusting.
Happened in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. He delayed aid to Washington State, which was run by a Democrat, for 4 months. He told the governors of Connecticut and Maryland that they should ask nicely.
Are you in Ukraine?
For their disaster aid. They were not Trump acolytes. He delayed disaster aid to the state of Georgia by 55 days because he was mad at Governor Kemp for certifying the election in favor of Joe Biden. He delayed aid to Utah after the Republican governor certified Biden's electoral victory. This is what he did in the first term. And I wonder, what you think.
My man saw some crown molding and was like, I want that.
Think of the road ahead for a man as he comes in.
Just look at that wall.
Probably even more emboldened in the second term to punish his quote unquote enemies. And what that means in a moment like this where
it's these
he's
shots
looking
that
at the same
get me
image
to go.
as we are. And this is his response.
Alex, that list that you just read is breathtaking, and we ought to remember that. But I guess one of the differences with Trump 2.0 is that there were apparently some grown-ups or responsible individuals in the room during his first term who told him, Mr. President, you shouldn't do this, or figured out a way to make him relent. Will they be there in this next term?
Nope.
See, this is what I think is the scary part. Because the people he's surrounded himself with now,
no access to ham sandwiches at this lovely hour. So let's watch U.S. news and politics instead.
Are not going to tell him that no, you cannot take out your resentment against Governor Newsom.
We're watching the mainstream media take Alex Wagner from MSNBC on what Trump had to say about Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom. Totally bad governor. He didn't. He did this water thing. He was using a water thing where he was saving the water, not giving it to anybody. Bad move.
We call these ridiculous nicknames. You can't take out that political resentment on the American citizens, on the American people who've been impacted by this. Who will be the people who will say that? Is Stephen Miller going to be telling him things like that? Will the people, the MAGA acolytes that he stacked his administration with, will they be the ones who appeal to the better angel of his nature? So the fact is, we know what his instincts are. We saw it in his first term. He was dissuaded from the worst, most damaging things. It's not clear that will happen again this next time. And again, to your point, he is seeing these images. And if these images do not sober you, if these images don't make you cry out and thinking, these are our fellow Americans, these are fellow human beings, this is a catastrophe, this is a tragedy. If you don't have that instinct, then I think it's a tremendously troubling commentary on the man who's about to become president of the United States.
Yeah. I mean, we know from Governor Newsom how essential White House support is in critical moments like these. We look towards January 20th to see what's next. Charlie Sykes, MSNBC contributor, columnist at The Atlantic. Thank you so much for your time,
She almost gave the game away that she was looking forward to January 20th because that's when they really don't have to work as hard because they can just, go on Twitter and be like, what'd he say now? Ugh. I just know that I'm not going to be as into that. All right. Here. This is not the story that I thought it was. Give me 1 second. Dude, this is Trump's America now. People only care about themselves. You can't care about your neighbors and be MAGA. Well, I'm not MAGA. I'm one of those, hippie lib, assholes that actually gives a crap about people, even though they don't give a crap about me. And I'm an atheist. Weird how that worked. One second. What started the fires, by the way? They don't know. They know that there was a backyard fire in the Palisades one that started it, so they didn't say if it was like a grill or what it was. Just literally said backyard fire. So, no, but there's plenty of conspiracy theories going around about it. So, which I'm trying not to entertain or platform, really. I'll joke about them, but I also don't want that misconstrued that I'm saying ha 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 ha, look, ha ha, funny, ha. That's my point. Trump and his goons could care less about the people losing their homes. No, exactly. The fact that the American people who voted for Trump that are they're surprised that he doesn't care about them. What? Oh no. Forgive me why I don't give a crap. Oh, sorry. Ugh, man. All right. Let's hope this works, because I just spent the better part of 20 minutes cleaning it out. That's what I was using my wire from over there. It worked. I knew it. I knew there was a little gunk ball in there. All right. We're back in business. All right, let's check in with one more live shot. Is that a 2? Second one. I have to be careful with YouTube, so. I do not condone smoking in any way, by the way. I don't know what's happening. I must have gotten a hair in my eye. You see that? Yeah, I gotta get this hair out of my face because it was in my eye about, not smoking. Sorry. All right. I said one more. I'm going for one more. Also, real quick, I appreciate all you guys being here. I just kind of looked at my numbers, have been kind of negating them. If you haven't already, please like the stream. It really helps me out. And if you are over on Twitch and you haven't already followed, please follow. And just in general, I hope you guys are liking the stream. Yeah, I enjoy having you guys here. So, God, why is it always at least one person's just like, oh, there he goes. He's asking for something. I'm out. Hope you enjoyed it. Sorry. As I said, I'm in a goofy mood tonight.
You wonder if it was someone who lives in the area and we wanted to check on their home. Okay, but at the same time, and we don't know if that's the case or not, but regardless, it's still illegal to do so. And for those very reasons that you mentioned, we are now down
Damn, they just busted somebody trying to get back to their home, or it could come on. Like
and
the opportunities.
One that, by the way, isn't ours. We borrow those from Canada. They come down to help us out, and now one of them is out of service with a hole in its wing, which is not an easy repair, by the way, because somebody wanted to fly a drone. And you know, the Super Scoopers, yes, they all the firefighting aircraft, they get relatively low to the ground to be able to drop these things off, but still, the drone had to be a decent distance in the air to be able to make contact with a Super Scooper, because the Super Scoopers fly pretty, at a decent height because of their fixed wing.
Trying to
really huge. So really unfortunate that
check
that's
in
what
with
we're
some
dealing
live
with
stuff.
right now.
Sorry,
And for
man.
anybody else that is interested in flying a drone, I just talked to the FAA about
I think we were
this.
too negative for you.
The
Sorry,
FAA
homie.
can fine you $75,000
Wow.
for flying
What's up,
a
Kirk?
drone in
You
a
good?
restricted area. And I can bet you that if they were able to find this person, they most certainly will do that. I mean, look. Our aircraft, SkyCal, is obviously
This
much
is
bigger
extra
than a drone,
interesting
but
as an
we are
outsider,
outside
because
of,
Trump was
the flight
probably the best
restrictions as
elections
well.
outcome
We want
for my
nothing to do
country.
with
Oh, really?
interfering with the firefighting operation. So it's a federal crime punishable by 12 months in prison.
4 a.m.
To
I
interfere
kind of have
with
an idea of
firefighting
where you're
efforts.
from now.
And additionally, they can impose a $75,000 civil penalty against you for operating a drone inside of a TFR. And again, we've lost an important firefighting asset because of this now.
dare you.
And it'll take a while to fix it if it's got a hole in the wing.
Oh my God, you're making me go full Thunberg. How dare you? How dare you?
I'm glad that we're talking about this, Mike, because it's a very dire situation, and people hopefully they're listening and understanding the detriment.
It was some dude trying to get footage for his YouTube channel.
The situation brings, no matter why you're trying to find out information.
I mean, I'm laughing because it's like, this is the most 2025 thing ever, but then I literally just had to go.
So we don't really know the gist of what this was, but at the same time, it's illegal, it's dangerous, and now we have this big issue.
Have mercy on me. I got enough crap today. That's all right.
Those Super Scoopers just can do so much tremendous
have mercy.
work, and now there's one less available to us.
Okay.
All I can say is that this is
we'll remind people throughout the
good
evening
friends
of what's happened there. Now, we do have
in direct conflict
some
with
pictures, I believe, from our Lauren Posen, who is actually on her way to the Kenneth
country's
fire,
interests.
and she did send us something using FaceTime. So let's see what she has to say.
Man,
I'm Lauren Posen.
all of their voices are screwed up. Like,
the Woodland
wow.
Hills, West Hills, Bell Canyon area right
God, probably the same dudes from Anderson Cooper's interview.
now. We are in Agoura. I'm going to flip the camera so you can see we're on the side streets here. You can see some of the haze on the mountains there. The firefighters tell us back over in the West Hills area that the fire has shifted because of the wind.
No, the picture of the Cybertruck burning outside of Trump Hotel was the snapshot for 2025. Dude, the fact that it was the first day.
Which is good news for the West Hills,
Yeah, it
Bell
was
Canyon,
wild.
Hills area.
I actually, for my stream that day, I used that picture
further north, like
when I made the announcement I was going live.
That's why we're heading this way. The command post is set up over at the Calvary Church, and that is where we are headed. The firefighters tell us that the fire seems to be following the burn path of the Woolsey fire, which is positive in a sense because things are already burned, but the negative part of that, of course, is that there's still homes that can be impacted. So we are on our way to the command post first, and then we're going to get our feet on the ground and assess and see what's going on. There are some mandatory evacuations as well, so we're going to be looking to talk to those people. As
Y'all ready to give 2025 a snapshot? It's been 10 days. Dude.
All right, we really appreciate that from Lauren.
Yeah.
And we look forward to hearing from her.
Not even the 20th.
Right
He's
now,
not
we're gonna take
even
these
in
live
office.
pictures from Scott
Although it's funny because I forgot to mention this, guys. Like my
right there.
my school,
you've got some of these hotspots that they've been really
I came from a pretty culty version of evangelical Christendom. There's a few of them that have been saying like, this is, God's wrath, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh boy, here we go. And then you have a few of them also going like, it's the end, because there are a few of the liberal Christians that are just like, yeah, Trump's the Antichrist. It's like, whoa.
Trying to dig
Hollow.
lines manually with those pickaxes.
Can you help me make a decision? Sure. What's your decision that you need made?
Through the bushes right there.
Yeah, that's to the
It's
left of
TOS.
that,
That's all I care about.
They're approaching
Trump threatens
Yeah, it looks like
to
they're
withhold
probably walking up a
aid.
trail or
Did
something
he?
here to be able to get into that? But
Yeah, that's why.
Wait, did he?
And they're
I know
back
he.
there.
I
Those
know he
wildland
does,
fire
but
crews are really
did he?
something else, and they do a really, really good job of getting in there with chainsaws and pickaxes and clearing the brush. And those are the guys that really get in there, the men and women that really get in there and harden those containment
Well, you know what they
lines
say: go
to make
fast,
sure
lose
this doesn't
cash.
go any further. As we kind of pull out, you can see
Actually, that one wasn't bad.
sets of them there. And then, of course, you've got the night dropping helicopters.
Did my
that are
group
doing
speak
that
in
work as
tongues?
well
No,
to drop some
actually,
water on
we
it.
used to
So
think they were.
certainly a much better situation. The last number we got was, I believe,
yeah, we used to think they were
798
wild,
here.
but no, we were
helicopter do another
super
water drop
invested
there on
in the Valley of
So,
Armageddon.
certainly a much better situation.
If
than
you know
we were
what I
in
mean.
Earlier. As the Kenneth fire, and I need to correct myself,
Thinking of
960
turning
acres of Kenneth
fascist.
Fire, there as it burns. Now, those
Well.
evacuation orders are still in place. You know, we had heard a little bit earlier that the ones in West
If you're
Hills,
white,
which is the
cis,
city area, have been lifted.
and
but the main ones here that
I don't know. Are you only thinking about going for it just so you can fit in, and you're not actually like they don't come after you?
And then you've got the Agora Hills ones that are voluntary. And I'm going to check the Ventura County evacuations really quick here. But last time I checked, the Oak Park and the Bell Canyon orders, yes, are still in place. And those are voluntary at this point. So the good news is, though, another community has been spared,
there
it
we go.
appears, by our really good work of the fire crews out there. So really, really good news that they're able to do that. That's a dozer down there as well. So in addition to those hand crews, that dozer is cutting lines there to be able to stop the keep containment on the fire and keep it from spreading any further. So really good news at that. I'm going to ask Oliver to zoom out or pull out and look at the Palisades fire, because the area that we were sitting in here, we were able to actually see both fires.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of calls, and the reason I'm asking him to do this is because I got a lot of tweets and some messages from people. Fire.
Well, he's petering out. I don't know what's happening there. You're right, Donald.
Not seeing those huge towering flames like we were before. We are seeing, definitely some hot spots, definitely some spots that need some work.
That was weird.
But
Muted.
certainly a much better picture than we have seen over the last few nights. And anytime you see it, more of those.
Don't be a fascist. They are cucks and losers. They are tools like rabid dogs for the ruling class to weaponize against workers. Yep.
These hot pockets that they're dealing with. In the
Meanwhile, while also robbing you, like that's my favorite part is the fact that like they're just sitting there hoping. It's just like I hope I get more. I hope I get more. I hope I get more. And then they're just like when they're done with you, they're done with you. You know that, right? Have you not ever seen any movie with a villain in it? Because that's kind of how they are. You know, like dude, that's why this shit is so cartoonish.
Yeah, Ollie.
I mean, Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget, like seriously, is less cartoonish than what we're dealing
So
with.
he's going to spin the camera back around and give us a second. It's a little dark up there and easy to get disoriented.
Republican Byron Donalds on Sunday argued California needs to do something to prevent wildfires after former President Donald Trump threatened to withhold wildfire aid from the state over environmental rules. CNN Dana Bash asked Donald's about Trump's comments on State of the Union Sunday, noting Donald's home state is dealing with the fallout of the fires.
Some kind of more major cross streets, but according to our map tracker, Crummer Canyon Road.
Alias, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah. So that's
what do we call you?
Between the communities of Hidden Hills and Mountain
Welcome
View.
to
And
Pep
this is
Talks.
and like the Malibu Canyon north of the 101 freeway.
Also, welcome to High on Politics,
basically
which
your bigger cross there is going to be.
Hope you know by the name where you were at. Where you were at.
Right, and I apologize. Moreau Road and Mountain View Drive, kind of in that area. So there's a ravine
Hope you
there.
enjoyed the content.
And I'm going to ask, I think Mike Parrott's in the booth, if we can look at my computer really quick, Mike, because there we go. Thanks.
If you do, drop a like and
this is the
sub to the channel
area that we're looking at here. And there was this ravine that the fire started to kind of push down into, which is kind of into this area. So that's
I
what
didn't know
Mordor. So,
Mordor was in.
This was the latest kind of fire.
I can't believe I just said Mordor.
Outdated at this point, because
Dude,
the
it's
fire
literally
did start to push down into
one of the things I do here when I start segments is I say for Gondor.
here. And so when you look at Crummer Canyon Road, where Oliver's looking. That is,
Did Rohan ever light the beacons? Did Rohan ever light the beacons? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it.
Which is going to be closer to Elijah, and then you get further to the west. And
always been bothered by that.
So that is kind of where it's at right now.
You never lit the damn beacons, you asshole.
Well, it's really And I'm surprised because the shot that Oliver showed us really just before that press conference started, we saw a lot more fire.
A lot
we saw
more,
way more flames.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna
now
make
you
another
really
pun
have to
about
look
burning.
for them.
Right.
People are still texting
My
me about
brain doesn't work
containment.
right now,
I
so
haven't
I'll
heard
leave
that.
it to you.
I don't think there is any containment yet. I think everything is still at zero.
It's getting a little hot.
Yeah, it's still technically
Anybody
at zero.
feel that?
We should point out that containment
guys,
and flames
who
are
turned the
not
heat
the
up?
same. Like that doesn't mean the same thing, right? So just because we're not seeing any flames doesn't mean
I know.
that it's contained, right?
I'm a little.
Is the actual
I got a
physical
little bit of a
lines
red
that they're
tint to
able
me,
put
and I'm a little
around the
sweaty.
fire.
It's
So just
totally
because
normal.
we're not seeing any intense flames.
I
Doesn't mean
always
it's
look like this.
contained. It's out or contained, right? Yeah.
Starman
so
X fire
containment is
the-
just the physical hard line that they're able to put around the fire to make sure that the fire will
I'm 2
not
minutes
go
away.
outside of those lines. So that is what a containment is, and that is what they are
You're
still
right.
working on. That's what we saw those hand crews doing,
Yeah.
and those dozers. They're working
Just
to build
realized
the
that.
containment lines.
All Frodo had to do was
I
take
knew
the
you had
ring
all
to
the,
Sunset.
incidentals that we need
Or
to know
get
and
the
to
Eagles.
share
I mean,
with our
there's
viewers.
so
But
many
again, this
plot
looks
holes,
so
but
much better than it did
I
just
only
even
harp on
less
that
than
one
an
because
hour
of
ago.
how much he's just like, you never came. You never came. It's just like, you never lit the damn beacons, you ass.
100%.
So great work, and we know they are still out there working, as they are in the Palisades fire.
You
and
just
the
had a
fire.
gripe with
this is a good
Gondor.
time,
Just
Mike,
admit
to
it.
bring in Evelyn Taft, our meteorologist,
Ah.
our all-knowing meteorologist.
Sorry, nerd stuff.
Ev, we want you to walk us through what we can expect later this evening.
Yep.
And I don't want to be, I'm not a Debbie Downer, but what we want to do is just set a story or set the scene where we know.
I think I'm only harping on that one too because it's one of the more practical elements of Lord of the Rings, where it's just like, no, anybody understands that, because it's like, yeah, you would be mad if somebody didn't come and help you, but it's just like, wait a minute, you guys had a secret code that was the whole understanding was that they would come to your aid, and you never did the code. You never did the code.
Break out. And here's the thing.
Why
we're
even
looking at
have
another
it?
bout of wind coming in tonight. So this is actually calm compared to where we're going to be at.
Nerd
later.
raging.
So it's great to see when we do get a handle on a fire, but of course we just have to continue to stay vigilant. And the wind will start to pick up tonight. So I'm going to show you those numbers, tell you about those numbers in a moment. We're still looking at red flag conditions.
Look at it!
Tomorrow evening, we're still looking at high wind warnings. We're still looking at wind advisories. And we do get a lull after tomorrow. But then we're expecting to see another bout of wind next week, which seems so far from now. It's really feels
Welcome
so
to the
far.
community. I think you all fit in pretty well.
I know we get fatigue when
We
we
have
get
fun
storm
here.
after storm or
Actually, that should be my
windstorm after
slogan.
windstorm or Santa
Welcome
Ana
to
wind
Pep
event
Talks.
after
We
wind
have
event,
fun
fire
here.
after fire. But we could see another couple days of maybe pretty healthy Santa Ana winds even next week. And here's the part we haven't even discussed. Of course, all eyes near Calabasas right now as we're looking at almost 1,000 acres burned in the Kenneth fire. But we are actually looking at a bullseye over the IE in Orange County as far as wind goes tonight. We could start to really see that wind pick up in the overnight hours. So we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to wrap this up right
Is it bad that now that I did have the beacons been lit, I'm just this specific fire being on the screen right now? I'm like, it's the beacons of God.
All right, thanks so much.
Gondor calls for it.
And now we want to go to our Ross Palumbo. He is live with Sheriff Luna at the Emergency Center.
You know,
Hey,
not
we
the best
just
thing
did
to
that
just sit
massive
here
press
and like,
conference, and one of the surprising
oh
announcements
my
that we
mustache
heard the
and
mayor
5 o'clock shadow,
vaguely
man.
mention
Oh,
and Sheriff Luna
wow.
went into more detail about was this curfew.
Oh
that
my God,
you
he
want to
looks
go
like
into
a fuzzy,
effect
like he just
burned-out
looks so
areas.
fuzzy, like.
Where are we in the process? I just want to be really clear. It's not in effect right now,
Like,
is it?
I'm
No, it is
cis,
not,
but I'm just
but the
like,
purpose of the curfew is
I wouldn't mind giving it that a little. Just it's like a little. It's like a dog you see where you're just like, I want to pet it.
Protected. It's an extra layer of protection. So a lot of the residents are saying, please do this.
Squirt that spray on.
Supervisor
no way.
Barger has come to us, and we.
Oh no! What's it called? Flocking. It looks like flocking. It looks like he just took glue and put like the little flocking material, like on his.
I've seen the latest draft. We're going to forward it to the other agencies, like the Los Angeles Police Department. We want to do this together.
He looks
so
like
it's
an
more
extra from Chips.
When it takes place, it'll mean
Sir, I'm gonna need you to pull over. Oh my God, he would look killer in Aviators.
at 6 p.m. at night. No one can enter these specific areas until 6 in
Chips,
the morning.
100%.
Are we talking about this could possibly go into effect later tonight, or is this going to be
the
tomorrow
little
and
shorts?
I'm hoping it can do.
Dude, oh my God, they look like they should be on the same show. Oh my God, they would be partners. They'd be partners.
I'm probably looking more at tomorrow.
Guys, under any other circumstance, brother, we would be mustache buddies, but we need to go fight some fires.
But again,
I don't know why
it's
all of a
for
sudden
the
they became
purposes
fucking
of
Chicagoans.
keeping people who don't belong in these
Sorry.
evacuation mandated,
Every once in a while, my
evacuation
accent
areas
just
out
like
of there, because we've arrested people,
vomits out.
unfortunately, for burglarizing homes in those areas.
You know, I want
That guy has stash envy for the captain. I don't know about that. I actually disagree. I think that the captain has stash envy for our boy here.
Because the LAPD chief said that they have not had.
Sorry,
any
I have the giggles.
incidents.
His name is Pep.
How bad
Yes.
has it been? We haven't personally seen anything. Are we talking of extreme looting already? How bad is it?
It's in
been so far?
When we're talking about
My
looting,
last
it's not like
name
sometimes you
is
see on
Pepper.
video where you
So,
see
yes.
50 individuals
It's a
running into
nickname.
a store to grab things. We're talking about
Very
1, 2,
open.
3, or 4 people who are casing some of these neighborhoods, going in, burglarizing homes, and taking loss. And yes, we've made arrests throughout the county and the affected areas for this, and our deputies have relayed stories of us where they're
His
actually
mustache
preventing
is
people, they're
authority.
stopping people who can't tell you why they're there. They definitely don't live there.
Oh my God, you're right. The mustache. You know what? He shaves that mustache. He does not have the authority. Look, I have to move chat for this. You're right. You take that mustache away, he loses all that. Like, that brown shirt is, yeah.
So we don't want
Oh
that
my
to
God,
occur.
it's the Farva logic. It's literally
It is an
Farva
absolute
logic.
problem, and I'm going to tell just your viewers.
We are talking about
if
you
you're thinking about
behind
going
your
up
back in
there
front of your
to
face.
commit a crime,
Whatever.
you're going to get caught. And I talked to the DA earlier today, and he is going to prosecute to the full
cool.
extent of the law. Do not hurt these people more than they're already hurt.
It's despicable and unimaginable. Before I let you go, let me ask you about your deputies. Everyone is so happy to see them in a crisis like this. They're doing a wonderful job. I've seen them out there. How are they holding up?
You know what? They are amazing people. The work they're doing, the humanitarian work they're doing, we're hearing amazing stories. But like we're working them. Some of them are working 16, 18-hour shifts. But you know what? I haven't heard one complaint from them. They want to be here. They want to help these communities. This is unprecedented, and they're a part of it. And they're doing exactly what they raise their right hand to do, and that's to serve.
Okay, well, we'll wait for more details on the curfew. Possibly tonight, probably tomorrow. We'll have the latest.
I want a liter of cola.
Yes, sir. Sheriff, always wonderful to talk
What?
to you.
A liter? I want a goddamn liter of cola.
Thanks for all your service, man. Thank you. So Pat, you just heard it. The
Dude.
curfew could
Get it?
possibly go into effect
That was so
later
jarring.
tonight. Unlikely.
I heard
Most likely
nothing they
tomorrow. Of
said.
course, we'll have
I
all
was
the
just
details
focused on the.
on
It was
that.
literally
And-
just
and
the
one more
mustaches
thing,
talking
Pat,
at that
you
point.
know,
It was like
to the
mustache,
fire
mustache,
chief
mustache,
and the
mustache,
sheriff.
mustache,
They're
mustache,
working
mustache.
so hard out there. If you see a firefighter, if you see a deputy, if you see a police officer,
And when he left,
I mean, give them a hug too,
mustache.
because it is hard. You've been on these fires just like me, Pat. You know it is hard work for
He's got-
everyone involved.
He's like, I gotta go.
The loss is extreme.
He whips,
and we're all just
he
trying to get
whips
through
out
crisis.
the
No
aviators,
question
goes,
about that, Ross.
and then he
you know,
jumps
I
in.
heard
Exactly.
mention
Hops in the
during
sidecar,
press
puts his little
conference
egg
the
helmet
care
on.
for the firefighters themselves, and yes, I'm sure you do. I certainly
have a
know,
liter of cola by my side.
personally,
That's the 4 a.m.
firefighters
snack.
who are
Oh.
away from their families, trying to make sure that all of us are safe. So yes, we do appreciate.
I need a
that.
burger.
And
It's
I'm gonna
for a
say
cop.
something. It's kind of humorous right now, but
What's
maybe
that
it's
mean?
needed. Lauren Posen
Nothing.
talked to us last night, and she was talking with some firefighters, and they said, we appreciate you wanting to help us, and we appreciate the granola bars.
Oh, thank you.
But quite frankly, we would like some
He's a good boy.
protein. So you know what? Give them a hug. Give them a piece of chicken.
I must ask you a very serious question.
Or a steak, Ross.
That's,
All right.
that's,
I like this
all
bit.
Be
This is fun.
appreciated, I promise you.
As I said,
let
we
me
have
just
fun here.
tell you one more thing. After the press conference, I spoke with Chief Crowley specific about that hydrant.
I mean, the mustache is conducting the interview. Let's be completely real right here. That thing isn't on him. He is on that mustache.
Problem again. And she says there is no problem that she
Me too.
believes is happening.
I cannot stop staring at. It's his 5 o'clock shadow. I'm not sure what's more impressive. All right, what's more impressive, the 5 o'clock shadow? Because that is like Like how? I mean, it literally looks like fuzz. Like you always have stray hairs. That guy has no stray hairs at all.
I asked her also about the staffing for the Palisades fire because there are allegations that those budget cuts deeply impacted it. She said that is not
mustache of the
hour.
hour.
But I also talked to the president of the firefighters.
I mean,
union,
he's got the
and
mustache of the year, bro.
It is in fact happening.
He's behind the stash.
We're gonna track that down and.
Oh my God, this dude needs his own news program behind the stash.
We need
What's
all
his
the
name?
firefighters we can have up there, and we'll get back to you.
Here.
Certainly. All right. Thanks so much for that, Ross. And we have.
Oh, his name's Ron? Oh my God, he's a newscaster named Ron with that mustache.
Information now from our Lauren Posen. She has just arrived.
That was a gift.
At the Kenneth fire, and
sorry.
We are anxious to hear what you have to
the
tell us
actual
about
news
that,
coverage.
Lauren, we appreciate your FaceTime earlier, but since you have arrived, what can you tell us? What do you see?
Yeah, well, Pat, we are here in Calabasas,
Oh,
right down the road from
did she say
Mountain View
Ross?
Estates
I
on
thought she
Mill
said
Road,
Ron.
and
I
the
think she said
it's
Ron.
hard to see from our vantage point, but it's right behind
You're gonna
us
make
here.
me rewind, and
All
I
these
hate doing
people
that,
you see
especially on
here
live
have been
stuff.
Evacuated. They cannot go into their homes. We're near Malibu Canyon. This woman that's walking by here, her cat's in her house. She can't go get her cat. People are very anxious.
I was just about to say something about it, but I felt like that was kind of like rude. Yeah, that mask is unnaturally round. Like does she not understand that you can just press the nose part up, like down, and just kind of form it to your face a little bit?
Look at all these fire engines here. They are here.
You know what she's lacking? A mustache. Well, we don't know that.
To fight these fires, it's amazing how many firefighters I've seen.
It's Ross.
Now, I want
Damn
to show
it.
you.
All right.
I want to talk to these two gentlemen over here.
Evacuate.
This is Eric, and Eric actually has been evacuated, and he has been helping people the last couple days with the Palisades fire, and now he is being impacted. Nico, his house burned down in the Palisades fire. He's also been helping people. Eric.
He has many leather-bound books, and his place smells of rich mahogany.
I'm going to start with you. Tell me about the situation here in Calabasas and what you're seeing. And did you see the fire?
I feel like I could have done that in an Alan Rickman.
We saw the fire. We had a high vantage point to watch it. We've been fighting the Palisades fire.
He has many leather books, and his place smells like rich mahogany.
For the last 3 days,
Alan
my house burned down in the
Rickman.
Woolsey, which is why I'm so adamant about helping people and saving lives. I feel like we're doing God's work. A lot of people need help and needed assistance. They get lost, disoriented, and don't make the right decisions. They're going the wrong direction, and I advise everybody to stay out.
And even if the fire is not coming to you and you get out, you should get out. This gets into your bronchioles, your alveoli. You want to get out of this as soon as you can. It's not the fire that kills people, it's also the smoke. So don't try to run in and save possessions. Your life is worth way more than your property.
Potter.
That's all I want to let you know. Love, peace, respect.
Yeah.
And Eric, tell me about
I actually learned how to do it from watching too much Die Hard.
your situation here. So is it your girlfriend's apartment or apartment you share together?
Yeah, we share. And her cat's still in there.
It's actually legit one of my favorite movies.
Telling me, hey, can you go get some of my stuff? Can you
Oh my God, he does have Kai the Hitchhiker.
Animals.
Smash! Yeah!
We can't go do anything. They've stopped us. We don't
Die
want to get
Hard,
arrested.
not Harry Potter.
And,
Die Hard, yeah. Yeah, I'm of a certain age. He was actually before he was in Harry Potter for me, because I didn't watch Harry Potter for a long time. Long story, I don't want to go into right now. He was Hans, and then he was also the Angel of Death in Dogma.
We're just doing
he was the voice of God.
Yes,
My bad.
we're in the back of
The Metatron.
Las Virgenes, and we got this far.
The
and as
Metatron,
far as
come
we
on.
go,
Now,
we
are you going to
advise
give me a
everybody to
towel
stay
or
safe as
what?
possible. Save your life, not your property.
There's an elderly dude. We can help.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay, they're going to go help some. Okay,
God bless everybody.
Thank you. So, Pat, we have good citizens here just trying to help people. Everyone is just really coming together. I did check moments before.
But make no mistake, I have watched all of Harry Potter multiple times now, and I do love him as. I can't. When they're doing the new show or whatever, Hans Gruber.
In particular, it's basically burning behind Hidden Hills, and because it started in West Hills
Nice
there,
suit.
and so that whole brush area is a danger zone. On the plus side, a fire captain told me it's burning on the path of the Woolsey fire. So in a sense, it's good because that land's already, been burned. But that doesn't mean...
I love how when he says McLean, he says it McLean, John McLean.
The danger zone because there's so many homes. I got to show you.
It's a little extra spit in his mouth.
I mean, again, these are all the people just waiting to get word. It's just moment by moment here because, these fires are so unpredictable.
All right, Lauren.
Isn't too bad right now, which is really positive. We want that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, I'll send it back to you, but we're going to be out here all night, and I'll have another update for you, Pat, at 7.
Yeah, what happened, Lauren? We just lost your audio for a minute there, and I know that area very well, and you're absolutely right about that. In the Woolsey fire, a number of trees that were charred right there on Muro Road, where you are. You could see that for several years after the Woolsey fire. They hadn't grown back yet. The bark was still blackened.
Yeah, I knew him from Dogma. I'm the anatomically correct. I'm as anatomically correct as like Ken doll. That's where he's like, now are you gonna hand me a towel or what?
That whole area there. I think you're butting right next to Mills, if I'm not
grape you if I wanted to.
Muro Road actually is right by the round.
Dude, I love when he takes her to the Mexican restaurant.
Traverses around to Las Virgenes. So, and very happy to hear from those young men there that are trying to help people, and we want to give them as much information, and I know you will too. And keep us posted on what's happening. We did talk to Evelyn about the winds, and we're going to bring her back in too, just to give us more of an update, because I think that's what people
this is what I was waiting on, was the wind update.
Is just
you're going to make me cry.
Hi, Evelyn. Oh, yeah, dear. Okay.
I'm just getting this a human interest story coming in from the fire line. I'm so sorry. There's just so much going on, and a firefighter out there fighting one of these fires, and then somebody on social media actually saying that's my house, and he wasn't able to save it. And this might be a story for another time, Pat, but really just bringing tears to my eyes because he's saying, basically, I want to take this firefighter out to dinner once this is all said and done. So.
Yeah, make sure they have protein.
Absolutely. And, I have another friend actually reaching out to me trying to offer up protein for the firefighters. So maybe that's something we could talk about. But, just while we're live on the air, we're all hearing from so many people. We're all affected here in the newsroom. Pat, you're affected today. I was affected yesterday with evacuations. But there is somebody, a chef here in L.A., Joe Bastion, and he is trying to donate food to the firefighters. So if there's any way we can figure out how to do that, we should try to make that happen.
Am I in the wind zone?
No. He will have protein.
No. I live in the center. I live in the center of the U.S.
All right.
Might not just be a bar, but I do want to get a look at current conditions right now in Calabasas.
Center.
Because the wind will pick up.
I live in Chicago.
It will pick up tonight. As we get a look at wind speeds, you will see 32-mile-per-hour wind speeds, 29-mile-per-hour wind speeds. That's what I'm looking at right here on my forecast map near Calabasas. And
wish somebody would bring me some protein right now.
We are getting a little low right now, and we will take
RX bars, man. RX bars are the way to go. They got like 2 eggs in them, a bunch of cashews.
The relative humidity, because it's
really good for protein.
Single digits
and just like getting
across Southern California. The
like
good
a quick snack in.
It's not warm, and that's usually the third ingredient when it comes to fire. And we haven't seen really warm conditions. In fact, it's
save the celebrity chefs.
We are getting a look at the
That's all we need.
over Calabasas right now, and temperatures currently in the 60s. It has been a really cool night, mild night, so that's working in our favor.
Anybody want a towel?
Wind,
I just saw your comment about the towel.
Look at your futurecast over the overnight.
Hey man, you want to get high?
We call our hour-by-hour forecast, and I'm taking a look at the 11 p.m. hour tonight.
I don't have a fridge.
What? And we could start to get 30 to
You don't need a fridge for the protein bars.
Potentially up to 50 mile per hour.
You just need a pantry.
This is what we were afraid of because, of course, this is
you don't have a fridge. What?
Santa Ana wind event tonight.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And because of that, because it's
never
more
mind.
of an
I'm not going there. Not going there.
Event, Ventura County is certainly
I'm in Riverside.
Anywhere near Calabasas as we head.
Smoke will be on us tomorrow. Oh, will it be? Oh, no kidding.
That's
oh shit, you're really close to me.
Really worst wind conditions tonight, along with the 210 corridor, above the 210 corridor right there. So you will see through.
That always trips me out when like somebody
and into the
mentions
as well. Now let's take a closer look at the
one of the neighborhoods. I'm like,
because we're still looking at quite a bit of wind spanning across all our mountain communities. And here's the thing about
far as all you guys know, I'm just Chicago. That's it.
Inland Empire, but we are expecting to see that wind pick up overnight for both the OC
big city.
and the IE, because again, this is more of sort of a classic Santa Ana trajectory that we're seeing tonight wind-wise. So early in the morning, we're looking at wind mostly in our mountain and foothill communities.
Oh, crap. Wait a minute.
Break tomorrow. And that's
If it's hitting
great
us tomorrow,
news, but
oh,
this
shit.
isn't it.
I actually might have
We
some
are
breathing
not in a
problems.
Stretch. Why? Well, we'll get a little calmer this
As far as
weekend,
I know,
but
you're
we're
just
looking at another
America.
bump in winds. As we head to Sunday night,
For me,
but
it's
really
actually
Monday
really
to
easy to
Tuesday, that
pinpoint
is
in
so
America where I
far
live.
away
Look at
from
the U.S.
today,
map.
and I had to really
Look
think
at
about
where,
what
like,
today was, right?
there's that body of water, and then there's like that. There's the little glove. I'm next to the like I'm like
into the weekend,
over here
it's going to be
on that body of water.
Next week, we're looking at another round of winds. Nothing like the windstorm we saw on Tuesday.
Oh, Riverside is a
Again, we're not looking at 90 to 100
my
miles per
bad.
hour winds, but we are certainly looking.
I thought
at
you meant
30
the.
to 40 miles
I thought
per hour
there's
winds
a
potentially across
neighborhood
Southern California,
Riverside in
40 to
Chicago.
50 miles
My
per
bad.
hour. And a big concern tonight.
I was like, oh.
For those of us along the fire lines, off the fire lines, is really that air quality. A lot of us really
Pomona.
noticed, just that smoke in the air today.
Pomona.
Big reason why. We were talking about schools being closed, even if they're not in the fire zone.
Pomona.
Just the poor air quality outside has.
You guys
really
die hard?
been an impact
Anybody?
here in Southern California, and we're looking at
Where are you
very
staying?
unhealthy air
With Cat.
quality. You're looking
In
at those
Pomona.
red dots on your
Pomona?
screen, the yellow indicating moderate air quality. I want to zoom in and show
It'll
you.
take
where
you
the
2.5
air quality is
hours to
really
get to
the worst
Pomona.
right now. So you will notice those red dots right there. So we are looking at pretty bad.
I, as I said, know that whole movie.
Out of the Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley, and also into
Okay,
the
so
San
you're
Pedro
you're
Valley
right
as
next to
well.
it.
We are
You're
looking at
you're right next to LA. Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Okay, sorry. I started thinking again. Number one, that you were talking about Riverside, the neighborhood, like by me, and then I also thought you were talking like the winds were pushing it towards the center of the U.S., which I thought that would take a little bit longer to get to.
Even in Seal Beach, moving up to Universal City.
Actually, the ones that hit us are the Canadian wildfires.
So we're going to continue to, of course, monitor air quality. We're monitoring the wind. We're monitoring relative humidity.
All right, so you're right next to LA. Wonder how the winds are.
What's next?
Yeah, here.
Just to sort of remind you what's happening. We have to just remember not to get that fatigue when it comes to these Santa Ana wind events, because we
shut up for a
could
minute.
see more wind. This really isn't the end of it. So wind set to increase overnight, as we were just looking at on our future cast. The strongest wind is really taking place over the next few hours for the IE and Orange County.
I learned to name all 50 states out of boredom a few months ago. That knowledge is dead off and gone.
Possibly new fires starting. We're hoping that won't be the case. But wind or not, fire danger is staying high until we get a soaking.
I am in Washington, Best Coast.
So we are
nice.
expecting to see wind,
DC,
and we're
baby.
expecting it through next week. What we're not expecting
Chocolate
at
City.
any point is rain. And we're getting a look at the long-range models, and it doesn't look like we'll see any rain in the forecast. And again, this
Highest
is very
winds
long
ever,
range,
yeah.
so it's hard to predict with a lot of assurance.
I was near Malibu and drove down
but I
to
will
San
tell
Diego
you
since
that
my power
there
was
is
out
possibly a chance
for 2
that
days.
We've been looking at maybe on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of this month, which is so far off as well.
Did you happen to get any footage? Here, actually, I'm gonna throw the Discord link into the chat here.
I do want to show
You wanna, if you have anything to share, or if you don't, either way.
So
Or the Discord,
advisories, well,
as I
they're
said,
still with
and
us through
also
tomorrow,
like
so
and
wind is really the main
follow
concern
if you haven't
at this
already.
point. As we head into the next couple of days, it's going to get calmer, but really that wind warning remains in effect through 6 a.m. on Friday through parts of the IE, LA County, Orange County. Everybody affected, especially in our mountain foothill communities and our valleys. And strong winds plus low humidity still making for high fire danger at least through tomorrow. And you will see right here, really.
We have a music venue made of red rocks where I live.
An even slower start to 2025.
Oh, you're in Colorado?
We can all attest to that. That is for sure. But since we started counting rainfall since December 1st, okay, we've only seen 200ths of an inch of rain, which is barely anything. I mean, that
Subscribe, noise. Thank you.
It's barely even measurable. And this is now officially, at least so far, the driest start to winter that we've seen since 1960.
No, I didn't. Okay. Well, okay. You should have, but you didn't want to because there were emergency vehicles there. That's cool. No. That's cool. Either, as I said, either way, welcome to the community and.
A little under that. So we're nowhere close The last 2 years back to back, we saw quite the opposite. So we're really experiencing whiplash weather, where we saw too much of a good thing last year and too little of a good thing this year. And it looks like it's going to be a long winter stretch, at least a couple weeks potentially without rain is what it's looking like right now. And another few bouts of wind. Again, there's that uptick tonight and then possibly another uptick coming in
Colorado.
Sunday night into early.
Either way, you got one of the most annoying hockey teams to play because altitude is a real thing.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but Monday into Tuesday looking like a somewhat.
Dude, I've had altitude sickness twice in Colorado. That sucked.
Continue to watch it, Pat. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Ev. Now, we want to show our viewers this report. That fire in Pacific Palisades, it's burned more than 17,000 acres so far. KCAL News reporter Michelle Gili shows us the aftermath.
Again, too little of good things this year. It's been 10 days into 2025.
Examiner's office sifted through debris Thursday afternoon at a burned-out home in Malibu where someone was reported missing. Sadly, human remains were found in the rubble on the property on PCH near Duke's Restaurant. Not far away, there was a moment of gratitude as a homeowner made his way back to his house after 2 days.
Wow. I have no words.
Alex Cole had seen video of the Palisades fire in this stretch of PCH, but hoped to see for himself that his place was still standing.
I'm blessed that it's
he did.
Standing. The house is intact, but there is damage. The balcony off of the living room is badly burned, and there are other issues. Cole knows, though, that he's one of the lucky ones.
I walked in, so I'm going to look around and see how bad it is, but at least it didn't go all the way down. So thank God for that.
A bit north in Pacific Palisades, damage assessment
Where'd Captain
teams
Stash
are
go?
fanning out
I know, I want
neighborhoods,
Captain Stash
going
back.
house to house
and
cataloging what's been destroyed and what is still standing.
Not Ron, Ross. We want Ross back.
We work hand in hand with FEMA, so that's how they end up getting the numbers of how many structures were destroyed.
Maybe the mines were only 13 years off.
Right now, we won't be able to tell because it's very soon.
13.
But hopefully, within probably like a week, once we get all
I thought
that data,
Y2K there for a second. I'm like, what do you mean?
With how many structures have been destroyed.
Paula Rufo.
Sorry,
and
I've
Tim
already
Murphy
technically
hiked
lived
into
through
the
one
Sunset
apocalypse.
Mesa neighborhood in Malibu from their temporary housing in Santa Monica. They had to find out if they'd have any
For
place
anyone born after 2000, it was a wild time, guys. Like, you don't even get it. The computers, there was an uprising. We just haven't told you about it because we don't want to traumatize you. That's why you have your phones, is because we compressed our computers into these things just so we could keep an eye on them.
Relatively much better than most of the folks here.
The fact that I was standing in my kitchen just a little while ago is comforting to know.
The hardest part about this
personal
job is
things are
not
there.
having any reaction.
It's a little devastating to look out my window and see all my neighbors' houses.
I mean, you
all
could
torched.
just watch Lethal Weapon.
I feel for them.
Trying to reckon that our whole entire life and place and home and memories are gone.
Other evacuated residents have been meeting at a roadblock on PCH and Temescal Canyon Road looking for answers. LAPD and Port of LA officers have started checking IDs.
Fireplaces always seem to survive. They need to make the whole thing out of what the fireplace is made out of. That's actually a pretty good bit.
In order to help
I know it's been done, and it's been done. Yeah, like
a car comes
God,
down, a police
I think
car or
Kinnison.
and they
No,
pile
Kinnison
4 or
did the
5
food
people
bit.
in who are in that area,
Somebody
they
did
drop
something
you off,
like
you've
that.
got
But that
5
is very
minutes, and then
funny.
they bring you back down.
It's so hard to believe
We were gearing up for the machine revolt. Yeah.
that what you left.
Well, I mean, guys, it happened. Guys, it happened.
In one piece.
Come on, we're trying to teach the younger generation the true history of what happened on Y2K.
Now, just rubble. And so we're just trying to see maybe there's a
We
stone,
lived the
maybe
Cylons,
there's
the
a
Cylon
little gem,
takeover,
a
and
piece,
just don't
maybe
tell
one of
anybody.
my forks
Exactly.
in my silverware. You know,
Battlestar Galactica was actually a documentary.
I don't know. Anything is going to just kind of be a touchstone.
That one just
When the sun
actually
went
made me
down,
audibly just go.
officers told residents that they were not going to shuttle people up to the neighborhoods anymore due to darkness, but they
Just
said
one apocalypse
they
in
would
the 2020s,
start
lucky
again
you.
in the morning. In Pacific Palisades, Michelle Gili, KCAL News.
Well, okay, I mean, technically I lived through all the other ones too. I don't know if we're talking the personal apocalypse.
Well, KCAL News reporter Jasmine
Like personal apocalypses, damn, I probably lived through thousands.
2 men who died in the Eaton fire in Altadena.
Supposed to tell them. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. My bad.
We are standing in front of
you know what? This is why they wouldn't let me into the deep state conferences. I have too big of a mouth. This is the reason I'm a streamer, guys. I say what I think, and this is, you know what?
Washington burned to the ground.
Damn.
Behind me, this is the...
I make a terrible deep state globalist.
At Park Marino, and it was once a 3-story building. And we know dozens of seniors from these assisted living facilities and nursing homes, they were rushed out as that fast-moving wildfire
Turn off the computer so it doesn't gain sentience during the Y2K reboot.
People in Altadena.
That was legit. Okay, just like to get past the joke, that was a legit thing. My dad, oh my god, he flipped out. That I was just like, hey, can we leave the we had a Dell and a Gateway, and he was like, I want to make sure the Dell doesn't get hurt because that was an important computer. I was like, can I at least leave the Gateway on? I want to see what happens.
Who did not make it out of this firestorm.
Yeah, I noticed you weren't at last week's deep state meeting. I was wondering why. Yep, that's why. I mean,
Nickerson says
someone just pulled me aside. I can't name names, but he sounded like this. He was like, "Excuse me, I need you to step aside with me. You kind of let a little bit too much slide, and also I just found out that you're going to work for the Onion. I consider that a conflict of interest. So I have to kick you out of the deep state conference."
Only found the bones of her 82-year-old father, Rodney Kent Nickerson, in the rubble of her family home in Altadena on Alta Pine that burned to the ground.
And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. He was in his bed when I found him.
She says her 25-year-old son lived with Nickerson,
his
grandfather, and while he evacuated, the older man did not, as the firestorm raged.
And he was walking around with his lantern.
You gotta add. I'm sorry, but you're spelling it wrong. Just to make sure that everything is on the up and up. It's GLOBAH. List.
Chase and I were talking to him. We were on
Add another H somewhere in there.
Lockheed Martin engineer for 45
Have fun
years,
with it.
and his grandfather, William Nickerson, was a prominent businessman.
I'm a free American, damn it. You don't tell me how to say any words.
And the founder of Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in Los Angeles.
That was still.
Just down the street, this couple also lost their home, and they say another man died on their street.
I just waved at them. Their father was really friendly. He had old Mustangs.
Oh, yeah, speaking of flammable.
I'm a car guy. I used to talk to him, but I didn't know his son very well.
They tried to fight the flames and embers for hours, but it became too much. They say they never got any evacuation order.
Instead of a storm, it was a flame storm. Okay, and it was being blown by 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so we just turned off the water and grabbed some things and got out of here.
Rita Cook showed up at a senior living facility off Washington in Altadena Thursday, where she says she used to work, only to find it burned to the ground. She says her cousin and his son also died in the fire inside their home on Mariposa.
Hey, Simply Steve, come on, don't reuse them. You can reuse your jokes, just you're still in the same chat. It hasn't been long enough.
I mean, you can talk to Anthony about just about anything, and he was such a
Aquanet, do they still make that? My sister is going to be so happy. She is showing my
So this is going to be a great loss. So
what happened to him? He was with his son,
my babysitters.
who was bedridden?
Yes, it's with his son that was bedridden.
The devastation so widespread, 16 square miles.
Morbidly ironic that to escape my own horrible news, I just watch yours instead. No.
Impacting homes, businesses,
I
and
understand
schools
it.
like this one. The fire destroyed a good portion of Elliott Arts Middle
If you drive anywhere near the fires, your cell phone blasts the evacuation.
School on Lake Avenue. Seats inside the gymnasium burned to a crisp as the roof collapsed.
Pep is on fire tonight.
The cause of this fire is still being investigated, and if it is
Here we
arson,
go.
of course, that brings in the sheriff's department to investigate any of these deaths as murder. But we know cadaver dogs And homicide detectives have the daunting task
Sorry,
now
I have no
going through
excuse.
all of this rubble
It's
and
all right.
devastation here in Altadena. Jasmine, VOK
Hey,
News.
you know what? I'll take that.
Well, SoCal is coming together
I like the
in
honesty.
this time of crisis. Following these devastating fires, we've seen people
Must be the on-screen
from
chat.
all over the community and business people come together as well. 2 law partners in Valley Village are renting out hotel rooms
my
to
on-screen chat is
shelter
usually on the
evacuees.
side there, just so you
Police
guys
Martinez
know.
is speaking to them about why they took action, and we're hearing
I'm embracing the chaos to come. Can't wait. I mean, at this point, that's kind of what I'm doing. I might as well just, like, the MAGA civil wars that are happening, the fact that we do get to watch the realization hit them as, like, their sycophantic love for this man, like, starts to meet reality, where it's just like, oh, he's not helping me. Oh, no. Oh, no.
We have reserved a hotel block of rooms here in Sherman Oaks. Please reach out to us.
This is the video that started it all.
If you need help, forget anything other than asking for help.
Law partners Gina Zapanta and Mike Alder posted this video on their Instagram pages,
Love partners?
offering to put fire evacuees up in a hotel.
We thought a few people would ask for some help. It went
Guys, it's shit like that made Trump win.
viral. And so we saw that and started just calling around to any local hotels.
Looks much better. Oh, thank
here
you.
in the Burbank, North Hollywood,
Yeah, it looks
Sherman
better
Oaks
with dark
area.
background. It's easier
Ariana
to
Perez
see.
is
Yeah.
staying in one of the rooms they rented
I
out
actually,
with her
I tried to give it a
9-month-old son,
border. I need to,
lucky
I gotta
enough
find the font
to get
and what it's
picked by
called.
them.
I forgot
So they can
to
help
do
me
that
and my
before
son
I
out.
started chat.
The
So
single mom
this is a
had
lot
to
easier.
leave her home quickly, grabbing whatever she could.
God. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog
all
out.
his needs first. So I just grabbed whatever I could for myself.
Unless you gotta go potty. Go potty?
Of course, we wish we could take everything, but we can't take everything.
She says her home in Altadena was destroyed.
Gone. Ashes.
As she's left to rebuild her life, Perez says it's comforting to have a safe and stable place to stay with her son, at least for now.
He doesn't know nothing. He's just so happy. He doesn't know what's going on.
And she says she's grateful for people like Zapanta and Alder, who stepped up to help a stranger. So far, they've booked dozens of rooms here and across this area. They say that they've helped more than 160 parents and children, along with their pets as well, and they are committed to doing as much as they can. In Valley Village, Elise Martinez, KCAL News.
They are raising money to pay for more hotels and putting together care packages for evacuees. And if you'd like to help, you can reach out to them on Instagram. Now, the images of loss and devastation that we've shown you continue to come in. Those not impacted by the fire are eager to help their fellow citizens. But what is the best way to provide assistance to those affected by the fires?
Truly, the best way is for people to make donations. This way, we can empower people to recover the way that they need to. The outpouring from the community has been tremendous, but a lot of the items are not of any value to the people right now. They need immediate things, and that is what we do. We assess their immediate needs, and then we help provide those by the generosity of donors.
Sorry about that.
And as Southern California copes with
Nobody
the
can
devastation
out-pet
caused
the
by the
pet.
fires,
There's
many
the
of you
streamer.
want to know how you can help. KCAL
Sorry.
cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross.
Yeah,
to
another
assist
dog
those
upstairs
in need.
that
So just
she's
go to
too old to come down here.
redcross.org/KCAL for information on how you can donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Nah, you guys are missing the easy one.
To 90999.
Just say, I saw a face in the TV.
Concern now is the safety
All right,
of
here
the
we go.
water in the areas affected by the fires. KCAL's Dylan
Aliens.
Thomas takes a closer
Also,
look.
my hair just go. Poof.
The damage caused by the
Super
Eden fire
sad.
is absolutely unimaginable. Thousands of people will have to rebuild their homes.
Jesus,
businesses,
it's really taking over my
maybe
chat today.
even
This is
entire
fun.
portions of their lives. But for those who are fortunate enough to still have a home to return to, some of them are being told the water is so toxic, even boiling it may not be enough to make it safe.
Oh, no.
It's devastating, man. As the sun comes up over the Eden fire burn scar, a community is realizing their new reality.
I've lived in this area my whole life.
Have you ever seen fire get this close to your home?
No, not this close. To see it come down into our city and our community is devastating.
Alexander Buñuelos has lived in Pasadena for 25 years.
We're just wetting the house down just to keep the embers from causing any fires here at our property.
But some of their friends aren't as fortunate to still have a home. These charred homes and businesses are now posing a threat to water quality.
We actually saw it on social media. A couple of our friends had reposted up a post that, the water is not safe to drink right now.
Pasadena Water and Power is now calling the tap water in the evacuation zone unsafe.
The pipes melt, they become open sources. Gases from the fire burning can be pulled into the pipes, and those gases contain...
All right, real quick, guys. In about 23 minutes, we are going into the 420 fun half.
Lots of toxic chemicals, of which none of us want to breathe. They can also contaminate the insides of those
I'll explain
pipes.
it when it
Darren
comes.
Polhamus is Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water.
At what point does a system become so vulnerable that it can't even be boiled out? The toxins can't even be boiled out.
Boiling out is generally only used when we believe that there is the potential for pathogens that could have got in. Boiling doesn't help with heavy metals and some of the volatile organics.
Which is why, at nearby stores,
you're getting water.
Those in the evacuation zone
realized,
say they are stocking up with what they can.
Trying to get as much as they'll allow us to, because we don't know, the water's so bad, we don't know when we'll be able to use it at all.
The impacted water districts will have to flush their systems multiple times. And even after that's complete, it could take days or even weeks before it's once again safe for consumption. I'm Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
Well, some Altadena residents are allowed to return to their neighborhood and survey their loss in the Eaton fire. KCAL's Jeff Nguyen reports he talked to a couple who just spent $70,000 on renovations, only to have their home burned down by the Eaton fire.
We are in Altadena, and we are on McNally, just north of Loma Alta.
Y'all saw two, right? I can't be the only one. Oh, no.
And Nicole Ellis. And speaking of
is my ghost back?
as we look at some of the devastation here, I'm going to walk over and introduce you to them. So,
my ghost isn't really scary. She's more judgy.
so Nicole, no favoritism just because Jared is standing closer to me. But Jared, how long have you lived here, and what does this home mean to you and Nicole?
So yeah,
about 18
actually,
years now.
Scary.
And this home was really our sanctuary. I collected motorcycles. I had about 23 in the house, and several cars. Just building that collection. Family heirlooms. Used to hike here. Used to work from home every day. Since COVID especially. So this was really everything to us.
Nicole, I don't want to pick at your wound, but I can see from your facial expression, this is really hard for you. Do you mind? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's like, it was our home. I trained dogs, and our dogs grew up here. We've trained so many other people's dogs here. We would go hiking here. And our neighbors, everyone's affected. It's just lost everything we left so quickly. We just made sure our animals and us got out safely.
For all of us of a certain generation,
did she look like this?
We all recognize home ownership is a very difficult thing. So I'm guessing for you, this is also a symbol of pride and accomplishment as well.
Yeah.
How many? What?
Spent.
Sorry, I got kind of lost. I was actually listening.
3 months ago, renovating the bathroom, repainting the entire house, fixing up things, putting in new lights. I mean, it was a very, very recent renovation. We were still having people come over and see it, and now there's nothing to see.
Certainly you were very proud of it and you wanted to show it off. And, I know that this does not replace what you accomplished, but, if you could show it off, what would we be looking at right here?
We would be looking at our living room here. That's our fireplace with the TV hanging from it now. We had a motorcycle here. You can see an exhaust there. Our dining room table. Back there was my office, dog training room. We had more motorcycles, more dog training equipment back there, including dog fitness equipment from treadmills to all sorts of stuff. And in our back garage, we had...
I hope they understand that this is not going to garner a lot of sympathy with a lot of people.
And it was a home. So obviously,
Just
couches,
saying.
living room. normal house stuff.
So if I understand it correctly, was your house also a showroom for your motorcycles as well? You want to walk with me a little bit and talk to me about where they were sitting? Were they sitting inside the house, outside the house, or what are we talking about? And be careful.
10 motorcycles in the house. Mostly Ducatis. One I bought from the former CEO of Ducati North America. You can see another motorcycle over there that I had. Basically, I had the room painted to match the motorcycle. So yeah, it was. You know, it's probably over $100,000 in motorcycles.
Feel bad calling a guy a douchebag in his hour of need here, but
irreplaceable collectible bikes.
You know, for certain guys, you know, a Ducati is an aspirational.
Oh
thing.
no, not the motorcycle showroom.
About, you know, why you
yeah, super relatable, guys.
love that brand. And
do they not even get it after arresting Luigi, seeing how much support he's getting? And then they're just like, no, you're supposed to think he's bad. And then all of a sudden this happens to, you know, the most wealthy. And they're just like, hey, so I mean, it's super devastating, right? It's like, yeah, I lost my 8 motorcycles, and you know, I bought it from the guy from the Ducati who owned Ducati of America. I painted the room to look like the motorcycle.
So much.
Oh yeah, when I was 16 back in the 90s, you know, I used to watch Carl Fogarty ride one, and they were just, you know, they're just beautiful Italian, you know, the Ferrari of motorcycles. Had pictures of them on my wall. I collected the stubs.
Guys, I'm actually going to take this moment to be completely and utterly serious with you. This is why you shouldn't put too much stock in materialism.
From the magazines you would send in to win them. And
yeah, bummer, man.
Take those out of the magazines and send hundreds in. And then eventually in about 2000.
And the dog fitness room is gone. At least that one, you know what? At least that one was practical.
Yeah.
I mean, if they were helping older dogs.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Oh, no, she said training dogs. Okay, so it's not like she was helping, you know, mobility issues with an older dog.
Through Los Padres Forest. And
oh, this one? I have mixed feelings. I understand. I totally understand, but it's just like, yeah, this is a little much.
That was our church. Every Sunday we go riding.
This is gross.
Unfortunately, that's going to be on pause for a while now.
Was your passion for motorcycles something that...
I wonder how these people, how many of these people will try to cheat insurance if they had it. Oh, yeah.
Supported, or did she do it begrudgingly?
Oh, she supported it 100%.
Insurance is important.
Yep. And we thought about moving our horse closer to home, and very luckily we didn't, because...
Yeah, exactly. And then they're going to wonder why people are rising up. It's just like, well, I mean... One of the main critiques right now of CBS News and CNN is the fact that they're not going and yeah, so
this would have been a whole nother thing to evacuate, and I've had to evacuate horses before, and it's not a small feat.
Like they're not going and talking to shop owners or any of that.
Grateful.
No,
he's
no.
well taken care of.
Although, okay, I'm not sure that's not entirely fair, because they did try to like go to one of the you know, the lower income communities. And they were all like, no, we're not talking to you. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you. So it's almost like weird that these people that have the monetary stuff to like maybe go to a hotel or like figure out like their next move, these are the ones that are more than willing to give their story. It's almost weird how that works.
Clearly you both are sort of daredevils. I mean, what's it like to, you know, find another daredevil?
I'm worried about my friends who live in the hills. They are wealthy. But not like uber wealthy. Exactly. Like
yeah, you gotta search for your people. And
well, because like somebody had said it where over by where Hassan lives, like those houses are like just a few years ago, those were maybe $400,000 houses that are now considered $1 million houses, which is insane to me.
we're very lucky, and my dog fell in love with Jared.
Trust me,
and
I live in a crazy housing market, so
you know,
well, we all do, but I live in, you know,
that as you look at this
specific area that
what's going
sucks.
through your mind here? I mean, your neighbors tell me, the Archuletas, that they want to rebuild. What's in the future for you?
We'll definitely rebuild. To answer your question, what's going through my mind, it's how big a garage I can build when we do rebuild. But
see,
yeah,
right there. I hope his insurance claim is denied.
Stay hopeful. I mean,
I hope his insurance claim is denied.
this life together?
Yeah, you got to search for your people, and we're very
I
lucky.
missed that.
And my dog fell in love with Jared and picked him out, so here we are.
You know, having said that, as you look at this landscape, what's going through your
My dogs fell in love with Jared, so here we are. She loves.
mind here? I mean, your neighbors
I really don't like these people.
tell me, the Archulettas, that they want to rebuild.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say
What's
I really don't
in
like them.
The future for you.
We'll definitely rebuild.
Here it is.
To answer your question, what's going through my mind, it's how big a garage I can build when we do rebuild. But you have to stay hopeful. I mean, fortunately, we have wonderful friends to house us during this time. You know.
Yeah, I don't suck
we
the
both
teeth
have,
much
jobs,
very often,
so,
but that was a.
This isn't gonna knock us out. It might
Okay.
knock us down
Okay.
for a little while, but we'll rebuild. We love Altadena, and
We love the community, our neighbors. We're all lovely. One of my best friends lived basically a block away from me. We would see each other all the time. Her house is gone also.
It's tough because the fires mainly hit the hilly, expensive areas.
We're all going through it
Wah.
together.
Where are you staying now, and what's that process
Oh, it's almost like they shouldn't have lived there.
like so far?
We're currently
Sorry. No, I honestly, not. I started this program being like, yeah, we really need to be empathetic and we need to be sympathetic to all these people. And then I'm like, okay, I finally I finally found the couple that made me go,
staying at one of my best friend's houses, and then we're going to a friend's guest house shortly, and then figuring out our game plan, which we're not too sure of right now.
And they wonder
You
why
two both for being so gracious to share your story with us. And, you know, as we walk through here, just to kind of emphasize the point a little bit, I don't want to be disrespectful. Yep. I don't want to be disrespectful to your property, but yep.
Oh, no biggie. It was just our spring home.
You see the exhaust for
exactly
one of the Ducatis here. And as we walk in this direction, just
Kick
one
it.
more thing.
Kick the
you know,
Ducati.
another symbol of pride is the car that used to be here. And one last
After
car.
the last major fire in this area, many did not rebuild, and squatters turned certain areas into pretty cool communities. One guy turned a pool into a cool home. Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Over there. But this is pretty much the extent.
It's a stupid place for houses. When it's dry, there are fires. When it's wet, there are mudslides. Exactly. But the view. We need the scenic view, guys. God, like, didn't you know that we won't be able to take pictures that make everybody jealous of us, and like we won't be able to show off our lives and look down upon the plebeians, because we learned that with class comes elevation, physical and mental and psycho. Or what? Damn it, I lost it.
What we are dealing with in the aftermath of all of this.
This guy gives libertarian vibes. LOL. Me?
KCAL News.
I give libertarian vibes? I am not a libertarian, my friend.
Now with 7 breaking news tonight in the inferno covering Southern California.
Oh, that guy. Oh, the Ducati? The Ducati guy. No, the thing is, I walked it back and realized who you were talking about, because I'm like, yeah, he totally does.
Latest, the Kenneth fire ballooning in the hills above Calabasas to nearly 1,000 acres. But tonight, all mandatory evacuations in LA County have been lifted. The massive Palisades fire, meantime, is still 0% contained tonight. It has burned more than
Palisades are
5,300 structures in Malibu and Pacific Palisades, wiping out entire neighborhoods with at least
the
2
motorcycle
deaths so
guy.
far.
That's what I thought. I was
Firefighters say
like,
growth has
I was like,
slowed
whoa.
on the Eaton fire. That's in the Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre areas.
Almost very ashamed
3
of you.
deaths have also been connected to those fires. Another 5,000 acres have been destroyed in the Eaton fire.
You can call me a lot of things, but don't call me a libertarian.
Fire to pop up. That's the Kenneth fire we're talking about. She is live in Calabasas at Malibu Canyon Road and Las Virgenes. Lauren?
Well, Juan, this is where the focus.
My friends in the hills, also clients, all working in the movie biz, nice homes, but that is about it. They didn't waste money on insane cars and other crap. Yeah, exactly.
Concentration is on for battling this fire.
Oh, yeah, screenwriters and things like that.
Over here, I want to show you all the fire engines here that are lined up on Muir Road. This is just right down the street from Mountain View Estates, and also
Every time. Look at
down
me.
from
Look at me. I'm the libertarian now.
Meadow Elementary School, and of course Hidden Hills as well. And I mentioned Hidden Hills because
Clip it.
Firefighters tell me this is where the concentration
Is Kirk
of the
in here?
fire is.
Clip it.
Started this afternoon, just about 2:40, right over here too. There's some more police presence over here as well.
Don't you
And it basically started burning in that area, and then right behind Hidden Hills. And that is why firefighters are focusing over here. All these people that you see here have been evacuated here at Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon. They cannot go into their homes. I spoke with one woman. Her animal is still left inside, her cat. She's very worried about that. And right now, it's just mandatory evacuations until firefighters can get a better handle on this fire. It started at 50 acres and now has exploded up to 800 acres. They are fighting this from the sky with water tanks dropping down, but these winds are unpredictable, and that is one of the challenges for firefighters tonight. I spoke with two men who live over here in Malibu Canyon. They were just evacuated. Take a listen to what they told me. Oh, so they were telling. Oh, there's no. So we'll have that sound for you later. But the men were telling me that they got the alert on their phone. They raced over here.
My work is there in Malibu all morning. It is just contractors driving there to work on rich people's houses.
But
right now,
Juan, I was telling
are you
Pat,
serious? They're already like
hour for a lot of people out here. This
oh
is
my
just
god,
reminding them very much so of the Woolsey fire, bringing back a lot of those memories because this area was also impacted as well, and just to be in the same situation again and a much bigger level here, it's just it's very terrifying for people. But the good news is that you can see all.
Yeah, some of these people are awfully cheery for losing their homes. Exactly. It's because they had fucking ridiculous insurance policies that they were paying. They were paying into. This is why I hope they get denied. I hope they get denied.
Firefighters here, they are working on this fire, and
I hope that him saying that his motorcycle was in there, somehow it's like, oh, well, that wasn't actually technically a garage, so that was more flammable than other things. So yeah,
we can't even see when we.
Oh, Kakamuna, I didn't realize you were a first-time chatter. Thank you.
Welcome. We saw a little bit of the flames on the mountaintop over there. We don't see them anymore, so we're hoping that's a good sign. We, of course, are going to stay out here. We're going to have another update for you, but as of right now, all the mandatory evacuations are still in place, and firefighters are doing what they can to get this.
Also, Cat Thrower, if you're enjoying the content, please drop a follow.
Fire under control. Juan?
Very good, Lauren. Okay, they are at the ready and at the firefight right now. Thank you. All right, let's go to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers on the desk right now with updated information on the cause of the fire.
I don't know how to say
it. So everything's a little bit murky right now. We need to wait for detectives to sort everything out. But here's the deal. So we got an alert, Citizen app and a couple other places, that there was an arson suspect that was being detained in Woodland Hills, right? So we looked into that. And what happened
when
there
does the camera stop moving?
All Drive is that a group of citizens believed that a person was responsible for an arson. We don't know why they believed that. We don't know what
That's
information
distracting
they got that led
as
to that
hell.
conclusion. Regardless, though, they detained on their own. These citizens detained that person, and then they called LAPD.
I have to have my streaming schedule, so I'm discovering new streamers. LOL. Hey, nice.
And what's
I
happening
appreciate
right
it.
now is a detective from Ventura County Sheriff is going over to the Topanga Station.
Also, this is a 420 friendly program, so we're coming up 6 minutes until the 420 fun half.
Nobody is definitively saying that this fire is arson, and nobody is definitively saying that the person that LAPD has at Topanga Station is that potential arsonist. So this was all done by citizens. Citizens detained this person, and then LAPD showed up and took him to Topanga Station, where now he is being interviewed, or will be interviewed shortly, by a Ventura County Sheriff's detective. So we'll continue to follow that situation. An LAPD watch commander I just talked to at Topanga Station. When I said,
Rion, I was just saying, drop a follow if you haven't already.
Is this your
on the channel
suspect? He said, I doubt it. So
you can come back and enjoy some more content
who this guy is, but
late at night
they're
or
going to take it
early in the morning for you.
Ventura County Sheriff's going to come and interview him and figure out what, if any, connection he may have to this fire. So we'll continue to monitor that situation.
5-minute warning.
Do we want to go up to SkyCal and look at some of the video that SkyCal is at over the Palisades fire right now? As that continues to burn, that firefight ongoing.
Yeah, let's take a look, Mike.
Yeah, there we go. So there you can see SkyCal's looking at this. It looks a lot better, Juan. And let me make sure.
5 minutes.
So we're looking at it right off of Van Nuys Airport, I believe, is kind of where we're looking at it from.
Also,
from
did I say your name right? Rion?
Yeah, we're just above. Actually, Pierce College is where we're looking at it from. So you can see there is still active flame tonight as they look at that. And, some of those water dropping helicopters are still there. Actually, a large number of them between the two fires. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, almost 14 water dropping helicopters still after nightfall. So really remarkable the work that they are able to do and to, try to do their best to fight this fire at night.
That is fantastic, Mike, and we're seeing that all that air support is definitely making a difference there. Even though we're seeing some flames still there in the Palisades fire, they are not stopping even at night to
very, very early, 5 a.m. early. It'd be weird to make this a habit, got to be frank. Oh, no worries.
Have been destroyed by the massive Palisades fire, we see still burning right here. The blaze has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses. We've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom Waite tells us, some people's home were spared. One of them is his aunt. Tom, how's she doing tonight?
Oh, I'm asking.
Yeah, the uber wealthy have no problems. It's the folks that make good salaries but don't have
All right, we're going
to off money that will have issues. Home builders and contractors are watching this, seeing very profitable year. Yeah.
From Pacific Palisades. Danny, are you ready to go?
Okay,
yes,
cool.
Yes.
Like Ryan.
We have a lot to talk about going
Ryan.
into tonight, so we're going to jump right to it because Juan,
nice.
Kind of a big piece of this has been all about the winds. And so you can see tonight we are seeing another boost in those winds. That's what we've been tracking. So we've got gusts right now picking up through those traditional spots where we see the Santa Ana winds. Even so, though, things are so dry right now, and that's why we're seeing these concerns for continued fire danger going into the next 24 hours. So we've got gusts through Santa Clarita up to 32 miles per hour right now. Chino into Riverside. So Inland Empire and Orange County is going to be a focus going into tonight as well. And you can see we've got those strong gusty winds in those areas. Simi Valley, 26 miles per hour. Malibu seeing gusts nearing 16 miles per hour right now, right where the Palisades fire is burning. Now, these are not wind gusts as strong as what we were seeing just the last 24, 48 hours when we were seeing that really intense windstorm moving through. But this is still windy enough with the vegetation this dry that we are tracking those concerns. So let's talk about the Kenneth fire, where we have this fire burning right now near Hidden Hills and near Calabasas. We're looking at temperatures in the low 60s, and it's not incredibly crazy in terms of the winds. I mean, we're talking gusts between 10 to 20, 25 miles per hour, but still this is enough with things being as dry as they are to see the spread of this fire very quickly. And this is also very difficult terrain. So what we're tracking right now is that next boost in the Santa Ana winds. And so going into tonight, these winds, they're slowly going to strengthen tonight into early tomorrow morning. And with that, we're still dealing with these really dry conditions out there. You can see we're looking at the teens in terms of our relative humidity, even the 20s out there. Things are much drier this evening for portions of the Inland Empire into Orange County.
2 minutes.
That relative humidity really between the single digits into the teens. And we continue to see that in areas like Malibu over towards Burbank and Santa Clarita. And because of how dry it is, that's why we continue to see this red flag warning. So we are still on high alert for critical fire danger. We've got these
Little Miss Alice, I'm starting early.
Nice. This is that boost, that bump in the winds that we've
Little
been
Miss Alice,
talking about.
I also see that.
Also, it's just been so dry
you are
out
on
there.
YouTube.
I mean, we haven't seen any solid rain since
you haven't already
last
subbed,
spring.
please
This
do.
has been the driest
Also, like the
start
stream.
to our winter since the 60s.
Just a
so
good
this
thing to
nasty
do. I
combination
keep
right
saying
now,
that,
we're
but
talking about fire
come on.
danger. There's a couple different ingredients. It's the winds, and we're seeing those strengthen right now, and also the low humidity, how dry things are. That's what leads to high fire danger, and that's why a lot of Southern California is still under this. I mean, it's wild. First of all, to see a red flag
30
warning
seconds.
in January. I mean, typically we don't see this. On top of that, this has been
I'm just going to disappear, and you're not going to hear anything for a second because I figured
prolonged.
out that
And so
even
we're
the
gonna
bubbling
continue
is
to see this
triggering
going
stuff.
into
So
tonight, early tomorrow morning. With that,
We're
looking at some renewed high wind warnings that are now in effect through early tomorrow morning. And actually, the focus for these
It's 5:20.
it's going to be Orange County,
Done this an
Inland
hour earlier,
Empire,
the timing.
and then
I
also
know,
through LA
I
County
know,
into Ventura
I
County.
know.
You can see some of
Usually,
those
actually, that's the
areas
thing.
where
The
we see
timing would have
Santa
matched
Ana
up had I
winds,
started at
the
my normal
Malibu
time.
coast included
All
in
right,
this
let's
as
go.
well. So in terms of what's happening
that's
tonight,
chat.
valleys could see wind gusts between 45 to 60 miles per hour, mountains
Chat's back.
55 to 75 miles per hour. I want to note this is nothing like what we saw Tuesday night when we saw the peak of those winds. I mean, we're not going to be looking at those widespread crazy winds, but still, these are strong winds. This is a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event for us. So let's talk timing of the winds, because this is very important for us. This is going to be an important piece because I've got my eyes on light at the end of the tunnel. I'm going to zoom you into a couple different areas right now. Going into tonight, here's a look at those winds. The purples are back. So those purples are indicating those stronger winds mainly up through the mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains. Gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Our foothill communities, you can see those winds kind of just fanning over Calabasas into Thousand Oaks, right there towards the Malibu coast, and also Ventura County, that coastline right there nearing Oxnard. And then also we've been talking about Inland Empire and also Orange County. We've got some of those winds starting to ramp up close to San Bernardino, up through Running Springs, and then over towards Fontana. Let me zoom you out so we can kind of fast forward and go through hour by hour what's happening. We've still got strong winds by around midnight, but look at what happens by Friday morning. We're going to finally start to see some of these winds relaxing. It's still breezy out there, and then once we get to Friday afternoon into Friday evening, this is when we're going to be done with the red flag warnings and when we're going to be done with those high wind warnings as well. That's what we've been waiting for. Unfortunately, though, today we're still dealing with this extreme critical fire danger for a lot of folks. So this has been the focus today, the bullseye for where if we see fires, they could spread very quickly. So Santa Clarita over towards Calabasas, where we have the Kenneth fire burning right now. That's one of the key areas. And then also you can see that going into tonight. Inland Empire, we've got that through San Bernardino County, Riverside County, into Orange County. But by the time we get to tomorrow, this is a look at our fire weather outlook. Things are going to start to improve. Each day, things are looking a little bit better out there. So you can see fire danger is still going to be elevated, but not to the extent that we've seen the past couple of days. So let's talk about those hourly wind gusts going into tonight. Things are going to be picking up through Lancaster, Ontario, Huntington Beach, Santa Clarita, seeing gusts between 25 to 30 miles per hour. I mean, this is a different story compared to what we saw a couple of days ago. That's good news, but unfortunately, things are still so dry that any of these winds, I mean, this is still a situation where we are on high alert. But again, I mentioned we've got light at the end of the tunnel, and it's the fact that we are seeing those winds relaxing Friday and Saturday. And that is hopefully going to give our firefighters that opportunity to get the upper hand on some of these fires that we continue to see breaking out. I mean, it's so hard to see these constantly breaking out in different areas of Southern California. And with that, I want to talk about the air quality. We're all noticing it outside today. I mean, it has just been terrible out there. We've got these plumes of smoke, and that's what's leading to this terrible air pollution.
We got these plumes of smoke. Yeah, we do.
For us, and the focus for this has really been LA County. So when we're dealing with these winds picking up, it's really helping to blow and fan this smoke from these fires, like the Eaton fire, over towards downtown Los Angeles.
Man, LA, I'm sorry.
So those purples right there, that's indicating the thickest smoke. We really don't see this often. And then you can see those reds. This is still thick smoke.
I'm sorry, she's literally like timing this perfectly.
Monrovia, into Pico Rivera, Huntington Park, over towards Culver City, Santa Monica. I mean, look at that stream. The winds are strong enough to blow it all the way out towards
Sometimes
the
every once in a while when I'll mute my mic,
we are under air
it'll just stay muted
through tonight, potentially being expanded into
having
tomorrow.
a smoke chalet off screen. Yes,
this bad in Southern California. I know
where do you put microtransactions
and the haze, but this is another level. So this is the kind of situation where you want to try to limit some of that time outside, especially if you're sensitive to this. But this is really unhealthy for everybody.
I was about to say, I can make it into the microtransactions just by doing
for a
like
lot of us. Air quality alerts in place until this evening. That is going to be the case for folks in Orange County, LA County, and also for the Inland Empire. So we are still seeing these strong
her walking
winds.
back like
I
looked away from my screen, so I was just like, is she in my room?
Tomorrow morning. And again, it's nothing like we saw Tuesday night when we saw those peak winds. I mean, we saw 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We are not expecting to see that tonight. We're really looking at wind gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour.
I'm gonna go get my dog.
Localized gusts up in the mountains, potentially nearing 70 miles per hour. So a different story, Juan. We're going to keep a close eye on those winds. I'll be tracking that for you in any of the updates coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we need every break we can get.
Yes,
Danny,
we do.
Thanks so much. Right, almost 20,000 acres have been destroyed by the massive Palisades fire. The blaze has burned down more than 5,300 homes and businesses. And we've heard stories of tragedy, but as KCAL's Tom White tells us, some people's homes were spared, and one of them is his aunt. Tom, how's she doing tonight?
Oh, Juan, she's doing much better now. We thought the house had burned down. We were told by neighbors that it was gone, and then we found out this morning that it might still be there. I was able to go over to the house today, and I saw it. It's fine. She's been here since the 70s, so it would have just been, devastating, obviously, as it is for so many people who live here that aren't as lucky as she is. I have my parents have two friends staying with them whose house did burn to the ground. They live here in the Palisades as well. So, just opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of emotion there. But just to give you a sense of the scale of this destruction, let me move out of the way and just show you what it looks like here in this parking lot. You're looking right now at Ralph's, or what was Ralph's, here in the Palisades, and it's just a complete burned out shell of what it was. It's even hard to recognize that it was in a grocery store. It's really mind-boggling.
Her Ducati survived.
And, I'm sure a lot of people watching have been to this Ralph's before.
Okay,
I have been,
now that's funny.
On the way to my aunt's house, and it's just part of the heartbreak here, because you drive through into the Palisades, and it is just horrible what you see. It looks like something out of an apocalyptic movie. It's unrecognizable. Let's get to some video that we shot throughout the evening, and it just gives you a sense of just how
Home prices must be dropping a lot in the area right now.
far reaching the destruction is. It just stretches from one end of
Get this palatial estate for only $35.
Palisades to the other, and it's just entire neighborhoods, swaths
Owner must clean up.
just burned to the ground. Chimneys are the only things standing, along with like piles of debris and charred, there's drywall, rebar, homes that are reduced to ash. You can't even tell what was there. And, for every one of those homes, that's a family or a person who lived there, memories, holidays, birthdays. I mean,
Okay, we get it.
There's no way to put it into words how terrible this is for so many people. There are some hopeful stories, like my aunt was one of them, and there's a few others on her block that were lucky too. But even for them, even though their homes survived,
I went to take a piss and I saw the sunrise. I gotta fix my damn sleeping schedule. Yeah, man. I feel that though. Like just doing streaming, I screwed it up pretty bad, so now I can barely sleep anymore.
Lose everything.
A lot of fun.
We hurt for them. We spoke to a man tonight who grew up, born and raised in the Palisades, and his family, they lost everything too.
LOL, new conspiracy theory. The well-off lit it to gain sympathy.
World War III, you look like an atomic bomb went off. It's absolutely devastating, unrecognizable.
And that was from that man. He was just telling us, that was Augie Silk, who was telling us about, seeing what it looked like when he first came back after the evacuation. Obviously the evacuation order is in place. We want to remind people that. Still, it is not a good idea to come back to the area. It's not very safe here in a number of ways. There's down utility poles, utility wires. Many of them have been disconnected, of course, but it's still very dangerous and very treacherous on some of the roadways. And you saw probably in that video that we just showed you, there's still a lot of cars that are along the side of the road or in the middle of the road, now charred by the fire. Those were people that were trying to escape on Tuesday night and were so scared that they just got out of their cars and got on foot and fled. But their cars remained there. They had to be bulldozed off to the side of the road. I mean, things like that. It's just so much. There's just so much debris and other material in the roadways that it really is just not a safe thing to do to come back into these evacuation zones. So just remind yourself of that.
Unknown variable. They've actually been pretty quiet about it. So
what the damage is if
reunion in Israel.
Managed to escape or be spared. It's
try not
very,
to push.
Dicey situation here.
People don't want to answer. They don't have to answer.
Most of the Palisades, there's no Wi-Fi. It's difficult to communicate. There's no.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. I was also hearing that cell service is completely messed up and GPSs weren't working right.
To speak of, or restaurants that are really open. It's just a situation where emergency vehicles and police and fire need to have as much access and as much ability to get from one place to another, because even though a lot of the sort of raging inferno, the big flames have been knocked down, there are still hot spots that pop up, right? I mean, there's an ember can blow from one spot to another, and then it can just sit in an attic and then all of a sudden erupt into a big fire. So it's important to remember that these areas are very, very treacherous and dicey. Everything is very volatile right now. Nothing is out of the right now. Anything can happen. Basically, we are not out of the danger zone yet.
Actually, I think your timing's off there.
To get this under control. Also, the air quality is absolutely terrible. It's very smoky and difficult to breathe when you're out here for a very long time.
I was on Twitch chat. The question is on YouTube. I
Reality
assume
out here, because
you might have just missed the
so many
question.
Places that people loved out here.
Oh yeah.
Visited. They're just
Oh
gone.
right. You know I'm. Yeah,
This fire
my
has
bad.
totally transformed
I have all my
Palisades to a place that I
stream
barely
chat
recognized
integrated
when I
on
came in
one thing right here. I keep
and
forgetting that sometimes you guys can't see it
It'll
together.
be hard for people to come back when they see what this fire has done. It's beyond tragic. Back
It's
to you.
unbelievable. I'm glad to hear about your aunt, Tom, but right behind you there, I can't believe that used to be a
All right.
Ralph's supermarket. Just unbelievable. All right, Tom, thank you.
Those are Ralph's.
We are beginning to get a sense tonight of just how much the fires have cost the people of Altadena. We're hearing over and over how much residents love their tight-knit community, and many of our own staff
figure this
live
part
there,
out here.
including KCAL reporter Cara Finstrom.
I
Cara
think
spoke
this
with
is
KCAL morning's
why
anchor
some
Rita Shabazi this
new
morning
lighting
on the
might
life
help me.
in and love of Altadena. Here's
We're done with that. Alrighty, guys. That concludes that portion of the program. As I said, we're in the 420 fun half. This is where we do a little bit more fun content, even though, to be fair, some of this content, I mean, it's like political content still, so it's like, how fun can it be? But I know that I'm going to have fun talking about it with you guys. I still believe it was all deliberate. This was so preventable. I don't know if I'm surprised by human incompetence or greed, or if this, I mean, if it's kind of like the way that, like the way that 9/11 makes sense to me is where it's like, it may not have been like the inside job theory, but it was definitely like, they knew, we know they knew. I mean, for a fact. So, put chat over a dark background, maybe the shelf. Yeah, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Mess with it for a second. Color. Let's make it really bright. There we go. It's gonna reset. Sorry, guys. There. There we go. I made it a little bit brighter. My poor dog. She's just mad at me. She's just like, I want maybe change font color. Well, I mean, yeah, see, that's the thing. I was actually trying to do it where I was trying to, you know, also put a black square on this. Yeah, I know. I don't like that, though. Nah, this works. This works for me. Because it'll kind of fade over here. I'll work on that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I have an idea of how I can do that. I can, whoa. I can just move the lighting. Make it dark like on this side a little bit and just maybe light it from underneath. I appreciate that. This is better. Cool. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you for the feedback, guys. I really do appreciate any of the feedback. All right. Now, for the fun half, we get to, let's see. Oh, yeah. All right. This also kind of helps me with my sponsored content. So this is technically a sponsored segment here. Technically. because I am going to use my sponsor. So, my sponsor is Ground News, who I use as a news aggregator. See, this is the one part about it that I'm kind of like, because I like having my, I'll get over it. It's a news aggregator that gets around the curated content that the algorithm of Facebook or Facebook, YouTube, anywhere that's essentially using a algorithm to push you this kind of stuff. Feedback, I like your shirt. Oh, nice, thank you. It's a Baja shirt. I call it a drug rug. I actually didn't know that it was called a Baja shirt until somebody was just like, wait, you mean your Baja shirt? I was like, oh, yeah. I guess it's better than drug rug, but okay. Great. In the middle of my sponsored content. No, it's okay. Because specifically, I found this little story here, which, come on. What? Joe Rogan predicted Los Angeles wildfire with Trump months before deadly fire breaks out. Joe Rogan warned that the right wind could cause a wildfire to burn through Los Angeles to the ocean, as he stated it in resurfaced clips from the show. Oh my God. And it comes all from the center and the right. This is the only reason I saw it, is because of this. Hey, Katie and Cody use Ground News? Cool. Well, Katie and Cody are cool. Yeah, I love Ground News. And actually here, you know what? Hold on. So, I actually got some good news today. So, where is it? Inbox. My bad. Where's my new link? Oh, shit. Sorry, hold on. I actually have to... Wow, that just put a wrench in that. Here. Specifically because they gave me a new promo code. So instead, you got 15% off. Now, you guys get 40% off when you use code PepTalksTV. So I will give you guys the link if you guys want it. If you guys want to use it, then it's you are helping me out and helping yourself out, because honestly, I'm not big on sponsors. I actually kind of was not over the moon about getting a sponsor, but when it came time for me to actually renew my subscription with Ground News, I kind of was like, well, I use it for my content. Why not ask them? They said yes. So this is why me and Ground News are partnered. And I'm not even like trying to do a bit or like be disingenuous about this. Legit, this is like the person I wanted a sponsorship from. So use this link and get yourself 40% off your subscription to Ground News. And yeah, that's the selling part of the portion of the segment. So I missed it. Hiding evidence. Who's the sponsor? Check it out. Well, here, actually, I did want to see. So they say mixed faculty, real clear politics, no water, no funding. Democrats have failed LA. Oh my God. Real clear politics is from my hometown. Ooh. Ooh. Gross. Joe Rogan eerily predicted the cause of the massive fires in LA 5 months ago before they broke out. Bro Bible. Yes. Okay. Very high faculties on Bro Bible, guys. Jeez. All right. Well, that brings me to the little fun segment here. How long is it? 10 minutes? Wait, 10 minutes? No. That's not the one I wanted to do. My bad. This is Dave Smith on Piers Morgan with Cenk Uygur. That is the wrong one, too. So, oh, you know what? You guys have been waiting for it. We're going to do the Hulk Hogan.
Maybe the best thing you'll see today, as the WWE made its first appearance on streaming giant Netflix,
I'll restart that. That was way low.
Maybe the best thing you'll see today, as the WWE made its first appearance on streaming giant Netflix, they trotted out Hulk Hogan. This was the reception by the crowd. Massive boos, massive thumbs down.
I was watching this live.
Was practically drowned out, according to many independents. And here's a snippet via Ray Carcillo.
Yep.
I've had all kind of tag team partners over the years, but you, the fans, have been my greatest tag team partner because you guys have stuck with me through thick and thin, Deeps.
It's even worse. Oh my God, it's even worse.
Right now, I got Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer that I've teamed up, and in the past,
Oh my God, this is so much worse than I thought it was. They did a pretty decent job drowning this out on the actual feed, even though you kind of heard it.
yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Excuse me? Did he just invoke the name of Savage? I don't think so, yeah. Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea, we're gonna break kayfabe, yeah. Don't care. Macho Man, Randy Poffo, not a happy boy, yeah. Coming after you, Hulk Hogan. I know I've said it a long time, but it sounds like the audience finally seen them. Macho Madness is where it's at. Yeah. Dig it.
Like Andre the Giant. But the greatest partner.
In short, you reap what you sow.
Hogan is heard on the tape that was recorded in 2006 talking about his daughter Brooke, who he accused of sleeping with an African American.
Oh, we're going through the history. I didn't know that.
I mean, I am a racist to a point.
Yeah, he actually said this, guys. This is what got him canceled. I had the WWE the WWE network at that time, and oh boy, they whitewashed him out of the company. There was even like they just didn't broadcast WrestleMania like 1 through like I think 1 through 3, and even 3 they were just like we're not going to do the Hogan match.
But then when it comes to nice people and whatever, then says, I mean, I'd rather if she was going to I'd rather have her marry an 8-foot worth $100 million, like a basketball player. Guess we're all a little racist.
What we saw in that tape is exactly what 21st century racism looks like. You may like black people and be friendly to black children, but you don't want your child to marry a black person.
From him being caught using racial slurs over and over in 2007, he was actually cut from the WWE's Hall of Fame in 2015, only to be reinstated in 2018. Then there was this.
You and Hulk were once good friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the likelihood of that ever being...
Did you know that I was the governor of Minnesota?
Never. And he's the one that ratted me to Vince when I tried to unionize. I found that out under federal deposition when Vince was put under sworn, and he didn't hesitate at all. I told my lawyer the story, and
there we go.
In deposition you could ask about anything. And so I wanted to know who ratted me in the locker room because there were no agents, no one from the office was in there when I did it. So it had to be one of the boys. And when my attorney said, Mr. McMahon, has there ever been a union in wrestling? And Vince said, no. He said, has anyone ever tried to? And Vince said, well, I think Jesse Ventura spouted his mouth off about it once before. And my attorney said, did you hear Mr. Ventura? No. Well, then how do you know he did? With no hesitation, Vince went, Hulk Hogan told me. And I didn't show any emotion, but I almost tipped over in the chair.
Actually, that's Macho Man, sorry.
Because he was my friend.
If you are a blue-collar worker in this country or you believe in workers' rights, Hulk Hogan is not your friend. He is your enemy, per his former pal and fellow wrestler-turned-Minnesota governor, Jesse the Body Ventura. And hey, just a quick break in the action. You should go subscribe to my new show, The Rick Strom Show. I'm going to be interviewing people from sports.
Sweet. I will do that.
Music, journalists, authors, sports.
He's leaving TYT, guys.
Doctors, it's going to be fantastic.
I have a feeling this is his out because, dude, I'm telling you, the TYT exodus
I
is
see
real.
the whole country being divided and diverse, but I get an idea for a beer that it doesn't matter if you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter what sex you are, it doesn't matter what race you are, where you're from, what you believe in. I've got a beer that's going to bring America back together, one beer at a time.
I've had it. It tastes like a generic Coors.
It's called Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer, brother.
Okay, sure. I mean, it's a broad statement. Doesn't matter if
I mean, I'd rather drink a Pabst.
you're Republican.
And that's
doesn't
saying
matter
something.
If you're Democrat. Doesn't matter if you're straight. Doesn't matter if you're gay. Doesn't matter if you're a man or you're a woman.
We all want a good.
There's. No. There's more than one. That was Macho Man.
We want our family, our friends. We
Macho
want to have the
Man.
borders
Yeah, he
closed.
was the
We want-
snap
Wait,
into a
wait,
Slim
wait.
Jim guy.
He just
yeah.
snuck in. We want the border.
He was Hulk Hogan's ultimate heel. Although at one time, listen, we were in the mega powers, yeah. Brothers in arms. Then he betrayed me by looking at my Elizabeth.
He wants the borders closed. And he sneaked that one in. Oh my God.
I don't know. Never really liked him that much. Macho Man, he's not the Macho Man. I'm the only Macho Man. That's why I play the song. That's why I play the song at my rallies. Macho Man. And I do my little dance.
Hey, we want God back in our schools and in our churches.
Never
and
had
in
a
our
beer
life.
that tasted good.
Holy
Hey,
cow. We all
I
want
have.
God back in our lives. I don't want to get killed at the gas pump.
Tasted good.
I just
I
want
mean, no.
mandatory prayer at the beginning of every school.
No idea. Sorry.
Oh
It's okay.
my gosh. I mean,
No, I like teaching. No sorries here. This is just I hope that we can show some clips eventually of Macho Man, so you get the. It's more so just giving you context.
I was on board. I
for
was like
the,
on board, and I thought it was maybe just a little short-sighted. Now, holy cow, that was. Woo.
Shout out to comedian, actor, and writer Paul Scheer for the vid because Hogan hypocritically states the core beliefs of his beer company. The same
Don't worry
company.
about it. I don't expect people to know old wrestlers,
Is it news?
especially guys from like my childhood.
For this,
Hulk Hogan fired a brand ambassador because she was black. We already know how Hulk Hogan feels about black women dating one of his children. So we already know that. That recording's out there. Influencer Essence, Janai, has made allegations.
Yeah, I think Rick's leaving TYT too.
Against Hulk Hogan that she was fired from her position as a brand ambassador for Hogan's, quote, real American beer, end quote, business due to her being black. According to this influencer.
As an atheist, I like that they're trying to push Bibles into school. Never interrupt your phone when they're making a mistake.
Yeah, her TikTok,
yeah.
her-
One of the funniest things was the Louisiana one where they're like, we're putting the 10 Commandments into school. It's like, cool. Then we're also going to, put this verse from the Quran. And they're just like,
But after promoting the brand for just one day on July 2nd,
I mainly know him from clips and video games. You know what? That's That's why I loved him as a wrestler, but I also just love the fact that he transcended pop culture. Also, not everybody knows this, but he was the wrestler in Spider-Man, the first one with Tobey Maguire. He was Bonesaw. Bonesaw is ready.
Hogan canceled the contract.
Yeah.
Okay. So she revealed that she was replaced immediately by other brand ambassadors on July 3rd who were white.
Macho Man
she
was
also
the best
shared
at
a text
hockey
message from
product.
Hogan's team
Yeah,
stating
he
that
was.
Hogan wanted to cancel the events completely.
Dig it.
Quote, her agent wrote, Essence, you didn't do anything wrong at all.
He was also a great dude who he did before John Cena. He did more Make-A-Wishes than any wrestler, and he also was like adamant, like an ardent dog lover.
In fact, I'm sure you did great, but this client wants us to cancel the rest of the event this week. I'm really sorry. So she replied, oh my God, what happened? Are they only taking me off of the events or are they canceling the events completely? Her agent replied, all the rest of the events are canceled completely.
and guess what? Real American beer has officially confirmed.
No, you see, I chose decades ago to remain ignorant to people that feel bad to me. So this guy is one of them. Yeah.
Partnership with the WWE. Thus, Hogan trotting himself out to promote it.
I got you beat there. I didn't like Hulk Hogan when he was like the biggest wrestler and like the biggest like pop culture icon when I was a kid, and I hated it.
And
I hated him.
the boo birds. Speaking of promotions, when Hulk was on the road, some of his fans wanted to snap pics. We covered this previously with the legend himself.
Look at the
Some of those fans, like this guy,
I forgot about this.
sported neo-Nazi tattoos.
Whoops.
The photos were snapped. Anyway, he also did this.
Oh, wait. No. Can't do this. Can't do this one. I know this one. Yeah, I can't do. Sorry.
Follow up.
TMZ.
On the comments he made.
I can't believe that they could
said,
even do that.
That was not me. That was the beer talking. Which is quite another level of promotion if you think about it, you know. Want to say things you'll regret.
Yeah, he said that he was going to send Kamala. He's like, do you want
drink
me
my
to
real American beer?
elbow drop Kamala?
Want to be a full-on racist?
Like,
drink my beer.
Well, he's like, I'll elbow drop
So,
her
of course,
back
when
to
COVID
India. It's like,
happened as well. Hulk had this episode on social media.
I got you beat there. I've never heard of this guy. You've never heard of Hulk Hogan?
Just like he did with the plagues of Egypt. God has taken away everything we worship.
No, I have to start accepting that people are just like aging out of that.
Maybe we need to take
That's
this
a
time of
real
isolation
thing.
from the
Like,
distractions of the
I
world and
prefer
have a personal
Greco-Roman
revival
wrestling.
where we focus on the only thing
Well, then you would have liked the Iron Sheik, Greco-Roman wrestling champion.
in the world that matters, Jesus. Then there was Hogan in crypto.
It is.
Journalist Matt Bender with the fine folks at Majority
Hey,
Report.
Ben.
He wrote Hulk Hogan and Mashable. He works with Mashable. Hulk Hogan's social media accounts
I
and
didn't realize
website
he worked
promoted
with
a
Mashable.
Hulk crypto token, jumping on the recent celeb mentioned train, and it went up, and then he dumped all the posts.
He's another one who put that jabroni into camel clutch. That jabroni, Hulk Hogan.
They're deleted. And there's a new post claiming that those were not even from him.
In my living room.
Look, it is a whirlwind of a story. Bitcoinist would add, savvy crypto enthusiasts smell the scam from the get-go. Incriminating evidence surfaced, recycled videos from December promoting a karaoke event, and a glaring lack of endorsement on other platforms.
Wait a minute. Is this like
linked to Hogan?
George Takei. He I'm not sure if you
This
know who
wasn't
George Takei
a
is.
strategic body slam. It was a pile
George Takei
driver
I
onto
think it's George
investor
Takei,
trust. And just to put a bow on,
He was Sulu. I was Sulu on Star Trek.
as one fan wrote to recap it all,
My.
watching Hulk Hogan get annihilated with booze while trying to sell his rip-off Bud Light beer was effing incredible. And I grew up a Hulkamaniac. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Leave it aging away. Wrestling isn't too much of a thing here, and also again far away. Oh, that's all right.
And that's what I think makes this so incredibly
I'm
sour.
mad at
Though
Bender
to
recently,
end on a
or
high note,
currently.
at least
Yeah, I
Hulk
remember you saying
Hogan
that.
got a bigger ovation than a wrestling legend like Hulk Hogan. Canada are willing.
Yes. Me and my husband Brad, we like to we like to oil each other up and wrestle.
Please become a paid member here at TYT Sports. And or go to tyt.com/join. In addition,
Tsunami.
you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram,
Tsunami.
and TikTok. Appreciate
Dude,
it.
I have so many Howard Stern drops just like memorized. You met him at CDCC. Oh, no way. That's awesome. Oh, my God. I'd actually freak out. And I'd also have to just drop some Howard Stern stuff. I'd just be like, you have a beautiful penis. He legit said that.
Portion of that interview.
Oh, God. I hope Kirk's here for the drops. Speaking of, where's my music? Oh, there it goes. Right? I'm not hearing anything. There we go. Yeah, passing in a corridor, he was lovely. Oh, nice. That's very cool. Actually, at a Wizard Con, so this was a few of them ago, or Wizard World, I actually like ran into Adam West. Like we were trying to navigate, and I just went boom, and he's just like, "Oh, excuse me." I'm like, and he's just like, "Is everything okay?" I'm like, "It's Adam West." I'm just like, he's just like, "Oh, it's. Would you like a picture?" It's very cool, man. You sound exactly like him. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. A lot of time listening to the radio and literally just looking crazy to other people in my car, just going, "Ooh, tsunami." and trying to play it back to myself. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. I thought you had Star Trek on in the background. Nice. The drama between Takei and I don't know which one it is. I keep forgetting. But yeah, the drama between him and Shatner. Oh my god. Absolutely some of my favorite stories. Shatner is such a dick, but the thing is, he's such a dick that you kind of respect it. It's almost Donald Trumpian, except for some reason he doesn't annoy you as much with it. All right. We did Joe Rogan. Oh, you know what? I really wanted to watch this. Here. I meant to watch this one, Takei. That's what I thought. Yeah. George Takei. Tsunami. Ooh. Ooh, Brad.
I want to ask you something. Have you ever tried to do the right thing? You put out a positive message. You try to spread kindness. You give somebody a helping hand, or just lend somebody a hand. And when you do, you end up being met with criticism. And not only criticism, but also negativity and maybe even hostility. It's baffling. It absolutely blows my mind that even though you're trying to do the right thing and you're trying to do something that's positive, there's still people out there that are going to criticize what you do. So it often makes me wonder why the world hates good people. You can put your heart and soul into spreading a message of health and beauty and positivity. But no matter how pure your intentions, there's always going to be people who reject it. And I mean always. And it's almost like they're allergic to positivity. I don't think it's a fluke. I think it's more of a pattern than anything. And that's because positivity doesn't sell. There's an old saying in the media world that if it bleeds, it leads. Mm-hmm. So just think about that for a minute. Welcome back to another episode of Sweat Talk. My name is Chad.
Sweat Talk?
Negativity, drama, and conflict, those are all things that actually grab our attention. It's what our hearts and our minds are being programmed to focus on. This constant programming, it keeps people locked in a cycle of jealousy and bitterness. People crave validation for their negative emotions because it helps them avoid focusing on.
Just real quick, I literally dropped this same kind of knowledge earlier in the stream when we had the very nihilistic man,
difficult truths
who didn't care about anything.
They might be wrong, or the truth that they might even need to change. So what happens is when you try to step into the world and spread goodness, you disrupt their pattern and you challenge that addiction to these negative emotions. Mm-hmm. So if you think about what happens when people feel challenged, the answer to that is they push back, and they'll push back hard. So here's where it gets even trickier. When you're trying to reach a broad audience, your message, it has to be generalized. It can't be specific. You have to keep it broad and generalized so that the majority of people...
I've been saying this too about our political message, guys. This is why, like, theory is great, but when it's actually being applied to trying to build a bigger movement and trying to gain support for that movement, you want to keep it simple.
People are able to actually relate to.
Man, I like this guy. I haven't listened to this, so
or resonate with your message.
I was a little worried. I was like, okay, this could go very south.
And that generality, it also leaves your message open to interpretation. Or I guess I should say misinterpretation. Because people, they are going to inject their opinions.
I think getting money out of politics is general enough. It'll happen eventually.
To inject their fears and bias into your message. They'll argue with you, and it's not because they're trying to understand, but because they're trying to validate their worldview. They want you to believe exactly what they believe, even if it's toxic. Because a closed mind can't see beyond itself. A closed mind, it misses the opportunities.
This guy's giving guys, this is very good advice.
To grow and develop and gain any sort of wisdom. The brainwashing and the negativity that we consume daily, it makes us unteachable. It makes us unable to listen to other people and understand or view another person's perspective. Here's where I want to point out something that's important. If you're watching this video, you're already ahead of an average person. You are leaps and bounds further than the average person. It's not because my videos or this channel or anything else is something that's revolutionary, but it's because you care. It's because you're open to hearing another person's perspective. You're actually seeking more understanding and more wisdom and more growth. And understand that the average person doesn't do that. The average person, they're perfectly content just staying there and stuck. They avoid...
He's pretty much saying good things are good.
They avoid growth because growth is...
I like his positivity, though. It's kind of like a vibe. I don't know, man.
They'd rather blame...
Not everything has to be poignant, man.
Their environment or their upbringing or the government for their
Duke,
shitty circumstances.
acting like you've never had a freaking couch epiphany that next day. You're just like, that was kind of stupid.
And actually face what
but then at the same time, you're like, yeah, but
to get where they are. I want to be clear about something. There's nothing wrong with working a minimum wage job. But what separates achievers from average, it's nothing more than mindset. Overachievers use their starting point as exactly that.
We taking a turn?
Starting point. And average people, they just settle. And that average person, when they see somebody that's actually striving for more, then they're going to criticize. And I think this is where it gets heartbreaking. The good people that are trying to make a difference in the world, they're constantly questioned. Their generosity, it's almost as if it's looked at as manipulation. Their kindness, it's labeled as weakness. Now, that's not to say that some people's...
Wow,
some people's,
he started off strong, and now I'm like, all right. Now let me guess. You got some seminars, don't you?
Morals or intentions.
Normal people aren't open-minded enough like you.
Aren't wrong.
Yeah, I don't trust them. I just unsubbed from his channel.
Is. I mean, people they'll call him
again.
grifters.
This is why I wanted to watch it with you, because I was like, okay, I can get behind this. Let's see why the world hate. He hasn't really been positive. He's actually being negative about other people. He is.
Find incredible success and overturn their lives.
How long
they're
is
able
this?
to achieve and see something absolutely amazing. And he has a resume to prove it. And they do that.
Yep. We're done. We're done. He also does the thing that I hate that people do. Like, I hate following people on FaceTime, let alone a freaking whole video. So, yeah, screw that. LOL, I'm lost in the woods. Guys, I need to tell you, it'd be funny if he releases another video where he's like, hey guys, I have to, it's Chad Leesenby. I have some news. I'm lost. Can somebody come find me? The Angry Ginger. What up, Pep Talks? Thanks for the raid last Twitch late. Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, dude? I hope that everybody I forgot. Yeah. I didn't have time to stick around, so I hope everybody had fun. Yeah, we're having fun over here. This is we are my show is high on politics, so this is the 420 fun half. where we just kind of have fun. I pretty much covered the fires for the first half of this entire program, so unknown variables. Yo, Angry Ginger, what's up? All right, so I want to go into another little fun segment. Here we go. Yeah, Chad Lionsby. I like how you said it, Duke, where it's just like he was just pretty much saying good things are good, and then the second he's just like, yeah, these normal people, they settle. I'm like, uh-oh. Immediately it was just like I hit the brake. I was just like, this is not man, that's the quickest I have subbed to somebody and unsubbed from somebody in a long time, where I was just like, wow. How long do I usually stream for? Usually about 6 hours, 7 hours. I've done a 10-hour stream. It really depends on how much fun I'm having. So yeah. So goofy. I mean, yeah, goofy goober. Alright, so what I want to do is I'm going to set up the David Pakman interview with Cenk. I've been waiting to cover this one, so this will be fun. I like how was it you, Kenzie Page, that didn't you come in waiting for the Hulk Hogan discussion? I hope you enjoyed that. I hate to say it, my Macho Man impression's a little off just because I got a little sore throat that's been cooking, which, yeah, great for stream. That's why I've also been having tea like a mofo. But yes, I'm getting the tired headaches. Oh no, dude, those are the worst. Tired headaches mixed with the smoke, like you hit too much, like the Benjamin, when you hit the Benjamin a little too much. Ooh, it wasn't you? Ooh, yeah. Uh-oh. Somebody got the reference. Yeah. Gonna hurt the voice. Do it for you, man. Uh-huh. Angry Ginger. I knew an angry ginger once. Yeah. Roddy Piper. Not quite ginger, but he did the Scottish thing. Yeah. Little bit angry, little bit of a dick. Uh-huh. Also, not as big of a dick as Hulk Hogan. Yeah. Sorry. Now I gotta stop because I literally feel it right there. I'm just like, oh my god. It's gonna, yeah, keep those, yeah. Honestly, no, I had that moment where, like, I actually had like a broadcaster moment where, yeah, that was real. Like, that was real. That was the training coming back where it was just like, nope, stop it. This is also why, take a binger. Ooh, the cream rises to the top. Actually, that's, yeah. That's everybody's favorite promo, but actually my favorite promo was where he called Hulk Hogan a liar. And he's just like, yeah, Hulk Hogan's a liar. Just as big of a liar. You know who else is a liar? Brother Love. Dude, so funny. Holy smoke, that's spot on. Perfect. No, thank you. I've appreciated the stream. Not much of a chatter, but I like putting on a good stream on my headphones and doing my daily chores and errands. I'm glad to add you to my list. Oh man, thank you. That means the world to me. It really does. Like, God, yeah, you guys could sub and, you know, do all that, but honestly, compliments. I do like compliments. Compliments are great. Especially that, man, because that's I mean, not trying to get too corny, but that's like validation. Like, hey, going to broadcasting school wasn't that stupid. It was very stupid. God, what a waste of money. Dumbest certification I've ever spent money to get. Although I had fun, so I guess whatever. I did learn a trade, so it's just like, I don't even use a soundboard though. So I knew how to tune my mic at least. Cool. And I just know how not to create dead air, so. This is what I always wanted to do though, was do a talk show. And I was told it would take me over a decade in working in radio to even get close to having one. And they were like, you're still going to be spinning records. It's like, spinning records. They didn't say that. They're like, here, be playing music. Unknown variable. Dan Soder, stand-up comic, also has a... Oh, yeah. No, actually, he's kind of where I learned how to do... So I used to do Macho Man, except it was the bombastic version that everybody's used to, where it's like, oh, yeah, snap into a Slim Jim, yeah. But Dan Soder actually taught me, like, just through his bit, where he had it wasn't even a bit. It was an episode of Opie and Anthony that he was on, or actually it was just I think it was when it was just Opie, when it was Opie Radio. But he was talking about how he was just like, yeah, you gotta bring him in, bring him down, talk real slow, yeah, then kind of bring it up a little bit. Yeah, kind of like you have a little something in your stomach. Yeah. Hey, Genie Bottle. Sorry. Broadcasting is an excellent vocation. It never undersell it. I only undersell it because of what came of it. Like, dude, no. I'll undersell it for when I was in it. Okay. Because I was in it for 2007, it was 2007, 2008. Just Opie. Yeah. Unknown variable. That's one of my favorite episodes. That's the one where they talked about the chicken, or the KFC chicken episode, where there was a little girl who got attacked by a dog, and she had to wear an eye patch, and like she still had her scars, and there was a customer that went up and was like, excuse me, I would like you to remove that scary little child. I cannot look at her while I try to eat my mashed potatoes and my mushy chicken. Cosmic Debris, what games do I play at the moment? I'm playing Marvel Rivals, and I'm about to start, ironically, great time to ask me, is Alien Isolation, because my audience kind of sucks as far as when I made the mistake of saying, yeah, I don't like jump scares, and then somebody's like, play Alien Isolation, then they voted on it, so now I'm playing Alien Isolation. Great. I also play just on my off time, not on my PS5 that is not connected to any of this because I need time away from all y'all. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Now I play Sonic Frontiers. It's awesome. Who stole Queen Sherry? Oh, God. Man, I loved Sherry. All right. Angry Ginger, now you got me going. All right. I was a Sherry guy, and I loved Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth was legit, like, my first crush ever. Because, like, I was a 90s kid, so, like, everybody's just like, no, your first crush was Kimberly from the Power Rangers. I'm like, aha! No, it was Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth, yeah. But I loved heel, like, the like, just... Macho Man, King Macho. Oh, God. That was like my favorite gimmick. So, yeah. Wasn't it the Warrior? Wait, I don't think so. Wait, was it? I think no, it was. It was. No, you're right. It was Warrior. It was totally Warrior. I was like, wait a minute. Was it because I remember Sherry went for Ric Flair for a little bit. No, I had that mixed up. No, it was Ric Flair. Sorry. Okay, guys. Damn it, Angry Ginger. You spoke deep cut wrestling, and immediately I was just like, yeah. All right, guys. Sorry. Rest of the show's wrestling talk. Have fun. I got to go to bed. Being a night owl forced me to wake up before the sun is hash time. Whack. Yeah, night. Oh, Bloodstone. I appreciate you being here. Well, I think that you were pretty much here for like the most of it, so. Yeah, man. Scary Shelly. Queen. Yeah. No, that was it. Yeah. No, Shelly was God, she was one of the best. One of my favorite promos is like, It's just them. Just, yeah, and like she's shouting, and at one point, he's just like, shut up, I'm talking. She just kept going. I still to this day wonder if it was like an organic moment or not. I'm just like, yes, good night, Bloodstone by Stars. I appreciate it. All right. I promised a segment, so I'm gonna start the segment, and this is the tease because I just realized I really have to piss. So give me 1 sec. All right, you guys get to stare at the pup. I will. All right, Isa, do the co-host thing for just 2 minutes. Give me a minute. What's my dog's name? He seems pretty relaxed. Oh, he is the chillest. Stan. It's Stan, a man. He's a good boy. The Chupacabra's back. Sorry about that. All right, let's go into the Cenk segment. Stupid light. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. All right. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Oh, man. Yes, wave to Stan. He's a good boy. Stan, love you. Honestly, he's definitely in a chill mood. I wish I could just take, well, you know what? I just thought about that. I could totally just make a short of it. You know what? I'm going to. You guys need to see him just going off on the neighbor's dogs, because he is, yeah. All right, this is what caught my eye in the title. All right, well, I am so glad that you guys stuck around for it. So this is going to be a segment. So what I usually do is for YouTube, I'll say for Gondor. That just kind of warns you guys that I'm going to kind of go into business mode just to introduce the segment. And yeah, so I appreciate you guys getting on board, and let's go for Gondor. Oh. Or you can start recording now for Gondor. All right, well, it finally happened. Cenk was on the David Pakman show, which I didn't know that I was looking forward to it until, like, trust me, I'm not a David Pakman fan. He's one of the few people on LeftTube or BreadTube or whatever the hell you call it that I unsubbed from, because he's so smarmy. He's just too smarmy for me. And it was getting really bad, and then he went like full shit lib with like the Biden stuff, and then his really bad takes on Gaza. It was just too much, and I was like, all right. So it's kind of interesting that him and Cenk are talking, because I'm just like, who do I actually care for less in this conversation? Well, we will find out, because I did not do a pre-watch, and they just recorded this, I think, yesterday or today. So, yesterday. So let's go for it.
It's great to welcome back to the show Cenk Uygur.
I'll turn it up.
It's great to welcome back to the show Cenk Uygur, host of The Young Turks, author of the book Justice is Coming. Cenk, I'm so glad to have an opportunity to just have you on and to talk directly with you. You know, last time we had you on, you were on with Destiny, and we talked about some of the things we're going to talk about today, but I just want to talk to you directly. I want to first just kind of explain my understanding of the controversy that's surrounding you. And if I get anything wrong, you tell me. This all kind of started with some tweets involving Don Jr. and Elon Musk. We talked about it, where you expressed willingness to work with whoever if you can accomplish the things that you believe are worth accomplishing. We talked a little bit about whether it's realistic or naive to think these people will help
the turtlenecks.
us do that. But that was sort of like,
it was right around the time that he did like go full turtleneck. Track jackets, I can understand, but once you get that full neck coverage, bridge too far.
Part one. You appeared with Charlie Kirk at America Fest with Turning Point USA. We'll talk about the content of that, but you've also been criticized by some just for appearing there, like just that your presence there was the problem rather than your goals or being there. People are talking about a political 180 like Dave Rubin, which you've explained is not at all what this is. And then I've also seen in preparing for our talk today, some conversations you had with folks that I think you were previously well acquainted and friendly with that are seeming way less friendly right now for reasons we can talk about. And a lot of people that say they are on the left don't like what you're up to. Is that a fair assessment of kind of where we are right now?
Yeah, I mean, the devil's in the details, and that's why we're having this conversation. But as a summary of where people think it stands, yeah, I think that's relatively
somebody in our chat had actually called him Lego Man. He has a Lego head, and I can't unsee it. He does. He looks like a Lego person.
Right. Here's my view after knowing you for, I think, 16 years or something like that at this point. Reviewing the appearance, reviewing everything you've said.
What annoys me about Pakman is we have like a similar mouth like movement because like I know that like I have like a little bit of just like this weird jaw thing because I've broken, I had a misplaced jaw from, I didn't even have a broken jaw, I had a fractured one from playing hockey, but because of that, like it kind of moves a little bit weird. His is like all over the place.
I don't think there's any problem with going on right-wing shows or appearing at America Fest in principle. I think we should try to talk to the other side. My goal would be try to poach their audiences, try to expose Trump's not really the populist he claims to be.
I will never look at the same again.
Or whatever. I think there's no issue there whatsoever.
It's so, like...
If I were to just jump to my concern, it would be...
Please don't summon
all
him.
the evidence to
me...
the
power of Pakman.
These are obviously not good
it kind of hurts.
in the things we want to achieve. I'll give you an example. Of course I want to cut military spending, Pentagon. You and I have talked about it. Why wouldn't we work with whoever wants to do that? At the same time, no matter...
You're a huge Avs fan? Well, me too.
Up on Twitter,
Joe Sakic and actually Patrick Waugh was the reason I became a goalie.
That Pete Hegseth, Elise Stefanik, Huckabee, and Mike Waltz are ever going to be involved in actually doing that. And so for me, it's more about how realistic is this thing? And is there a risk that your presence through no fault of your own is used simply to degrade the left with no real shot at improving anything? That's where I would place my concern, bearing in mind that I agree with a lot of what you're doing and what you're saying.
Yeah. So let me start by acknowledging that I get why people are concerned. Like when you see a pattern.
This is weird coming from him, though.
We've seen Dave Rubin do it and others, Tulsi Gabbard do it, etc. And you see what appears to be the first step there, that your mind goes to the second, the third, and the 18th step. And so, like, if you're on the left and you just see us doing this peripherally, or you hear it on a different show and they showed you a 15-second clip or something, I get why you'd be concerned, right?
Yep.
Now, I've been as clear as anyone can possibly be that is not the path we're taking. And I kind of tore Dave Rubin's head off when Piers Morgan suggested that we make up. I've got no interest in that. And what's hilarious is people tune in to the Young Turks live at 6 o'clock Eastern every day, and they go, "Wait, I don't get it. Where's the right wing turn?" They're saying things that are like super progressive, populist, left wing. What the hell are these guys?
He's opportunistic. Well, he's definitely taking his opportunity.
Talking about, right? So, like, so I would ask you to not believe people with different incentives. And what's really interesting, David, is that when I go on right-wing shows and other comments, tons of comments that I get is, wait a minute, I think right-wing media lied to me. That's right-wingers saying it. Because they say, I just saw like 15 seconds.
That's, oh my God, he's being, all right, guys, he really is being just overly charitable to these people.
Disagree with, that they view to be outrageous, right? But when I see you in a conversation, the left is not at all what I thought it was, right? Because the right-wing shows have, historically, have framed the left as the most extreme.
Okay, so like this is, what, his 70th interview saying the same exact crap, but here's the thing. He still hasn't realized that maybe, doing the bad left, he might just be a little charitable, try to be like, hey, why don't we try and pivot here? I can agree to disagree on this, but no, he keeps doubling down, and then he attacks leftist creators. Like, dude, once I saw him go after Lance from the Surfs, I knew that he was cooked.
That everyone on the left thinks that
Cenk thinks he's figured out some secret formula. His ego is so big that he can't see that he's wrong. MAGA are not specifically right wing. No, yeah, exactly.
Fill in the blank.
No, Angry Ginger, that's a great point, because like I've been saying this on my show that that there's a difference between a Trump supporter and a Trump voter. Trump voters, you can't necessarily, like, they're kind of your baseline voters that are just like, I wasn't happy with, old man Biden and the Democrats. Let's try the other one again. Let's see if this actually works. MAGA itself is a cult that, the right hates. I mean, the fact that Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney were like the darlings of the Democratic Party with this last go around, which is still insane to me. But yeah, it's like they don't see that that's like a problem.
Should release all the prisoners and
like, look who you courted.
Not, do anything about crime and whatever thing you could imagine that's the most extreme thing on the left.
You want my big thing with them is just let them be and court the left again. But like what he's doing here is he is creating so much more division. He's only like, okay, so we have 4 years of Trump, but are we also going to have 4 years of leftist infighting? Well, probably not, because at this point, they're just going to be another right-wing network. Like, they might as well be on the same page as Newsmax.
All the right-wing previously believed that was the entirety of the left. Everyone who voted for Biden, Kamala Harris, etc. So when they see us doing this, they're like, oh, wow. And that's, ironically, now the left-wing shows are doing the same thing as the right-wing shows did. Show 15-second clip and go, you see a slight disagreement there. Oh, that's it. He's a Nazi, he's fascist, etc. So I understand people who are misled by that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now when
cats are fighting.
The real things that you're talking about, David, so how did this start, and what am I seeing that others aren't seeing potentially? Yeah. So it started when I started running against Biden in the primary just to try to knock him out. You remember, of course, that. And at the time, you remember a lot of people said, oh, Cenk, you're crazy. Joe Biden is young and dynamic and the best Democrat to beat Trump. I mean, I had huge debates over that, including with Destiny and so many others, right? So we were 100% right about that. But what happened is I go on the right-wing shows and by the way, can I just tell you, why did I go on right-wing shows to try to knock Biden out of a Democratic primary? Because mainstream media never pays attention to the left. But if you say something on a right-wing show, mainstream media goes, oh, that's so important. Oh my God, I saw it on a right-wing show. It's so important, right? And I was able to bounce from there onto mainstream media, not me personally, but that idea. And it did help to knock Biden out, and that did help the Democratic Party. So if Kamala had run a better campaign, or if she just...
Oh, shut up. No, if Biden had never ran in the first place, like we all knew he shouldn't have.
Finished running a better campaign, we would have been able to beat Trump, etc. But
I'm a TYT member, and my understanding is that Cenk calls out the max left on things that cost independent votes. He's mad. He gets mad at the bad left strategy. Thoughts? I would agree with that if he was like as... if he pushed back against like people like Jill Stein and especially Jill Stein, actually, which he did earlier. I know that he did that and he had the conference with Sam Cedar, but this year he let her off the hook entirely to specifically attack the max left, which fine. I have my disagreements with what he would consider the max left, but also I think that he mischaracterizes. I think that he's also uncharitable to where he like classifies people who just really fight for trans rights as being max left and just having a hard line there, because that's kind of where, like, if you notice, a lot of like, that's when I quit. I was a paying TYT member up until Anna doubled down. When she had the opportunity, I remember the episode, they were going to do it during the members only thing. And they even teased it. They were like, we're going to talk about the drama. Trust me, we're going in and we're doing the members only show. I was like, okay. I was gearing myself up for an actual apology where like she would even start apologizing to like the contributors like Benny. But all of a sudden she doubles down. To the point where my wife, who initially agreed with her, was just like, ooh, this is a bad look. And then, you know, fast forward to where we are now, where like, there's one thing to be platformed on right-wing shows. Great. Push the movement. But what they're doing is they're scapegoating the left while trying to push not the movement. They're trying to push their network. Like, this is no longer about the movement. Now it's just about them. So, like, I don't know how, like, am I supposed to be more charitable and just be like, oh no, but you know what? Cenk really is the voice of the left. He's the one, like, you know what? Maybe I need to be more, like, because again, I've been called centrist before. So I'm kind of like, like, at what point am I not centrist, like, enough or whatever? But what he's doing with, like, again, the Charlie Kirk one's a great example of it, where he didn't push back. He didn't push back against any of their ideas. What he did was he capitulated, and then he kind of just went, you're right. They are kind of wacky, aren't they? You know, I kind of get it.
So what I started seeing, though, when I went on there is, wait a minute, this right-wing base...
I don't know why I said come on. I just meant like, yeah.
Not the same base
that could have been misinterpreted.
Before. And David, by now I figured out why. Okay, because in the old days, they only watched Fox News. So you couldn't talk to them. They were Fox News talking point machines, right? I heard from Sean.
And it was that the left's fault? Because that's how you kind of frame it.
Hannity, that corporate tax cuts help the middle class. No, they don't. What are you talking about, right? But now they're getting their news not
have the Dems had an open primary, Trump was still one.
From angels, but they're getting their news from...
Honestly, Les Wiseman, it goes down to the child tax credit. Had they done the child tax credit, excuse me, that would have been it.
Dozens of different shows.
That would have been it.
And some of them are anti-war, some of them are still pro-war, some are this.
Because that would have arguably helped enough families that voted along those lines. Trust me, working class families with more than one kid. You kidding me?
Remember that?
That extra, what was it? I don't remember. I don't have kids, so I don't know what the tax credit was, but I just know that extra money, especially if you have more than one kid, holy crap.
And now
that helped
what I'm
a lot.
seeing in the right wing is they've begun to open up their mind in a way that we are not familiar with.
Cenk didn't push Biden out. That is laughable, and it's another example of Cenk's huge...
They think of the past. And
Exactly. The fact that he's just like, we at TYT in our movement, we were the only ones that were saying this. Like, he also pulls that crap a lot.
They think, oh, hell no. This guy's got to be...
I think that's why, like, again, this is why he hates Sam Cedar. I mean, Sam, I have thought about it, must have said something to him behind the scenes, or he just was, like, super antagonistic towards him.
Sucker on planet Earth.
Sam has a bit of an edge sometimes.
All the right-wingers I've known my whole life never have...
When Cenk left the Republican Party, he changed the entire party. He also changed the entire party. That's why Bush stopped the Iraq war, rolling on the floor laughing. Yeah, exactly. I remember the first few years I was listening to them, and he would posit himself as, well, I'm still kind of conservative. I think just mostly fiscally, though. But as far as the war goes, I'm definitely liberal. Like, and he wanted the pats on the back for it.
And they're this, that, and other thing. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're seeing it wrong, okay? And so there's a lot of populists in those hills. But because they're right-wing populists doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. It doesn't mean that they are going to turn around and be like, oh my God, you're right. We should have full trans rights. No, what that means is right-wing, like populism, the where it intersects is anti-war, anti-corruption. And by the way, even on that stuff, guys, I get it. Yes, Trump is perfectly corrupt, and they voted for him anyway. But by the way, so is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I know that breaks a lot of people's hearts, but they gorged on...
I like how he breaks that to us like we didn't already know, though. Like, that's the part that gets me, or he's just
billions
like,
of dollars.
Surprise! And we're just like, oh, that's it?
corporate cash.
That's your big reveal.
Establishment Democrats and establishment Republicans invented corruption, right? And they bathed in corruption. So yeah, of course, Trump is also corrupt, but at least that base has an instinct of being anti-corruption. And so then when I go on the shows, I say, hey guys, for example, Elon Musk, remember he's a donor. He's Trump's largest donor. And they go, well, yeah, that's true. And remember how you should be wary of the donor class. And they're like, yeah, that's true. In the old days, David, they wouldn't have said that's true. They would have been like, no way, our donors are angels and they're the greatest thing on earth. And you're the only donor that's a problem is George Soros and the unions, right? So it's a different dynamic. Like there's so many things that you asked. I know I'm taking a while, but I do want to address the other things because the idea that you're helping them or legitimizing them is absurd.
Okay.
Just because you say it is that what makes it so? Okay, cool. I'm glad that Cenk cleared that one up. Guys, there's no need to watch the rest of the video because he just cleared it up. It's absurd. Did you know that because he thinks it's absurd that we should just stop?
There's sort of like a 3-part thing that I think will build to the most important aspect of what you just said. So
was Cenk's home by any chance in the fire path?
First of all,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm so kidding, actually. No, I walked that one back. That one I feel bad about.
Correctly identifying something that's a major problem for the left and that explains a lot of the right's success.
Sorry, guys. I do have that problem where I'll say something where I'm like, that's funny. Oh.
Which is they aren't doing, at least right now, these toxic purity tests the way that some on the left do. You've identified the right. If you agree with them on 5% and you're kind of sick of the other options, they welcome you, even if you disagree on 95% of stuff. A lot of the opposite of that is happening on the left. I think that's spot on, and I think it's awesome that you've identified that. I do want to talk a little bit about the whole look at how they've changed. And one of the things that during your appearance with Charlie Kirk that got some attention and that you focused in on as well is, look, they're booing Mitch McConnell and they're booing Dick Cheney. That you wouldn't have seen that in the past. I'm skeptical about reading too much into that for the following reason. I don't think
Cenk is a living example of the effects of someone that lives in the clouds of their own farts.
They have any real idea.
Yeah, he really is. Oh my God, he's almost directly out of that South Park episode.
Booing or they're not booing. Or what I mean is the following: Trump and Charlie Kirk right now are benefiting from saying we're different from the establishment, we're different from McConnell and Cheney or whatever. If they do a 180 on that today, at next week's AmFest, Charlie Kirk just leads the crowd in a cheer of Mitch McConnell. We got him back, guys. I don't think there's anything real about that. I think it's just...
Well, I'll just say this one less by merit. They're just part of the corporate establishment in general. And
something that...
Let's not get started on Gaza.
They've
I don't need that in my chat today. Okay, let's not.
Distinction, whether there is a difference or not. So I'm worried about reading too much into they booed McConnell because next week they'll cheer him if someone says to Trump, now we cheer McConnell. You may agree, you may disagree. Let me
America.
Then do the part 3 of kind of where my mind is on this.
It's like my hero.
I would argue that whether or not they cheer McConnell or whatever, even if we agree about the problem, the risk of the populist rhetoric as a uniting force is that the solutions are different, even if we agree on the problem. So I'll give you an example. You, I, some of the people at
That's actually a great representation of Cenk too, or it's just him shitting himself to the top, and he doesn't even know what mountain he's trying to get to. At least he's at the top of shit mountain.
We're worried about the power of the establishment and elites, the recalcitrant centers of power that are corrupt, and we're sick of them and all of that. We would identify the problem with almost the exact same language that the crowd at AmFest would. The problem is when you say, okay, left-wing populist, what's your solution? We talk about social democracy, curbing corporate power, using regulations. They will still say the solution is tax cuts for the rich and corporations and all the same stuff. So my instinct is, and tell me if I'm wrong. I want to hear.
Is Ukraine going to donate some money to California?
I'm open to having my mind change.
Why is everybody all like? I love how you guys can be upset about that, but not the black budget that just drains trillions of dollars from our money to the government, like to the Pentagon. So
even if
I'm sorry, I don't take any of that criticism with like any good faith at all.
We're in agreement about the problem. once we get to solutions, we're not even at all on the same page.
No, I think
also it's like the weird, like they tried to, is that what made MAGA anti-war? Because guess what, I'm literally giving you guys, like, I'm giving MAGA, I almost said you guys, I don't know if you're MAGA or not, I'm giving MAGA until June to pivot and then say, yeah, you know what, we never said we were anti-war, we just won, yeah.
And it's very understandable. Because
you'll see
what you're describing is exactly what's happened throughout history.
Or I'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
That's the media and political ecosystem that we all grew up in. So again, that's why I understand people's concern.
Yeah, Cenk has tons of purity tests, and he doesn't recognize the fact that he,
concern. Like, whoa, wait.
He gets mad when other people purity test him.
No way. All the Republicans I've known my whole life are immovable, right? And all they're ever going to do is corporate tax cuts and tax cuts for the rich. So here's where it's really important to do nuance and understand the new landscape.
Okay, tell me.
So first of all, on Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, no, they loathe them. You guys are wrong in thinking that it's a trick. I've now talked to hundreds, maybe thousands of MAGA guys. They're not, forget the hosts. When I talk to the individuals, the actual voters, the base, they have no incentive to lie. Have you ever met a MAGA guy?
Yeah. I don't think they're lying. I just think
I don't think they have a good understanding of what they're talking about.
Now it's been several years of MAGA saying we don't like these guys, so they're on board. But if that changes, they'll just change their minds.
No, they won't. So, let me explain why I think that they won't. Okay. So look, in the beginning.
Okay, so Biden marched a picket line. Great.
It starts exactly as you're saying, David, which is Trump goes, I don't like Mitch McConnell for whatever crazy reason popped into his head.
Biden didn't do socialized medicine. He didn't expand Medicare. Well, yeah, okay, he did the insulin stuff. No, you know what? No, this isn't. I was trying to be cheeky for a second there, but being real. No, Biden has had some good policies. Like, for real. He's had great, actually great policies. But it wasn't what we needed. You know what I mean?
At the time. Yep. And his wife is Coco Chow. And weirdo racist things again.
MAGA unsure what truth is. Yeah.
Elaine Chao, right? Yep. Not that I like Elaine Chao. I think she's terrible establishment figure, but you don't need to go racist on it.
Yeah, so, the problem isn't that she's Asian.
Yeah, that's definitely not the problem.
It's that she's Mitch McConnell's wife.
So I know where it's
reprehensible human
being.
You're
not wrong about that. But now they genuinely hate the corruption, and they could explain. So when I say Mitch McConnell, they don't. When I get into the longer discussions, AmFest was really tiny, right? When you get into a 3-hour conversation on Patrick Bet-David or Tim Pool show or whatever. They all go, no. I know. He takes $1 billion from corporate donors and serves corporate donors.
Oh, my God.
For the last 10, 20 years, as you know, definitely not 10, longer than that, 15, 20 years, David, as you know, my main thing is get money out of politics and the corruption, bring back democracy. And so whenever I talk to Democrats and I told them, well, Nancy Pelosi taking $1 billion is also corruption, they go, no way, she's an angel and you're a monster for saying that. And whenever I went to talk to the right wing, they'd say, yeah, Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's an angel and you're a monster for saying he isn't. Now, when I go to the right wing, they go, no, you're totally right. And it's not just because he's opposed to Trump. It's because of the money that he takes from this donor class.
Hey, you guys want to see my Mitch McConnell impression? My name is Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell impression.
Okay. So, and Dick Cheney, they genuinely hate the wars. They don't want wars. And that I know that is so fundamentally different than the Republican Party we grew up with.
She married that. That's a choice.
Wars, right?
What do you mean? I happen to be really good with the ladies.
So now when you go to the Hegseths and the Stefanics of the world, David, that's where you get into a really interesting dynamic. Now, in the beginning, Trump is not his base. Trump's not going to come out and go, oh my God, guys, I've seen the light, right? And I'm not going to serve Elon Musk or Miriam Adelson or Tim Mellon.
Sorry, I would have made it more authentic, but that would require spittle.
Companies. No, what's he doing? He's saying drill, baby, drill, because the oil companies gave him a ton of money. He gave domestic policy to Elon Musk and foreign policy to Miriam Adelson. So why does Stefanik and Hegseth and all those guys, they're hardcore. Mike Wall's a giant neocon. Yes. Why are they in the Trump administration? Because Trump's doing what every politician does, kissing the ass of his donors, and that's how he's going to start. And if his base doesn't challenge him, that's how he's going to end.
Did the base challenge him last time? Like, what evidence do we have this time they'll challenge him?
So that's what I'm getting to. So, David, you're right. In the first term, which now was a long time ago, the base didn't challenge him at all. Okay, if Trump said something, they parroted it, and it was over. Right. Now, when I go on those shows or I put on X, hey, you know that Rubio, Stefanik, Walz, and Huckabee are neocons, and they're going to try to drive you into war. Wall of thousands of comments. You're totally right. We're worried.
That's creepy, Jimmy Stewart.
Worried about it. We trust Trump. Let's see how it
Every
goes.
time.
But we got an eye out for it.
Every time we fart, an angel gets its wings.
Totally aware that they're neocons, and they don't like
the devil gets its wings.
So
Damn it!
Hexit's a
I got it
different
wrong.
animal because he's partly neocon and partly like meathead, and they like the aggro part of Hexit and the military.
The time for defending Biden is over after Trump won. Gloves needed to come off. No reason to defend Biden. Our project is to defeat the corporate Dems. That is more important now. Absolutely, Duke. I 100% agree with you. I was just trying to even see to less that maybe, yeah. Like, again, I'm not one of those guys. Like, I will recognize, like, again, the insulin thing, good. The union thing, good. He did some stuff that was just good. Okay? And actually, the last few days and, like, his FUs to Trump on the way out have been kind of just objectively funny.
Yep. But they're not going to.
You sound like Keith Olbermann doing Tom Brokaw impressions.
Like the neocon part. And if I'm right about any of this, war is
I like that.
Where it breaks.
I like
the
that.
base then says to Trump, "No, brother,
I didn't know I could do a Keith Olbermann.
We told you anti-war.
Damn
We
it.
didn't go tell you to help Israel."
What happened to that
invade
guy?
Iran. No,
I'm not even sure about this, and I think this is really, I don't know that this is an ideological disagreement. I just don't know that we're on agreement on the facts. I'll give you a counterexample to what you're talking about. Yesterday, Trump does this crazy press conference at Mar-a-Lago. During this press conference, it was like 30 minutes long, he suggested taking Greenland and the Panama Canal with military force, taking Canada with economic force, and unleashing hell on Gaza, or allowing hell to be unleashed. That doesn't sound very anti-war. And when you look on the Truth
No. Les, I'm going to correct your statement. Republicans have always been isolationists till now. No. Had.
Socials and
I'm correcting your grammar because guess what? Things change. Like, I don't understand why people are so, like, shit shocked that the party, you know. I remember the first time I had, like, an argument with a libertarian where they're like, did you know that the Democrats were technically the racists?
Where else? It's like, people defending it.
It's not as a big brain argument as people think it is.
All of the Americas in an American flag, they kind of seem to be just lining up behind whatever he says. I just am not seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, David, that's exactly it. Because I dove in more, I'm seeing something that others aren't, and that's why I understand this.
Yeah. No, the thing that I'm taking away from this is that Pakman is kind of agreeing with him on a slight bit without saying
skepticism.
But am I wrong?
Am I wrong? Because that, like,
about the reaction to yesterday's crazy
You're
tirade.
halfway wrong.
I'm
Yeah,
halfway.
you're
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I know I'm out on a limb here because believing that the right wing is going to turn on Trump on specific issues where they have disagreement when they've never done it before, I get that I'm taking a risk by saying that they're going to do that, right?
I question whether there is disagreement.
There is. So that's what I'm saying. So, and we're all going to find out with our own eyes and ears if I'm right or wrong, right? And you've seen me go out ahead of people before, right? Where I said in 2013, I said Bernie could beat Hillary Clinton. 3 years before he had that historic run. I said Biden was too old and couldn't possibly win, etc. So now I'm saying, yeah, I see that disagreement. So for example, on what you mentioned, just like I said, Trump
distractions. Trump just talks. Half of it's just yelling at clouds. I wish media would ignore it. I wish media would ignore it. Yeah, no, honestly, like, I actually had that thought when he had his presser that if they just didn't show up, that this would be a nothing burger. And that, honestly, that, like, it's kind of like the don't feed the troll mentality. Well,
in the beginning goes to serve his donors. And so he goes, oh, yeah, Miriam, like the Palestinians aren't slaughtered
I'm
enough.
very hungry.
I'll slaughter them even more, right? As long as you keep the money coming, right? And he engages in his fantasies about buying Greenland or invading in Panama, etc. So the first reaction that folks are going to have is we're defending Trump. And especially when the left attacks him, No, wait, no, he doesn't mean invading Greenland. He means buying Greenland. He doesn't mean this, he means that. So will you get tons of that, 80% of that? Yes, right? And it's not quite 50-50. But do I see the 20% that is going, no, you're right. We didn't say invade any countries. We said anti-war. So that kernel already exists and we're not even at day one. And when he actually, and what the number one thing they say is, guys, cut it out. He's obviously bluffing, right? And you're hurting his chances of bluffing when you say that he's definitely not going to do it, right? So, if he goes to invade Greenland, he will definitely lose half his base. That is mental, right? And they are actually anti-war. So, but that's not going to happen because he's not going to do that. He's bluffing, right? But look, this is where I think the rubber hits the road.
Yes, this will be posted.
This is now I'm really out on a limb. Okay. I think his base.
I'll be posting it tomorrow.
And
if not tomorrow, then
so when he goes, yeah, no, I'm going to give Israel another $30 billion, and I'm going to help them bomb more countries. At some point, MAGA's going to go, now that's enough, brother, man. That's enough. We said America first, not Israel first. And so I think they're going to turn on that. And that's the right wing's never turned on Israel. The left wing's never really turned on Israel. No one's allowed to turn on Israel in America. But when you tell the right wing you're not allowed to do something, okay, let's.
I'm very happy with my dinner.
So again, we'll see. I get that I'm predicting unprecedented things, but I'm
thanks for your responses.
doing that based on what I'm actually seeing on the ground.
Listen, my best assessment in having reviewed all of the evidence and in talking to you here is I think it's clear you're not doing a Dave Rubin. I think your heart's in the right place. I think retrospectively, here's my prediction. I'm not big on
that's actually no. Far lefties can't win in red districts. That's actually BS. We actually had a far lefty win in a red district over here because he didn't run as a far lefty. He ran as a populist who also was just like, listen, we need to just work on these social programs. And he didn't push any far leftist agenda, but he ran as a social democrat. So
I think in a few years, you'll say, I was a little naive with my expectations and I could be wrong. You could be wrong. We don't know. I think if there's a fault here, we've seen you're right. It's been a long time. And for 8-9 years, almost 10 years now, since Trump came down the escalator and said Mexicans are rapists.
Almost 10 years.
The highest value has been they ultimately do support whatever Trump wants. They don't really care about free speech or freedom or family values or money in politics. That's what we've seen for the last 9.5 years. I hear you saying it's going to change, but we are on the same page that it hasn't been that way, right? I think that part we do agree on.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could list you dozens of examples where they say they're against cancel culture, and then they'll say, well, we should cancel them, right?
Yes.
I mean, look, but to be fair, the Democrats do the same thing. We're against cancel culture, but if you criticize Israel on a college campus, we're going to arrest you and take away your diploma. That sounds like cancel culture to me, right? So, I mean, but I can give you dozens of other examples. Oh, you're protesting oil companies, pipelines. We're going to pass a law in Florida that says we could run you over in our cars.
Wow.
Right?
Leftist Cenk is still there?
Cancel culture than murdering someone with your cars because they protested an oil company. Right?
No way.
And freedom of speech. They take away freedom of speech all the time. So I totally agree that the last 9.5 years, they have not shown what I am seeing that they're going to do in the future. And I totally agree with you, David, that we're going to come back 2-3 years from now and see how this went and see, hey, was I right that there was this, that their composition had changed and they were more open to a rebellion against Trump and actually had a mind of their own as opposed to being in a cult for Trump. And I get if you're on the left that you're like, no way, they're in a cult, etc. But guys, remember, we all live in bubbles. The Trump people have been in a massive
yes, the algorithm has nothing to do with that
time,
you
right?
benefited off.
But we've also been in a bubble. And our bubble says if you disagree with any of us 5%, we kick you out of that bubble and we call you a racist and a fascist and every word in the dictionary. And then we go, oh my God.
I'll admit that they get a little hyperbolic and yes. The farthest fringes, especially when they run when they have a little bit of power, yes, they can get that way. I'll concede that. But I think that he's making this a much bigger issue than it is.
How did we lose the popular vote? Well,
that's why I keep bringing up Lance from the Serfs. That's where I think that comes from.
Because you pushed everyone out.
Yep.
Someone needs to make a timeline of where each political commentator falls on the spectrum and determine the measurements of the spectrum, although this can cause more problems. I don't want to do that because I don't want that kind of smoke on my channel, but that's a good idea.
No denying that. I'm with you 110% on that. That's for sure.
Yeah, and MAGA, when they hear me say things that they didn't even, you know that MAGA doesn't realize we're anti-corruption, the left is anti-corruption? They don't even realize the left is anti-war because Kamala Harris was like, Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney are my best friends. I'm going to go on a college campus tour with them, right? So the establishment is pro-war, and the Democratic Party, unfortunately, has become more establishment, right? So they look at it and they're super surprised that the left thinks.
Dude, he keeps saying establishment without recognizing that, again, once you win, then you become the establishment. Then what?
Is anti-war, anti-corruption, and all these things, right?
You're gonna do the same shit
about paid family leave. Patrick Bet-David polled his audience. 75% of his audience said yes, paid family leave. 12 weeks off for moms after they have a baby. That's arguably a conservative principle. I think it's a giant progressive principle. We know it's a giant progressive principle, but that's where the unity can come. But you can't pass any of these things or even have hope of passing any of these things if you tell the people who are in charge, who won the popular vote, we're going to hate all of you. We're never going to work with you. We're never even going to talk to you. So we have no hope of ever winning those votes back because you can't win them back if you're not talking to them, right? So but we don't live in a bubble. No, we also live in a bubble, and our bubble needs to be burst because unfortunately, some portion of the left has stopped being open-minded. And what I say on Young Turks all the time is our community is open-minded and open-hearted, right? We're trying to do the right
I gotta
thing,
laugh openly
and
at that
we're trying to get there no matter what. And what I would ask all of you is eyes on the prize. The prize is policy. If you pass policy,
open-minded and open-hearted, listen to the way he talks about Hank.
You improve actual people's lives.
Oh, seriously.
If you don't, all of us in media and politics are just playing ego games. Who's bigger? Who's this? Who's more pure? Who's the one that represents blah, 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 blah. That's all about ego. But actually getting policy passed affects your life. And you're not going to get policy passed going into your little bubble and calling everyone outside the bubble a fascist.
Hey.
We know that won't work, that's for sure. Listen, Cenk, I appreciate you being on. I hope you're right about the vast majority of what you're saying.
There you go.
I fear you are wrong, but time will tell us, and then we will soon see. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Woof, woof. All right. Fuck, she's dead. Who's dead? I don't know who that is. All right. Well, honestly, that wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be because Pakman kind of ended up capitulating a little bit more than I thought he would, so yay. So the Franny Fio one was definitely a little bit better because she kind of called him on the carpet a little bit more. So let's see. Oh, Ruben's train. I missed the whole stream today. Not the whole one. I'm not stopping yet.
These individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs.
Actually, Ruben, the reason you didn't miss much is because I actually did live coverage of the fire for the first 3 hours of stream today. So you really have only missed 1 hour of what would be the normal stream.
Individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy
the real Mr.
has
Meatball.
gone
Hey, what's up, dude? I haven't seen you in a while.
oligarch.
Stopping by, stopping in, have to leave soon, but hope you're been well. Yeah, it's good to see you.
You just heard from Scott Galloway. He is a professor of marketing at New York University's Stern School of Business, and he is worth more than $100 million. But yet, he was on mainstream media saying something that was absolutely spot on, which is surprising to me. Now, I want to use his comments as a bit of a jumping off point for a broader conversation about income and wealth inequality, because what he's touching on here is very important. Everything we are seeing right now, political instability, social unrest, increasing radicalization and fascism, isn't happening for no reason. It's happening because we've reached the final stage of capitalism, and literally every aspect of human life has now become commodified. Americans and workers around the world really have been squeezed for every penny at the behest of the ruling class, and common distractions that once kept us all in line are no longer sufficient because things are just that bad. It's hard to distract us when daily life at this point in time makes a lot of us miserable. People don't have healthcare, and if they do, it's too expensive. They can't retire.
The price of eggs is $5. See? Once that happened, they don't care about your trans issues anymore.
They can't buy houses. They live paycheck to paycheck. People are desperate, and that desperation is growing. And the main avenue that regular working class people once had to address these grievances, which was through politics, has been hijacked by the wealthiest people in the country. A 2014 Princeton University study found that average citizens have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, whereas economic elites and wealthy interest groups are the only ones who see the policies that they want enacted into law. Take this 2024 Data for Progress survey, for example. As you can see, the majority of Americans support pretty progressive policies, an expansion of Social Security, as well as rent caps, a $17 an hour minimum wage, Medicare for all, free college, among other things. And a healthy republic would understand that things are bad and the population wants that, and they would respond by enacting those policies, delivering these things that will help people to their constituents. But if politicians were to do that, then their wealthy donors wouldn't be too happy, since those policies all would inhibit their ability to squeeze even more money out of us. Elites don't want to expand Social Security because they want to privatize it and profit off of it. Corporations don't want to increase minimum wage or wages at all. They want to lay off as many workers as possible and replace all of the remaining ones with robots as quickly as they can. Healthcare can't be free, otherwise an entire industry would go the way of the dodo. To put it simply, life can't be better for the rest of us because rich people want to make...
I literally just put that book on my to-buy list.
...more money and profit off of our suffering. And even though it feels like the system is broken, it's not. It's working as intended. Our entire economic system centers on the maximization of profit, which means money making is incentivized above all else in virtually every single thing that we do. Even art isn't safe. You know, there's a reason why so many films these days are sequels and remakes, and why so many video games are quick cash grabs and asset flips filled with microtransactions. It's because the goal isn't to make an enjoyable experience. If you happen to enjoy it, that's just secondary to the goal of making a lot of money. Greed is a virtue in our society, and it's the main virtue that keeps all of us going, because if we're not greedy, we don't survive, because we're all captive to that exploitative machine, and we don't have the ability to opt out even if we wanted to. You know, in theory, I would like to think that I'm making these videos to inform and entertain people, but at the end of the day, if I don't upload at least 3 new videos per week, I can't feed myself. If I didn't have to worry about doing this as a job, I'd be pursuing passion projects and making entirely different forms of content if I wasn't beholden to YouTube's fickle algorithm. You know, we're all captive to the system in some way.
Actually, yeah, he's very right, because I would definitely have a wrestling show, but
I try to be a responsible consumer, and I'm sure that you do as well, but
rich people are fine in any system. These issues this guy advocates for are ironically worse for those people the policies pretend to advocate for.
You can't.
But that's kind of what he was saying about how it only goes for the rich right now.
Not do business with exploitative companies. I mean, the phones that we all have.
Honestly, realistically, all of these problems are fixed with a 90% tax rate on the highest earners.
Are not made with products that were ethically sourced, to put it mildly. Our entire system prioritizes profits over people. I mean, we are literally destroying our planet to increase short-term profits for fossil fuel companies. Now, I say all this not to get you down and make you feel hopeless, but because I want us to have a realistic understanding of our barbaric system, which was designed to arrive at this inevitable conclusion, even if it seemed to be working pretty smoothly at first.
My regular time is usually 4 o'clock. I'll be on at 4 tomorrow, 4 on Monday. I usually take Saturday, Sunday off, but I might be streaming this Saturday. Just turn your notifications on. That's the easiest way to keep up with me.
Now, getting back to Scott Galloway.
But yes, realistically, look out for me at 4.
And the conversation that he had with Joe Scarborough, they characterize our current situation as a rigged tax system specifically, and they talk about rich people shifting the tax burden onto the middle class. And that is certainly a part of the problem for sure, but my level of analysis is a little bit different. For example,
they don't pay enough, though. No. Mr. Meatball, they do not.
This is how Joe Scarborough describes it.
No, because why do you think that the tax cuts have benefited them? I mean, look. So you, a lot of people see the number, and this is what rich people are good at doing. They're just like, well, I pay X amount, but they don't put it into the percentage of their income because they're not telling you exactly how much they made. If they told you how much they made per week, you would probably feel a little bit differently.
This, and I say this as a small government conservative, This is a threat to American capitalism.
And that's where we disagree. It's not a threat to capitalism. It's just capitalism. Income and wealth inequality isn't just the product of our rigged tax system or some unintended consequence. It's the result of the system. And I say this because you can try to put in place as many safeguards and regulations as you want, but at the end of the day, if our economy is built solely on the goal of maximizing profits, all of those safeguards that act as a line between capitalism and so-called crony capitalism are one day going to be targeted by the oligarchs as well for the fact that they view them as barriers to increasing profits even more. You know, elections were once about public participation and even governance. But now, since we've commodified that too, we now allow unlimited sums of money in politics. Elections are nothing more than money-making ventures for the ruling class. They're effectively investments, and Scott Galloway explains how this is the case in the following clip.
The greatest trade of 2024, it wasn't Bitcoin, it wasn't NVIDIA. It was Elon Musk investing $250 million directly in the Trump campaign. And then when Trump won since the election, Elon.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting those numbers there.
Has gone up $140 billion.
That sounds like some.
So that's effectively
talking points.
I believe about a 56,000% return on investment. So we've gone full kleptocracy. We can never, in my opinion, wave our finger at Russia again when the president, the elected president, is taking public trust and public authority and weaponizing governments and doling out capital and market share and contracts and threatening to use regulatory action against the competitors who don't give money to his inaugural committee or don't kind of bend the knee. We are effectively in a kleptocracy. Russia is the role model. We are becoming more like Russia every day. That's where we are.
He's right. Think about it. Our billionaire president is the puppet of another billionaire who basically bought government and has near unlimited power. And it's bleak, but what he's saying here is important because he's not wrong. Maximizing profits is no longer just about researching and developing new technology or innovation. It is about buying politicians to give your company subsidies and tax cuts. It's why almost every single corporation factors lobbying and campaign contributions into their annual budgets, because buying politicians has become an essential part of profit maximization itself. It goes back to the Princeton study that I cited earlier. This is why regular Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, because a working mom with 2 kids can't afford to hire a lobbyist to advocate for policies that she wants. She can't buy a politician or bribe them to bring down the cost of childcare. It is a zero-sum game that regular Americans can't even afford to play. So that's why it all feels rigged. But with that being said, I do want to get back to Scott Galloway's commentary here, because even though him and I come from different ideological perspectives, obviously, I think that he does a good job at explaining how things are starting to break down because our system is now incapable of building and sustaining a middle class.
It's a symptom
and
of
that
it.
really is the key here. And it's important because, you know, Americans, they will tolerate a certain level of income and wealth inequality so long as they're able to get by. I think that most people are cool with rich people having yachts and private jets so long as they're thriving themselves. But I mean, when the standard of living becomes so low that things are so bad and you can't even afford, you know, one emergency, but yet you see elites getting richer than ever, you know, that's when the system starts to lose legitimacy. That's when society starts to break down, and we've arrived at that point.
You mean like the people who might not be able to rebuild their house, but they'll watch their neighbor get their freaking garage, their garage extended?
Economy in America exists to create a robust middle class. The most ascendant countries over the last 20 years have been China and India, and it's a one basic litmus test. How many people are you bringing into the middle class? People like to fall back into this right-wing notion that it's naturally self-healing. It's not. It's an accident in history. Typically throughout history, you have a small number of people who weaponize government. They're very talented. They aggregate power. They weaponize government, and they aggregate more and more spoils. And then the good news is it's self-correcting. This level of income inequality is usually self-correcting. Yeah. The bad news is the means of self-correction are typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you want to talk about tax policy, the myth in tax policy is that the rich don't pay their taxes. That's just not true. The fulcrum is the following. There's super earners and super owners. The folks around your table are probably considered super earners. You make exceptional livings, but it's all current income reported on a W-2. And if you live in New Jersey or New York, you're probably paying 48 to 52% tax rates. Right. But if you're a super owner, I make my living starting and selling businesses. My last business, which was sold for $160 million, I'm very transparent about money. This gestalt or zeitgeist that people should not talk about money is nothing but an attempt to keep poor people down.
I really appreciate this guy.
Because rich people talk about money all the time. It's important to be financially literate. The first $10 million for my $160 million sale was tax-free. My effective tax rate over the last 10 years has been 17%. The average tax rate on the wealthiest 25 Americans is 6%. Corporate tax rates are at their lowest point since 1939. At the same time, taxes have gone up for the super owners. Now, the bottom 50% don't pay much federal income tax, but they pay a lot in usage and consumption taxes. But this misdirect talking about tax rates misses the point. It's the tax code, which has gone from 400 pages to 4,000. And that 3,600 pages, quite frankly, is there to screw the middle class and continue to transfer more money to the super wealthy. The fastest growing demographic group in America is not seniors. It's not Latins. It's billionaires. We had 500 billionaires 10 years ago. We now have 2,500. So if you want to cram more and more wealth into a smaller group of people, we're on our way. And the weird thing about America is that we support it because our superpower is our optimism. The Achilles heel is that 99%, the bottom 99% who are getting screwed, don't mind these policies because they believe at some point they're going to be in that 1%. But where are we? We're in a country that's had unprecedented prosperity, but similar to the way William Gibson described the future, it has not been evenly distributed. When 40% of U.S. households are struggling with some sort of medical or dental debt, when a quarter or 20% of households with kids are food insecure, and yet we have one man, Jensen Huang, and I like Jensen, who is now worth more than Boeing. I mean, something is wrong here.
I agree. And everyone senses that something is wrong. And they're right to feel like things are wrong because it wasn't always this way. Things weren't always this bad. Our grandparents and parents were able to buy homes and go on vacation and retire. And the fact that this generation can't isn't because we've all become collectively lazy or less productive. Everybody knows that there's some variable, there's something that changed that has led to our collective desperation. So we all on some level acknowledge that there's a problem. The issue is that the elites who benefit from this unequal system have invested heavily in making sure that we never find out who the true culprits are. So what do? They buy media companies and they try to reinforce the system and convince us all that it's immigrants or affirmative action and DEI, and our standard of living has gone down, not because of them, but because of immigrants. They're the ones buying all the homes, and people of color are taking all the good jobs. But guess what? They're suffering too. And elites are pointing the finger at them, so you don't question their complicity with your suffering. And it's not like American oligarchs are ignorant to this fact. They're not stupid. There's a reason why the richest man on earth, even though he is a dumbass specifically, tweets, power to the people. And LARP says this anti-elitist when he is...
Yeah, that's why just this summer he did that thing where he's just like, I don't know what people are talking about. I'm living in a mini home in Texas. I don't even have I sleep on people's couches.
The quintessential elite. And this is why, we're starting to see so many right-wingers call themselves populists. It's because rather than changing the system, they're co-opting your rage and they're misguiding you so you never question the system. They don't want to change the system.
Yo, you're conflating standard of living with standard of technology and how that has brought about some easier times because technology has gotten a little bit better. No, dude. Like, see, this is where I'm not sure if you can see the forest for the trees with this one. Like, maybe read your comments back and just say, I'm now fighting for the billionaire class. Like, you do realize, like, I understand what you're doing, and trust me, man, as somebody who plays devil's advocate a lot, it kind of gets, it becomes easy to do so, but you do have to just look at it and go, okay, so yes. Even though the comfort of living in an apartment is so much, better, what you're negating is the fact that even though apartments are technically nicer, they're way more expensive, dude. And it's not just inflation. That's the part of the cost of housing crisis. This is part of all of this. And then on top of it, you have these people that are just hoarding the money. They are taking it and not paying the taxes. You're so wrong about this. Yes, they may pay the tax rate that they're paying now, and you can say that just because of the number that it is, that it's 90% over 10 or whatever the hell, but you're not looking at it for how much they're actually paying in comparison to how much they make, where we have to do that. They're on a totally different system.
Even though they say they do, they just want to placate you. And one quote from that clip about income inequality that really stood out to me is
3% to them,
Scott's point
they
about...
don't notice it. 3% to us,
it historically being a self-correcting issue. And he's correct. But he warned that, the means of self-correction for income inequality, it's typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you go back to the point that he made in that first clip,
that's fucking bullshit, Mr. Meatball. Nobody hoards money. Even if they parked it in a bank account, it gets loaned out. That's bullshit. And I'm going to let Duke of Bread type you a nice little tirade about why that's bullshit.
That's what we're starting to see now, right? More protests. Support for Luigi Mangione. It's not necessarily a revolution, but more and more people are targeting the wealthy in pseudo-revolutionary acts. And fun fact,
it's one thing to debate libertarian ideals and then another thing to just be told by somebody it's just no, it's not that way. No, they don't hoard money. The fact that you actually said nobody hoards money, even if they did put it in a bank, it gets loaned out. Like I said, there's no reason. The thing is, Mr. Meatball isn't a what I would call a Trumper, the way that they are. He's more of a libertarian.
148 years old. Take a guess as to what the average lifespan of empires is. Take a guess. 250 years. So we've reached the point where people already want to burn the system down, but the good news for American oligarchs is that it doesn't have to come to that. They don't have to keep people this desperate to where they want to burn down the entire system. All that you have to do is ease the pressure a little bit, and this revolutionary fervor dies down. We're distracted again. And Scott makes that point in this video with regard to tax policy.
You effectively, once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not?
They don't even want us to have incremental happiness because honestly, they don't like seeing happiness. They want the happiness that only the rich can see the smiles and then feel comfortable because they again, I don't understand this just inherent need to be better. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where say above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between 30,000 a year for a household and 50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness.
And he's not necessarily wrong, but what he doesn't understand is that he's different from other elites in the sense that elites have become so greedy that they won't even let us have crumbs anymore. They want that too. But this is another area where I think that him and I fundamentally disagree, because we shouldn't just go back to the way things were when our grandparents were thriving. We should want more, right? We should aim higher. The difference, obviously, between $30,000 a year and $50,000 a year is enormous, but that's still woefully inadequate in today's economy. Now, that's not necessarily what he's saying. He's just using that as an example, but still, we should always aim higher.
Going somewhere.
If you did just a little bit better, you still couldn't buy a house. You couldn't really afford a hobby. You couldn't really afford to miss work if you got sick. You still wouldn't be able to retire. And we should all be able to not just get by. We should be able to do really well for ourselves. We should all be able to take vacations and pursue passion projects and, just lounge around once in a while and smoke weed. We've technologically advanced to the point where every waking moment of our life.
No, because this is also why I've been saying this, that they've kind of made us fight a battle against each other. Like, again, when they were going after Hassan for his house, that was immediately what I was thinking. I'm just like, this is a dumb argument to be having, because they're literally just like, oh, you're not socialist enough because you're not sticking to your ideals. When it's just like, dude, this is coming from jealousy because you can't get the same things. And realistically, that's where this stems from. Just let us have some nice things, and maybe, just maybe, we won't look at the system and go, this needs correcting. But they are just going out of their way to make sure that we are just pushing for a modern day revolution.
Lives doesn't have to be about survival. We're beyond the hunter-gatherer days. We don't have to just focus on the daily grind. We can act.
Which is weird, because the only jackasses that actually go hunt and gather anymore are the ones that can afford to take the time off work, go on these hunting trips, get the hunting blinds, get all of the nice sports equipment, and then they tout how they're on the carnivore diet. I'm like Joe Rogan. I shoot elk and I cut up my meat and I shoot rabbits. Every rabbit I ever see, I don't think cute and cuddly. I think food. And meanwhile, they have this giant pantry at home with food rotting that more likely than not they're throwing away week after week.
Actually relax and enjoy life. We deserve to be able to thrive and not just survive. But so long as that American dream...
Because if we're fighting each other, we're too busy to see that what the wealthy are doing. Yep. And that's exactly what's happening. And Mr. Meatball is he's kind of placating to that exact ideology.
Is kept from us, and we can't do that. Things are going to continue to get worse, and people will continue to get increasingly desperate and make really dumbass decisions as a result of said desperation. And they'll elect insurrectionist rapists like Donald Trump, not to excuse them doing that, but just to explain why things are so bad, because people are looking for answers. And if a fascist demagogue is giving them answers, they're going to take that as gospel, because if things are bad and you don't know why they're bad, but you sense that they are bad and somebody is telling you they have an answer to all your problems, that's going to suffice, unfortunately. But I've got one more clip for you, and this one is completely
so I'm out.
Unrelated.
That was quick.
So
but I just came by to say hi because I have a doctor's appointment.
Beginning.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of the video, as you remember, Scott called Trump a rapist.
I missed you on the regular streams. We got to get you back on there.
Well, this is how Mika Brzezinski responded to him calling Trump a rapist.
I want to make a comment, though, just about a word that was used in this interview. Donald Trump was tried civilly and was found liable of sexual abuse, not rape. But the judge in the case likened his actions to rape, but the liability was officially called sexual abuse.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm so glad that you can mince those words.
For that much needed clarification so you don't get sued. Much appreciated. So that's all I've got for you all. We'll leave that there.
All right. I'm really busy this month. Oh, no worries. No worries. I won't take it personally. I was starting to. No, I'm just kidding. Got a Project 2025 presentation to prep for January 20th protests, etc. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot you were doing that. Yeah. Nice. Lots of stuff happening. Yeah, when you're at the protests, if you don't mind, can you try and get some video for me? Just like little clips or something. I don't need anything, too fancy. I'm not asking you to do interviews. I'm just asking for get the vibe so I can just show people. The wealthy will keep buying second and third homes while working class people's quality of life declines because of housing. It's insane. Yeah, exactly. They're buying because that's the other thing. These assholes who are still paying mortgages then take that little bit because they've already got the one up of having some equity. Then they go and they buy another one, and then they don't see how that's creating a cascading effect either. Like, that's insane. I'm going to be at a local one. I don't care. As I said, 30 seconds? You can watch Breakthrough News on January 20th. Oh, cool. Yeah. They will definitely have footage. Awesome. Yeah, if they have footage, if they have a live stream, I'll follow it. For instance, affordable housing projects next to wealthy neighborhoods. The restrictions in property owners not safely regulating or regulation. Luxury condos aren't the answer. We deserve to be paid more to compete with these freaking boomers buying up all the homes. Well, yeah, here's the thing. The boomers are going to die off. Like I had said this earlier, that I watched this documentary that I unfortunately can't play here, about how there is a die-off. Like, there's a boomer die-off that's creating a gap in housing, and it's already starting to happen. Like, they're not talking about this because they don't want they don't want the millennials going and searching for these older homes, because they want us in new builds that will essentially not only bankrupt us, but it'll bankrupt us a second time when we have to essentially rebuild the damn things because they're falling apart. They're only built to last about 20 years. Anyway, peace out, Girl Scouts. Nice. I actually just bought my Girl Scout cookies. Can't wait. Yeah, rich people restricting growth because they want less competition is evil and bad. Well, that's the thing, dude. Like, now we're putting the evil and the rich into power, giving them less tax, taxes to pay and help us, but we shoulder the burden. This is like, dude, do you think they're really going to be hurt by these tariffs? Because, again, there is an approximation here where it's just like, you do realize that you only need so much money, right? Like, just in general. Favorite Girl Scout cookie tag-alongs. Notice how I answered that really fast. I like what I like. What's up? I will demolish a box of those. I'm on a bit of a diet, so honestly, I am a little bit afraid when I when I eat those, because I'm trying to be a good boy. Where I lived, they designated a whole swath of houses less than 100 years off as historic. Yeah, no, they did that with us. They're starting to do that though. Yeah, absolute scumbag stuff. Yeah. Like, you do realize, yeah, that's it. See, you get it. On a small scale, you get it. But that's where I'm confused, because it seems like then you kind of do this like little bit of a pivot where you're just like, but this is why they do it, and I can kind of understand it. Man, today has been a good stream. I've had a lot of fun with you guys. It's been 6.5 hours, so I'm gonna hang out for about another half hour, and I think I'll call it at 7. And then we'll be back tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Do a little bit more of the fire coverage. I have a feeling that, depending on the winds... Actually, you know what? Here. Let's do a live look-in real quick.
And you'll know that it's the homes because you're going to see a lot of police personnel, fire department personnel down there, and you really won't see much in the way of city lights because of the city system has been turned off here because all of these homes unfortunately have burned, but that is the general area where those structures have been lost. So just to reiterate that, let me go back to the map image one more time so that we'll be able to look at the comparison. So you see all of those homes here, all of these homes that just touch here along the Pacific Ocean. And now that I'm going to move the shot back to the live image, it'll give you a better idea. You can see there's literally nothing left other than just pure darkness.
And you talk about the sheer numbers of homes that have either been destroyed or damaged, Ileana, well over 5,300. This is nearly a 20,000 acre fire.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, the devastation that this has caused. And I haven't had the opportunity to look at
You're saying that government favors on both sides is bad stuff. Yeah, but you seem to equate, like, you're doing the thing where I was kind of doing it a little bit with Biden, but you're not recognizing specifically that there are better ideas to get us out of that and to not, and to like get ours. And like this does that, it essentially fixes everything because it allows them to keep theirs. It allows them to have their little, gilded towers, but then we get just a little bit.
Come out too for beauty shots because it's so beautiful. So a lot of our weather shots are typically
I feel like I'm
out
repeating
here
myself
in
at this
the
point.
Pacific Palisades area because you get that beautiful shot of the coast, these beautiful homes, the greenery.
Shout out to everybody on Twitch.
So it's
Thank you for
a go-to spot for us when it
hanging
comes
out.
to some of those beautiful weather shots that we provide you throughout the day. But unfortunately, it's going to take a long time before we can call this area beautiful again.
And when you show us the map, we can see the names of all the streets where these homes were there, and you just look at all those names, and there were houses, homes, people's lives that they built along that area. 20,000 acres almost burned, 5,300 homes or structures damaged there, and that's what you're seeing right now. As you said, the only lights we see out there are from emergency vehicles right now.
Yeah, it's truly devastating, and unfortunately, we do still see flames, and I know that the people who are looking up at the Santa Monica Mountains, looking at the flames, of course you're going to be nervous, especially when I show you a shot like this, where you can see homes still on the right side of the screen that go deep into the mountains, and you do have those active flames still on the left side. But I can, if I can be of any sort of comfort.
You're good. You're probably the best person to discuss this kind of thing with. One day I'll have to force you to talk over the phone or some drinks or something. Communication is easier. Are you in the Discord? Because if you're not in the Discord, download Discord and just join that. Because I'll do that over the voice chat with you.
Future, at least for a little bit of time till of course that vegetation grows back. But right now it is continuing to push into the Santa Monica Mountains, where there really isn't anything in the way of structures. Again, here in the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, like you said, it is sad that the wildlife gets displaced or injured or killed. But we have great wildlife centers as well, and people who are willing to help. So hopefully they could rehabilitate that so we don't lose even more of a precious wildlife as well. All right, Ileana, thank you so much. If you would like to help wildlife relief efforts, NBC4 is partnering with the American Red Cross to help people affected. You can go to NBCLA.com or by calling the number on your screen.
All right, so David, we just saw that shot from Ileana's news shot.
Gene Bottle at Pep Talks. Do you chat and Angry Ginger Show? Actually, I just caught his show yesterday, and I rated his channel. I honestly didn't know who he was until yesterday. Seems like a really cool guy. So I'm gonna definitely check out his stuff.
Ridge tops, and I was just thinking about the overall structure count that you were talking about. 5,300 structures.
53, yeah.
Oakland Hills fire, the Oakland Hills firestorm, 1991, 2,900
Seem like good
structures.
peoples,
That's
man.
The third most structures damaged in California history in a wildfire. I would not be surprised if either or both of these fires, the Eden fire and the Palisades fire, end up somewhere in the top 3 or 4 on the all-time.
Serenaded Swan. Nice song. Nice song. Nice name.
Like you go from 2,900, and then I believe the next one is the Tubbs fire, which was the fire that burned through the Bay Area.
What's up? How are you?
Suburbs around Santa Rosa, burned into Santa Rosa. And then, of course, the top fire was the one that burned through Paradise.
You could join.
The campfire. So it's...
we are just doing a little bit of... I've already kind of done a lot of the fire coverage. They got 73% of it contained. I did a lot of politics today, so do you tease? Do you get teased for your glorious hair? Yeah, occasionally.
Been mainly confined to the ridge tops. Eliana was showing you from News Chopper 4 some of the areas far up in the mountains burning. It's this area.
Honestly, I get more compliments than I do get teased.
So many times per day. It's a combination of firefighters.
Let's just put it this way: the ones teasing me, usual suspects.
That they fly around and they can map exactly where the fire.
He's a nice guy, nice and has great sense of politics. He's on my watch list. Cool.
Its way out of the perimeter. But that area earlier, I was talking to Michael. This is about a mile to the west of the 405 that's burning, but it's all generally wilderness up there. But the good news about it is if you look at the wind directions right now, it's a north wind at 26 miles an hour, gusting up to 34 along some of our ridge tops. You can imagine the fire is getting up to the top here and then getting blown back on itself. So it makes it a little more difficult for the fire to cross over the ridge. Obviously, it would be a totally different ballgame if it gets over the ridge, but I really think that it's going to be prevented by this wind direction being out of the north. For Topanga Beach and for Santa Monica, the winds are still relatively light. The most noticeable thing on here to me as a meteorologist is that the humidity has
I didn't realize
jumped up
that there were so many angry
around
gingers
58%
on
right
Twitch. I
now
hope I just followed the right one.
In the 60% range.
So do you talk politics? I usually see Russians in politics category. Yeah, me too. That's right. You came off Twitch. Yeah. No, I'm a leftist streamer who covers politics, but I also I like Mr. Meatball here. We do not agree on everything. He's very libertarian and a little bit more right than I am, but I like having good discussions, and I also just enjoy people. So, yeah.
Gusty winds right now are confined.
My hair is getting longer again, thinking about letting it go all the way again. Do it.
Early tomorrow morning. It wasn't going
I'm an advocate. Just make sure that you have the commitment to get past that awkward next, like the where like it falls on your neck, but it's like instead of like swooping out, if it swoops in and you get like that itchy feeling, that's why most dudes just don't even commit.
A lot of these foothill communities around Altadena, Sierra Madre, for example, you just haven't seen a ton of wind, and that has been a huge benefit around the Eden
Embrace
fire.
the flow. Actually, that's kind of what helped me was playing hockey, and I've just finally said, screw it.
This is obviously stopped.
Can I ask why should we be leftists? I mean,
you can still see through some of the canyons. We're still getting some pretty impressive gusts.
Hold on, guys.
I don't want you to think that we
play hockey.
done with the offshore.
Actually, yeah, I was a goalie.
In Porter Ranch, Canoga Park, Northridge right now. You're probably
I had to stop because I had a few concussion issues.
Those are our typical windy spots. But if you look around Lost Hills Road, we're still seeing gusts 22 miles an hour. But around Calabasas, the winds
actually got to drive the Zamboni a few times.
Only the occasional gust. But still, that humidity is concerning. We're down into the single digits right now around our open observation
Bald head and beard.
Here,
No. I meant what's his Twitch name?
All right, let's talk a little bit about
I know who he is. I literally rated him yesterday. I'm just saying.
You were probably, if you were
so you want to join leftist politics specifically? Why should we be leftist? Well, I don't like the fact that we have to do the whole like labels thing. I do hate that, but realistically, do you care about people? Do you care about like actually having fairness in politics? Do you care about getting money out of politics? Do you care about being class conscious? Do you care about are you of the opinion that the rich have way too much? Are you of the opinion that socialized medicine is definitely something that we need to fight for and that we can obtain in our lifetime? Are you of the mind that we should definitely practice investing into more socialized programs and also socializing more programs like housing so we can all benefit from it. That kind of stuff.
And the fine particulates is exactly what the smoke is putting out. And those particulates can get very deep into your lungs.
Not only do YouTube at present. Oh.
Areas that are
it's okay. I mean, if you ever do Twitch, then definitely follow me on there too.
Would not be surprised if around downtown LA, around eastern half of the San Fernando Valley, the Crescenta Valley, even into the San Gabriel Valley, a lot of people.
Although you guys, if you're not noticing, both Twitch and YouTube are on the screen
from this fire. Now you'll notice most of this is blowing to the south.
You can see both.
Yesterday, this red expanded farther into the basin, and I have a
increases shower time and product usage. Actually, that's a lie. No, because the longer your hair gets, the more time you're supposed to go without washing your hair. So, like me, for instance, I go about 1 to 2 days, like where I won't wash my hair. Yes, I mean like. I'll shower and just put a shower cap on, but it's yeah, man. Like the natural oils are what's really good for your hair. That's why mine kind of looks the way it does. So
spreading east.
It's when the natural oils start making you look like, you've taken a shower when you didn't.
Bad air quality here, a lot of smoke in the air.
And it's gross.
Starting to see it more through Pomona into the Inland Empire. Starting to see a little bit less of it around the San Fernando Valley and around Ventura County, but with Friday, as we go through the overnight hours and into early Saturday, the winds get very...
I'm gross, so I have to wash every day.
Almost in any direction.
You're not supposed to wash your hair every day. Even if you have short hair, you're not supposed to wash it every day.
Now look what we're waking up to. We've got pockets of maybe some poor air quality. This won't be smoke that blots out the sky.
Body, yeah. Armpits, asshole, teeth, and crotch.
Oh. And that'll be across the IE, Orange County, the Basin, probably into the San Fernando Valley.
You guys never heard that?
Ventura County. So we might all get a little chance of kind of getting some of this poor air quality until the winds pick up again as we go from Saturday and in.
But you can be on the right and do those things other than like social programs, I guess. But I've read like historically lots of these duties like healthcare and help were given by very localized churches. No, they weren't. And like it was on a small scale and very selective. No. While I appreciate what you're saying, I think that you have I don't want to call it reductive, but I think it's a very bubbled take or a very bubbled view on how this would work, like on a broader scale in politics.
Power range. Most of these numbers are down in the 20s.
It shouldn't be on a church to also
significantly lighter than the damaging winds that we had.
You have to train your hair not to get oily. The more you wash, the more oil it makes. Dry shampoo for life. Unimoogle would know.
David, appreciate it. So we now want to get to NBC4's Macy Jenkins. She joins us live in Altadena at Lake and Alameda. Macy.
Hi, Michael. Well, we've been driving along Lake Avenue. There's so much destruction. I want to show you what we're looking at here. This was a car repair shop, and this is why you see so many cars here, all of them destroyed by the fire. A brake repair shop, oil changes. This used to be the garage. You can see where the that metal garage door would come up, and you would drive the car in to get that oil change. That's what you.
Like it's like local community things in it, which is different from the scaled big institution stuff. The thing is, they don't have communities like that. Like you can use churches as an example, but as I said, it's very small scale. It doesn't go to the broader community because that would mean communism, and that's a dirty word. You don't want that communism, do you?
The toxic
See where I'm going with that?
Are coming out of that. And of course, as David Beeger was saying, it's so important to have an N95 mask that can filter.
I mean, you're technically, that's why like anarchism, I do kind of subscribe to that whole having smaller communities and policing, your own communities is kind of a good thing. But I'm also realistic. That's not the system I live in. Like the American system, I don't think would withstand that. But it would. I think it could withstand again, a broader expansion of social programs.
Meant to keep people.
Like, again, I call myself a practical leftist or a practical leftist. I just think that what I want is more practically obtained as far as like my ideals still line up with everything. And I would love to have all of the, pretty much everything that we list to happen, but I'm also realistic in recognizing that we're never gonna, well, not never, we're not gonna abolish capitalism in my lifetime. If we do, I'll be shit shocked and it'll be awesome. But I'm just going with like, all right, well, maybe I can do more small scale things. My main focus is socialized medicine, because again, I have said this so many times in this chat. I know that a lot of you guys have been popping in and out, but for anybody that's been here for so long, you already know that realistically, we need to just focus on doing more social programs, doing the healthcare. And I've already seen, like, practically in my lifetime, gay marriage, legal marijuana. These are things that can happen. So we can do this.
Palisades area, but again,
read something like that that existed at one point and no longer does because it got institutionalized in the very early 20th century. But you're right, it doesn't exist right now.
Know that they're working on putting out the hotspots.
It's making me get a Discord so I can help you there more.
At the library,
real
a few
shit.
blocks
Yeah.
away from here, they were trying to cut off those gas lines. That's something that they're going to continue to have to do.
I don't know.
Going to take several hours, several more
hope
days
I articulated that well enough.
All of those hotspots are taken out, are extinguished. And if you'll just pan one more time for me over here, that is where the cleaners and the cannabis store used to be standing.
Oh. I would want to be standing right there too. Wait a minute. Did you just hear what that was? The cannabis store?
Michael, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Macy Jenkins there reporting
she's just like,
live
hey, guys, so I'm here with a bunch of teeth. Oh, those are cars? Well, that was a cannabis store.
Traveling around, and Robert, you talked to the commander last time.
What happened in Pakman versus Cenk? Not a lot, honestly. Like, it was a lot of Pakman just being like, I feel like I agree with these leftists that are criticizing you. Then they talked for a minute, and then essentially Pakman was just like, oh, yeah, I agree with you more than I do the left. You're right.
Was at the
it was
American
very
Legion Post 238.
It was okay. Actually, Serenaded Swan, if you want to, here, I'm gonna put my YouTube link in the chat here. You can sub to my channel. I'm actually gonna be releasing that one as a segment.
Plus other veterans that are part of the American Legion here in the Pacific Palisades say that they are going to offer their services and that building to the city as a command post and as sort of the center of the rebuilding effort when it begins in the Pacific Palisades. If you forgive me, I am just reading something that we received from NBC News Investigates, and they tell us that a number of arrests have been made now in Santa Monica. Several individuals have been arrested, alleged criminal violations, burglaries in Santa Monica. This is one of the concerns that they have now because these burglary charges and
did I call that or what?
Is something that they have been very concerned about. And we are going to talk about that in just a second because
yeah, because earlier on in the evening they were trying to report that maybe it was people trying to go back to their houses and break the evacuation order. No. I called it. I knew it. I said it was a bunch of opportunistic criminals.
When we traverse Sunset Boulevard to be able to show you what we necessarily want to show you because we don't have the capability to do that because we just don't have cell service. What happened here behind me a short time ago, this was the San Bruno Fire Department was here, and as Susan Monroe pushes in for us here, this was a large fire that they dealt with. It looks like it was some type of storage facility for menorahs, actually. A number of menorahs, like the one you see there, right there on the ground, were on fire. They explained to us it was a very large fire, and they quickly put it out. San Bruno Fire Department from Northern California, they explained to me they got the call on Tuesday night. They were here by 6 a.m. They have been going since 6 a.m. on Wednesday, and have not slept, and they have gone straight through it, and they are exhausted and weary, but they know the task at hand. So we are at Sunset. Susan, where did you say, what was the street that we were near?
PCH?
We're right near PCH. No, there was another one. Castlemar or something? Okay.
I can't remember.
Forgive me. I would tell you, but the streets are dark. This is Sunset Boulevard right here. Okay, this is Sunset Boulevard heading west. As we traveled from the Hartselle Chautauqua area, which was really the center of the firestorm that we witnessed on Tuesday night, which has left most of that community damaged. We came down. We were at the area in the Palisades and the Highlands. And where those cars were, do you guys remember where the cars were that they had to bulldoze out of the way because people abandoned them in panic? Well, we checked out that situation. A number of those cars that were bulldozed also caught fire. So the fire must have spread at some point from the Highlands. So we saw a number of burned out cars. Captain Eric Scott, LAFD, advised me to check out the Highlands, that they were continuing to fight the fire there. We checked it out. It looked like it was in pretty good shape. What is really remarkable as we have traveled the streets of Sunset, and really the way to sort of describe what is going on here right now in the Palisades, the oohs and the ahs that we make is due primarily to the fact that we can turn down streets and suddenly, like on Bienvenida, you turn down it and there were houses that were completely intact. There were holiday lights on. There were still wreaths on the door. And you look at it and you think, these homes are spared. And you want...
It's because they were celebrating pagan ritual.
If they realize that their homes were spared. Kern County Fire just passing us right now as you look.
And also, it's time to take your Christmas decorations down, guys.
Field from people constantly. Can you check to see if my home is still standing? Can you check to see if my home is still
every
standing?
once in a while, like,
we
I'm
just
very
went and had to
insensitive.
deliver the news to someone that their home was not, and so you turn down these streets, and it's just for some random reason, that wave of a firestorm didn't take out, as we saw near Hartselle and Chautauqua and Drummond, street after street of homes, that there on Bienvenida off of Sunset, that some homes were spared. And then you look behind us, and then you look at Edgewater Towers up there, and it looks like that is in pretty good shape as well. And so right now, traveling Sunset, you have pretty much just emergency vehicles, first responders, and then let's get to what we originally wanted to talk to you guys about.
Arguments about hair can cause a split end. Boo, but hilarious. I love a good dad joke.
Call for a review. However,
that was good.
Here in the Pacific Palisades, as you see right there, you cannot enter the Pacific Palisades if you are a resident. You will not be able to come in tonight, even if you show ID, and even if you explain it is a necessity. You cannot enter the Palisades tonight in the dark of night. They have explained to us to come tomorrow morning. Once again, you can line up at a given roadblock. We were at the one at Mandeville, which was very long, and people had to patiently wait. And the reason why is you've got to show your ID. And that ID, you have to say on that driver's license.
Oh, come on, get your audio right.
I was talking to some poor woman who was trying to get Spectrum on the line, so Spectrum can explain to the police officers that, yes, she actually does live at this address, even though the address on her driver's license is a office. That's very important. You also have to explain to them why you do need to go to your home. You have to perhaps have a prescription, but you need to explain to them you need to go to your home because it is for a medical reason for you or a family member. And then you have to wait. And then the LAPD will take you up to your home. They will wait for you patiently there, but it's not a time for you to look around. It is a time for you to get what you need and to leave, because a firefight is still going on here in the Palisades. As we told you about an hour ago, they were focused up in the hills, a small pocket of fire, still with homes in peril, that was pushing towards this end of Sunset, towards PCH, towards the ocean, that they were still very concerned about. But during our drive for those who know the area, Sunset and Chautauqua, almost all the way down here to the ocean, we had to stop because along the way there were forced closures. The LAPD and the LAFD or whatever fire agency wouldn't let us through because in one case there was an apartment building with a roof that was about to collapse, and they were trying to put water on it, and they were trying to make sure that roof would collapse, and whatever fire was in it would.
All right. right, final one. The roof is on fire.
Menorahs that were on fire in the storage bin, but
that is how
quiet,
you end.
It is smoky, and
all of the fire jokes for the evening.
Off limits, as they explained,
you
unless
just go with the easiest
DWP
and most lame.
With a first responder or some type of emergency vehicle, they are bringing now in the bulldozers. They are bringing now in whatever equipment they can to make sure that the power is turned off for those loose power lines. The gas lines are turned off because we see little spot fires in what's left of homes. And then they are trying to focus on what will be the next step. But the next step for the people of Pacific Palisades is that unfortunately, there's not time yet for you to come home. It's not safe yet. It's not. And I can tell you just from an observational fact, it really is not. This is not just playing it safe. There is too much going on now. There are still fires. There's still spot fires up and down Sunset Boulevard, dangerous fires. There's still power lines that are down. And this is no area for anyone to return home to, because right now they have just too much work to do. And that work will continue. And you can expect tomorrow that curfew will begin officially from sundown to sunup.
My mind just works in a funny way. It's both logical and silly. Depends on the situation. I feel that.
Home, make sure that it has to
I actually think I feel that more than you know.
You will need to show ID, and that's not going to happen until the sunrise tomorrow. That's the very latest from this part of Sunset Boulevard. We're going to head back up and see what we can find for you there, and we will continue to keep you posted on the efforts of law enforcement and the members and the different fire agencies that we've seen, including our friends from San Bruno Fire Department, who are continuing to try and put this all to an end.
All right, Robert Krabasik live for us there, and we now want to turn our attention to Eliana Moreno. She's live for us over the Palisades fire, News Chopper 4. Eliana?
And we continue to watch these flames, Michael. They're still pretty intense, and you can see that they're not actually that far from homes. That's a home there on the bottom of the screen. Let me throw in the doubler super quick, but you'll be able to see that one roof line. That's a home. And those, what I like to call tiki torches, all those palm trees, they go up so quickly. But at this point, because of the way the winds are blowing, it's blowing away from that home. But nonetheless, if I was the resident of that house, I would be pretty worried considering how close those flames appear on the backside. But again, at this point, because of the winds heading in a northerly direction, it is moving away from these homes and into the Santa Monica Mountains, where there really aren't any structures. Of course, we do have animals, and that's sad in and of itself, but there aren't any structures in the direction that these flames are going. Now, we do see a lot of embers, though. If you look very carefully, you're going to see all those little tiny embers kind of floating up into the wind. They should go with the wind and go to the north, but that doesn't mean that you can't get a straggler that could head in another direction and then possibly head towards these homes. But of course, we're crossing our fingers. Firefighters are out here. They've got multiple helicopters on this. We won't see any fixed wing because it's simply too dark for them to fly at this time of night. But we do see multiple water dropping helicopters still continuing their efforts to put as much water as possible on the fire. But besides this large plume that we see here, of course, we do have tiny spot fires here and there, as Robert was mentioning in his report, all up and down Sunset Boulevard in the city. But then up here in the Santa Monica Mountains, just beyond that one area of fire that I was showing you, we do have another area of fire. It's a little bit more difficult for us to see from the south side of the fire, but we do see that better when we're on the San Fernando Valley side of the fire. And that's that fire that we were looking at before, that was at the top of the ridge just above Tarzana. Of course, there was a concern that if the winds shifted, it could make its way down the hill, which isn't easy for fires to make their way downhill. It's a lot easier uphill, about 16 times faster. So the chances that it would go down into the San Fernando Valley and into Tarzana are very, very slim. At this point, it looks like the fire will be contained to the Santa Monica Mountains, where again there are no structures, but we do see structures near.
Hey guys, this might be my most viewed stream. I'm at 800 views right now.
It's sort of a distance away. You see the outline of that house there. Again, just the being within proximity of fire and smoke, of course, is a trigger for these homeowners. David, you look at this here now, and your first thoughts.
Well, it's still so actively burning. That's the interesting thing. And, you know, from Eliana's shot, you can see sometimes the flames just really rope out really long. Sometimes our flame lengths, usually we estimate they're about 2 to 4 times the height of the brush. So that's looking at some of those flame lengths telling me that this is burning through some pretty thick vegetation right now, probably 2 or 3 feet of vegetation. And this is probably at this point a combination of light and medium fuels. So it's the kind of stuff that's going to smolder for a little bit, those medium fuels. So yeah, that's why you kind of see it glowing even away from where the fire is already burning.
All right, David Bigger, thank you. It's 10 o'clock. We are continuing our coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency live on air.
I'm on both count. You count as one.
Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen.
Actually, no, this is just my YouTube views. Yeah, I was about to say.
Now, the Kenneth fire started near West Hills at about 2:30 this afternoon. That has burned more than 900 acres. It's 35%
Inverted Mystic. Hey, I'm still here.
Investigators are looking into whether this fire was intentionally set.
We covered everything else, and I ended up going back to live coverage. So,
1,000 acres so far. This one is 0% contained. One firefighter was injured, taken to the hospital there. Evacuation orders are still in effect for much of the area. The National Guard has been deployed now to help with the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire.
In the Palisades, just under 20,000 acres.
Here, I covered that on my with my ground news real quick. You see that? Yeah, it's literally on ground news, and look at this though. It's only being reported on by maybe 2 center publications. I'll give 4 if I'm being generous, but the rest is all just a bunch of right-wingers. And it's not just a bunch of right-wingers, it's like rags, like New York Post. There's a reason that major outlets are not reporting on this. This is tabloid news. See, I just realized what I miss about the 90s. I knew what was tabloid news. I knew that, well, I mean, yes, that we had the government fucking BS that they could trick us with on, occasionally, but realistically, we knew it was tabloid. We had the National Enquirer, and then we had the Post. I don't know why I just did that. My bad. Going back to live coverage.
Down just a little bit, which we typically will see with some fires as we go through the overnight hours. But here's a look at the current gusts outside, because we are still seeing some pretty impressive gusts. A reminder, Santa Ana winds are still happening across the region right now. 53-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now around Ontario. South Tacoma past our IE wind tunnel. You see some of this pink coloring here? That's wind gusts in the 50 to 60-mile-per-hour range. Santa Ana looking at 21-mile-per-hour gusts around Thousand Oaks and Oxnard. We're still seeing some pretty good gusts right now. And across the Ventura County mountains, we're seeing some of that orange coloring.
Bat Child, Fountain Cave, exactly.
30 to 40-mile-per-hour range. So as we get a little bit closer, a little more granular here, and we take a look at the Palisades fire, what you'll notice is that the lower elevations really don't have all that much in the way of wind, and that's a good benefit. And actually, the other big benefit.
We are drying up the lakes for a little bit for a little itty bitty fish.
When you compare it to the mountain sites where we're still around the teens right now, we've got 11% humidity.
I watched the Theo Vaughn one, and that's actually when I got the idea. Like, that was the first time that I got over myself and realized, oh crap, he could win this, because it was the first one where he was kind of like humanized.
It does look like the area that Eliana was showing was right in here.
Just
this
so
is a lot of wilderness area in here, and it's
asshole.
likely fires climbing up.
Because he finally met somebody that's actually dumber and more curious than him.
And if it was
less curious, I should say. I actually meant less curious.
Fire latest looks like right now all the winds are still relatively light. That has been the story for much of the day today, and that's been a huge benefit. However, it is still very dry, looking at about 15% humidity pretty much for all of our observation sites in the area. And most of the activity for the Eden fire has been across the San Gabriel Mountains today, burning up toward Mount Wilson. So that is where it's gustier, is up in the mountain areas, while the lower elevations are still pretty wind sheltered, since we're looking at, as weird as it is to say, kind of a regular typical Santa Ana wind event right now. And finally, I wanted to cover the Kenneth fire as well. So this fire started in this area here near West Hills and then burned across the open space. This is Malibu Canyon Apartments in the Malibu Canyon community. It looks like it has managed to avoid that, but around the area, we are still seeing some pretty decent gusts right now. 34-mile-per-hour gusts are in our canyon observation sites. Lost Hill Road, looking at wind gusts in about the 20-mile-per-hour range. And even though we had light winds not too long ago for Calabasas, it has gotten gusty again. And the key thing here, very similar to our ridgetop observation sites around the Santa Monica Mountains, it is
sad to watch it because my brother enjoyed Joe Rogan. Like he said, Joe Rogan's a great podcaster, and I'm not getting my political opinions from him. I used to be a Rogan fan. I mean, like a Rogan fan. No, what happened is when he moved to Austin and he just became he became so disconnected with like the actual comedy scene. And then he started going down the rabbit holes. He started not platforming leftists. He started over platforming right wingers. And then he started playing this game of, I'm just asking questions, bro.
We get the onshore breeze for tomorrow.
It's just something to get high to.
Like it's going to happen
I agree.
Before the wind calms down
I get it.
night. And then it potentially looks
there's just better stuff out there. Listen to the Legion of Skanks. If you want to laugh, if you actually want like to just have people ask questions and laugh, listen to, well, you could listen to me, or you could listen to Legion of Skanks.
Over the next couple of days.
All right, but let's put some context behind those Santa Ana winds come Monday, not as strong as we saw earlier this week.
So that's what it currently looks like, but I want to hedge that a little bit because it's a similar pattern to what we had, but it looks like it would be different areas and maybe not as intense. So that's the part that we're still trying to work out because the area of low pressure responsible for it, this is the game with meteorology, by the way, with everything that we do. If it shifts slightly one way or another, that could have a huge impact on how much wind we see. That means we're looking at stronger winds, weaker winds, maybe the onset of the wind is different. And so that's the part that we're still kind of wrapping our head around right now, trying to figure out the winds that are happening.
I love how like literally we're having a crash course on just wind.
That one is burned.
And wind's resistance in the mountains.
So far. This is the one with 0% containment.
Melinda Jones
all right,
from
this is the one I was waiting for.
Station in the Bay Area is live in Altadena with an update on the Eaton fire.
Well, Michael and Colleen, we are at one of those road closures ahead of those evacuations and where everyone has been evacuated here on New York Drive and Holliston Avenue. And I want to show you these road closures because every couple of streets that you go past, you see these road closures, you see law enforcement here present, and that's because they have had issues with looters here. Even here tonight, I spoke to one LA County Sheriff's deputy at one of the road closures, and he says just within the past couple of hours, they have seen around 10 looters. And so this is not, we're not talking about a whole day, we're talking about just an...
That's not secret. And Very Mystic, I'm actually just curious. How old are you?
Out the area to make sure people do not go.
Like, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I'm actually genuinely curious.
Anyone from taking advantage of the situation here on this side.
Because I feel like you have a very unique, like not unique, but like unique to me at least, and like the.
We are not seeing a lot of people.
My age demographic.
We're seeing a lot of people gone.
24. Okay, that actually makes sense. This actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. No, that's 100% what it is. Except it's. I guess it's just so much more obvious to me specifically because like I went through the first, Trump administration. Like, God, we're almost 10 years apart on that one. So you were definitely still in, high school. So you may have been following it, but like it wasn't affecting your life. And if it was, then I mean, I'm sorry, but
just a few moments ago, and they say they have not made their way here
the way it was
yet,
me,
so
where I was just like,
ooh, for
ooh,
that help
okay,
as well.
everything just got
but for now,
really
they're keeping
shitty.
an eye on the community, making sure that no one comes into that evacuation.
You don't remember before Trump? Oh.
Area is protected, and it's quiet here tonight. Even in the evacuation warning areas, you're not seeing like.
I kind of remember echoes of Obama, but not really.
milling around.
It's crazy.
So a lot of people are gone
crazy.
from this community.
Oh, man.
Obviously, a lot of
that just made me
heartbreak
feel
here
old.
in this community tonight. So law enforcement making sure that no one takes advantage of that.
God, I don't remember when.
Well,
I remember the day 9/11 happened.
Them deploy from the Ontario area. 2.5 hours ago.
I was a freshman in high school in Spanish class, second period.
Altadena area, probably just waiting for orders at this point to get out there and assignments. Lena Jones.
I came up in politics during the first Bush, or well, technically the second Bush administration. The second time he won.
Yes. So we're over here.
Why is this guy just smiling?
We were over at the Kenneth Fire.
That was creepy.
So
why is he just smiling?
Around,
you saw that, right?
Seeing where the need is tonight.
All right, Polina Jones, we appreciate your help. Thank you. And, you know, we've heard from city and county officials calling about the issue of looting. And I think Catherine Barger yesterday said that you will feel the full weight of the law if you decide to do that. So
we heard it from her. We've heard it from the Sheriff's Department, LAPD, and then we also
echoes
heard
of Obama.
From,
you know what you remember? The echoes of Obama, that good economy that Trump took credit for.
Prosecute to the full extent of the law.
For real.
All right, we have Roberto Ruiz now.
God, I was directly impacted by the 2008 economic crisis. In a good way, because the Canadian dollar was way better, and I did trade with Canada.
It's very quiet here. There's not that many people here. Everybody has left. There's even the tons of volunteers that were here early on have decided to leave home. It's been a couple of minutes that we haven't seen any people coming in these doors.
I was born just 3 weeks after Nixon was put in office.
But that was
Holy
in a
crap.
situation a couple of hours ago.
Genie bottle. Holy crap.
Of people with their children.
So, is your name in reference to I Dream of Jeannie? It's one of my favorite all-time shows.
Authorities stating that there is over 500 people in the shelter. From those 500, there's 100 children in the shelter. We're going to ask, hopefully we're going to have these images in our on our last live transmission, live shot, I'm sorry. We were able to capture this moment where there was two
3 weeks after
Nixon
was put in office.
From the convention center into an ambulance.
Look see.
We did try to ask some more information about what was going on. Obviously, because of HIPAA law, that those details were not provided to us. But that is something that we were able to capture in the last couple of minutes. I would like to also show here on my left side.
69?
This area here has been closed down, and that's where we see, let's say there is an ambulance, an emergency, that's where they have covered up for these vehicles to pass through here. We're also told that they're not accepting any donations at this time. That will be reopening tomorrow.
Like the cat is out of the bag?
8 in the morning.
Nice.
Reporting live from Pasadena, Roberto Ruiz.
Yes,
going
in
back
the political
to
meeting.
studio.
Nice.
All right, Roberto, thank you. You know, we talked about it being quiet there, but
no shame.
Many of the people were there.
That's cool.
And we know they've seen thousands of people since they first opened.
I don't know what saying politics
have
is.
No place else to go. They are bedded
That's
down
what I'm
for the
saying.
night
Like
in
about.
you know, they're providing.
You got
services
kids
for
now
them,
who
meals
don't know
every
who
day,
politics outside.
hygiene
I know that's so. Trust me,
counseling
man.
in
I
many
know.
cases.
And I was
This
just
is a
explaining how I
temporary
had
home for so many
somebody in my chat recently.
At least 100
they were younger
children.
than you. They were like 21.
All right, one of the main things we are
trying to
seeing
explain
right
to me
now
what
with these
happened
fires,
on 9/11,
people wanting to know
and like they
how
were
they can
so
help
far
anyone
off
affected
base, and I'm like,
or in need.
Our Camilla
I lived through this shit too. What are you talking about?
Here's a list.
And honestly, it took me to see a meme where it was just like, you ever had that jarring thing happen? It's happening to our age. I'm like, it did happen to me.
Shelters that are available to free transportation options.
I technically am one of those kids, but I remember certain things like Obamacare, etc.
To an evacuation site. The $40 will only be valid for trips to an active shelter, and by using the code.
That sucks that your first introduction to actual Democratic policy was Joe frickin' Biden. See, that's the reason that us millennials love Obama, and like we were just like hopeful for the Democratic Party because it's like, yeah, Obama's years were pretty bitchin'.
There are a number of different options and discounts that.
God, the political seething, like in the fact that anybody was just like, it's Obama. It's like, you mean the black guy? It's yeah.
In Long Beach also announced that it will be pricing rooms for fire evacuees at $189. We have also put a list for you of all the evacuation shelters and animal shelters that are open. Now to pet care and food. Vetster is offering free telehealth appointments to pets impacted by the fires. All you have to do is visit their website to get a free appointment. For food, there are a number of businesses stepping in to help and offer discounts for first responders in the Los Angeles area. First responders are invited to stop by Joe's Pizza at any location for free pizza. All Shake Shack locations are also offering a free Shack burger for first responders through January 12th. Norms is also treating first responders and firefighters to free meals. To learn more about
I don't hate Obama because that myth that Donald Trump did less drone strikes than Obama. No, he didn't.
The NBC 4 News.
Trust me. No, he didn't.
All right.
Listen, I didn't like the fact that he continued a bunch of foreign policy stuff, but realistically, no, dude, it was something. Again, the fact that you guys are just brushing over that we had a black president, and you guys are just like, you've always lived in a world where the black president was there. Guess what? Before that happened, it was legitimately such a joke that in 2003, Chris Rock had a movie called Head of State that the whole joke was a black president.
It's actually burning away from homes.
And by the way, that was Ileana Marino. She's also doing a live report for our sister station, Telemundo 52. And
realistically, he was
she'll be
fine.
back with us in just a couple of minutes. But
he was fine.
Very talented, very versatile. She does reports for both of us. Meantime, NBC4's Robert Kovacic has been
He had some actually really good
fire.
policies. Dude, because of the ACA and Obamacare, I was this close to not being on my parents' insurance. The year they passed that, guess who had insurance until he was 26?
Smile here in the Pacific Palisades.
But like as a kid, you're also getting gaslit, right? Being told politics is always crazy. I mean, you have Bush. Bush first Trump. Wait, I'm not sure Bush was that bad in hindsight, but get mad at me. No, he was. No. Actually, Dick Cheney. That's why we are all like, when Dick Cheney was even mentioned by Kamala, we were all like, no. I think they definitely banked on us not like being politically engaged, but a lot more of us, even in high school, were like, nah, dude, Dick Cheney is like creepy, and then like warmongery, and then the whole weapons of mass destruction thing, like in Iraq, like that was a bad one, guys. I hope you understand just how bad that was, because we all saw it. We all knew. Republicans, Democrats, but everybody was just like, sure. War. Because honestly, everybody was like, somebody's got to pay for this, and that's what they banked on. They were banking on the American populace just going like, yeah, somebody's got to pay for this, and it's like, but Saddam Hussein didn't do it. We don't care. And I'll tell you right now, the day it happened of 9/11, I can tell you the first thing that a bunch of kids in my fucking class said. They were just like, Saddam Hussein did this. And then our parents were just like, Saddam Hussein did this. And it got real xenophobic real quick. Like, dude, I grew up in an era where if somebody were to wear a hijab or a turban, they would legit get no, they wouldn't just get made fun of. They would get kicked off the plane.
Sprinklers, the ones that wave back and forth.
I am also trans female, so another reason to be genie out of the box. Oh, nice.
Turned them on. I sprayed down a fire retardant on the side of my house.
Oh, that's cool. Whatever.
With my family, I got trapped by the flames going down Sunset. It was difficult. It was like Afghanistan type difficult. But what happened is, because I had those sprinklers up there, the flames came down the hill, and you could see from where the sprinklers arced in the backyard that the flames came right up to that water and stopped. And below me are about 14 houses, my neighbors, who I've been able to tell them their houses are still there. And you can see where the flames went up the hill and along Lockman.
I don't remember much. People are telling me Trump is worse than Bush all the time. Like, I don't know who's worse.
And then to my right.
That's the thing. Objectively, just for as far as being a pure embarrassment, Trump. Just because, like, legit, he can't help himself. Like, this shit with Greenland and all, like, George Bush never pulled that crap. However, George Bush, he was a weaponized idiot. Like, what they did is they literally put him in the presidency as a figurehead, and you had Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, like, who literally owned Halliburton and BlackRock, and they were just like, yeah, we want private contractors to go with our military. Job.
I'm talking with LAPD, LA Fighter.
Trust me, that's why a lot of my generation got into conspiracy theories.
It's a war zone.
And I want to ask you about that.
That's fine. Like, listen, Duke, now he is, but I'm just saying right now, like, as somebody who, like, not just lived through his presidency, but it, like, affected my daily life. And honestly, it was also kind of cool to see a bunch of conservatives, like, just frothing at the mouth that we had a black president for 8 years. That was awesome.
And I was also a survival instructor. So this is the ideal situation.
I understand a lot about Reagan because my parents talked a lot about, like, did they talk about him, like, in a good way? Because that's the difference. A lot of people have, like, this rosy idea of Reagan, when Reagan, it's mostly his, like, it's his policies that fucked us. Like, more people really need to study up on, and I'm not saying, like, read a book. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm just saying more people need to at least, like, study up on what Reagan actually did for our country and how it hurt us more than it ever helped us. The fact that he even whispered the trickle down economics was complete horse crap, while simultaneously just having the 80s culture of greed is good. Let's invest in the stock market. Let's take out, so many loans and credit cards that we can't afford. Like, it's just so much.
And we're going to help this community rebuild, and we've got that training and experience.
What the commander said to me before,
he's 24, dude. Come on.
Gutted me was, you've been to the war-torn areas. You've been to places that you've seen devastated. You've been to the Afghanistans and the Iraqs, and you've seen it. And I asked you, and you said, and now.
And yes, I might be speaking, like, in a way that's just like, yeah, on the face of it, that's the only reason, like, it was good. But no, also the ACA was so good. And on top of it, he got us out of, like, as much, because trust me, man, I was part of Occupy Wall Street. I was downtown Chicago protesting them bailing out those banks. I have to admit, I had to eat a little bit of crow on that one, because they not only paid us back, they paid back that interest in a record amount of time.
War zone, and you look at
that's one thing, again, that was so underreported just because it didn't fit the narrative of, I gotta be mad at the government.
Probably 60 burned out
edgy teenager needs his angst.
Public school that looked like it'd been carpet bombed.
Yes, and the Democrats had adopted Reagan economics called neoliberalism, in a way.
We're here for them.
Chicago as fuck.
But no, this is nothing that the average American is ready.
Go in, thank you.
Were you ready for it when you saw it, Commander?
No, this is where my kid plays. This is where, I taught her to play basketball. And it's the memories are gutted. I mean, you literally.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Do you feel this way when they tear down a mall after you don't go there, and just, come on, shut up. No, I don't like this shit where it's just like, my kid used to play on that slide. Now that memory's been taken away.
And I climbed the hill, and you can look out and you can feel great for the.
Again, this is all about, like, my consumerism, my monument to consumerism and all my stuff. But but my family's fine. They're safe. And I also happen to have a second house that I could probably go to.
How do you explain?
They played on it once.
Your 10-year-old daughter.
Click farming.
Would you recommend
caliente. Ooh, caliente.
Yes. Colleen and Kathy, I don't know if anyone's prepared, because we drive in every day and we're not prepared. How do you prepare them for what's in store?
I really wish Deadpool didn't become such a overused character.
You talk, you communicate, You let them know the reality.
That was the original.
Because if you don't let them know the reality, when they step out here.
I used to read those comics and just be like, this is me in a comic.
The kids need to see the pictures. I hate to say it. I saw the kids in Afghanistan seeing, the dead bodies, what they've endured. These kids are going to be able to, resilience is key word. They will be resilient, but they need to be exposed. One of my guys,
Trump is just play acting as a president for fame and power and macho crap. He is not good for business. He's not good at business diplomacy, cooperation for betterment or of anybody. He is self-centered and a fool. Yep. No, he's a very useful idiot.
It's flooring.
He's a useful idiot for the globalists to actually do the New World Order. You know, that thing that QAnon is completely worried about, but they're just completely ignoring just because it's not the people they thought it would be. Sorry. Now, that's my caliente take.
And that is why, again, it is really a bright spot, not only a bright spot that we have people like Commander Jim Craig who are going to help the people the Pacific Palisades, his neighbors, get through this, but also that we have the American Legion post. We drove by it, we saw it. It is standing, it is a beacon, and these veterans are there to help. Colleen, I know that, this is something that impacts you quite a bit, hearing from the commander himself. I'm curious to know your thoughts as to what Jim is saying, and if you two have anything you'd like to say to him.
Oh. What happened?
I
was about to say, where's
and why I'm calling you.
Got head to bed now. Glad I found your stream. Hell yeah!
I'm actually the junior past commander of
I am too.
Our Legion post. I was a lieutenant colonel.
I'm gonna have one more
but here my role
beverage and chill with y'all for a little bit and then head to bed.
I sit next
myself,
to this woman at work, and trust me, when it comes to military, you cannot get anything past Colleen. So I was going to warn you about this before. But Colleen,
Reagan and Thatcher caused great problems that carry on today.
When you talk about the community coming together.
Genie bottle. I mean, listen, like one thing I have to say is it's so easy for us to only to go back to just the 80s.
They feel
it's their duty, we can take this back to the military industrial complex under freaking, we can take it back to
Palisades, and we have to get.
I'll stop at Truman.
It's so very bleak.
But once Truman, I mean,
positive, and this really tonight,
and then we kind of had a little hope with Kennedy. That obviously didn't work out.
As devastating as it is, and as you said, so.
Then Nixon did what Nixon does. Nixon did what Nixon does.
Yes, Colleen is talking to me in my ear, and
Jenny.
Yes, Colleen.
I got a pin from President Nixon. Jenny. Can we all just agree that Jenny really is like the worst villain in any of the in any movie ever? Industrial or Inverted Mystic, you might not know what I'm talking about if you've never seen Forrest Gump.
Good. I like this. Colleen is wondering.
But Jenny
with the American Legion post
was
again, we're talking about
the
one of the
worst
in the country. It's been around since 1927.
I don't know why I said that like Nicolas Cage.
What do you envision there? Do you think that Colleen's wondering? Do you think that this could be where classes?
Honestly, capitalism died after the Industrial Revolution. A lot of people don't remember. Your boss literally owned you before 1930.
What could this?
I saw her as evil.
For the community in terms
or I saw her. She's evil. Yeah.
And
okay, cool.
We're military,
dude, she sucks.
So we try to plan things out,
she sucks.
So for stage one, we're trying to get drones out.
I'll never forget when I
on our Facebook page
because I saw that movie when I was like 6, and I just thought it was like a charming movie, and I was just like, oh, Lieutenant Dan, you don't have any legs.
My house still there, so we're trying. Stage one is
and we had a Bubba Gump shrimp come into Chicago, and I'll never forget when my dad was just like, hell yeah, like my dad loved that movie. But I remember watching that on my own when I was like maybe.
And then stage 3 is to open.
I'd be like 18, 19. It was like when I first moved out.
Insurance,
and I just remember yelling,
like, what the city hell? Needs to offer counseling services, mental health services. We want to have a place that people can go to. We're trying to organize.
I do get a little animated sometimes, especially like when I'm at home watching a movie, and like I know that I can. I'm just like, no.
And we're inviting the city to us. And if the city doesn't have certain assets, we want
Oh, dude, are they throttling like my video? Like, what the hell is going on with this thing? This guy's been talking forever.
Bring in also to supplement whatever the city may be lacking. There are a lot of fires going on. So what we can do here, we're ready to step up.
Hey Jim, is it fair to share that Facebook page?
Lieutenant Dan, you got no legs.
I believe it's Ronald Reagan Palisades Post 283. At Facebook.
Colleen and Kathy looked that up for us, but so that is.
Oh God, I swear.
Over properties to see what is still not standing here.
11th Circuit Court of Appeals overturns Judge Cannon's ruling on releasing Jack Smith's final report of Mar-a-Lago case.
Hours a day.
Woo!
Just
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Trying to see.
Yeah, actually, that's one that just like
my phone blows up because I keep
like
posting pictures.
Totally under the radar over my head. Whatever today.
Is the house to the right of that
this ruling may also start the proceeding to remove Cannon from the bench.
We're trying to engage
all right. I'll tell you what. That really I don't. Fuck all the rest of it. I don't care.
Because it's the desperation
that
to get back.
Is a great outcome because
when you go to war, you
the
learn what's practical and what's first
blatant way that she was doing that. I'm telling you, man.
So
no.
Whatever we can.
That's
do
not
to,
okay. Like for her to just abuse her power that way.
We're not
all right, I'm done with this. I'm sorry, guys. All right, this is what we're doing tomorrow. We're going to be doing modern day debate. I'm not leaving or anything. I'm just letting you guys know that this is what we're doing. Have it pulled up already, ready to go. I'm going to play some music and just kind of chat with you guys. So give me 1 second. Get the music. Also, if you guys like this music, put it in the chat. This is our friend Kirk. He is a chatter and contributor to the program. So, right out the open, Trump put her there just for this, I believe, knowing he may need her help. Her husband is a member of Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's not like any big news to me. Honestly, it's like the only reason that I was watching Midas Touch because they were doing a lot of coverage on that. So and it was good coverage. I have to at least give them credit on that. But it was also annoying because they would have BTC or they would do these long pieces on it, but nothing ever came of it. And then of course Trump wins the election, and then they're just sitting there with egg on their face, just oh, so we sat there bitching about Cannon, saying that she needs to be removed, saying all these obvious things, but then we're just making a mockery of our judiciary, just by even kind of pointing this out at this point too. So you don't hear a lot about it anymore, that's for sure. Genie bottle, yeah, 1980 is when Reagan came into office. He was a stooge of the Heritage Foundation. Yep. The song is okay, not my taste. No, it's alright. That's what I'll say. I don't know if you guys like Stained, the band Stained. I have a much better, a guy in our community that does much better music. Oh, here. My bad. Better? Nope. There we go. My bad. I turned the wrong volume down. Yeah, Genie, that actually explains something because I turned my mic volume down. When I put my chat box on my Streamlabs here, it stacked everything a little bit weird. So it's, yeah, sorry. All right, that makes a lot of sense why you were like, this isn't really my thing, and it's also very loud, and I can't really hear you. Okay, much better. I got 6 Feet Under playing in my background. No shit, I haven't seen that show in a long time, man. Oh my god. Yeah, because the guy who played Dexter's in that, Michael C. Hall. God, there's a few fucking people in that like ended up. God, yeah, I gotta watch that show. I haven't seen that in a long time. My favorite HBO show is The Wire. Sorry. Oh, the band. My bad. I thought you meant the show. Oops. That's funny. Rome, you know, Rome, you know the Rainbow, the band with Dio and all that. Fly So Blue or Red? Blue. Well, I mean, technically. Not Democrat, not Dem Blue. Can we get bluer? I don't know. It's a good way of asking that, though. I appreciate that, Fly So. Also, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. I like the show, though. Opening scene of season 1. Yeah. I was about to say, no. Dude. Right? Oh, good show. Opinions on Trump. At this point, I just think he's, alright, so before he won, I was admitting that he was funny, like, at least, and that he is, like, I get it. Like, I get the personality. I get the cult of personality. What I don't understand is just people that are like, yeah, he's a good leader, or like, he's a good businessman, or he's a good anything. Like, dude, he's just we're right back to it. He's embarrassing us, like, on like, in every way, shape, and form. He's literally just doing, like, the Panama Canal. We need to go and take the Panama Canal because, you know, it was a bad deal. We gave it back to him. And, like, nobody's seeing it for what it is. He's pissed off that fucking Jimmy Carter died and made it so the flag would be flown at half-mast on his inauguration day. So he's just like, listen, I'm going to go. Like, Jimmy Carter, failure as a president, only did one good thing. Only did one thing of substance. Gave Panama back. I'm gonna take that back, and I'm gonna totally ruin it. He's a great person. Listen here, you liberal. Chinese food rates are 50% higher under Trump than stinky Kamala. What? I mean, that's a very interesting example, but is that just because you had Chinese food tonight? You're just like, do you have, like, if you like Trump, do you think like him? Like, do you just go like, yes, you know what? The Kung Flu made everything so much more expensive. Like, what the fuck? China, it's all China. Stinky Kamala. Also, I mean, Fly, so I gotta ask, what are you, like 20? 50% higher. You do know that it's only gonna go higher under him. How do you blame Democrats on that one? Because, like, that's the fun part. Wait. If you're an actual Trump supporter, then I want to play this game. Crunch down the numbers. Black babies are 60% more likely to survive off spawn fights under Trump. Okay, I see where we're going with this one. Kamala did nothing but try to legalize weed and give $200 to Helen victims. Well, that's rather specific, so maybe you're not. Oh, yeah, dude. Rome Dog. I love if Joe just stepped down on the 18th and let Kamala take office for the last 2 days to fuck Trump's merch up. That'd be hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. That would actually just be like the cattiest thing where it's like, technically you're the 48th, dude. Sorry. That'd be so funny. Oh, my God. And then her inauguration would probably outshine his just because of the news alone. Oh, that'd be funny. How do we feel about having the Battle of the Vlads, winner takes all, Putin versus Zelensky boxing match held in Paris? That's not fair. I hate to say it, but, no. Zelensky's a comedian. Putin he plays hockey, and he's like, I don't know, though. Zelensky has kind of proven himself to be like a badass. Like, the fact that he started... he got elected he was the Jon Stewart of Ukraine, so Zelensky's much younger. It doesn't matter. Trust me, man. Nah. Youngblood. You ain't never been hit by some older, denser bones, my friend. Trust me. Once you get into, a scrap with somebody and you think just because you're 18 years old that this 25 or 30-year-old can't kick your ass, oh, boy. I'm speaking from the opposite end of that where, yeah, you know what? I thought that way. I was humbled. Putin has, Putin is right. Putin ride bear for fun. What does Zelensky do? He tell joke. I mean, think about it. Kamala did nothing as Fly, so, did you really just, hear all this from, your parents or whoever the fuck and just went, yeah? Because, the VP, did you have the same opinions of Mike Pence? Did you, do you have the same opinions of, will you have the same opinions of fucking JP? Or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. And how do you feel about Elon, literally making Trump the VP of his own presidency? Come on, man. If you're honestly going to sit here and ride his dick, then at least realize that you might be riding that little tiny orange mushroom that, Stormy Daniels was talking about. And it's just, I mean, if you're convincing yourself that you're getting pleasure, you might have your own thumb up your ass. I mean, world peace is a big factor of American pride, and Trump brings in that peace. Yeah, what do you mean? He's literally talking about taking over Greenland. He's literally talking about taking over the Panama Canal, and he was the one who was just like, I might have to use military force. I'm not sure if you understand what that means, but I happen to know what that means. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. I don't know. I just felt like I needed to do that one. Give my it's Henry Klitschko, right? Yeah. Klitschko. I like Klitschko. 72 years old is still pretty old. Oh, dude, 72. Wait, who are you talking about? No, Pence actually proposed Jim McNary laws, which Trump passed through. Kamala did what? Nothing. Putin is 72. Oh, period statement. Oh, well, I'm glad you made that statement because it still doesn't really bring any substance. Again, he tried to kill, or he didn't try to kill, but he did call for the hanging of his own vice president, bro. Come on. Oh, what did Kamala do? And I like how you're still playing games from the election. Dude, we all admit you won. See, that's the bitch of it. You guys were all like, oh, look, the libs are going to be so triggered. And when we weren't, we're just like, hey, you do realize you have not just 3, you have 4 branches of the government right now, and you're still going to somehow fuck that up. So... Speaking of hockey, did you see that Ovechkin guy beat yeah, he's about to beat Wayne Gretzky's record. We knew that was going to come, though. He wasn't going to retire before that. I knew that. It would literally take a catastrophic injury for him to quit. I've followed Ovechkin's career pretty much, since he started. Jim McNary laws. Yeah, the laws are actually laws to help protect foreigners in major cities from being denied jobs in public service. Okay. So why is he walking that back now? Like, you can't think that you just dunked when all of a sudden he's just like, H-1B visas are great. They're going to help a lot of people. So, you know what? I'm going to do something that is going to fly in the face of the leftists until it's like, oh, wait a minute. You said that H-1B visas weren't great. What do you mean? And then they play the video from 2016. H-1B visas, I took advantage of them. But you know what? It's time for that to stop. We need to give those jobs to a bunch of Americans. Bring it back to America. Make America great again. See, this is the fun part. You get to sit here and you have to sit here and realize this is your dude. This is your guy. This is what you got. Like, Kamala was like thrust on us, and we were just like, no, it's because we didn't want to make this like overt pass to fascism. But then all of a sudden, Donald Trump gets elected, and then you guys are just doing the thing like he's not going to be a fascist. Nah, it's all just hyperbole. And then he's just like, no, I'm going to do it day one. Yeah, he's not going to do it. No, he was just he was bullshitting. He was just trying to, kind of go, China. He was, even his numbers, they were off. Nope, 60%. Like, dude, at what point do you even recognize that, like, his own aides are starting to get pissed off at him again? Because they're just like, dude, you're making this impossible. Because we were trying to make this so at least we could sell this as like, no, that's not what's happening. But now it's like, no, this is, what do you mean? This is totally happening. Like, and it's happening all because he's a moron. Like, because you guys had such short memories, now we just get to go again. The Gulf of America, we're gonna take it back. Like, what? And then you get the scene where the Mexican president comes out and is just like, okay, Mr. Trump, you want to play that game? Then we can go back to the 1670 name of Mexican Americans. See how that works? You see how that works when they turn the logic back, but it's not sold with the idiocy and a little bit of the bravado of, what do you mean? I know exactly what I'm talking about. I project, I tell everybody I know what I'm talking about, and everybody believes it because you know what? I talk with authority, my back is straight, I do this with the hands, and I also burst my lips. But everybody listens to me because why wouldn't they? I'm a great businessman. Dude, just admit it, dude. Like, see, that's also the funny part. Like, at least we can sit here and just go, Biden was a clown. We didn't want him. Kamala, we wanted a primary. He's not going to do any of that. What? And when he does, are you going to blame Democrats? You were speaking straight off CNN. No, actually, I'm speaking off of his mouth. See, Flyso, this is my favorite part. You guys can say that all day, but it's not fake news when it's coming directly from him. Like, you can't call deep fake when it's coming directly from him. Just because you're ignoring all the batshit crazy that this dude's doing, just because you want this rosy idea of whatever fucking, macho man you think he is that he's gonna do for you, but you're effed, dude. He already walked back the fact that he's not going to be able to fix the economy the way that he thought he was. He's also walked back the fact that egg prices are definitely not going back down because, it's weird. It's weird how you guys always do that thing where you're like, the Democrats said they were going to do this. Oh, they didn't do it. But you never do that with him. So that's also why me personally, I don't take you seriously at all. I think that you guys are just a bunch of ass clowns that fucking have like such double standards that you can never actually be engaged with in good faith. Sorry. Like, perhaps if you also had like the thing that you could just admit, like where it's just like, yeah, I wish he wouldn't do that. But that never happens because that would just be admitting that, like, oh, you know what? I'm not as comfortable in my convictions as I thought I was. Also, like, did your dad leave you, like, for cigarettes, or which one was it, milk or cigarettes? Because every time that a Trump supporter is, like, in my chat now, I'm just wondering, like, which one is it? The only one I agree with is with Trump is he will lower dog food prices for families who own cats and mouses. Exactly. Milk and cigarettes, Squish. Milk and cigarettes. Milk and cigarette. Remember that one? Milk and cigarettes. Milk and cigarettes. Cigarettes and milk. Cigarettes and milk. Gary went to get 'em. Gary went to get 'em. Never came back. Never came back. I love the fact that I created a song for that. Generational trauma. Isn't it fun? Yeah, the one thing you can say is, my dad left, yet I'm speaking these facts that you cannot... Your dad totally's gone! Shut the fuck up! Nailed it! Nailed it! These kids need a daddy figure so bad. Man, you guys need rec centers. Oh, man. I mean, at least go to, like, church or something and, like, try to, like, get along with the cool youth pastor, for fuck's sake. Laughing about someone's missing dad is actually crazy work. I'm not saying that his dad's missing. I'm saying that his dad's gone. We just need a president to help take Israel back, or help Israel take Palestine back. That's what... Oh, you're one of them. Ooh, we got a tag team match in here. Laugh. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No, dude, I can't stand when, like, anybody on the Trump side is just like, oh my God, I'm so offended. Really? Dude, you sit there, like, you love when he plays the game. You love when he makes fun of people. You love it. You love it. You just don't like it when we're dunking on you. And that's the fun part, because you're pretty easy to dunk on. I mean, the fact that I nailed the fact that your dad's gone told me everything I needed to know. Like, seriously, man. I wasn't kidding about that rec center, like... At least get, like, a role model who might actually have your best interests at heart. I don't know. Maybe just a thought. You were fun, though. You're laughing, but I'm making money. All right, Andrew Tate. Oh, guys. Oh, my God. He's literally doing the thing. I make more money than you. I make more money than you in crypto than you've made in your whole lifetime. Cool. Good for you, man. Hope you invest it well, and I hope that whoever you put all your faith in doesn't pump and dump you. Although, I mean, you're pretty, it seems like you're pretty susceptible to being pumped and dumped, if you're catching my drift, so. I despise Trump, my man. I'm a Christian, so I just think that Israel is land. Oh, well, I was a Christian, and it's not. It never was. Like, Palestine was, Palestine way before that, right? And if you go based on that, the Promised Land, it wasn't actually that. It was Jordan. So. And if you're going to be even more technical, you could go Judea, Jordan, and Jerusalem. But the rest of it, where'd you get that from? I need to turn my life to Jesus. I already been there, done that, my friend. I can tell you right now that 2 Corinthians and, let's see, Matthew 5 would definitely disagree. That would actually turn that around on you and be like, nah, I'm just fine. I live my life in a very godlike way, in a very by the way that Jesus would. Ironically, even though I'm an atheist and I've actually read the Bible, 40% more work pay, my effing ass. I'm hazmat heavy haul. Nice. Look at old maps of Palestine and you will find a town called Israel that you won't find on new maps. Mr. Pepper calling them breedable. Hey, you know what, man? I mean, they are kind of doing it to themselves here, so I just gotta say. I don't believe in Israel. Yeah, neither do I. I got shaken awake, heard my calling. Yeah. Dude, follow my channel, man. Come on. If your sleep schedule's so messed up, then if you're up at 4 a.m. again, then you gotta come here. You've been fun. Like, you've literally been here pretty much the entire time. So, come on. 8 hours and you can't even give me a free follow? What's that? Man, you guys got some bad trade ratio on, giving entertainment. See, even though I may not be the best at donating, which I'm getting a lot better at, now I'm just like, again, I don't even believe in karma. I'm just like, I just want to just be better about this. I at least like and subscribe. Come on, guys. And follow. Listen, I'm a bit scared right now. Did you smoke too much? That's what happens to me when I get scared. Give them good advice, Mr. Pepper. Sleep and drink water. Yeah, sleep and drink. Shut up, dude. All right, so for like a hot minute there, I was like, all right, dude's cooking. And I mean like that hot minute before you actually said it, where you're like, yeah, dude, he's just essentially saying, get plenty of sleep, drink water, and just be kind to yourself. You should believe in Israel. If Mexico were to walk into our land and use force to take back what was theirs, you would disagree. Yeah. Palestine walking into what was their land is wrong, and you know that. Again, that's wow. That's a super reductive way of putting that. Instead of like actually putting that the way that it is, where they were also, doing the same thing. Look up like just how they got the Golan Heights. Look up how they, the settlements in the West Bank, and then please get back to me. Does your viewers mostly want me dead or not? No. Why would they? Oh. Wait, are you from Israel? No, because, dude, we're not like that. The thing is like, as long as you're not like as long as you're not somebody that just looks at the IDF and goes, yeah, then we're okay. I don't agree with Russia taking back Ukraine. No. How do you conflate that? Like, wait a minute. What the fuck? Because you're not even arguing like the land back thing. You're actually arguing something way past that. Like, what? Get on YouTube, look up IDF takes Palestinian homes, then get back to us. Exactly. No, they're not. You know what? Screw it. We're doing this. I wasn't going to do this, but you forced my hand. You've forced me. You have forced me to do it. Actually, hold on. Should probably do it off screen. There we go. It's gonna be down here. Why is that there?
Feel like I'm gonna be okay since you've been gone. This is good for me now. Good for me now. Making it through all the hardest of times. Trying so hard to remember the signs. Making the best of a life that I only get one of this shit got me feeling alive. Keeping it real is the thing I believe. Washing your head with a bottle of lean. 10 steps away from.
There we go. Since apparently we need to dumb it down, I'll just do it with a very simplistic video.
Wonderful it is to live here in Europe, alongside people of so many religions and nationalities, staying together through thick and thin. Sire, I just did the math. We don't have enough food to make it through the winter. Gentlemen, please, things may be dire now, but this is not the first time our people have faced hardship. Our ancestors faced this and much more, and they always endured. How did they do that, sire? Well, I'm glad you asked, Thomas. The solution is simple. We beat up the Jews. How does that solve anything? And Thomas. We beat up the Jews and Thomas. Anti-Semitism has a long history and many different reasons. Some Christians saw Jews as responsible for the...
Anyway, Trump is and will be a great president. We need to ban abortions except for specific cases, tighten down on immigration, ban HRT and surgery. The fact that you're arguing that while your economic conditions are getting tentatively worse and they're going to get worse, and you're just going to ignore that to continue to be like HRT and the trans and the wokes, they're the reason that I'm poor.
The death of Christ and the fact that Jews were usually minorities in the countries they lived in meant that they had little political power, which made them great scapegoats in time of crisis. Even before the Holocaust, there were countless pogroms in Europe. So in the late 19th century, a movement began for the Jewish people to find a place they could call home, and where no one would pogrom them
Oh, I did a voice. Am I offended?
Anymore.
Did you offend me? Are you like... Are you like... Is that what you do? Like, you get little goosebumps and you're just like, look, I offended him. Ooh.
This was the beginning of Zionism. A bunch of influential Jews formed the World Zionist Organization.
Oh, wait. Oh, are you going to misgender me?
And came up with options for a possible homeland. But the lucky winner was Israel, the land that they believe had been promised to them by God and from where they had been expelled by the Romans almost 2,000 years ago.
I like how... they get progressively like more aggressive but dumber in their arguments the more that they realize that it's not working.
There was just one slight problem.
Just watching a
there
troll
were already people living there, the Palestinians.
And we're all
while some Zionists wish for Arabs and Jews to live side by side in harmony, the majority believe that Jews would never be safe unless they had a state with a majority Jewish population. How can we make a majority Jewish population if there are only 4% Jews and over 90% Arabs? Well, we will take the land from them. How? It's simple. We'll harass them until they get out. As soon as we have a big settlement here and become strong, we will expel them from the west bank of the Jordan River too. Let them go back to the Arab countries. Unfortunately, European Zionists, just like many Europeans at the time, were also very racist. In a time in which...
What? So you're telling me that these things that you believe in now were steeped in just blatant racism?
Europe was committing unspeakable atrocities across the world. The need of a few 100,000 Arabs were of little concern to them. Chaim Weizmann, president of the Zionist organization, would later say, The British told us that there are some 100,000 Negroes in Palestine, and for those, there...
Yeah, then why are you arguing against your own interests and fighting for a guy that's trying to make it worse? You do understand that's what he's doing, right? And like with the Elon Musk stuff, that's why they're having a MAGA civil war. And your own party can't agree on this, so that's kind of funny.
There is no value. Interestingly, then just like today...
Is that what this is about? You don't like brown people, so you're just like, no, I don't want to be called racist. And they defined racist as being anybody who's against brown people.
Many of the most fervent Zionists were not Jewish.
If the jackboot fits.
Many Christians have been supporting the Zionist movement since its inception, believing that a Jewish return to their historical homeland would cause the return of Christ, and all faithful would go to heaven, while all non-believers, including the Jews, would go to hell to suffer for eternity.
That's not condescending at all.
But in the US today, the largest base of support for Israel are not American Jews.
Evangelicals. You know why that is? And I can tell you this with authority because I was part of a cult that was all about this. And guess what? We used to call Jews placeholders. Yeah. And I'm not even kidding about that, not being hyperbolic in the slightest. We used to say that they were just placeholders for our position in the Battle of Armageddon because we were the true chosen children of God.
But evangelical Christians. What also seems odd is that you have not yet heard of World of Warships, today's sponsor. World of Warships is a massive multiplayer online game that allows you to command a massive naval fleet and relive some of history's most pivotal moments on the seas. Their ships are designed to be hyper-accurate and as close as it gets to the real thing. You can choose from over 40 maps, many of them recreations of historical harbors and port towns. And since this year marked the 80th anniversary of D-Day, World of Warships has launched a special event to commemorate this historic moment. New PvP and PvE missions, special skins, and new commanders will immerse you right into the battle of D-Day. You can command new legendary...
Dude, the fact that you're even arguing so hard for him just kind of proves how on the back foot you already are.
Vessels, strategize with your fleet in new missions, and dominate the waves in
that you're fighting
battles
for a loser
inspired by the events of June 6, 1944.
But you're just gonna go...
World of Warships is an incredibly fun game to play by yourself or with friends.
It's fun to be the contrarian.
That I myself have spent quite a few hours on.
Instead of just admit,
and it is also available for consoles.
They just want to ignore. They just want us to ignore the fact that they're, all collectively just pooling their money and screwing us and then making us hate each other over really dumb, pointless stuff that doesn't matter in the long run.
Link in the description. You will get a bunch of doubloons, 7 days premium time, 1 million credits, special D-Day missions, and a choice from one of these cool ships. So sign in now using my link in the description.
That I was just kind of going over.
Anyways, it was decided that Palestine would become Israel.
Oh, thank you. I've accomplished nothing in my life.
How could this be achieved? The strategy was simple. In Palestine, most of the land was owned by wealthy individuals living abroad. For centuries,
remember whose stream you're on.
Palestinians lived and worked on land that
Who's the loser?
Not belong to them. And when the landowner decided to sell, the Palestinians living there would continue to do so. But the Zionist organization formed the Jewish National Fund, which became the agency through which the Zionists purchased land for Jews to settle. This guy became heavily involved in making sure that Jews would evict the Palestinians from their
so we're going to do a battle of minds, are we?
Newly purchased land, even if they didn't plan to live on it.
In the stream and I'm just like,
the Jewish National Fund also began a secondary mission to carefully document each village, gather information of their defenses, layout, and inhabitants. This information would be vital in the conflict ahead. When World War I broke out, the British looked for ways to gain support and influence from the Arabs. During the Hussein McMahon correspondence, check out my Lawrence of Arabia video if you don't know what that is, they promised independence to the Arabs in exchange for their help against the Ottomans. But the British also realized the importance of control over the Middle East, and they saw in Zionism an opportunity to create a European forward base in a strategic location. One of the founders of Zionism,
it's almost like what Trump's trying to do with Greenland.
Theodor Herzl said it himself. The Jewish state would form a part of a wall of defense for Europe in Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism. With this in mind, Lord Balfour, former British Prime Minister and currently Foreign Secretary, made an official declaration in which he promised to establish in Palestine a national home for the Jewish people, understanding that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. Now, don't get confused. Balfour's support for Zionism was not because of his love for the Jewish people. In 1905, while many Jews escaped Russia to flee the pogroms by the brutal Tsar, Lord Balfour, as Prime Minister, presided over the passage of an act that put firm restrictions on immigration into Great Britain. Balfour wrote in 1919, the Zionist movement would mitigate the age-long miseries created for Western civilization by the presence in its midst of a body which it too long regarded as alien and even hostile, but which it was equally unable to expel or to absorb. Balfour did not make his declaration to give the Jews a place to go. It was about giving them a place to leave to.
Ryan, anything you want to add, please do.
No problem.
As I said, this is just simple. This is literally called The Origin of the Israel-Palestine Conflict Simplified. The guy did this, and he doesn't have any skin in the game here. He's just giving the history of it.
Was that he only mentioned the native Arabs as non-Jewish communities and only guaranteed their religious and civil liberties, not their political rights. The needs of the
Funny part is, I've actually tried to play this once before, and because of the beginning of the video, my audience at that time had misconstrued it and thought that it was pro-Israel.
Arabs were of no concern to him, as he had a mild case of being insanely racist. He was recorded saying, "We have to face the facts. Men are not born equal. The white and black races are not born with equal capacities. They are born with different capacities, which education cannot and will not change." Despite all this, the Balfour Declaration...
This is how, honestly, it does. Like, this is a good way to get people into it. Because, Ryan, you have to understand that you can't give everybody a comprehensive look at history and expect them to automatically understand it, especially when we have something like this, maybe a 30-minute video that just kind of breaks it down. You know, and then you can, like, the nice part about these kind of things is then we can, like you were just saying, I have a lot to add to this, then we can do that. But the reason I'm even playing this is because we had somebody that was getting and like reducing it to, you know, oh, you know what, Palestine bad
was incredible,
you know, without understanding any of the history behind it, apparently.
News for the Zionists. It meant that Great Britain, one of the largest superpowers in the world, would officially support them. But the Balfour Declaration might as well have been a war.
After being so-called slaves in Egypt, did the Jews end slavery? No. After suffering ghettos and genocide, did they stop that? No.
Declaration for the native Palestinians, who began to realize...
Yeah, now that, like, I mean, we're that's the thing. We're all seeing it, and we're all equating it. Like, they're doing the thing that, you know, the guy in the 30s did to them, and we're all kind of like, hey...
that the Jewish state...
At Pep Talks TV, do you agree with me about China and Taiwan, Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah. Would be created at their expense. With help from the British, Chaim Weizmann established the first...
I don't support Israel and not China. No, no, I think that you're... No. Like, I agree with you, but I'm just saying...
In August 1918, a Jewish newspaper wrote...
I don't support Israel.
A few years later... The Jews must purify their homeland Palestine of those who have usurped it. The Muslim inhabitants of Palestine must go to the Hijaz and the desert.
Pretty sure that I made this pretty clear.
Christian inhabitants must move to Lebanon. In February 1920, the British military governor of Palestine confirmed in a public statement that the British would try to establish a Jewish national homeland in Palestine, which led to large protests and violent clashes between the local population and Jewish settlers. even leading to the death of a Jewish soldier. During the feast of the prophet Moses, Arabs celebrating felt threatened by Jewish settlers nearby, who they believed were being challenging. This escalated, leading to more violent clashes both in Jerusalem and Tel Hai, in which 5 Jews and 4 Arabs died, with hundreds more injured. Realizing that the local Palestinians were beginning to resist their colonial project, the Zionists founded a paramilitary organization called Haganah. Apart from the riots, Palestinians also resisted through peaceful means. They formed congresses comprised of both Muslims and Christians, and sent letters to the British, the Paris Peace Conference, and even the League of Nations, advocating for their self-determination. Hello there! I know you guys have been asking for independence and an end to the Zionist colonial project. We hear you and would be glad to find a solution that makes everyone happy. That's great, it's all we want. There's just one tiny small thing. I need you to accept our rule and the Balfour Declaration before we begin negotiating. But that goes completely against what we wanted. Oh, also I'm appointing this Zionist Jew as the High Commissioner of Palestine. In 1920, the League of Nations created the British Mandate for Palestine, officially putting it under their control. The mandate document included the Balfour Declaration in its preamble, almost word for word, and strongly encouraged Jewish immigration by giving them Palestinian nationality. It also essentially allowed for the creation of a Zionist administration parallel to the British mandatory government. With the power to control health, education, public works, Palestinians were given no such political power. The British Foreign Secretary strongly opposed this document. 580,000 Arabs and 30,000 Jews live in the country. We then proceed to draw up a document that is an avowed constitution for a Jewish state. The poor Arabs are only allowed to look through the keyhole as a
British support is usually summed up in the White Book Balfour Statement.
Jewish community. Indeed, the Arabs were not happy about the conditions of the mandate.
I'll read up on that.
On May 1st, 1921, clashes broke out during a protest between communist and anti-communist Jews. After being dispersed by the police, some of the protesters then marched into an Arab neighborhood, and the locals thought the Jews were demonstrating against them. Tensions escalated, leading to the death of 47 Jews and 49 Palestinians, with another 200 injured. After this blood spill and another Palestinian diplomatic mission in London, Winston Churchill, who was Minister of Colonies, became convinced that the British had no choice but to promise something to please the Arabs. I know that some of you are a bit upset about the way we've handled things so far, so I hope this white paper will set things straight. The Balfour Declaration did not mean that Palestine would become a home for the Jews, but rather that there would be a home for Jews in Palestine. And a Jewish national home does not mean a Jewish state. That's two very different things. Jewish immigration can continue, but we have to restrict it a little. Also, I know that during the Hussein...
You have to remember that this is the way that you break things down for dummies who don't want... Listen, because there's only so much capacity for, like, knowledge. Like, you know how they have that thing where they're just like, you can only remember so many faces, you can only remember so much stuff. Well, this is a great way to have a, not necessarily comprehensive knowledge on it, but to have knowledge on it and then be able to go and be like, well, to somebody who has more, than to have a conversation about it. This is a conversation starter.
Pakman corresponded.
Like, I'm not playing this to be like, oh, look, I'm dunking on you with all of this comprehensive information.
We kind of promised you independence, but that's not happening.
That's why, honestly, that's why videos like this are actually very, very important.
Oh, suck it up already.
Especially in dude, come on, in America? In America? Please.
Good.
Dude, we're barely educated enough to, like, remember how to do long division.
There's no way this would make anyone upset. This white paper
like the animation.
completely ignored the core Palestinian demands, as it did nothing to halt the expanding Zionist project. So they held more conferences and continued to show their anger at the Zionist project. Things went from bad to worse when some prominent Zionists, such as David...
This is how you break things down for dummies who don't want to listen, also favor a side in a conflict. I don't understand that, because literally they're breaking it down for both. Like, see, This is where I actually kind of have to push back a little, because are you saying that because you don't like the fact that you feel like whatever side you may be on is demonized? Because I would make this pushback against anybody that like feels this way about Palestinians. You know, like it's literally about just being like, hey, you know, not everybody can be an academic on everything, like I was just saying. And I think that this guy is pretty fair about it.
Ben-Gurion.
Like, this is probably one of the least reductive, like, simplified versions of this.
And the Menachem
I have a great solution to Palestine. We should make the whole... I have a great solution to Palestine. Abolish all religion so nobody has to fight over some fucking holy lands that don't matter anyway.
Made declarations.
Hot take!
Expressing desire for the Temple Mount to be taken
Welcome
over
to
by the
Spicy
Zionists.
Pepper.
But this place was also one of the holiest places for Muslims,
Sorry, we're 8 hours
as it
in.
was
I'm
the
getting a little
location
weird.
of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In 1929, Jews erected a cloth dividing the prayer zone between men and women, as was customary in synagogues. While this was not an attempt to take over, it was received by many Muslims as an appropriation of their holy site. Could you guys please just...
I mean, honestly, you guys want to talk about like where I stand on this? I don't think land matters at all, because everybody's like, "What? So you don't believe in land back?" I'm like, no, I don't care. I honestly think that it's just as simple as you live, you die, you're gone. So maybe we should all just kind of go, can we work out to where we can just kind of not kill each other and and end this life preemptively? Because, you know, like, it's so easy when you believe in a secondary fucking life.
Like, take it down?
No, I know.
Oh, I'll take you.
That's a little bit about land. Ask anybody who lives in the West Bank about that one.
You down? Whoa, everyone calm down.
Because again, I had, like, so without playing sides, and it seems like you are Israeli, which I'm sorry that, like, this comes off like we're against you. I'm not. I'm personally not. I know enough. Listen, I know enough Jewish people that are against the genocide in Gaza that I understand that this is not as, like, simplistic as just Jews versus Palestinians. That's not how this is working. It's literally, though, when you're supporting certain actions of the IDF and just blatantly ignoring the war crimes of Bibi Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir, then that's a problem.
This holy site
That's where I draw the line, because it's like, oh, you guys are doing that thing where it's like, well, the human shield
belongs to the Arabs. But Jews have and will continue to have
I think his perspective is amazing as a Christian Israeli Arab.
Great, another tense situation diffused. But the situation was not diffused.
Again, as an atheist, I look at this and I'm just like, oh, okay.
Once again, the British made everything worse. Jews demonstrated against...
And I'll admit that, as somebody who has British blood, I will admit
these statements on August 15th.
Yosef
They
Haddad.
raised their
Right,
Zionist flag and even sang their anthem in the holy site, while also making fiery speeches calling for control of the wall. The next day, it was the Palestinians who protested and got rid of the supplicatory notes that the Jews had left in their holy site. Both Arabs and Jews were now furious at each other. Tensions burst into violence in Nablus, Bisan, Haifa, Jaffa, Acre, Jerusalem, and Hebron. Palestinians and Jews retaliated against each other's attacks, committing unspeakable atrocities. In the end, 133 Jews and 115 Palestinians died, with over half a thousand injured. Most of the Jews were killed by...
Well, no, but here's the thing. If you're going to sit here and criticize me for being on one side, you can't give me Yosef Haddad when he's just, like, blatantly... Like, it literally says right here that he fights for Israeli advocacy.
In brutal massacres, while most of the Arabs were killed by the British, who sided with the Jews. But many Arabs knew that not all Jews were Zionists, and during...
Maybe Trump will annex Israel, and wouldn't that be some shit?
The violence, Palestinian...
Yeah.
Families in Hebron.
Listen. I never said that we were moving oh my God. I never said that we were moving the embassy because that we wanted it to be the capital. I was moving the embassy because that was going to be the start of our military base.
Concealed and protected Jewish families in their own homes sometimes at the expense of...
All right, I can hear certain arguments out, but once it gets down to, you know, we have claim to such and such land, blah, 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 or, hey, this is the reason we can justify a genocide, then I kind of put the earmuffs on.
Of their own lives.
Remember, I'm not Jewish. I'm not Arab. I'm not I am actually not a pro-Hamas. I think that I think they're not based. I think they suck, and I think that honestly they're handcuffing their own people. Trust me, that hot take gets me a lot of shit on the left. But I can tell you right now that I can also say that listening to someone that is just blatantly pro to IDF, I'm not exactly looking to go, whoa, okay.
Hey, quick question. What in the ever-loving was that? Well, sir, people back home are really afraid because they think that the Jews are trying to take over the land. I see. No worries. This white paper stresses the importance of giving Palestinians some autonomy and stopping Jewish immigration to Palestine. This will fix everything. I will resign if you do that. Whoa, because of this dumb little paper? Don't worry. Let's just forget about the whole thing. During the 1930s, anti-Semitism was rising in Europe, especially in Germany. With the US, the UK, and other countries having discriminatory laws that limited Jewish immigration into their own countries, many Jews felt that they had no place to go but Palestine. Wait, shouldn't we maybe stop being so anti-Semitic that the Jewish people feel forced to migrate abroad and cause a massive regional problem elsewhere? Did anyone hear something? No? Oh, that's...
Yeah, see, I'm not one of, I'll be honest, I'm not one of the leftists that's just ignoring us. That's happening now a lot too, especially with a lot of younger leftists, where they're just like, how dare you even use the term Islamic terror, because that was just used to make sure that we were against the brown people. It's like, no, that's ignoring the fact that there was an actual caliphate. I lost friends to this, ideal, so let's not.
It's weird. Anyways,
let's not
in
pretend
1914,
that
Jews were just under 5%.
Yes, they're at a time in Iraq, they were throwing gay people off of the top of towers, and they were they had it on video, and they were sending it out to the world.
Of the population in Palestine. By 19...
Some leftists have to be black and white.
34.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. That's one of my missions on this platform, is to make sure that I'm not that.
They had become almost 26%.
And yes, I will take the ire of both on that one.
6%.
Which is funny because, again, I'm not centrist enough to be centrist. I'm not left enough to be leftist. I'm not right. I'm definitely not right enough to be right. So what the fuck am I at that point? Oh no, I'm going through my Anna Kasparian arc. Just kidding.
While Jewish immigrants were given economic privileges in employment, investment, and taxation, Palestinians suffered from economic stagnation. To make matters worse, some Jewish communities began to publicly train their paramilitary forces in a direct provocation to the local Arabs. And sometimes they even raided Arab villages. Palestinians once again protested across the country. The protests were violently quelled, leaving 30 dead and hundreds injured, including Musa Kathem al-Husseini, one of the leaders of the Palestinian Congress, who later died from his wounds. In October 1935, an Arab worker at Jaffa port had discovered by chance a large shipment of arms hidden in barrels of cement that were meant for the Haganah, and it became evident that this was not the first time it had happened. Over a decade of protests, congresses and delegations had left Palestinians feeling like they had exhausted every possible diplomatic solution, and the British had made it clear that they would never cave to their demands. So far, much of the violence the Arabs had engaged in was a reaction to some sort of Jewish or British action or provocation. But now, Palestinians would become proactive as underground groups began to form, aspiring to fight for national independence from the British.
It's kind of the whole thing is for the longest time, you know what? Because the Jews were displaced for as long as they were, they had a lot of, Arab cooperation. But then once it was like the promised land idea,
British.
Which I think that goes back to Alexandria, if I'm not mistaken.
Is al-Din al-Qassam formed armed bands that began to strike British forces as he prepared for a full-blown rebellion. But in November 1935, al-Qassam and his men were surrounded by British police. Unwilling to surrender, al-Qassam encouraged his men to die fighting, and he fell after a fierce battle. Al-Qassam became a martyr, a symbol of Palestinian resistance against the occupiers, and inspired many more to rise in arms. On April 15, 1936, a group of Al-Qassam's followers shot 3 Jews, killing 2 of them. The following night, a group of Jews killed 2 Arabs as retaliation. The funeral for the killed Jews turned into a large demonstration during which Jews shouted anti-Arab slogans. The Arabs then set up a supreme committee which assumed the responsibility of running the revolt. The Grand Mufti, Haj Amin al-Husseini, was unanimously chosen as chairman of the committee. The Arab National Committee called for a general strike throughout all Palestine, announcing that it would continue until the British put a stop to Jewish immigration. The British government used all means available to break the strike and end the revolt, including the demolition of large parts of the old neighborhood in Jaffa, where they blew up more than 220 houses. The British also arrested, killed and tortured many Palestinians, while ignoring their demands by allowing the entry of another 4,500 Jewish settlers. In July 1937, the British published the Peel Commission's report, recommending that Palestine be partitioned into 2 states, one for the Arabs and one for the Jews. The Jews agreed, but the Palestinians refused outright. From their point of view, it was their land. Most of the Jewish settlers had not even been in the country for more than 2 decades. The partition plan would not only give them a large portion of land, but also require the expulsion of 200,000 Palestinians from their lands. The rebellion turned even more bloody, and Arab rebels attacked bridges, railway tracks, oil pipelines, and even Jewish settlements. The British banned the Arab High Committee and expelled many prominent Palestinian leaders from the country, including Haj Amin al-Husseini. The Palestinians replied by escalating their violence and even assassinating Captain Louis Andrews, the British High Commissioner of the Galilee. The British armed and trained tens of thousands of Jews, which severely strengthened the growing Jewish paramilitaries. At the same time, the Jews also accelerated the construction of settlements, knowing that the borders of a future partition of the land would likely consider the location of settlements, and they developed a settlement method called tower and stockade, in which settlements were set up and populated literally overnight, with a wall around them and a watchtower for defense. In just 3 years, they built over 50 such settlements as Jewish political parties increased the illegal immigration into the country to bypass British limits. The Irgun, an offshoot of the Haganah, was notorious for responding to Arab terror with their own. The suppression of the revolt was so violent that any Palestinian found in possession of even a single bullet could be executed on the spot. Tired of having their convoys and trains ambushed by Palestinians, the British began tying Palestinian civilians to the front of their cars and locomotives to prevent attacks, a tactic they had also implemented against the Irish during their war for independence.
That's a little reductive.
Just like in Ireland, the British demolished the houses of presumed rebels and sometimes even of their family members, as they imprisoned anyone remotely suspected of being part of the rebellion. Many Palestinians would be held in what the British themselves called concentration camps, the most notable one being in Sarafand. During the revolt, the Palestinians managed to take control of a large portion of the country, and on November 9, 1938, the British government published a declaration abandoning the partition plan. They met with Palestinian and Jewish representatives to discuss possible solutions, and even considered granting independence to the Palestinians. But rumors spread that the British were planning to declare the independence of Palestine, and now it was the Jews who started a terror campaign. They threw grenades at Arab gatherings, killing over 40 people and injuring almost
And this is where it kind of plays into nowadays nowadays, I hate that term, modern times where like it's the same thing where we see all the condemnation of Hamas and everything that happened on that side, but then we just see the child wearing the kids' gloves. Sorry. With Israel, and it's just like no, and then the way honestly, that's why a lot of people just abandoned the Democratic Party this time. Like it wasn't just the Dearborn contingent; it was a lot of people just being like, "Nah."
An agreement.
Like Biden really screwed the pooch.
And with British reinforcements arriving, the Europeans regained control.
Of course, they called in concentration camps. They turned and gained negative connotation until the Holocaust. It was like saying detention centers. Yep.
By the end of the
but now
revolt. There were 100,000 British soldiers in Palestine, 1 for every 4 adult men. The revolt left 10% of the entire adult male Palestinian population either dead, wounded, exiled, or imprisoned. The Arab revolt during this period claimed over 500 Jewish and more than 4,000 Palestinian lives. The Palestinians were left divided without clear leadership in a deep economic crisis and overall simply debilitated. By the spring of 1939, it became clear that the world was headed for another
Democrat elite. Muslims are stupid for picking Trump over Biden. Meanwhile, Biden
world war, and the British wished to stabilize.
Crazy how Biden just sent $8.7 billion over to LA to make sure that they had supplies for the fire. Oh no, he sent it over to Israel.
Hold over Palestine. So the last couple white papers didn't work out all that well, but no worries. I just negotiated a great deal with Hitler and completely prevented another world war, so let me now solve this crisis. This new white
or not to vote at all.
White paper.
No, inverted mystic, honestly, the oldest way to do that is just to not even participate. That's what happened. Because Trump didn't gain voters the way that he's trying to make it out to be. Like, I don't care what the narrative is. He picked up a 0.5 freaking percentage over what he had in 2016. That's nothing. Biden, he lost over 12 million voters from the last time, like for the Democratic Party. That is something. Especially when you're talking about the popular, like, dude, it's so convenient to ignore these facts that it's just like, no, a lot of people just didn't want to participate. They didn't want to be involved because they saw this for what it was.
A limit to Jewish immigration and land sales, and you will get representative institutions within 5 years and self-determination within 10, as long as the Jewish agency approves it. Another crisis averted. The crisis, however, was very much not averted. The Palestinian leaders knew that this was not an honest attempt to grant them...
Honestly, subscribe to his channel if you like this content. It's things I care about.
Their desires, but merely a deceit to pause the revolt until Britain would be in a position to suppress them once again. The Zionists were even more displeased and turned to violence and terror to express their opposition.
Tumblr? Wasn't that used for porn?
In 1940, a branch of the Irgun split and turned into the Lehi, a self-proclaimed terrorist organization. With the outbreak of World War II, the Palestinian revolt gradually died down. The British worked alongside the Haganah and trained a defensive militia to counter a possible German invasion, which became a real threat between 1941 and 1942, when Syria and Lebanon were held by Vichy forces. A pro-German revolt occurred in Iraq, and the German army reached El Alamein in Egypt.
You know anything about that, did we?
Thousands of Palestinian Jews fought alongside the British against Nazi Germany. The British created a special unit made exclusively of Palestinian Jews, which cemented the basis of a...
Ryan, actually, this is just part 1. There's a part 2, but I'm not playing that one. I'm just playing part 1.
Well-trained and organized military.
If you want to see part 2, you can come join the stream.
They also formed an elite strike force for the Haganah, called the Pakman. But the Lehi believed that the British were a bigger threat to Zionism than the Nazis themselves for having restricted Jewish immigration. So they sought alliances with Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, hoping to build a Jewish state on the basis of nationalist and totalitarian principles. The Lehi would fight the British throughout the war. At the same time, Haj Amin al-Husseini also reached out to Hitler, promising an uprising against the British and Jews in exchange for support. However, Hitler was more interested in his fight against the Soviet Union, and nothing concrete came out of this meeting. It is important to note that both sides' attempts to reach out to Nazi Germany were mostly politically motivated, in an enemy of my enemy type of way. As I mentioned, thousands of Palestinian Jews fought against the Nazis, much more than those who wished to join it. And over 12,000 Palestinian Arabs volunteered to fight for the British Army. But there was one crucial difference. There was no single Palestinian unit, which made it harder for post-war Palestinians to take advantage of their combat experience, while Jews would return to Palestine with a cohesive, armed and trained military organization. As it became clear that the US would become a superpower, the Zionists began to try to obtain its support. In 1942, prominent Zionist leaders met in New York City at the Biltmore Hotel and publicly declared their intention to take control of all of Palestine and to establish a Jewish state. They also called for unlimited immigration into Palestine and the establishment of an approved military force there. As the world learned about the horrors of the Holocaust, the US Congress and even President Truman fully endorsed the Zionist project. And as the German defeat became imminent, the Irgun joined the Lehi in their actions against the British in Palestine, hoping to force them to change their policies or to get out of Palestine altogether. The Lehi assassinated the British Minister of State for the Middle East in Cairo in November 1944, and after the war, the Zionists established the Jewish Resistance Movement, which liberated illegal immigrants from detention camps, blew up a British radar station that was designed to detect incoming ships with illegal immigrants, as well as railway tracks, and during the Night of the Bridges, they even blew up 11 bridges connecting Palestine to adjacent countries. The Jewish insurgency left over 100 British and at least 50 Jews dead. The Arab deaths are harder to estimate, but are somewhere between several hundred and 5,000. During Operation Agatha, the British authorities arrested over 2,000 Jews and confiscated a large amount of weapons. They also confiscated large quantities of documents that implicated the Haganah in the Jewish insurgency. The British stored these documents at their headquarters at the King David Hotel. The Irgun blew up the British offices at the hotel to eliminate the evidence, killing 91 people and injuring 46 more. During the Arab Revolt, many Palestinian leaders were killed, imprisoned for years, or exiled. But during the Jewish insurgency, their leadership was already out just 4 months after their arrests. World War II is over, yay us! But now there are hundreds of thousands of Jews who survived the Holocaust and they need a new home. Well, that's easy to fix. Let's help them go to their former countries if they want to, and if not, maybe the UK can take some of them in. Or you Americans, you have plenty of space back home. I'm sure you can fit them in somewhere. Yeah, I know. We barely let them in during the Holocaust. We're not doing it now. Yeah, that's what Palestine is for. Europeans and the Americans saw Palestine and the Zionist movement as a way to both relieve their guilt for centuries of anti-Semitism, while also getting rid of Jews and setting up a Western outpost in the Middle East. There was little to no concern about what this might mean.
Again, reductive, but so true.
For the native Palestinians, who were already seeing a proto-state emerging as the British violently suppressed any attempts to form their own.
Like in one day, so that's my word of the day.
Things I care about, you're exaggerating. Unfortunately, I am not. Let me quote Churchill's comments when asked about the Balfour Declaration and how it could be an injustice to Palestinians. I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time.
Yeah, so Winston Churchill
I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance,
piece of shit. Because he's literally just being like, yep, they're animals.
That a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place.
Okay.
The reality was that Palestinians were facing a colonial project that had worldwide support and the outspoken goal of driving them from their land, and there was little they could do about it. The Palestinians at this point had no foreign ministry, no diplomats, and no centrally organized military force. In 1947, the Arab National Fund was trying to raise money for Palestine, and after a year had managed to collect about 176,000 Palestinian pounds. To put this into perspective, a single rich Jewish widow from apartheid South Africa had gifted the Jewish National Fund 1 million Palestinian pounds. In March 1945, a bunch of Arab countries formed the Arab League, but refused to allow Palestine to participate. Keep in mind that all these countries had only recently become independent, and their foreign policy was still incredibly influenced by the British. But the British were now weakened by the World War, and it had become obvious that the mess they created in Palestine was out of their control, so they began looking for a way out. The Zionists, led by David Ben-Gurion, began to prepare for the fight that would come. They came up with several plans, but ended up going for Plan C. The purpose of this plan would be to mask an offensive by retaliating with disproportionate strength to any Arab attack or provocation. Plan C was very clear about the punishments they would inflict. It also made clear that all data required could be found in the village files that the Jewish National Fund had been preparing for decades.
All right. And then, before I take off, I did want to watch this.
First of all, I think America doesn't know a lot about Palestinian people, and that's probably because America needs someone famous from a group to know about a race, right? And you think, who are famous Palestinians? Nobody really knows them. You have Yasser Arafat and Jesus, and it's who are those guys? I've never heard of them.
Mia Khalifa.
Oh, and DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled is actually ours too. Yeah. We're giving him away though. You can have him. But isn't that crazy though? The two most famous Palestinians in history are Jesus and DJ Khaled.
The fire hydrants were actually fine. Came back within 24 hours of all the flaring up. Then caught drugged out. Dude set fire on a bike. Weather is starting to cool down. Humidity is starting up, and at least President Musk wasn't attacking and lashing out like Vice President Crump.
They're very similar when you think about it. Jesus and DJ Khaled. In fact, when they came out with the New Testament, they were like,
I appreciate it,
one.
And I think you're here.
I know a lot of people do get upset with that joke because I say Jesus was Palestinian. A couple things about this, okay? First of all, the name Palestine traces back to a root that goes before Jesus' time.
This is nothing. I think that Michael Vile just popped in because he saw that I was covering the LA fires from the title.
In fact, Syria Palestina was what the Romans and Greeks called the broader area. So it was a term that existed, but Jesus specifically was born in Judea and he was ethnically Jewish. But he was born in the land that is now Palestine because Bethlehem is in the West Bank of Palestine.
Oh, can I ask how y'all managed to get to this from fires? Oh, because, I mean, I'm a leftist streamer who, I'm not exactly crazy about, the way that we've been gaslit into just being no, it's totally cool what the IDF is doing to the Palestinian people. Again, you can disagree with everything that, oh my God, I'm blanking. Hamas had done on October 7th, and you can disagree with all of it, and like the human shields, any of it, but it's just the disproportionate use of force and then just ignoring the fact that they are blatantly being like, I don't know, what's the G word that we tend to use? Because I don't know, man, it's getting a little wild. And then you guys did you guys, sorry, I hate doing that. Sorry. My bad. Then they go into Lebanon. Like, come on, man.
So
come on. Like, as an American, as somebody that you're right. I did the thing. I admitted it, and I walked it back, and I apologized.
Here in America, 2,000 years ago,
again, not very American of me to walk something back and just be like, my bad. I caught myself as immediately as I did it.
Native American.
It's also, right now, it's almost 2 a.m. where I'm at, and I've been on for almost 9 hours, and
American.
So,
by the same
I
logic,
have some excuses,
Jesus
but
is
at the
native
same time,
Palestinian. And yes, he's Jewish.
I will stand behind it.
He was ethnically Jewish. Jesus was Jewish and Palestinian. He was the solution to the Middle East in one person. Yeah. This isn't a sermon, don't worry. I'm just saying we know Jesus was Jewish because he didn't celebrate the Christian holidays, right? He didn't do Christmas. He really didn't like Easter. Definitely did not do Easter.
He didn't like Easter.
Every Christmas Eve, he'd be at a Chinese restaurant locally. Like, he was Jewish. And we know Jesus was Palestinian because he broke out of a cave in a matter of 3 days. That requires a tunnel. We know this. Jesus was Jewish and Palestinian. And black, for sure. He was black.
His name wasn't even Jesus. It was Yeshua Bar Yosef.
It is nice that America's finally waking up and becoming aware of how serious this issue and how this issue affects all of us. Watching everything fall apart in the last few weeks has been extremely disheartening. I know I come off as I know how to put on a game face for shows, but I've been really depressed. There's people right now who are suffering a deeply tragic situation. People are being killed.
This has got to be rough to do as a stand-up comedian
right now, and we are not over.
And know that this is what you're doing.
We are here in the first world, and so I think it is important for us to remember that we should not be the ones adding fuel to the fire. We should be helping. We should be stopping this madness. That's my opinion. Okay. What the Palestinians are going through right now is by definition of a genocide. You can get upset with that if you want, but a lot of people you're changing the definition of genocide. No, you didn't know what the definition of genocide was. You have to look it up. It turns out there's been a lot of genocides that you didn't think about because that's the definition of genocide. Here's the positive part. The Palestinian people are strong. The Palestinian people are very, very strong. They're the only ones who could be surviving this madness. We have good, innocent civilians fighting for their lives against the deprivation of basic human rights. We're going to cut off their food.
I love how many awkward white dudes, bald white dudes, are sitting in that crowd just silent
cut
right
off
now.
Their water. It's
it's fun.
Have you heard of Ramadan? They've been training for this their whole lives. You're messing with the wrong folks. This just brings them closer to God.
That one I haven't, no.
Can you imagine if the people who control America's water and food cut off our water and food? We'd be storming the Capitol tomorrow. We'd be eating each other on day 3. The vegans would go first. You'd have 10 January 6th at the Capitol.
No, but you do know damn well that if you were bombing a city on the scale that they were bombing Lebanon, that it would be without that Iron Dome, that's a 1-to-1.
But we'd be eating Nancy Pelosi right in front of her. Can you imagine if people blacked out our internet? Gen Z's head would explode the first day. There couldn't even be a genocide. There'd be a mass suicide before it even started. So people are suffering, and
I mean, as an American seeing this, literally from the out, listen, I'm not one of the leftists that's this is how you solve it, and I'm going to sit here with, authority on how to solve it. I am literally just saying, no, but this is what, the government that, Benjamin Netanyahu and this is what they're doing. This is what they're covering up. If there wasn't this whole campaign to cover up the atrocities that are happening, then maybe there wouldn't be such pushback and there wouldn't be this guilt to just be well, it's totally justified. Well, it's totally justified, even though every world power has gone, Nah.
The least we can do
you lost the plot, bro.
is try and help and try to create an aura of peace. And this also means seeing through propaganda. There's a
Plus, can we all just admit that Ben Gvir is a fucking demon?
lot of propaganda going on right now that's trying to destroy the character of a lot of different people and divide us all. You have to understand, there's propaganda that's making Arabs look bad. It's a full-on smear campaign against Arabs. And the same thing for Jewish people, too, a smear campaign.
A smear campaign.
If you're Arab, if you're Muslim, if you're Jewish, you need
Ben Gvir is literally your Donald Rumsfeld.
No, we are being divided and we are being torn apart.
Hence why, again, I became so politically active was because of someone like that.
By fucking warlords right now. This is
They'll
not.
give Netanyahu guy a peace offering and say he caused it all. Americans will be happy, and that in a few years Israel will try again. Yep. This is not. Well, that's what happened in 2003.
Not reflective of our people, of our histories, and correct me if I'm wrong, plus or minus, but there's about 7 million Jews in Israel, and there's about 7 million Palestinians. Could be plus or minus. Could be about 6 to 7. Jewish people want a Jewish state. Palestinian people want a Palestinian state. There's only a couple ways it's going to happen. There's either going to be 2 states, there's going to be 1 state where the land is shared, or there's going to be a genocide. Be on the team of not choosing genocide. That's all the basic premise is. Don't.
Right. And that's why we all kind of go, nah, there's a lot of people that are convincing themselves to be on the team of genocide. And honestly, when they get called out on it and they're just like, what do you mean? And they just can't do the correlation where it's like, well, you don't want them here. You don't want them there. You want them nowhere. Genocide.
Don't choose the genocide. Mathematically, the land is to be shared, not taken. I wrote that myself when I was high. The land is to be shared, not...
Unfortunately, as much as I want to say, like, no, you can't do that. You can't. I'm sorry. You don't get to do that because I don't get to do that as an American. I don't get that charity. Do you know how many times I've had, my president, whether it be Trump, Biden, Obama, any of these assholes, from an international perspective, technically they're speaking for me as an American. I am an have been an international traveler. Haven't been international in a while, but I'll tell you right now, man, especially because I was like pre-Trump. Yeah, man, I got a lot of that.
I wish we could just spread the whole world like a CBD mist over the whole world at one time, but nobody would allow that. You couldn't get that clearance through the government. You'd have to just a full-on grassroots movement to just, and an indica too. No sativa bullshit. We don't need more anxiety in this world. Just spray the whole world down with an indica, get everybody into couch, and then we can have a real conversation. Trust me, I've been making bits about the...
No, but it doesn't make it right, but that also doesn't make what, but that's the thing. Like, you can say that, but then who is right? Because you're technically arguing for, what Gvir and all these guys are doing at that point. Because, Rion, that's why I'm trying to be fair here, man, because you seem like you're actually pretty sensible about this. If you think, I think you should talk to some leftist Zionists if you want interesting. Honestly, if you got any leftist Zionists, I would love to talk to them because that's a term I have not heard, especially in America here, in the last 2 years. A leftist Zionist, I would actually love to talk to them. So if you could point me in the right direction, I would love that. But I just don't see that because, again, listen, and I'm not speaking on this as your average American because, again, I was part of the cult that I was. Now, I don't want to insult you any more than I already kind of have here. I understand that this is this is good. We're having a good conversation. But realistically, if I was still in my Christian faith, and I'm talking my Christian faith that the specific one I was part of, again, dude, technically, you're heating the seat for me. You do realize that, right? That A lot of evangelical Christians are. You think that it's bad that you guys are displacing, again, I did the thing. Sorry, but you think it's bad that like we are perceiving it as Israelis are displacing Palestinians? How would you look at it if all of a sudden that Americans wanted to come and displace you?
Situation for many, many years.
How would you feel? And I actually mean that. I'm not doing this to be a dick. I want to know how you would feel if, like, an American like me who went to a church that had a pastor that was just like, yeah, you know what? They did this to the West Bank. You know what? No, it's God's property and we're God's people. We're actually God's children because trust me, man, they've convinced themselves of that one.
To do it without being a complete downer. And also,
I know that's not what you said or what you meant. So I'm just saying in general.
Coming across as insensitive. I also choose my words very carefully.
No. I'll admit my, I saw a Zionist and immediately was like, okay, that just automatically means that you are saying that, the whole kingdom of Zion has a place in this argument.
And you can never satisfy everybody. People are always going to get offended by one thing you might say. And then there's the other.
And I say kingdom of Zion just because it's easier for me to just be like, well, for us, it's igniting the Battle of Armageddon so we can all kickstart that whole, rapture thing.
People who are like, you didn't go hard enough.
All it takes is a preacher to say it's been a while since we've had a crusade and let's do it again. Why not? Yeah,
somebody asked me, why don't you make jokes about Israel?
Thank you.
I usually say Palestine because you can often get in trouble for criticizing Israel.
I understand the Jews don't answer to Jesus. Bro. Trust me.
That's the other
I
thing
understand
too.
that.
People aren't pronouncing the names right. That's really annoying.
It's not about them answering to Jesus. It's about them answering to the Americans who think that they answer to Jesus and that they're on their land. We've all seen how that goes.
I heard somebody call it Palestine.
Again, you think Israel's good at this.
Like, this is in Ohio, bro. Like, I heard somebody call it Gaza. Like, no, it's Gaza. Or if you're Arab, say Gaza. Yeah. Or as Israelis say, Hamas.
Come on, you gotta admit that's funny.
Even Israel too. You have these southern politicians like, Israel. I stand with Israel. Like, dude, if you stand with them, say it how they say it. They say it Israel. Or as Arabs call it Palestine. Like, learn.
I mean, I even learned how to put the fucking little bit on it too.
Learn the names. But my friend was like, why don't you make jokes about the Israeli military? Are you scared? I'm like, no, I'm an American. I pay taxes. I can make fun of anybody I support, right? The reason I don't make fun of the Israeli military, it's because
again, Zionist Christians that were just like thinking, we're saying it right.
I tried before and it's failed. I posted a joke about the Israeli military.
A bunch of like white people trying to pronounce. Dude, trust me. You think this is cringy? You should see like a bunch of white people getting together and ordering, tacos at an authentic Mexican restaurant.
So I did. I listened to the people. I didn't give up. I tried again. I posted another joke about the Israeli military.
I want carne asada.
And people were like, don't quit your day job, which hurts because I don't have a day job. So I took it down. But I never give up. That's the perseverance of the past.
But that's what I'm saying. It can't go from being Zionist to someone being like, accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, Jew. Are we going to free God's kingdom from... No, see, that's funny because like... They don't want to see it that way, but that's how the Christian... Guys, here's your daily... This is your dose of welcome to American stupid. This is how they think. I can't wait till it comes to your shores.
Indians. I posted another one. People flagged it so much, Instagram took it down. So yeah, I don't do that. Because when the people beg me to stop bombing, I stop.
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure. I'm not bombing right now, right?
All right. That was more for the comedians in the back. Oh, that was good. And when they ask me to stop bombing, I do. That was pretty funny. He's correct about Gaza being Raza by a lot of Arabs. That's true, but the name Gaza comes from Egyptian pronunciation. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that a whole referendum. Actually, like, Ryan, I thought that you were actually from Russia just because you were being a little coy about it, and I looked up the time, and yeah, my buddy, he lives in Kyiv. So when I saw, like, my world clock, it was already set to Kyiv, and you had said 4. It was also 4 o'clock there. So, but Israel in Israel is pronounced with an S like sock. So the vowels are short. It's S rule Asriel, right? Asriel? Oh, I get it. No. I actually get that. Hey, Squish. I'm glad you're home. Yeah, I'm gonna be hopping off here in a minute. Just realized I'm going for like 9 hours. Honestly, Ryan, you still haven't followed me. I'm having fun talking to you. Like, if you want to do this again, I would not mind, but I understand that it's super early, late, whatever, because your sleep schedule is completely effed, but I actually enjoy talking to you about this. Like, you're a pretty cool dude. So, honestly, again, I'm all about having good faith discussions, coming to an understanding, and like the fact that you're even here, like, and you're just not like, oh, F this guy. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Again, my favorite Joe Bidenism. Come on, man. And let's just admit, he did look pretty badass in Aviators. Thank you at Pep Talks Farewell. Yeah, I should probably, you're a lot more laid back than most Western leftists I talk to. Thank you. No, man, I try. Listen, I've been in your shoes. Not as an Israeli, but I have literally been in your shoes. I have been in your shoes as somebody that not only believed in Jesus, but I believed in him in a way that made people uncomfortable. I'm Israeli and gay. I don't get much truly rooting for me. Well, number one, welcome. Me, myself, I am cis, but dude, I literally have one rule on in this entire community, and that's if you make fun of trans people, get out of here. I'm not dealing with that. I have too many people in my life that, are trans and also that I love. So I'm just not dealing with that. And like, I hate people that are so quick to dehumanize kind of thing. And again, the fact that you're in that position. Like, I'm in America. Like, I've said this so many different times. Nice. I like that. Come on, man. Emote. I just saw that. Nice. But yeah, man, I'm just saying, like, I've been there, so. I follow Jess Rappaport, so, like, she's kind of funny. Yeah. That sucks, though. That sucks that, like, I hope that you understand that, Viva Israel. Oh, come on. Let's not do that. Like, Govin. I mean, no, we're very free. This is why I don't like doing the leftist thing either. Like, I'm free Palestine, but I'm specifically, like, again, I am of it. I am of it where I'm like, hey, no genocide, and you guys can work out the world stuff there, because that's not really my place. We can't even work out our stuff as Americans, so who am I to say, you guys should do such and such with your, anything. There's a lot to say about the IDF as well, from an insider's perspective. That's why I was saying, like, please, like, I hope you stick around in this community for a little bit, like, because I do want to actually have a conversation with you at some point, about, like, because I don't want to assume, but you were, like, did you have to do forced conscription into the military, since you're an Israeli citizen? 60%. Oh, it's only 60%. How's that work? Like, I mean, so I'm assuming that there's, like, health and a few things like that, but man, the Italian military, they don't give a fuck. Not at all. They don't care, man. You can be severely obese. They will take you to court if you're an Italian citizen and you don't go back. That happened to one of my friends. Inverted Mystic, China, we're the Communist Party. We're not paying Qing Dynasty debt. FU. Also, China Qing Dynasty owes Taiwan. Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. Your health, faith, or health, faith, Orthodox Jews, excuse. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's, yeah, exactly. Oh, wait a minute. So the Orthodox Jews, the ones that, again, Gavir, oh my God. That makes me even angrier. And you know what? You do, Ryan, can I just ask you this? Like, this is literally just a me to you thing. I don't give a shit about any of these other people. I'm sorry. Well, like in this context, like, do you think that's messed up? That Orthodox Jews don't need to serve, but they're the ones that are kind of just going, hey, Sorry, somebody just sent me a message. I think you have a lot of angst against leftism, but the problem is the complaints are just things people do, nothing really to do against leftism. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I'm not sure if they're making the case against leftism necessarily. I think it's against just anti-Zionism, which is different. I was gonna say, you give a shit about me? I give a shit. Listen, I give a shit about all of you. I was talking about in the context of just like, no, this is literally just me asking, like, because I genuinely care for that answer, but oh shit, I didn't see that. You just answered something. Israeli Arabs naturally aren't forced. Yeah, kind of effed up. However, a lot of them volunteer in hospitals and schools. A lot of them serve for a year, then go back and study the Torah. They have a lot of respect for me. Nice. Or from me. I mean, again, I have a pretty unique perspective on this too, where my personal perspective on this is that I don't believe in land. Like, I don't believe in like ancestral lands kind of shit. I just don't, because that, but I'm also coming from a very selfish perspective. I don't have kids. I don't plan on having kids, and honestly, like this, I don't have faith. I'll just say it. I don't have faith. I don't have faith in any Lord, God, any of it. I think that when we're dead, we're dead. We're here, we're gone. It's the same way that when you weren't here, that's literally the same existence you're going to experience when you're gone. That's how I think. Therefore, what use does land have to anybody outside of that? The Crusades were objectively funny. I'm surprised Muslims are still mad about them. I have so many Muslim friends. I mean, dude, I have a very interesting thing with the Crusades, because I found out later in life that I might not have been taught the 100% facts of the Crusades. So, Might have been a little bit of a biased view of history, if you know what I mean. Which, it was wild. I'm not going to lie. It was just like, I'm sorry, we did what now? I remember the first time my friend heard me just be like, we didn't do that. And he was like, what? The thing to remember is who the majority of the people are serving in the IDF. 18 to 20-year-olds fresh out of high school. Land doesn't have anything to do with it. With the war, for the vast majority of them, if any are motivated by passion. No, but they're also, no, that's ignoring the fact that a lot of them have cultural identity through their... No. Honestly, I can speak to this, because I can say that I didn't get that. I was one of the ones that didn't get the blind, patriotic fucking vitriol to go to war. Because I was kind of like, nah, this doesn't make a lot of sense, and I kind of saw it as, what it was, where I was like, no, I think they're trying to fool us into kind of going into a draft here, guys, because they can't draft us. And I had learned from somebody that our military at that point was, so understaffed. I was like, guys, I think we're being duped. Thank God for my last name. I'm not even kidding. My last name got me out of the military because I went and I went for the Army Rangers and I did a whole testing for them and everything. And I met this Sergeant Devos, who he made one joke about my last name where he was just like, Pepper? We'll have to make you a sergeant for sure. Listen, I have already dealt with all the doctor jokes. I have already dealt with pretty much anything that you can think of where it's salt and pepper, any of it. Only up until recently did I actually embrace my last name. But guess what? That got me out of the military because I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna go into the military for a bunch of Sergeant Pepper jokes. Only Western countries are evil. The Mongol, literally killing so many people they dropped the carbon content of the atmosphere. I mean, not anymore, but yes, at that time. Come on, let's not play that game where it's just like, oh, okay, are we gonna play cancel culture? Are we gonna go and start testing bloodlines? Because I think that that whole surprise that a lot of us have Mongol blood because of just how many people he effed at that point. Supposedly my blood goes all the way back to the King Baldwin of Jerusalem, but my studies I never found that he had kids. I don't know. I don't know. I found out that I'm Dutch German, so that's fun. From this early 1700s. That's the earliest ancestor that I have. My neighbor was murdered in Nova Party on October 7th. She was 19. Leftist and an activist for peace. Oh man. Rest in peace. See, that sucks. Hey, Duke. I'll just say this. Don't say probably a relative. Ask. Was it a relative? Because, listen, we can make jokes about assuming, but that one, come on, man. At least ask. Especially when you're talking about a neighbor who is no longer with us kind of thing. I'm going to have to come up with something original that no one has said. There it is. You did it. I love how Spanish has just become a minority language and Spain got away with it. Yep. You really hear leftists get on Spain's vast colonial empire. No, you only hear leftists talk about how based Barcelona is and how we need to make walkable cities. Vosh! Sorry. 25% into it and 75% white mutt. Or Inuit. Oh, sorry. Into it. I literally... You doing TurboTax? let's see, what am I? I'm like European mutt, pretty much. Like, I got 25% Irish, 25% German, 25% British, and then 25% German Dutch. Or Czechoslovakian, sorry. I already covered that one. So, yeah. Thing is, like, again, I only know that because my grandpa, he was second generation Czech. My grandma was second generation Brit. And then my grandmother was third generation Irish, and my grandfather was second generation German. So that's why it's so funny when people are like, they talk about reparations and all that, and I'm just like, oh, we immigrated. It's like, yo, we white, but we you do know that they were racist against all of us, right? Like, especially at that time. Shit, my family were like poor farmers for a long time. Long time. You asked if I had to serve, and you would not believe where I'm texting this from. You do realize that makes this a little bit cooler for me? I don't know what I am. I'm just white. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ivy? Ivy oi. Hey, yo, yo, yo. I can't believe that you're here at 2 a.m. I can't believe I'm here at 2 a.m. I'm 9 hours into this frickin' stream. I'm 1% Chinese, 1% native, 23% French. Wow. Wait, what's the rest? I'm center left, imagine that. No, Ryan, honestly, dude, I'm gonna bother you one more time. Please follow this channel so we can at least, like, maybe talk again. I love having these types of conversations. Sleep, what's that? Popcorn. I have to pay reparations to myself because I'm white passing. Oh, this is funnier though. Fine, but before you leave, if you don't follow me, I'm gonna be mad. I will. All right, I won't be mad. I'll be disappointed. Hey, it worked for my dad. So anytime that he'd be like, I'm not mad at you, I'm disappointed, I would legit feel like, oh. 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 No, you do. No, dude, honestly. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, I at least want you to, like, follow just so you're, like, part of, like, the community for, like, future conversations because you are a pretty good faith person, man. Like, and I don't use that term like as openly as every freaking leftist YouTuber because I hate how often it's used. Be mad or disappointed, most of the world is. LMAO. What's our conversation in one word, peeps? Israel, Palestine. Ryan is a IDF or a I almost called you a Palestinian. Oh. No, I think you're an Israeli who is doing some of his conscription time from what I've come to gather. But you are a centrist, a center leftist Israeli, which is awesome. An IDF Palestinian. I mean, listen, let's not get him into trouble, okay? I know French Canadian trapper got with Inuit ancestor. I have French blood in me. Devastating. Zionist IDF soldier, left to center and gay. If you don't join this community, I am legit going to be mad at you. You fit in so well here. You do realize that, right? Like, I'm not one of your typical leftist streamers, so. I'm so tired of the surrender jokes. Yeah. Listen, again, it's so easy for me as an American. It's so easy for all of us as like an American just to like have our opinions about it, especially like you actually kind of called me out and I appreciate it, but I hope you can at least admit that I am like a little more educated on this than a lot of people give credit for. Because like I'm trying to see this as like much as I can say. Like conscription is conscription, gay is gay, join is join. Yeah. Well, did you see that thing about the whole like fire department in LA where or not even Trump, it was Jesse Waters was on Fox News and he was just like, did you see that the head of the LA fire department was trans? DEI is the reason that LA's burning. It's whatever. I thought that said conscription was constipation. All right, let's see. Yeah, I got another like 10, 20 minutes in me. Thinking 9.5 hours, right? That's about it. That's a sweet spot. You're doing a lot better in being able to have a calm conversation. A lot better. Oh, no, man. Like, this is the nice part about having somebody like me that's, like, trust me, man. I can be completely honest with you, Ryan. A lot of leftists think that I'm undereducated on this because I'm not trying to do like my normal argument where it's like, I didn't go to college, but it really does come down to that a lot of times where they're just like, oh, so you didn't even go to college? You didn't read such and such. You didn't read such and such. You didn't read such and... I hate that shit. Like, I really hate that shit. As a leftist, I definitely hate that shit. Squishmallow, thank you for the tier 1 sub, by the way. I just saw that. Thank you. But yeah, like, we need to do, like, if there's one thing I want to fucking preach to the left is we need to do a lot better about that. Less condescension, more open arms. Because you see how I'm treating Ryan here? If I was to, like, do what Sam Cedar or... Actually, if he was... not Sam Cedar, even. I'll give Matt Leck. If he were to talk to Matt Leck would be losing his mind right now on him. So... What's the latest vibe, Pep? Things are changing a ton these days. Where are we? Or where are we today? Well, California's on fire. I'm not sure if you knew that. Although it's not as on fire, although the Palisades aren't coming down. They got 35% of it contained as of an hour ago, so. But other than that, listen. Things may not look well, but we are living in a time where we're pretty comfortable, right? Especially in America, Canada, Western world. If you're living in a Western world type of scenario, then you're already like one leg up. But I don't know. We just need to be nicer to each other. We really do. This is why our cities are burning. Your trans individual power god is angry at us. Look at those signs. You you thought 2020 was a joke. You can't. I didn't. Lab leak or not, I just don't think it was fucking overt. Trans fire chief forgot to hit that no fire button. Now Western civilization is doomed. Can a realist be a position other than left or right? I wish, just so I could just be like, I'm a realist, and then they'd be like, okay, that's enough, and then I wouldn't have to explain my position anymore. But here we are. And this is the position that, like, this is literally, like, what I chose to do was be not just a, streamer on YouTube and Twitch, but also be a political streamer on YouTube and Twitch within the left and actually have some, Mr. Pepper, you gotta stop shitting on the left, please. I'm sorry, man. No, Duke. Actually, for real, man. Like, I'm sorry. You keep bringing that up, and I'm trying to get better about that. I'm not trying to shit on the left, and I understand when you said that when I do that, it's kind of what I was saying earlier, like I'm giving them ammo. I understand that, so you're right. By the way, I'd like to add another layer and consider the Israeli government, Israeli people, and IDF. Okay. What if God isn't transphobe or not? It's assuming he exists or they exist. Then people just get up there and are all like, damn, I thought you wanted me to hate trans people. Or no, it's more sad is like, I'm going to be real with you. And this is like probably one of the most morbid thoughts that I have is the fact that, I don't think that they even get that. Like, this is what sucks, because a lot of people are like, oh, you think these people die, and then they have that last moment of, oh, I was wrong? No, because they don't know. In my belief system, you don't even get the time to know. It's just a blackout. You ever been knocked out? If any of you have ever been knocked out, that's what I believe in. There you go. I'm halfway through mandatory service. I wasn't 18 last election like a lot of my peers. We didn't get to vote because before starting our service. Oh, that sucks. Oh, IVOI, thank you for the gifted subs. Oh crap, I didn't see those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And a shout out to IVOI. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm getting used to Twitch. Also, be very nice to Unimoogle, please. She's getting used to Twitch. She literally just started it, so in exactly 12 days, I'm halfway through. Nice. Personally, not an atheist. I'm like Hindu. You're like Hindu, or are you Hindu yogi, or are you more like Hindu? Like when you say Hindu, and like again, I'm doing like the fucking American version of this, like, oh, you like the Hare Krishnas? I believe in being knocked out too. That's great. No, for a hot minute, I thought I was Buddhist. For about 2 years, thought I was, Rastafarian. You believe in reincarnation? That must be nice. No, I wish I could. I'm also new to Twitch. What's the star by the name? I don't know. I actually don't know. This is where the boomer pepper comes in. Yeah, I legit don't know. Oh wait, does that mean that you're no, hold on. I think that you're a first time in my chat. No, because Inverted Mystic's been here before. I don't know. You know what? I don't give a crap. I dreamt of a Hindu god before I knew what they looked like. It was exactly like that. Oh, that's correct. I mean, hey, listen. I'm not that type of atheist where I'm going to, like, yeah. Ryan, follow the damn channel. You're about to get a gifted sub. Damn, you can't even... Someone's about to pay for your ability to be in my community and you're just like, nah. even though I have literally been talking with this guy for the past 4 hours, or 5 hours at least. Do it! Do it! Otherwise I will be so angry. No, man, I'm gonna go to bed so dejected. Like, this gonna suck. I'm at 9.5 hours in my stream. Couldn't even sub, but... Damn. Alright, let's see how it is. I see how it is. Inverted Mystic, I believe in reincarnation, but I don't believe there is like an afterlife. You don't go up there as a soul cleaner. No. Okay. I mean, that... I have been sleeping for 2 to 3 hours of those 5. No, that's what I mean, though. I already gifted them, so... No, I saw that. No, they gotta follow me, though. Did they not follow me? Yeah, they don't follow me. That's why I kept saying... No, that's why I've been bugging them. They gotta follow my Twitch channel. Whatever. If they don't want to, they don't want to. I'm not gonna... Honestly, I'm just busting balls at this point. Oh, that's how they got the start. Oh, I didn't know that. Gotcha. Okay, cool. What if skinwalkers are real? Pep talks. That'd be scary. How does your community feel about me following? That's interesting. I think they're... You do realize that my community just paid for you to be here, right? I didn't. That wasn't me. That was my community. My community apparently likes you. So, no, man. Dude, you're a leftist Zionist gay IDF soldier. Like, you do realize that you're a bit of a novelty. I'm not even trying to be a dick about it, but for real. Like, what? Listen, I had a therapist that was a gay Catholic guy who was literally therapizing, and that's my word, a freaking an atheist. So, like, an atheist cis kid. Like, what? Should sleep in 3-hour increments. If doing that, it'll be better for your rhythm. Yeah. That's actually what I used to do when I had full-on insomnia. I used to, Duke, I also used to do the 20-minute cat naps when I was working like a madman. I'm a likable person. No, you're great. No, honestly, you're great. I actually, we're a lot more in common than you think. No, that's why I'm saying I was getting mad where I didn't see you in my, like you had joined my, my channel. So I was like, nah, man, I hope that you are sub because that would be awesome. No, excuse me. It says Ryan is sub for me. Otherwise, I'd buy a sub for them. Guys, can I tell you something I was thinking about when I was a teen? Go ahead. Devilman, I believe that all matter is merely energy condensed into slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness extreme. Wow. Hey, Peps, how's your weather? Pretty good. 21 degrees and calm. I know a trans soldier as well. His top surgery is this month. Nice. His or hers? If they're getting top surgery, then I'm assuming that it's hers. If you don't know, then just say theirs, please. That's one thing, again, a little sensitive too, okay? And the only reason I'm sensitive to it is because I know enough of my community is trans. Oh, trans mask, my bad. No, my bad. Like, totally my bad. Like, I walked that back. It's fucked up, but like, what? But what if, like, actual National Socialism is actually a correct ideology? But, like, morbidly, that's the ideology that the Nazis choose to. Yeah. Well, then maybe not do the whole, like, we are superior race, we must exterminate the other race type. I don't know. Just on a side on that one. There we go. Again, gay. I went to Pride in Tel Aviv a year or two ago with my friends. Best friend, 13 years, was also trans mask. Nice. Yeah, one of my best friends is trans femme, so that's why I'm very, no, make fun of my friends. No nationalism is a reactionary cult. Stop. Actually, yeah, you know what? No, Duke, thank you. That's it. I'm glad that I didn't even have to think about that. You actually answered it before I even thought about the answer. So, but that's a good one. We're allowed to explore this, or we're not allowed to explore this. What do you mean we're not allowed to? Yeah, you are. Especially in America. Like, you do realize, like, the Nazi Party, like, in whatever chapter, it's covered under our Freedom of Speech Act. So, like, dude, we've had a bunch of these rallies. Like, where do you think the Proud Boys started? The thing is, they started realizing that wearing the red armbands and going, like, you know, full WW2 with it was kind of maybe not the right optics. You can explore anything. Yeah, that's how I knew I was cis. I did have that moment where I was just like, oh. You ever felt bad? Like, I'm not sure if you guys ever... Well, you probably didn't. This is probably a unique experience to me, but I apparently am just, like, so nice that when, like, I went through my experiences where I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I felt bad. Like, no, I'm good. Thank you. You have a good day. Honestly. That's why when I meet, like, you know, cis white males and they're, like, not comfortable in their sexuality, I fucking, dude, that's a field day for me, man. Oh my god. That's why, like, I have the opinion I do. Like, it's not even just an opinion. That's why I kind of, like, know. Like, this is why white dudes are so up in arms about, like, the trans thing, is because, and I know this is, like, somebody's getting word of the day reductive, but also somebody said that this is a way to just say, oh no, like, they're not like that. It's literally that they have a crush on trans females, and they don't, like, now they're doing that thing where they're like, but I don't know. What if they have a penis? It's just like, oh my god, you guys are pathetic. I was just a dumb thing at the end of I was a dumb thing in the mind of a teenager. Yeah. I mean, dude. Like, listen, if we can't be okay with people having their growth arcs, like, this is another thing that I appreciate about Hassan, is like how he has made it a thing where he's like, yeah, no, I'm all about, like, reform, and I'm all about people, like, coming together and just being like, you know, or changing their ideas on, you know, something later in life. I'm all about that. Same. It was just a dumb thing in the mind of a teenager. Huh. Well, I mean, I was never pro-genocide. I'd hope not. Surprise P3-in-1s make it so it's not boring. Actually, if you don't mind me asking, Ryan, what is the policy? Like, because I know what the U.S. policy, like when I was in the, well, when I was in the military, when they were trying to recruit me to the military, that's when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was, like, in its prime. And now we have, like, trans military members and gay military members. So, are they cool with you being out, or, like, how's that work? All right, I got 20 more minutes in me. I'll be right back. Chris Ballard Jr. Hey, are you guys high? I'm literally charging up my Scaredy Bear right now, so give me a minute. As I said, I got 20 minutes more in me. If you do the IDF as a trans person, the IDF will fund your transition. Dude, based. How the hell is the IDF somehow more based than our own fucking military? What? Dude, my little bro is a flaming gay. I'm not sure if that's like the technical term I would flamey. You do realize that like that's kind of like a part of like the last, vestige of the generation. But Rome, I'm giving you this one because you're Gen X. Flaming gay, me and my little bros would go to the gay bars with him. Best, yeah, no. This is why I am the way I am. I don't freak out when gay guys hit on me. I don't care. Like, you know what? I appreciate it. I genuinely do. Like, I always thought it was weird when they're just like, oh, this gay guy hit on me. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'm like, that's a compliment and a half, dude. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Israeli leftists are pretty dope. You know what? Because we have been so in our own thing, like, this is actually kind of a nice refresher. Like, we're gonna have to work it out. I'm gonna have to talk to you. Like, I'm here. If you can, please join the Discord so we can set up a voice chat with this one, because I'm not even kidding. This is... There's somebody I would like to talk to. I keep having to do this from my phone because my stupid permalink never took on my computer. I don't know why. And I don't want to ask why. Because I'm like, I'm just bad at technology, guys. You're on Twitch, right? Yeah. Cool. You don't have Discord? LOL. Download it. You should download it anyway, honestly. Discord's awesome. All right, so when did it turn from no lie to just cap? Because we used to just be like, no lie. All right, give me a second. Ugh. Wow. Okay. Some Miles Davis playing upstairs. That was nice. I'm so young, I understand Gen Alpha slang. Ooh. And I'm so old, I had to learn that Skibbity Toilet was... I had to literally learn it at Walmart when I was like, that's what that is? Whatever. Trust me, you'll all be here. I'm 38. You'll all be edging 40 and then hopefully look as good as I do and also be as base as I am. Won't have kids dragging you down? Nah, I'm kidding. I hope everybody has happy lives that they are all fulfilled with. When you're drafted, your national property... since your property, the Army-State is responsible for your health care. You don't have insurance, so you have to go through the process while you're in the Army. The Army will help you. Oh, nice. So it's technicality. Let's learn what glizzy is. What's wrong with saying hot dog? Wait, they don't call a hot dog a hot dog? Wait. As a Chicagoan, this is actually a fucking no. You don't drop that atrocity on me like it's no. Just an aside. They call a hot dog a glizzy? No, you're fucking with me right now. No. I thought a glizzy was a Glock. See, I would actually think that too. A Glock 9, hell yeah, dude. A glizzy? Chris. It's now on us to take it back. So anytime we go to the range, we go, I got my glizzy. Glizzy's called a hit dog. No, for real? What the hell? What? They call it a hot dog? That's what they call it? Shut the fuck up. No, as a Chicagoan, I refuse to accept this. No, if I swear to God, I'm not even kidding. I haven't heard this. So if I'm at there's a good chance this could happen. Oh my God, I could go viral for it too. And if I hear some kid at a hot dog stand go, yo, I want a glizzy with Chicago style, I want to smack the crap out of him. What? No. Not okay. LOL. I know, right? I'm like 37. My 7-year-old keeps me in the loop. Oh, gotcha. Again, glad you had kids. Glad I didn't. I learned that from my 12-year-old nephew. Nice. You know what? My nephew's 6, so I'm not in the world of glizzy, and fortunately, he never got into that skibbity toilet crap or any of that. So he's super into Mario, and he loves the fact that I can do Mario impressions. It's a me, Mario. Actually, it wasn't that great one. I do a Luigi too. A proletariat, Mario. Luigi, what are you doing with the 3D printer? No, Mario, I've had it. My insurance claim got denied again. Luigi, please don't do it. You must know what this means for the business. Sorry, I didn't mean to add the little spice to it. Glizzy and Golf of America is new time, man. Oh, it's not. The first trans officer in the IDF got his rank in 2018. God, it's weird to admit that there's something based in the IDF. But at the same time, just thinking like, yeah, how that worked. I thought it meant dick, but like they would use a hot dog instead of, yeah, that's what, like, yeah, but that isn't, wait, am I like 2 generations behind? Like, are we not doing eggplant no more? Wait, so the eggplant's out. All right, good to know. I do Luigi too, denied both, yeah. Is it bad that I legit drew my nephew a picture of Luigi this Christmas, knowing damn well that his dad was gonna look at it and go, Uncle Pepper drew this? He knows what's up. Actually, we had a really funny, awkward conversation during the summer. Like, he came over and he was just like, oh, so what are you doing now? And he's a venture capitalist. Like, he invests in cryptocurrency, and like that's his whole thing is venture capital. So I just, without missing a beat, went, oh, I make anti-capitalist content, and Dude, it was an awkward silence, and he was like, okay. You want a beer? Yes, I do. Oh, man. Fun times. Oh, Squish. Squishmallow. Do you have any updates on what's going on with Adrian Vixen's Twitch situation? I popped on to her YouTube or her YouTube stream today, but I didn't have enough time to really ask, so I just hope that I hope everything's going good with her, because I saw that she's like on the verge of homelessness, and I'm just like, oh god. Ah. All right, that's pretty funny. God, that actually looks very convincing. I have a lot of old comic books, so that panel actually looks like it's real. Oh, no, it is. It's when he's in the mouth of somebody. No, I actually recognize that one. Yeah. He gets shrank down. That's fine. Bing bong, punching your nutties. Yeah. Actually, that might be the panel. Your nutties. Alright, that's pretty funny. Oh god. Yeah, if you guys haven't if you guys don't know her, here. I think they're definitely sorry. Pronouns. Sorry, 38. Trying to get that used to that shit. I think they're indefinitely banned from Twitch, from what I heard. Indefinitely? Bro. Damn it. I was really hoping that they would be able to get back on. That sucks. Pro-Trump means not really pro-Trump. Making fun of the wall. Hell yeah. See, this is why we have the Discord. I did see they streamed today on YouTube, but I was too late. Yeah, so what happened is they broke it up into two, because I went on when right before MR was starting, and they stopped it, like, hard right there. So I was like, oh shit. So I watched MR for a little bit, but then halfway through MR I saw that they were back on. So I was like, oh, I'll try and go support. It's because the IDF is mostly 20-year-olds, and like 20-year-olds, most places you'll have a lot of LGBT folk. The fact that it's seen like that now, it's wild. It's wild. Can we just acknowledge how fucking wild that is? Like, you guys just accept it. Like, that's based as hell, but like, for real. Like, dude, that was never a thing. That was never a thing. My God. I think that's where a lot of it stems from, is because, like, that's where the culture war stuff stems from, is from people like Charlie Kirk, who are around my age, who are just like, oh, I'm confused, I don't know, this is making my big head swollen, I wasn't talking about my dick, I was talking about my giant head. We can't all just admit that that guy's, like, eyebrow to, like, head ratio is way off, right? Just saying. Oh, Charlie Kirk? You don't know Charlie Kirk? Here. This is a legitimate picture of him, by the way. Yeah. forehead and face to rest of head ratio. Look at him. 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 Look at this dork. Like, seriously, man. Ugh. No idea who the guy is. He's a Christian Zionist in America who runs Turning Points USA, who helped Trump get elected. This time in history, houses cost $400K USD. 60% of Americans make less than $30K. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Although you can't do... Wait. That's a bad ratio. Because mortgages... No, it's the fact that they're not... that mortgages are harder to get, and they're denying more than ever, and on top of it, they're doing it with, like, credit ratings. So... Like, dude, I had a friend that went to go buy a house. He makes $150K a year, right? I know this because he showed me the pay stubs. Credit score... 670. Because he has 670 credit score and he didn't have enough open debt, guess what they did? They denied him a house. They denied him a loan. Even though he made that much. So... Boomers, this is the best time in human history. Yeah, no shit. God. I'm so sick. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that from them, and they're just like, you just need to be happier. I'm like, no, you're happy because you're fine, and your 401k ended up paying out. Ryan, on my last point, though, this is why when people claim pink washing, it's kind of disheartening because, believe it or not, LGBTQ Israelis want rights because we're LGBT and we want rights. So it's frustrating when people outright chunk my existence to propaganda. No. You know what, Ryan? 100% understand that, but I hope that you understand how that can be equated to Palestinians. Like, I'm just saying, like, and I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm literally just saying, like, I hope you see how they're doing that to Palestinians as well. It's kind of like they're using the same tactics against you, and these are the same superpowers. Like, do you understand that? And also, like, again, I'm not trying to shame you, man. Like, you're dealing with a lot more than I ever could. And you're also dealing with a lot more than, like, the leftist, like, YouTube machine, like, can hyperbolically just fucking go, whoa, they're wrong, whoa, they don't know what they're talking about, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot more complex than that, especially in your case. I'm gonna post 9/11 conspiracy memes in Discord despite being 1 year old at the time of it happening. Okay. As long as it's in the meme section. Okay? That's all I care about. Just put it in the right section of Discord. Then I'll be okay. It's if you just spam general, then I'll be a little upset. All right, we did it. Woo! We got past 10 hours. That's cool. All right, we got a little bit more to go, and then, yeah. Oh my god, it's 3 a.m. All right, well, then maybe I should go. My Pejabin's blocked. Crap. You know what? That might do it right there. I just realized that I've been sitting down here, like... I could have been full screen this entire time. I'm gonna post that. Oh, you already got them. Okay. I'm not saying this is. This is. I anything related to the conflict. I'm not saying, look, I'm LGBT, I have rights, the Israeli government is amazing. I'm just saying our existence isn't just to appeal you, even if people try to use that as that way, which they do, so fair enough, but we are people. Well, yeah, see, do you, okay, wait. Can I ask, I'm genuinely asking this. Do you think that they're using you as a propaganda piece, or do you think that the, like, leftists in America are using you as, like me? I mean, I don't feel like I'm using you as a propaganda piece, but I am generalizing, which I have made that, mistake a few times in this conversation, so my apologies. I'm definitely a product of, my online discussions. I really do appreciate the good faith discussion, though, man. This is a lot of fun. I feel like it's been done a lot. Yeah. The thing is, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've had this problem with, actually Sam Cedar, somebody that I watch. He's a Jewish guy on the left who occasionally, from people that don't regularly watch his show, who then find out that he's Jewish, they'll start scapegoating him. So, although he's always been pretty consistent in his leftist ideals and leftist views. I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh. I hate the fact that, you have to be used as a prop. That sucks. In any way. Whether it's for the IDF shit, just being Israeli, being gay. Like, dude. That's gotta be exhausting. Like, every conversation you have essentially is just like, well, are you just using me because of, like, whatever I'm representing to you at this moment in time? God, that's gotta be messed up. I weirdly enough haven't heard it brought up from pro-Israeli side until the Pride for Palestine movement started making that argument, but it could also be because my circle and media consumption, I'm not sure. A little bit, but I'm also starting to, I kind of wonder how much it is, all right. I am saying this as a curiosity. Please do not, I know that this could easily be clipped. How much of it is them, the Israeli military using you as more of a, look, we have gay people in our military, we have trans people in our military, we're very open-minded kind of thing. The ones who aren't open-minded are those people who want the gays to die over in Hamas and the Arabs. That they want you to die. Because trust me, I dealt with that in high school where I had to kind of learn the difference between the fundamentalist Islamic, group, and then just your base, just regular Muslims and Christian, that kind of thing. Because I always put Christians in that one too, because there are some fundamentalist Christians who are just as dangerous, so they don't get to play that game. I like how people claim you until you disagree on one thing, if you're right wing, but trans right wingers will kick you out. Or if you're trans but you're pro-Israel, they'll kick you out. Yep. Nothing with the IDF. It's not an argument. It's said before, the motivation here is very much protect home, defeat Hamas, bring the hostages back. Yeah, but don't you see that as just being well, okay, the hostages, you do know that the rest of the world sees that as a lost cause, right? It's been too long. Not saying you. I'm saying either the IDF killed them or they're just dead. I hate to just make it the numbers, but since insurance does it, and since everybody else does it to fit their narratives, I'm just going to do it. Yeah, what is it, 300? 300 hostages? Like, really? That's what we're holding up an entire thing for? Okay. My family finally learned to drive, so I was happy for her. Because in her country, women couldn't drive. I remember that happened. That's weird to say something like that happened in my lifetime. Exactly. Well, that inverted mystic, gay rights. The fact that in my lifetime people went from calling people openly the F word to them having having the right to marry within my lifetime, and then we did one better. About 13-14 years later, we legalized cannabis. Like, what? Trust me, those two things alone. But here's the thing that I don't want to have happen to a lot of other people is once it happens, once you get it, then you just move on and you forget about it, and it just becomes a daily part of your life, because guess what? That's what's happening to us. I just hate the fact that, like, as an American, I'm watching my country go backwards. It sucks. It really sucks. I also hate the fact that I can't have good faith conversations like this in my country. I hate the fact that I can't have good conversations like this with certain leftists, because, like, even if you, like, say you want to try and understand the other side, immediately they'll shut that down. Again, I'm getting bad about that. I don't mean all leftists. I mean certain leftists. I need to make that apparent. It's a very, very small group. I'm talking literally 4 or 5 prominent YouTubers who happen to control the space, or like the narrative of, you know, whatever space. Like, yeah. Sorry, I'm not articulating. We gay rights before we had legalized weed. See, America isn't so bad at JK. The most vocal leftist. Well, it's the same as, like, no, think about it. That's what happened with QAnon. That's what happened with, like, the right wing. Like, it was the most vocal of them. Like, the most vocal took it over, and then they were just like, whoa, like, we are the Trumpers, and somehow they kind of won. And now you have a lot of, like, the centrist Trumpers that are kind of like, they don't really speak for us until, you know, a rally. And then they're like, yeah. Because, you know, Cheeto in chief, or Cheeto in charge, is just, he automatically decides, I like them, they said the right thing, they also said it first, so I would like if everybody agreed with me. So once all of a sudden he catches that narrative, and then that's the narrative that everybody goes, QAnon Pizzagate. Oh my god, I got to live through that through the first time with Alex Jones. That was fun. They're funny dudes. Listen, again, if there's one thing that I get to at least live through as an American, is the fact that my country's about to go through a hellscape of politics, but it's going to be funny while it happens, because we're going to have an idiot doing it that I can at least do an impression of. So just remember, anytime that you're watching me, please donate to not keep me, to help me not be sad, and to maybe support me so I can help this leftist cause and spread our message a little bit, because I'm not good at this. I'm not good at the whole, like, shilling thing. I try my best, but I feel bad. I literally feel bad, because I'm just like, oh man, why? Like, why am I asking you guys for money? Like, dude, I really am bad at this. Like, I'm good at this part. I'm good at the streaming part. I'll even admit that. It's the shilling part. I've definitely had to work on that. God. Oh, Isaac goes insane. He just followed me. Nice. Wait, can I search this? Ryan, if you haven't followed my damn stream by the end of this, I'm gonna be mad. Like, I'm going to bed angry. Don't make me go to bed angry. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. I understand it's been ages, but we just got another video of one of the hostages. It means some are alive. If there is even a chance that they're alive, Israel's bringing them home. Look at the Gilead Shalit prisoner exchange. Yeah, okay. Oh. Hey, no. Listen. Then, yeah. I hope you get him back. I just hope I just hope you don't have to bomb the shit out of a country and, you know, maybe bomb a hospital or a tent encampment to accomplish that goal. Guys, imagine telling your non-existent children you lived through this shit. This is gonna be the funniest fucking history book ever. People's favorite subject. It's the only downside to not having kids. I mean, true, but I just realized I'm probably ending the stream without you following me. I don't have tiny hands. Nah, Dad, the president actually said that this shit, no way. Said that shit, no way. I have very big hands. I have the biggest hands. I can hold any pen just to sign whatever I need to, just so Daddy Elon makes. I make Elon happy. I mean, at least we get to do that. That's gonna be fun. I don't know. Do you have any more questions? Do we have any loose threads? Yeah, we actually do. No, I'm not even kidding. We do. Also, I'd actually like to talk to you about this, like, on Discord. Wait, I think you did follow me. Yeah, you did. There you are. There we go. I like how somehow you joined my Discord, but you're still not following me on Twitch. It's free, you dick. Oh, you didn't. Oh, shit. That was somebody else. My bad. Never mind. Well, then, yeah, follow me on Twitch. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, my bad. I just realized that you're not on Discord. That was my bad. I thought that was somebody else. Like, it was somebody else. No, I thought it was you for a second. Like, I was like, oh, you joined Discord, but then I kind of, yeah, put that together. No, it's just every time I look at my freaking Twitch follow thing, I'm just like, oh, look who didn't follow. Ho, 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 ho. I don't know why I do that, sorry. I've had a lot of fun. What am I doing? Having way too much fun with this. This is why people like edging. You're right. You're right. I mean, I'll admit it. When I jerk off, oh man, I love to edge. You know what sucks though? When you edge too far, and then you're just like, you go to come and you're just like, that was so unsatisfying. No, the one that hurt, like the one that sucks the most is when you like do it like too long to the point where like it almost hurts, where you're just like, ow. Yeah. Yeah, it's been 10 hours in the stream, you can tell. Guys, I actually just want to make a quick announcement. We hit 900 views on the stream. Back on. This conversation took a turn. Well, someone mentioned edging, and I was just like, I'm about to make this weird. The fuck are we talking about now? All right. I think that's where I should end the stream. The fact that oh god. Hey guys. Hey, you guys know when you stroke. Follow. No, it wasn't that bad because you literally said wait. No, I'm holding you to this. Is this why people like edging? LMFAO. See? Context. Not even kidding though. Follow me. I'm about to say. Listen, I'm about to raid. So like. Follow the damn channel, otherwise you're going to raid somebody, and I don't know who the fuck you're raiding at 3 a.m. Oh, God. Why is it all Russian guys? Like, what the fuck? Russian. Right-winger. Russian. Marxism is theft. Russian. Late night conversation. Proudly radical. Ooh, proudly radical. Here we go. Let's see. Proudly radical is intended for certain audiences. Profanity, sexuality. Start watching. All right. Funnier without the context on that lovely note. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna end stream here. I'm going to start the raid. I'm gonna raid. Okay, got it.
So it's the anti-amalgamation law that I need a copy of. Hey, Pep Talk STV, how you doing? Hope your stream went well. Right now, I'm just trying to get a fucking 1600s document, just to reference something. Let's see.
All right, cool. All right, so we're rating. No. There it is. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. I'll be on at 4 tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. And let's see. Hold on. We got Cenk. Nope, we already did that one. Hogan. Okay, so yeah, we got a Piers Morgan Uncensored. We got a modern day debate, and then we got some comedy that we're going to be following, and updates on the fires. So come and join me tomorrow, 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. Set those notifications, and